in. Lost it deep down the field. It's underthrown. And it's intercepted by Fred Warner. And he flips it up there. And now there's a penalty flag at the end of the play. It's Greenlaw who has it. Greenlaw still on his feet. Hat flies from an official.
The sideline in San Francisco is going bananas, telling them to get down.
I mean...
Oh, baby! Yes! It's the Morning Roast. Joe Shasky. Bonte's coming in any second. What a Sunday for Niner fans. What a Sunday. Niners win. Can you believe the Cowboys win in the way that they did over the Philadelphia Eagles? Lions lose. And the Niners are at the top of the NFC standings at 10-3. Can you believe it, Niner fans? Shout out YouTube and Twitch streamers, Comcast Business Text Line, YouTube and Twitch, 888-957-9570. It's a Monster Monday, and it's brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. And look, it wasn't a great weekend. Warriors, they blew a lead on Friday night. The Shohei drama. Giants fans, I don't know. I didn't ever think he was going to come here, but he goes to the Dodgers, of all places. I needed my Niners to come. I needed my Niners to come through in a big way. I needed them to show up. I needed the Cowboys to show up. And think about where you were just a couple of weeks ago. A month ago, they were in the midst of a 3-game losing streak. A month ago, we had no Trent, no Debo. It wasn't looking good. Brock Purdy had a couple of shaky fourth quarters. And since then, Brock Purdy has been absolutely lights out. Now, I didn't even think it was his best game yesterday. They had explosive plays left and right. But I thought he had a couple of underneath plays. A little sketch. But then you look up and the guy makes the most of the opportunities. I mean, it's a 21-16 game. 21-16. And you're thinking, oh boy, here we go. They got life. And they go for a 2-point conversion, Drew Lock does. All right? Nick Bosa comes crashing in. They get a sack. They negate the 2-point conversion. 21-16, they kick it off. Boom, they hit Debo. Little run for CMC. And then a beautiful seam route pass with beautiful touch in stride by Brock Purdy. And boom, kill shot, game over. Game over. Now, look, I'd like to see the Niners put up 35. I'd like to see them put that team away. It was ugly. I didn't even think they had their best performance. Clearly, Seattle had a full 10 days rest. That's a divisional opponent. I thought Drew Lock had a little bit of juice. He was moving around. He was making plays. You lose Charvarius Ward in this game. You lose Javon Hargrave in this game. And we will monitor what's going to happen with those guys. But CMC starting that game off with a 72-yard run to just set the tone for the Niners. Do you have the 72-yard run? Can you play it for me right now? In just a second. Because CMC, some of these stutter step plays that he had, and the burst and the acceleration, the toughness. Give me the first play. I sit down in my seats. I got little Charlie with me. I got Prince, their first ever 49er game. We'll get to that in a second. I sit down, and then, boom. CMC for 72 yards.
18, lights up. And we start to Christian McCaffrey on the outside, makes a nice catch, and a lot of room. McCaffrey might go. Being chased, cuts back inside the 10, and he's down inside the 5.
Unbelievable. Now, look, we can argue about if Purdy's the MVP, if CMC's the MVP, is it Trent Williams? I mean, look, when you're winning and you're 10-3, we can have all those discussions. But the thing that I'm blown away with, we just beat the Seahawks back-to-back years, and we swept them. Swept them. Think about where we were with the Seahawks just 4 or 5 years ago, just 3 years ago.
Brock Purdy in 4 career starts for Seattle.
Give it to me.
1,126 passing yards, 8 TDs, 2 picks, a rushing touchdown, 113.2 passer rating, 4-0.
I mean, it's Unbelievable.
I mean, this is just a domination from Brock Purdy. No one's on their level in the division.
No. And right now you're just looking up and you're saying to yourself, do you believe Detroit? Like, does anyone believe Detroit can win a game outside against a physical team like the Niners? No. And I'm not, look, Detroit is a year away. They're going to be a very good team. I think they're going to be a formidable foe, but come on. I got to see it first. Does anyone believe in the 6 and 7 Bucks? Now, the Cowboys, I believe in. I don't think we're giving enough, credit to the Cowboys as of right now. You want to say Dak Prescott's the MVP? I'll listen to that. Dak Prescott has been amazing. I mean, CeeDee Lamb dropped the ball early in that third quarter. Should have put that game away earlier. All right? And what is going on with those Philadelphia Eagles? I'm not ready to say the Eagles are done. I'm not ready to say that. But they got some things to figure out. They absolutely have some things to figure out. Right now, this feels like the Niners' best chance to win a Super Bowl in forever. Number 1 seed, everything goes through Levi's.
Not to cut you off, Joe. And then you look at the other side, because obviously the big picture here is Super Bowl. The one team that always seemed to have your number, that being the Kansas City Chiefs, they're in shambles right now.
Well,
you hate to see that.
I'm not even, quite honestly, I'm not even looking at the AFC. I want to get through the NFC.
That's fine.
I'm looking from within, but I get
in the head,
point.
Though,
you're not alone.
That many, because going into the season, we thought, it was the AFC's just a gauntlet, right?
100%.
It was just the top to bottom, the quarterback play, what have you. Then all of a sudden you look around. All of a sudden everyone's getting hurt. You got Joe Flacco winning games for the Cleveland Browns, beating Trevor Lawrence. Like, it's a war of attrition. Jake Browning.
Zach Wilson looked good.
Zach Wilson looked good.
Are you kidding me?
And that was a huge missed opportunity for the Houston Texans, by the way. They could have won that division going away, but now it's looking like it's going to be the Jags. Disappointing there. But the NFC, all of a sudden, it's the Cowboys and the Niners, and I think those are the two best teams in all of football.
I'm with you on that. Now, I look at the 49er defense, and obviously Travarius Ward, they're going to need him. When I saw Isaiah Oliver out there, I go, oh, boy, here we go. Delvin Lenore, he dropped multiple interceptions yesterday. You got to catch one of those, and I get it. You play DB for a reason. But the Niners defense, I thought Drew Lock did a great job scrambling right, scrambling left. He's got a rocket arm. I don't know what he ends up being. I don't know. It's a one-game start. We will see. But he had a little something yesterday. They got away from DK after that first drive, and it felt like DK couldn't get it going. And DK Metcalf, I mean, look, DK, you're a very talented player. What a punk, though. Like, seriously, what a straight-up punk. All right, 888-957-9570. Brandon Ayuk, Niner fans, where the hell are you at? You're the number 1 seed. We're in Christmas time. I mean, if you haven't got your Christmas tree and you're like me and you're waiting to go get it because the house is completely disgusting and we had to clean up all weekend, it's Christmas time. You are hanging ornaments, and the Niners right now are at the top of the Christmas tree.
Yay!
Right now in the NFC. They are at the top of the Christmas tree, and I'm looking at it right now. Brock Purdy, I mean, the guy is just outstanding. 27 attempts, 19 completions, 368 yards. Got sacked. I didn't think looked the most comfortable. Like, it wasn't the greatest Brock Purdy game, but you look up and it's explosive play after explosive play. I mean, listen to these wide receiver numbers. Deebo Samuel, 7 for 149 and a touchdown. That beautiful 54-yard bomb where he didn't even break stride. I mean, he's a dink and dunker. Yeah, as he's throwing Mahomes-like passes down the field in stride. What about Brandon Ayuk? 6 for 126. Doesn't even begin to tell the story. Brandon Ayuk's downfield blocking is, I don't know if he's the best blocker in the game at wide receiver. He's so underrated, criminally underrated. There were 2 CMC plays where he's blocking downfield and sealing off, whether it's Jamal Adams, Witherspoon early in that game, and Witherspoon walked off with an injury. And then George Kittle, 3 for 76. The Niners have 4 guys at the top of the receiving charts for themselves. They got one dude who went back-to-back 1,000-yard receivers in Brandon Ayuk. First time that's happened since 13-14, Anquan Bolden. Only the 5th time in 49er history that a 49er receiver, either tight end or receiver, has gone for 1,000 in back-to-back years.
Absolutely incredible.
This is not a pass-first offense. He's not some apex number 1 that he could be a number 1, but in terms of like feeding him 15 times a game, that's not what this offense is designed. And you look up and the guy has unbelievable efficiency. And I actually thought that the pass that Brock Purdy on the, I think, 3rd drive, the deep in route, is just beautiful timing between the two of them. And they were a little off on some of the underneath stuff, but it got Purdy going and it got him feeling comfortable. Brandon Ayuk, outstanding performance yesterday. I think that CMC not really featured in the passing game yesterday, only as a runner. You look up, CMC's leading the NFL in rushing. I don't know, just a cool 16 for 145. And if you want to take away that 72-yard run, fine. Okay, he's 15 for 75 yards. It's pretty efficient. It's pretty good against a divisional opponent that knows you want to set the tone. And so you kind of limit some of his touches in a wear and tear game. I mean, you've got it going on now. You got Arizona this week. And we know that they have the Ravens on Christmas. And you can now look at the schedule. I think Philly is going to drop one more, at least one more. Who knows with the Dallas Cowboys? But I think you're sitting pretty right now. You can lose a game to an AFC opponent, Ravens, and I don't think it's going to hurt you that bad. And look, you want to play the seeding game? I'm here for it. Is the number 2 seed more important than the number 1? I want the bye. I want the home games. Do you want to avoid the Philly-Dallas matchup in the second round? I think there's merit in that. I'll listen to it. Niner fans, where you at? Let's go out to line 1. Step right up, no waiting. 888-957-9570. 49ers beat the Seahawks. Think about what they just accomplished. Seahawks, Eagles, Seahawks. And I did not think they played their best game yesterday, and they won going away. Going away. Step right up, no waiting line. What is this, Nick in Berkeley? Beautiful. Nick, what you got, buddy?
Yes, yes. Man, all I know, Levi's was lit yesterday. The fans was hyped. Let me tell you something, man. To see them Eagles crying on the sideline last night was epic. Cry, Eagles, cry. Cowboys thumped them. The Eagles got lucky with that little victory they got over them. Man, check it out. We got to hold the home field advantage down, man. We got to get that bye week. The fans deserve it. The players deserve it. We want to stay at home the entire time. And what I'm telling you right now, we're going to let the Cardinals have it, the Ravens have it, whoever else we got after that, man. Bring it on, man. Our defense is out there intimidating cats. Every team wants to fight us on the field now. These other teams, we're just punking them right now, man. Brock Purdy was dropping dimes yesterday. He was just laying the biscuit in the basket yesterday, man. He was just floating them in there, man, like butter, man. It was incredible, man. And our defense is balling, man. We're out there hitting hard. These cats don't even want to go across the middle with Greenlaw and Warner out there, I'm telling you. Let's go, Niners fans. Get hyped. Destiny is ours, man. We're the top seed right now. We got to lock onto it like a pit bull, and the Murder Hornet defense was out there prowling yesterday. Let's go, Niners.
I love it, Nick. I love it. And Brock Purdy. I mean, look, again, there was a sequence where they were stuck up against the end zone, and I didn't love some of the pass designs there, and we could lose our minds. But I look up, and they had 12 explosive plays. I mean, this is what I thought I was getting when they drafted Trey Lance. All of the explosive plays. But the irony is he's more efficient on a lot of the underneath stuff, which is why yesterday was a little confusing from Brock Purdy. He wasn't as clean on the underneath stuff, but he was perfect on the explosion plays. I mean, look at it right now. Brock Purdy, the most accurate deep ball passer in the NFL, on completion percentage over 20 yards. Purdy leads the NFL, 63.5%. The next closest guy is C.J. Stroud at 58, Jared Goff at 54, Dak Prescott, who I think might be the MVP frontrunner, at 53, and Tua at 53. I mean, Brock Purdy has been unbelievable. And you want to say, oh, it's all about the weapons. Well, yeah, how many times have we seen a guy who has weapons not hit guys in stride? That Deebo Samuel throw was absolutely brilliant. And you know what we haven't given credit for? The beautiful pocket that was created by this offensive line. I did not think Feliciano had his best game yesterday. There were a couple of big plays negated by a block in the back by Aaron Banks on the same play where Trent Williams had a hold that just killed a drive. I thought it was a really crummy call. Trent had fallen down. He didn't really do anything. Anyway, but Feliciano didn't have his best game, and they set up a perfect pocket on that deep ball to Deebo Samuel. And Deebo ran right by Jamal Adams and threw a perfect in-stride 50-yard bomb. 50-yard bomb. You can tell me all the things he's not, but what he is, calm, cool, collective, moves the pocket, smart, extremely accurate, and willing to go for the gusto over the top. If you allow a guy to go open over the top, Brock Purdy is going to hit it. This guy just wins. And when you compliment him with CMC and Deebo Samuel and George Kittle and Brandon Ayuk, he has maximized the offense. How many quarterbacks in the league right now are going to maximize the offense the way he has? Stop telling me this guy ain't good. Let's go out to line 3. 888-957-9570. Step right up, no waiting. Who we got? Who is this?
This is Jay in Florida.
Jay in Florida. What you got on the Niners, baby?
Hey, what's going on, Shasky? Happy Victory Monday.
What a beautiful Victory Monday. How about that Mitch Wisnowski fake punt that got called back? How about that, huh?
I know. So I got a quick question for you. I want to know, do you feel the specialness that's going on with this team? If you feel the same way I am, and let me elaborate. You know, we all want to where we talk about football players if they have that dog in them. But I feel with our guys, they're like a wolf pack. And if you're a part wolf, they accept you as a pack. And I'm taking it like on the Thursday night game for Thanksgiving. The way these guys raided the table, the way Kittle ran back, brought the turkey back into the locker room. It's like if I eat, everybody on this team eats. Defensively, offensively, it doesn't matter. If you put part of that wolf into you, you are accepted amongst pack. I thought Deebo Samuel and Christian McCaffrey, at some point there was going to be some rift because, you know, Deebo was the man. CMC came in and now taking some of this spotlight. But no, they love each other. They see each other as wolves and they run as a pack.
Well, think about this. I mean, with the two of them in the backfield moving around as much as they have, you make it easier for both guys. Like, think about in 2022, before they got CMC, anytime Deebo lined up in the backfield, did a jet sweep in the backfield, the defense knew the ball was going to him. And if it wasn't going to him, he was going to get plastered anyway as a decoy. I am seeing a level. There was a play before they hit Kittle on the deep bomb. Again, it was 21-16. Purdy gets the ball. And the first play, just a little soft toss to Deebo Samuel. He's got Bobby Wagner on him. And Bobby Wagner is a all-time linebacker, but he's ancient. And Deebo ran right by him. If that play happens before CMC comes to the Niners, there's two guys bracketing Deebo Samuel on that play. It is a one-on-one spectacular. And if you guard one of these guys one-on-one and you give them a step, Brock Purdy's going to hit him. How about the scramble? The scramble, rolling left, he sets his feet, he lets Ayuk get up over Julian Love, and he throws a perfect ball, putting enough air out in front of Ayuk as he catches it in stride. I don't know what more people need to see. Brock Purdy has been awesome. If he's not the MVP of the league, he's number 2 or number 3. You want to go CMC? Fine. I think both of them deserve acknowledgement. All right, we're going to continue your phone calls. Your phone calls, no guests. Niner fans, it's you, it's me, it's the Bay Area. Bonte's coming in. He's just running a little late. 888-957-9570. Your calls, more Niner talk. We're the number 1 seed in the NFC. Philly lost. Let's rant and rave. And can you believe it? Shohei Ohtani as a Dodger? Oh, God. Thank God for the Niners. That's what's coming up on The Game, and it's sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises on 95.7 The Game. Sweet.
This is Andre Iguodala, and you are listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
Ah, yes. What a Sunday. Totally redeemed my weekend. I start off Friday, Warriors, 8,000 turnovers. They blow a game that I thought they could win. They were up. It's just so frustrating. We'll get into the Warriors later on in the week. Then Saturday, I'm monitoring the whole Ohtani thing, and he puts on his Instagram, he's going to the Dodgers. Like, of all the teams he could go to, I have no problem with him going to the Blue Jays. In fact, I thought it would have been great for baseball for him to go to the Blue Jays. And he goes to the freaking Dodgers. I never thought he was coming to the Giants, but whatever. And so I needed my 49ers to redeem my weekend. I needed them to totally save my mental outlook. And they just stepped up and they delivered. And, you know, I want to get to the phones in a second. 888-957-9570. Niners at the top of the NFC. They beat the Seahawks. I mean, what a stretch. They beat the Seahawks on Thanksgiving. They come back. They kick the crap out of the Eagles. Then they come back again, and they bookend it with a beautiful win against Seattle. I had circled this as the most difficult part of the schedule. They come out 3-0 with 3 impressive victories. And I didn't think they had their A game yesterday, and they still won going away. And then you look up, and the Eagles lose to the Cowboys. Thank you. Thank you, Dallas Cowboys. So it was a great day if you're a Bay Area sports fan because the Niners totally redeemed themselves, and then the Detroit Lions lose. So everything's looking good for the 49ers right now as they take the number 1 spot in the NFC. They've got the tiebreaker. I feel like they've got a little wiggle room, maybe a 1-game wiggle room here. Obviously need Dallas to lose another one if the Niners end up dropping one, but they're in a good spot. They're in a really good spot. And before I go out to the lines, I took my buddy Jim's son, Charlie, to the game, and his buddy Prince, who I coach these guys in baseball. And going to a sports event and seeing it through the eyes of a 12, 13-year-old, it makes you realize why you love sports. I get these guys food, and what's killer, you know, if you're a season ticket holder, you get all you can eat, all you can drink at the food area, the concourse. And so we get all the food, we sit down. Boom, we get down in our seats. They do the national anthem. Here we go. Niners get the ball. Debo's taking it out of the end zone. First play. CMC goes 72 yards. And I turned to both of these guys, and I say to myself, isn't this great? And they couldn't believe how loud it was in there, the energy in there, the hitting, just how cool seeing the whole play develop. They're used to seeing it on television. And so, look, I know not everyone can afford to go to games, and maybe you can't take your children or whatever, but seeing it through the eyes of a child just makes you realize how much you love the game, how special this team is. They got Debo. They got CMC. They got Brandon Ayuk. They got George Kittle. They got Brock freaking Purdy. This might be the best first season a player has had in Bay Area sports since Buster Posey. I mean, think about what his first year has looked like. Buster Posey won the Rookie of the Year and won the whole thing. His first year. He didn't even play the whole season. Think about this first year for Brock Purdy. 18 wins, 4 losses. Are you kidding me? 18 wins, 4 losses. The guy's about to throw 40 touchdowns, 4,700 yards, and like 10 picks. This is one of the great first seasons I can ever remember for a guy. Now, you ain't go Durant or whatever. I'm talking about like rookies, you know? I'm talking about rookies, not first-year acquired guys. And CMC's first year being acquired is on par with Kevin Durant. That's how great CMC is. All right, let's go out to the lines. 888-957-9570. It's Shasky. B's coming in here, and we got your calls. The Niners are at the top of the NFC. Let's go out to line 1. Line 1, step right up, no waiting. We got a couple of lines open. 888-957-9570. Who is it, Spinoni? Jeremy, what you got, buddy?
How you doing, man?
I'm so fired up. How great is this team?
I'm almost in tears at how great this team is because my dad told me all these years in the 80s how great it was, and I'm 30 years old. I was born in 93, so I don't really count the 94 Super Bowl for myself. So I've been dying to watch my Niners in a Super Bowl and win it and go to Market Street and, you know, how all those parades, you know?
Yeah.
I just want to talk about, you know, some key injuries, you know, that we're having right now. You know, Traverius Ward, Javon Hargrave, and, you know, I heard from Greg Papa that Javon Hargrave might be out maybe the rest of that game and then maybe next week. Cardinals, but I don't take anything lightly anymore, especially in our division. They want.
All right, you're cutting out there. I don't know the severity. We'll get an update either today or tomorrow on Hargrave, on Charvarius Ward. This is pretty obvious. They need both guys, right? And this is why, to me, again, we can argue about this in terms of path, but to me, I always take the bye because you got to get healthy. Having that rest is extremely important. Can you win 3 in a row to get to a Super Bowl? Yes, you can. But if you look at their best opportunities, the year they went to the Super Bowl, they had the bye. That was in 2019. I'm talking about during the Shanahan era. When they went to the Super Bowl, they had the bye. The 2 times that they didn't, I thought, going up to Seattle in 2014, the final Harbaugh game, I thought playing that week 1 game in the playoffs cost them in that fourth quarter. Go back and look at that fourth quarter. I thought in 2021, when they played the Rams in the NFC Championship game, I thought playing in that first week, come that fourth quarter, they ran out of gas in the NFC Championship game. Just my perspective. We can argue about that. I see all the merits of not having to face, both Philly and Dallas in back-to-back weeks. Believe me, I hear you on that. I like the rest. I want the bye. I need Hargrave back. I need Ward back. We don't want Isaiah Oliver out there. Nice guy. Solid on special teams. I don't need him out there. Okay? That throw, by the way, from Drew Lock, back shoulder to DK Metcalf, that was a dime. And that was an unbelievable adjustment by DK Metcalf.
Isaiah Oliver, nice guy. The worst thing you'd ever say about a player.
That's whenever there's a running joke that I have with my wife. It's like, she's nice, which is code for something else. Let's go out to Joel and Lodi. I mean, this team is loaded. We are watching one of the great 49er rosters, and to become one of the great teams, you got to win the Super Bowl. I understand that, but we shouldn't lose sight of how awesome this team is. This team is loaded. CMC, Debo, Ayuk, Kittle, Purdy, Trent Williams. Are you kidding me? Joel and Lodi, step right up, no waiting. What do you got on the Niners?
Hey, Butcher Boy, what's going on, man? Hey, I'm an old guy. I'm 66, man.
Okay, that's okay.
I've seen the Niners ever since Brody and LaMonica.
Yeah.
I mean, I go way the hell back, right? This team, I've been through it all. And this team has got that look. They've got that dog in them, man. And the thing is, even though they did not have their A game yesterday, there was a lot of things.
Totally agree.
They just kind of looked. There was a few guys that looked like they were really, really getting after it. Like Bosa looked like he's getting after Debo and Brock. And it's like they're not going to let these guys. They're not going to let the focus of the team down. They're going to keep them focused, man. Even though you had a couple guys looked a little flat, blah blah blah. I think they should have taken care of Seattle way better than they did, but this team has got that special look. Hey, number 2 thing I want to talk to you about, this Otani thing. All right, I'm so bummed about the Giants. I mean, I get the whole reason why he signed, because why the hell would you want to come to the Giants? What the Giants got? The Giants they got Logan, and that's it. That's it. What else you got to offer? You got a few guys that are good to upper good. They're good to very good. Young guys on that team. They got a few. The cupboards are bare in the farm system. So I don't care what they keep trying to sell us on it. The thing is, man, is that this whole time that the Giants were good. When the Giants won their World Series, man, LA sucked, and they took their farm system, and I think they flipped their whole thing around, and they started from scratch in the farm system. So the Giants, I think, are at that point. Because look at what dogs the Dodgers were back when the Giants were pumping off World Series, man. They were turds. They come into Candlestick, and they get blown out. Or not Candlestick. They come into Pac Bell, and they get blown out, man. The Giants, to see this happening to the Giants, man, there's nothing on the horizon. Why would Yamamoto want to come here?
I don't know.
What?
I don't know. Look, today's probably not the greatest day for Giants talk. We will get into it this week because I want to react to the Niners. I'm very disappointed. Not that the Giants didn't land Otani, that he went to the Dodgers. I didn't really believe he would come here. Their best avenue of improving is through a trade. And we'll get to that, but I don't think today's the day. But I hear your pain. Trust me. That's why the Niners, soak in the Niners, guys. That's kind of what I'm telling people. You're watching, the Warriors are in a tough spot right now. I don't think it's over for the Warriors, but they're in a tough spot. Enjoy the Niners while we have them. This team is loaded. Sports is not forever. Fred Warner is not going to be one of the best players on the planet forever. Nick Bosa, he's having a bad year. I don't know. He has 9.5 sacks. Yeah, maybe not his greatest season. He's still better than 99% of the Niner players who have ever suited up. Oh, and that guy Brock Purdy, by the way, right now, with 4 technically, but if you were going off of a 16-game schedule, he would have 3 more games to go, right, on a normal 16-game schedule. 13th most passing yards ever in a season for a Niner quarterback. 13 most. God. He already has more yards in one season than Alex Smith ever had in any individual season with the Niners. Brock Purdy's incredible. 888-957-9570. Line them up. Your calls, you and me, Niners. Can we just enjoy how great this team is? Shanahan has built a juggernaut. Our time is now. That's what's coming up on the game, and it's sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises on 95.7 The Game.
Woo! I'm Bob Burke.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Wow. Niners beat the Seahawks. A 3-week stretch. They beat the Seahawks on Thanksgiving. They go into Philly and kick the crud out of the Philadelphia Eagles. And then they come back and they bookend it against the 10-day rested Seattle Seahawks, and they beat them again yesterday. Yeah! And I know it was with a backup quarterback, and I know that their best player, Witherspoon, had exited that game. I mean, there's a lot that's baked into it, but they won. And they're now on another 5-game winning streak.
All of their rivals, they have smoked this year. If you even want to call them rivals anymore, I don't think anyone's on the Niners level, but the historical rivals with the Cowboys owned them. The Seahawks last decade owned them, and by the way, they owned Philly last week.
Totally. And Philly loses yesterday to the Dallas Cowboys, and so thank you, Dallas. We needed that. And I'm just looking at it this way, like Friday night, Warriors lose. I was feeling kind of low after that. It's a tough loss. Their season's not over, but that was just a tough loss to swallow. And then obviously Ohtani goes to the Dodgers, so that's a big deal in the world of sports. I needed my Niners to come through. And my big takeaway today, and I just want to say to the Bay Area, enjoy this Niners team. Enjoy this season. This has been incredible. Brandon Ayuk surpasses 1,000 yards for the second straight year. And you look up, and I want to get into Brock Purdy just for a second here. You look up, and Brock is having a monster year, but he's spreading the ball around. Brandon Ayuk is 9th in the NFL in overall yards as a receiver. George Kittle, 23rd. Deebo Samuel, 30th. They're on pace to have 3 1,000-yard receivers. 3! On what I believe to be a run-first team.
Oh, my God.
3! I don't know if the Niners have ever done that. I could be wrong, but I don't know if they've done that. And then I look up, Brock Purdy, number 1 in completion percentage, number 2 in yards in the NFL, number 2 in touchdowns, tied with Josh Allen, only 7 interceptions, and leads the NFL in yards per attempt at 9.9. His QBR, number 1 in the league. And his quarterback rating, number 1 in the league. Now, I don't know what you believe in terms of those data metrics, but, like, what more do you need to see? They had 12 explosive plays yesterday. 12. And I didn't even think he had a great game by his standards. He missed a couple underneath. He had a couple of throws. But he hit the big bomb to Deebo. A beautiful throw to Brandon Ayuk. A beautiful throw to George Kittle for a touchdown. The guy wins. And he spreads the ball around. This is their time. Niner fans, I want to share this moment with you. Niners win. They beat Seattle. They're number 1 at the top of the NFC. I'm feeling great yesterday, and I didn't even think they played their best game. You look up Nick Bosa, it felt like they couldn't get enough pressure on Drew Lock, but yet guys almost going to have double-digit sacks again. Fred Warner, another interception. The 2 big injuries, Hargrave and Charvarius Ward, we will get, updates today on them. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Ray in San Ramon. I want to talk to Niner fans today. How you feeling? Thank God for the Niners yesterday, huh? What a win.
Hey, what's up, Shasky? You hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, just a couple things. So I'm not even a Niner fan. Like, I don't even watch football, to be completely honest with you. But my stepdad's a huge Niner fan. But I just want to say to the caller a little while ago said that there's like a specialness to this team. I think that he's onto something because I don't even watch football, and they got me watching football. So big ups to the Niners. Couple things. I think Lenore should not have gotten booted. I think that was a little weak. And
I agree.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I think that's their second string quarterback, but he did. Maybe that's why. But he totally just left DK out there. Like, they didn't even go back to him. So I think that was a mistake on their part. But yeah, just saying, like, you guys got a good team, like, so good that I'm watching it. So you guys are on to something special. And yeah, so that's all I want to say.
I mean, this team's loaded. Like, their time is right now. And you got to go in and cash it. Like, there's a long way. We got a long rest of the way. Stuff can happen. Remember last year? We were feeling good. Next thing you know, you're on to your third quarterback. And thank God. In a weird way, thank God that happened, because we would have never been able to find Brock Purdy. This has been one of the most incredible sports stories of all time. Now, I don't know where it ranks in terms of like full rookie years or first years entering a team. It's as good as it gets. This guy's been unbelievable. Unbelievable. And the team just keeps winning. And it was a great win yesterday against a Seattle team that, to me, got away from throwing to DK Metcalf, couldn't really establish a run, even though Charbonnet had some really physical, good runs. Kenneth Walker had a really nice, almost like a punt return play where he changed fields multiple times, made guys miss. But you look up and the Niners could have had 5 interceptions yesterday, it felt like. 5!
I mean, you're pairing the lead, Shasky. You also had another fight happen. Let's go.
Dude, DK Metcalf. What, like on the real, before we go out to the lines again, 888-957-9570. And this segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Honest to God, DK Metcalf, excellent player. What's his deal? What was it? That was weak.
Well, this is him talking after the game.
You want to call it frustration? Yeah, it was frustration, but from my side, he hit me in the back of the head, so I just retaliated from that.
You believe he still had the ball when you tackled him the first time, right?
I'm sorry.
You thought he still had the ball when you tackled him the first time?
Yeah.
Before he lateral hit?
Yeah.
And that's why you threw him to the ground, and then he retaliated. In your mind, he retaliated. He hit you first after you threw him down. Is that what happened?
I'm sorry. What are you asking?
I'm asking. In your mind, that wasn't an illegal hit because you thought he had the ball.
In my mind, when I see a pick, I turn into a defensive player.
Right.
I mean, defensive players don't get mad when they tackle me and suplex me like that. So, yeah, that's what I was doing. I was making a tackle for my team.
Shout out Kurt Angle and suplexes. And here's Fred Warner on the special.
Shout out Drake Greenlaw and suplexes.
That's true. Big Dom. Big Dom even got a reference on the broadcast yesterday. We can't escape him.
Yeah, I don't know what happened, man. I told him he tackles really well, and then for some reason he didn't like that, and I guess what happened, and it's unfortunate, man. You got to learn to keep his composure, but happy we came out with the dub.
He tackles really well. You're great tackling wide receiver. I mean, that is hilarious.
So disrespectful.
Dude, it's football, so I expect a level of chippiness and, stuff, but it's like, DK, you have a habit of what I call, like, crossing the line type stuff. And look, the Niners, I thought there was a couple sucker punches, right? Like, straight up, but all in all, just don't put yourself in a position to be suspended or fined. That's all I care about when it comes to the Niners.
Absolutely. And it feels like, I made a reference this morning on the pregame show. You feel like when you lose in the Halo or Call of Duty, you throw your controller. That's Deebo Samuel, but in real life and in a game, and he wants to throw his helmet or anything like that.
You're talking about
DK. DK, sorry. Is that
yes.
Yeah, it's unbelievable, man.
He really is. I mean, you know who's unbelievable, though? I mean, we're going to get to Brock Purdy because Trent Williams said something about Brock Purdy that I 100% agree with. Christian McCaffrey has almost 1,200 yards running this year. Almost 1,200 yards running. We're looking at one of the great running seasons of all time for a 49er running back. Now, I know that he's more than just a running back. I mean, he's an absolute elite playmaker and just a player. He's just an elite stud. He is 300 yards ahead of anyone else in the NFL, give or take. Second in touchdowns. Only Raheem Mostert. I know Raheem Mostert has more touchdowns than him right now. It's CMC's having a banner year. Again, they got 3 guys going to go for 1,000 yards. It's just unbelievable. Let's go out to the lines. Hit me up with, what do we got here? Martine? Is that Martine in San Jose? Martine, step up, no waiting.
Hey, what's going on, Joe? How are you, man?
Man, I'm so happy right now. My Niners won. They're at the top of the NFC. The Cowboys beat the Eagles. Eagles fans are in shambles. I mean, just life is good right now. We've got a quarterback. We've got an elite defense. We've got all pros all across the board. And the entire league hates our quarterback, and I freaking love it.
Yeah, man, I'm here for it, too. I don't know about you, but I felt a little off last night rooting for the Cowboys, being a diehard Niner fan. But, it is what it is. It benefits the Niners, so it's kind of like double-edged sword there, right? But,
yes.
Either way, man, yeah, you kind of took the words right out of my mouth. It feels like everything's really clicking. Even when we started having those injuries early, when Mooney went down, you can really tell, like Ambry, Lenore, all those guys really said, like, you know what, we got your back, man. And they really, really did step up. When he went out, I was like, oh, my God, it's DK time, especially after that little back shoulder fake touchdown that he had in the end zone.
Great
I was
throw.
like, man, it's going to be a long day. But you know what? This is kind of to my point. I feel like everyone's kind of bought in. You can kind of tell, even with that snippet on the sideline, I don't know if you saw it or not, but I think it was after when B.A. dropped that pass. He had like a 30-yard scamper and he had it stripped. When he went back to the bench, you could tell Woods was like, all right, we'll get you back. We'll get it back for you.
Yeah.
And you can really feel that with his defense, His defense was next man up. And the other thing that makes me really happy is you can tell as soon as you see the guy wide open, you can tell, Purdy hits him and you can get that little grin and smile from Shanahan. and that really makes my day, especially when you get more of a sarcastic Shanahan, you get more of like the moody Shanahan. But even after the game where, he did the whole Mitch fake punt thing,
How great was
I found that pretty funny and very, very deep breath,
Ronnie Bell, just for a second. He caught a punt near the sideline that he had no business getting anywhere near, because if it hits you and it stays in bounds, regardless. And then you saw the special teams coach, because I'm at the game, I'm watching on the side. I don't know if the camera showed it. Special teams coach goes over and was like, Ronnie, let that go out of bounds. I'm 100% sure he said it. Then on the Mitch Wisnowski fake punt, which I asked you guys, I watched it back. I don't know if anyone knew. To me, was it a jailbreak or was it a legitimate fake punt? I didn't see anything at the end.
Well, here's what Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, what did Shanahan say?
I don't really know what happened on it. I think he just hesitated a little bit. I haven't got to talk to him personally. I don't know if he thought it was going to get blocked or if he bobbled the snap a hair or he just had a glitch, but it was a good one because when he paused and stuff and saw the edge, it was obviously a clean look and he didn't hesitate for it. And I was just told he hit over 20 miles per hour on it, so that's real cool. Ronnie felt bad about it, but wish we could have avoided that.
Really quick, so I'm at the game, too. I was sitting next to Larry Krueger, and he was telling me he's pretty tapped in on this stuff. He was saying that was the first fake punt that has been run by the Niners in the Kyle Shanahan era.
Yeah.
And it wasn't even called by Shanahan.
Well, I kind of loved it. And I said to you guys in the group that I said, that didn't look like it was by design. To me, again, I'm just going off. It looked like he caught it a little low or whatever, and then kind of like, I don't know, hesitated.
No, he absolutely hesitated. And Shanahan's like, he didn't hesitate. I was like, no, he absolutely
That's what I thought he did. Yeah. And again, I'm talking about real time, right? And then he runs to the right. He's wide open. And I'm like, Ronnie Bell, why are you didn't even need to make the tackle there. I don't know what he was thinking. All right, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date coverage. And don't forget, you can also watch us every day on YouTube and Twitch streams. I see you guys on YouTube right now. I appreciate you. Just log on if you're not there and search 95.7 The Game. Hit that like button. I'm looking right now. We got 1,000 people online on watching us on YouTube. Can we get those likes up? Hit the like, and if you haven't, hit the bell, hit the subscribe button. I'm going to try to get to you. I'm running a full court offense here. I'm doing the best I can. And this is obviously a Monster Monday, and it's brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Shout out that Comcast business text line. Spadoni, I'm going to need you to maybe read off some of the good texts that we have. I'm trying to do everything I can to balance everything out. Let's go to Alex in San Jose. You have got to hear, as you guys are waiting, you got to hear some Trent Williams sound that we're going to play here in a second, talking about Brock Purdy, because I don't know if we're really appreciating it in the midst of the journey, because I get it. It's week to week. You got to beat the Cardinals. You got to win. You got to win a Super Bowl. It's okay to stop and smell the roses every now and then and enjoy the journey. This isn't one of the great Niner teams in terms of roster assembly we've ever seen. And it feels like it's their time. Now, they got to go out and do it. There's a long way. They got to win some big ones. But sitting there yesterday watching this team, I go, man, they are freaking loaded. Alex in San Jose, step right up and win. How you feeling after beating the Hawks and seeing the Eagles go down?
It's a great Monday over here in San Jose. Man, it feels good, having that number 1 seed, knowing we're on track to, get that first bye week, and so our whole team can recover that week once again. And, once we get that NFC championship, we're going to be in business. So the team's looking great. And how you mentioned, 3 players with over 1,000 yards, that's huge. That's big time.
I mean, this is a video game. This is a video game offense. This is what you do in Madden, okay? 3 receivers going to be over 1,000 yards. Your running back is on pace for 1,600 yards. This is a video game stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. I absolutely agree with that. I hope the team can stay healthy,
Yeah.
That's the number 1 thing. And as long as the team can stay healthy, next week we got the Cardinals. Hopefully, everything goes smooth. And the following week is the Ravens, which will be a little more tough. But, maybe we'll see that could be the Super Bowl match potentially.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. And look, there's an argument at some point this week to talk about seeding, the bye, what people prefer. This is just my template. I don't love trying to play the matchup game, meaning losing intentionally or whatever to get matchups. I feel like you're tempting the football gods. The margins are so thin. You can lose to anyone anytime. That's just my setting. Like, yes, are there certain, would I rather play the Bucs? Of course I'd rather play the Bucs if they win the NFC South. No one's denying that. But personally, the way I rank it, forget matchups. Rest supersedes matchup. For me, I want the 1 week off. When you see Hargrave come out of that game, when you see Charvarius Ward come out of that game, I come away thinking I want full health. Because when this team had that bye, they have hit the ground running ever since it. They look like a totally different team. Totally different team. And what a win yesterday. Just explosive play after explosive play. Debo making big plays. Kittle making big plays. CMC setting the tone with a 72-yard run to begin with. And look, I think we're not talking about the quarterback enough this year. Listen to what Trent Williams said about Brock Purdy. This is a Hall of Fame left tackle. One of the greats to ever play the game. I believe ranked number 2 at PFF. Tyron Smith is number 1, the Dallas left tackle. He's ranked number 2 right now in the game. And listen to what he said. He knows quarterbacking. He's watching the film. Listen to what he said about people talking about Brock Purdy.
You go back game after game, that's what he's been doing. Last time we was at home, he had a long throw against Tampa with B.A. down the sideline. Obviously, he hit Kittle for a long play. I don't get why people say he's a system quarterback. I got to show you more, because no system quarterback makes tight window throws before they're there, throwing people open, putting the ball into a window and trusting this receiver to get there. Layering balls over linebackers who are in good position and still getting the ball over their head, getting it to the playmaker. Just so accurate. You watch a lot of his throws, the accuracy gives them guys a chance to run after the catch.
Now, look, he had a couple of beautiful throws in this game. Let's talk about a couple of the bad ones real quick, just to get them off the chest. Like the interception off Ayuk's hand. I don't know. I'd like to talk to Ayuk, and I'd like to talk to Brock Purdy and find out, was Ayuk supposed to keep going on that? Purdy pump faked. I thought Ayuk was already open. He hesitated. Then he threw it, and it was inaccurate based off where Ayuk was. But should Ayuk have kept going? I don't know. Is he supposed to sit down, and Purdy just was errant with that pass? I'm not sure. But he came back on the very next drive. It's 10-7. 10-7. He hits Ayuk on a slant. Then a CMC run. And then Brendel gives up a sack. Purdy climbs in the pocket, throws a little check down to Debo. It's 3rd and 11. In a perfectly formed pocket, he climbs up, steps into his throw, and throws an absolute beautiful bomb to Debo Samuel. Debo catching a 50-yard bomb over the top? Are you kidding me? Debo Samuel? And that was when they separated from the Seahawks, right then and there. I mean, Brock Purdy, he hits, and look, he had a throw to Kittle that I thought was a beautiful throw, but it did lead him into getting blasted early in this game. He had a couple of throws in there pinned up in their own red zone, in their own goal line, going the other way. And just a couple of, I don't think you're seeing the field real well. But if you give him a guy over the top, the Ayuk scramble out to the left, throw over the top, layer throw, dime. The George Kittle seam route, beautiful toss, in stride, perfectly thrown so he could go underneath it and run past everyone. This dude is a baller, an absolute baller. Let's go to Z in Canada. Z, step right up, no waiting. 888-957-9570. We got a couple of lines open. Line them up. Z in Canada, what do you got on the Niners? How good is it to be a Niner fan this morning?
Hey, Butcher, thanks for pointing out all those Brock Purdy throws. I'll point out one more. I think the best play he made all game was when Jamal Adams came off the edge, and he quickly dumped it down to Charlie Warner for 8 yards or whatever it was. And what that tells me is that this guy's playing out of his mind, but it reminds you of when Drew Brees was winning the division all those years with the Saints. Mm-hmm. It doesn't matter what inefficiencies were happening with the offensive line. If someone was injured, didn't matter. He would cover for those inefficiencies. Yep. If it was like a breakdown in this, he covers for those inefficiencies. And that's what I'm seeing with Brock. Yeah,
I mean, look, third and 11. You know what 3rd and 11 used to mean for Niner fans? Check down punt. And I'm not trying to even rip Jimmy. This is Alex. I'm going back to Alex Smith, Tim Rattay. 3rd and 11 meant we're throwing it 7 yards. We're getting tackled 2 yards before the chains, and we're punting. 3rd and 11, this dude is throwing deep bombs to Debo Samuel. Deep bombs. Now, quietly, Shanahan has been amazing at getting the ball back before halftime, scoring, and then receiving it to start the second half. Now, Seattle ended up getting the ball to start the second half, but what happened right before halftime? The Niners, there was a 3rd and 8. It's 1:06 to go. Debo's going to run a route. He gets kind of chipped, and the timing gets thrown off. And I thought Purdy threw behind him and late. But whatever. Whether the timing of the route was off, whether the throw was off, bad throw, bad timing, they weren't on the same page. They punt. Ball goes back to Seattle, and they're pinned in their own 8-yard line. You've got all 3 timeouts. You stuff Charbonnet. There's still 23 seconds left. You don't burn any of the timeouts. It was a little surprising to me. I wanted to see Shanahan get the ball back and try to get a field goal. That's just me. They've been so aggressive and so good at clock management and balancing those situations all year. I expected them to use a timeout there, or 2 timeouts, or 3, get the ball back and try to get a field goal or a touchdown. That's just me. Now, maybe they had a reasoning on why they didn't want to do it. I didn't hear him get asked that in postgame. But, we're nitpicking here, fellas. We're nitpicking. This Niner team is atop the NFC, and they just thumped out their own divisional opponent, beating them back-to-back years, Seattle, for the first time ever.
He actually did talk about that clock mismanagement.
I want to hear it.
At the end of the first half.
No, we went back and forth on it, and then I ended up not liking my decision. It's kind of right in between there. I had enough timeouts. We said no, then we said yes, and then I was confused because when they did take the 10 seconds off and it was after an incomplete completion, I couldn't figure out why they were running it again. None of us knew, so it was just an unusual rule. So I just talked to the ref, and he said it is a weird rule, but that's how they do it. Even if it's a dead ball, if you take a 10-second runoff, they can still start the clock. And once that started happening, and we were surprised by it, then we just let it go in at half.
Yeah, so what happened there is at their 8-yard line, and there's a scramble, and he's running out right. Drew Lock, he throws. There's a penalty on the play. There's about 55 seconds left, okay? And they're allowed to, once you get a penalty in that situation, you can get a 10-second runoff, and that's what Seattle accepted. And then it looked to me, I would love somebody to tell me I tried to watch the broadcast back, and I kind of was flying through that portion. They get down to 23 seconds, but if the play before, they could have called timeout, and they'd have 50 or so seconds. They didn't burn the timeout. Seattle then runs it. You stuff him. It would have been 3rd and long with 23 seconds left. You don't call a timeout again. I don't know. That whole sequence, I love that he admitted that maybe he made the wrong decision. All right, we're going to keep talking here. All right, your calls, 888-957-9570. Eagles lose. Cowboys and Niners atop of the NFC. Niners in the number 1 seed. Detroit loses. The Niners beat the Seahawks 2 times in 3 weeks. You got Debo going off, CMC going off, Ayuk going off, Kittle catching touchdowns. This defense suffocating opponents. A fight at the end of the game. This is the time to be a Niner fan. This is our year. Line them up. 888-957-9570. Your calls, more conversations. Niner Talk is what's coming up on the game, and it's sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
Unlimited possibilities. Bay Area is Draymond Green. The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky is live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Time for you to like and subscribe.
Man, I wanted my theme music. Where's my theme music? Punishment for me was missing the first show of the hour for yelling at Shasky Friday morning. That was my punishment, but I'm back, baby. Right. Shasky, great job holding it down. Look, I'm going to just jump right in. Division games aren't pretty. Division games are different. With that said, you have an offense, and I was looking this up last night because I think we do have something special here.
I'm saying.
Brock Purdy's playing the best football. There's not two guys on the planet playing better football than Brock Purdy. Not two guys on the planet. Running back, wide receiver, we'll see Tyreek tonight. There's not two players playing better football than Brock Purdy on the planet right now.
I think it's Dak and Purdy in terms of best quarterbacks this year.
And even I lean Brock because of the head-to-head matchup. I lean head-to-head.
Which is fair.
And I'm looking at the consistency.
I'm just trying to give Dak some love.
No, Dak deserves love.
I believe Dak right now is having a special season.
No, he is. He is. And we may see him down the line.
And thank you, Dak, yesterday.
Thanks, Dak, yesterday. They rolled the Eagles. Something's not right with the Eagles. Maybe they're gas. I don't know. But something's not right with them. They don't look good. But Brock Purdy is playing better football. I think he's playing as well as any 49er quarterback since 1994. And he may be having a better season than Steve Young in 94. We'll get to the data in a second. Debo and Ayuk. You got one of the best duels in 49ers history, at least in the last 40 years. These two guys are special. Debo has an outside chance at having over 1,000 yards receiving.
No, I think he's going to get it.
He might get it, Shasky.
He's at almost 800. You got Kittle over 800. They've got 4 more games.
And they're going bird hunt. They're 3-0 bird hunt right now.
Even if I go off of 16 games, because to me, like, the dilution of the numbers and everything off 17 games, that extra game does matter, right?
It does matter.
For like all time, go off 16 games. Right now, Purdy's on pace to break Garcia's record for passing, to have the most touchdowns in Niner history, and it looks like, to me, they're on pace to have 3,000-yard receivers.
Yeah,
That's
it might happen. It might happen.
A 1,500-yard runner.
Yeah, you may get a guy who may go for 2,000-yard all-purpose yards in Christian McCaffrey.
Crazy.
It's fun. It's funny. You settle into the TV because I gave the tickets to Ed and her friend and Baby Chess, so I'm settled into the TV, getting rid of the multi-view. And I missed the first play because I'm trying to figure everything out on YouTube. So I go to Hulu, right? I jump over to Hulu, said, what happened? Why the hell is the crowd going crazy? I rewinded back into that man, Christian McCaffrey, on the first play of the game.
His ability to slow step, stutter, and then explode through a hole at full speed, it's unmatched.
It's unmatched. The speed that Debo has when he gets the ball in his hands. The speed that Kittle has when he gets the ball in his hands. Third and Ayuk. Ayuk makes any play.
You know what I noticed yesterday that you brought up about Ayuk? His downfield blocking is so underrated.
First play of the game.
He just unbelievable job at sealing off guys that are bigger than him, safeties and sometimes linebackers. And then how about his ability to sprint downfield to get in front of someone? I actually thought Witherspoon made a hell of a play to even stop it from being a touchdown.
I love Christian McCaffrey getting up and pointing at Ayuk. It's like, that's you, dog.
Yes.
That's you. This play doesn't happen unless you're not blocking downfield. You get the line play. You get Fred Warner playing all around. This feels special. Brock Purdy, but it all starts with him. Shasky, he's throwing in stride, pinpoint spirals. And I'm thinking, what about the way he just resets his feet when he evades the rush out of the pocket? He evades the rush out of his pocket, and he's not quick to just run and try to get 5 yards. He's not going to, just deke and dunk it. He's keeping his eyes downfield while resetting his feet outside of the pocket and making sure that he's throwing accurately and on time. This guy throws a catchable football. I don't know if it's the most powerful football that's thrown in the NFL, Josh Allen and Justin Herbert and all these guys, but just in terms of hitting his receivers in stride, giving them the ability to get that yak, which the Niners lead in, that yak, yards after catch. Think about NFC here, folks. When he throws it on time, with spirals, with accuracy, I mean, there's not a player playing better than this guy right now. And I think he's having a better year to Steve Young did in 1994. I swear, because I think the competition has been stiffer for this version of the 49ers than it was back in 94. I'm not taking anything away from 94. That's a Super Bowl team, one of the greatest teams of all time. But strength of schedule that year, the Niners beat up on a lot of bad teams. They did what they had to do. There was one game that year. It was Dallas. You beat Dallas to get home field advantage. This year you had the gauntlet on both ends of the schedule, Shasky.
I mean,
think about that.
I'm trying to soak in what you're saying right now because Steve won the MVP that year, and when you bring his name up, people are triggered.
Yeah,
when you bring up Joe Montana, people are triggered. But Bonte, they had 12 explosive plays yesterday. by the definition of the NFL. Like, they were unbelievable yesterday. Yeah. And if you give this guy an opportunity to hit someone over the top, he doesn't miss. He's 64% completion on throws over 20 yards.
This is incredible.
64. He's 6 points higher than anyone else in the league.
I mean, listen to this offense yesterday, Shasky, because we're going to get to the lines. 888-957-9570. What Niners did what they had to do. After a big game against Philadelphia, they wake up against Seattle, and there was no letdown whatsoever. They go out and win and cover the spread. But this offense yesterday, Shasky,
give it to me,
averaged 9.9 yards per play yesterday. That marks the highest average yards per play in a single game since they had 9.9 against the Bills back in 2012, and they beat the Bills 45-3. 2012. 9.9 yards a play. They registered 527 total yards. So they did whatever they wanted to do. Sure, was there some hairy moments? Absolutely. Was there some stutters along the way? Absolutely. But they won that game going away. You saw all the explosives on display. So it's Purdy spreading the ball around. It's Ayuk doing this thing, going over 1,000 for the second consecutive season. There's Deebo Samuel, who has 5 touchdowns in 2 games. There's George Kittle. Hey, remember me at tight end? And then you got Christian McCaffrey. There's an embarrassment of riches. And we need to soak this in because this offense is not slowing down whatsoever in the month of December.
You know, there's an extra game. So, again, it's going to dilute some of the numbers. This has a chance to be the most prolific offense in 49er history. By the numbers, the data, the 2 best offenses in 49er history, 98-93. 6,800 yards, 61 touchdowns.
Wow.
And they're on pace to tie that in terms of touchdowns right now, 61 touchdowns. And to get close to 7,000 yards, all purpose. They're going to get the most first downs they've ever had. They're going to have the most explosive plays, and they're going to average the most points they've ever had. Like that's what you're looking at right now. Now, again, they get an extra game, so it's going to dilute it just a little. But you're looking at one of the most explosive Niner offenses of all time.
I believe it.
With a guy in his first full season. That's the thing I'm having a hard time wrapping myself around. Steve Young was in his 30s when he put together that MVP season. Now, he was a quote-unquote newer starter, but he was seasoned. Right. He had been there for multiple years. He had the trials and tribulations of losing in the playoffs.
Yep.
Brock Purdy has played 1 full season. I mean, B, outside of Buster Posey's first full season as a big leaguer, is there any player you could think of who hit the ground running, even Bosa's rookie year, doesn't come close to this?
I was going to say Bosa. Bosa, but this is the quarterback.
That's what I'm saying.
This is the quarterback. When he's touching the ball every single play. Now, Steph's rookie year was marred by some injuries. He had a late push. A lot of people don't remember his rookie year. The Buster Posey comparison this time around, when it comes to rookie seasons, the biggest impact, Buster had the 3-month stretch. It's Brock Purdy.
Right?
By a long shot. I swear to God, Shasky, I'm watching this game, and I'm thinking to myself in the third quarter, and I'm in awe of some of the passes he's making yesterday, just on time, in rhythm. The play to Deebo Samuel. Greg Olson's on the broadcast. I don't know if you watched the broadcast version back in, but Greg Olson's on the broadcast, and look at Deebo's just got out there jogging. Purdy puts it out there, and did you see his second gear speed? And Purdy just knew. I'm sitting there watching. I can't believe I'm about to say this. I said, I think we're watching a future statue guy in Brock Purdy. It feels like we're watching a future statue guy.
You're ready to say that? Wow.
No, I don't know why I'm ready.
No.
It's his first full season. And I'm saying, how is he going to regress in this offense with these weapons? He's not.
Well,
he's not. He left some stuff on the table yesterday, and he still threw for over 300 yards. He still had the touchdown passes. And I'm thinking to myself, I might be watching a future statue guy.
I mean, Bonte, when you're I sit in the end zone like you sit in the end zone, and you're watching it, and I'll say, got him. That means he's got a guy with a step or two, right? When I say got him, he always gets him. He always hits that guy. Like yesterday, the George Kittle play, you could see it developing, and I was like, he's got him. And before I could even say it, he's already ripping it. And it's slowly layered over the linebackers, over the safety. On the play with Brandon Ayuk. Brandon Ayuk's coming across. There was a check down. He didn't want the check down.
He doesn't want him.
He allowed Ayuk to get open a little more and then threw the ball just in front of Brandon Ayuk to where the safety couldn't even make a play on it. I don't think people realize rolling to your left, resetting your feet, and throwing that ball on the throw the way he did on the line, the way he did with Ayuk moving, the degree of difficulty is through the roof.
Now, the benefit of being at home is you can replay replay that play over and over and over. And I just wanted to see how Brock Purdy reset his feet.
It's beautiful. It was like a shortstop.
Right, it was like a shortstop. He rolled out. Yep. He's looking downfield. Oh, I have time. I have patience. There's a calmness to him in the pocket where, look, I don't want to get on Jimmy Garoppolo, but I think we could all agree with Jimmy G, at times it just felt like the play was just rushed. It felt like there was just panic in the pocket. Like, if I don't get it out in 3 seconds, then I got to get rid of it somehow. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
You know how many plays we saw where it's like, there's no extensions of the play. With Brock Purdy, it's like, okay, well, 1001, 1002, 1003. Wait, it's not there. Let me roll out a little bit. Let me see if I can find something. Yeah. And he's just he's got the total patience. He's got the patience of a shortstop, like you said, when the play is in the hole and he's getting the ball out of his glove. And he flips the hips. I'm like, this guy is so patient. So it felt like at times I'm like, wow, this guy's going to be a good one for a long time. Well, when you have those traits this young in your career, this early in your career, there's no going back.
He sees the field. There was a play, he could have ran for a first down, but Wagner's out on the edge. It's 3rd and 3, 3rd and 4. They're in the red zone. And he runs out to allow the linebacker to come up to him, and then he looks back to the middle of the field, and then bang, hits Debo. Should have been a touchdown on the Debo play, and Debo plows 3 or 4 guys, and then Shanahan thankfully gives Debo the little end-around play, and he gets that touchdown right there. But, like, you either have that or you don't. His feel for the game is unbelievable. And I thought the offensive line didn't give him a lot of time. On the Debo bomb, he had a great platform to throw off of. Outside of that, I thought he was hurried a lot.
Feliciano didn't have his best game yesterday.
Why wasn't Burford playing?
Burford was out with the injury. He was deemed out. I think it was a knee, if I'm not mistaken, before the game. But I got the alert before the game, like, when they showed you.
Yeah, I know. I'm walking in and Burford's not gonna, Drew Lock starting.
Because Burford played well last week in Philly.
He did.
He played well. So I think Burford is a little better than Feliciano because Greg also was diagramming it. They were on his studs, loops to Feliciano's side there. So you missed him. And look, some of these injuries, Hargrave, today's not the day to freak out over, but Armstead, Hargrave, Charvarius Ward, there's some things you got to fix here.
You know who I haven't brought up in the first hour and a half? I thought Javon Kinlaw had a really good game.
Javon Kinlaw's played some good
I
ball.
crushed this guy for multiple years. And at times he's deserved it. But when you play well, you also deserve praise. And I think that Javon Kinlaw's looked really good.
No, he has.
And I thought Cleveland Farrell made plays.
Cleveland Farrell was in the backfield.
I thought Randy Gregory made a play.
No doubt.
These other guys, Chase made a play.
No, he was good. Kinlaw deserves his love. This offense, though, Shasky, to me, I've been waiting for the offense to catch up to the defense under Shanahan. And this is the year, finally. We always discuss this. Can the offense pick up the defense at any point in time? Well, the defense gave up 16 points yesterday. I'll live with that. Every single week, you give up 16 points, you're going to give your team a chance to win, especially with this offense.
The only thing that it was frustrating from the defensive point of view is that they gave up some wide open throws that, to me, there was just some blown coverages. Like the Noah Fant play, he's wide open. You can't have that.
You can't have that.
And there was a couple of
the screenplay was just a beautiful design. That was beautiful by Shea Walder.
Well, that was what the Niners ran against them up in Seattle 2 years ago.
Yeah, no, that was beautiful. The Thursday night game last year. Yeah.
The double screen to the wide open tight end in the middle. No, it was perfectly timed. Yep. They also threw, I thought, Kenneth Walker had one of the great runs. It looked like a punt return where he shifted field multiple times, and we just missed 5 or 6 tackles.
They had their moments. Seattle was going to be desperate. This was a desperation game for them. They've lost 3 straight. Now they fall below 500. They've lost 4 straight, 6 and 7. Lost their 5th straight to the 49ers. So I expected the game to be ugly at times. It's divisional games. Divisional games sometimes are just a little different.
I agree with that.
Seattle was going to come differently. They were going to come with a little more urgency.
And they had 3 extra days of rest.
3 extra days of rest and a little more urgency after what happened on Thanksgiving night. But this offense, Shasky, I can't get over it. Brock Purdy, 368 passing yards. Brandon Ayuk goes for 126 in the pass game. Deebo Samuel gets you another 7 for 149. Christian McCaffrey with 145 rushing yards. The 49ers became the first team to have at least one player with 300 or more passing yards, 2 players with 100 or more receiving yards, and 1 player with 100 or more rushing yards in the same game since the Ravens did it back in 2002. It also marked the first time this team has accomplished that feat in a single game since that Buffalo game I referenced earlier when they beat the Bills 45-3 in 2012, and Alex Smith had over 300 passing yards. Vernon Davis had 100. Michael Crabtree had 100, and Frank Gore had 100 rushing yards, but it didn't look like this. It didn't look like this.
Look around the league right now at all the young quarterbacks, and you see a lot of up and down, and they don't have teams as good as the Niners, but you have to make the most of your situation. Trevor Lawrence has been up and down. Even C.J. Stroud had a tough game, and he got knocked up in that game yesterday. Russell Wilson up and down. You know what I mean? He's a Hall of Famer. Mahomes crying and whining. crying and whining, and he's an old-time legend. Herbert hasn't looked great this year. There are some quarterbacks around the league that haven't looked good. This guy has looked phenomenal outside of a couple of fourth quarters.
Yep. Five-quarter stretch.
That's how critical we are of this guy's play. He's been brilliant.
3,553 passing yards, 25 touchdown passes, 7 interceptions. Let's go to the Lions, man. It's your show, not our show, on a Monday, a Victory Monday that is on the Morning Roast, 888-957-9570. Let's go to Joel in San Jose. Joel, what's happening? You're on the roast.
It is nothing better than a win Monday. Welcome, Bonte, to the show. This team is incredible. It's probably my favorite team in the last 30 years. 94 will give them that. There's difference makers at every freaking level. We can go all up and down the roster. We all know about it. For me, the difference maker on this team for the culture and the way we play football is Deebo freaking Samuel. In the first quarter of that terrible Cleveland game, he goes out with the shoulder. And then for the next 3 weeks, we get a little weird. We get a little off track. We hit the bye. And Deebo comes back, and then we just start punching people in the mouth. He brings the physicality. He walks out in the tunnel. He's got the boombox. He's dancing. He's creating culture. And when he gets on the field, he makes you feel the pain. You do not tackle Deebo Samuel. Deebo Samuel tackles you.
You almost nailed it. Joel.
He was so close.
But he was so close. You see Brandon Ayuk there, 6 catches on 9 targets, 21 yards a catch for Brandon Ayuk. But Deebo Samuel, and it's a great reminder of what this guy is. He's an all-time 49er. And when you remember we had the deep philosophical conversation back in training camp. Remember we did a deep dive on Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel and what they could present to a defense and what they present for this football team. And they're both different. Deebo Samuel, whatever position you want to label him as, I just call him a playmaker because a guy knows how to make plays.
Yes.
His hands have gotten better, Sasky. He catches a lot with his hands and not his chest.
Yes.
And then to run after the catch. Like, I don't know what his 40 time is, but whenever he gets the ball in his hands and he gets ahead of steam, it's rare that he gets caught from behind.
It's the Jerry Rice-like quality where he doesn't get caught from behind, but he's so much more physical than Jerry was on those plays. But, forever, Jerry's like, I didn't run the fastest 40, but nobody caught me from behind.
Nobody caught him from behind.
I mean, he's unbelievable. He's got 4 receiving touchdowns this year. He's got 5 rushing touchdowns this year. He's got 900 yards from scrimmage. 900.
He basically missed 3 games.
He's had a really good bounce-back season. He's got 4 more games to go. I mean, you're looking at a guy who's going to have double-digit touchdowns again.
And he looks faster. He feels faster. I wonder if Deebo feels like he's faster. Here's Deebo Samuel after the game.
I wouldn't say I'm faster. It's just like when I'm in the open field, I think I just got another gear that people haven't seen. So they're like, yo, Deebo ain't no use that fast, but really can move.
No, he can move. And then you get Ayuk on the other side. But it's about Brock. It all starts with him. You need a quarterback, and I don't want to hear this, oh, man, he has all these weapons. Well, you know what? Peyton Manning had all those weapons, and he got 1 Super Bowl. All right? He had Marvin Harrison, Reggie Wayne, who was the tight end, Dallas Clark. He had Brendan Stokely in his slot. He had Joseph Adai or Edgerrin James. Nobody complained. What did we do? We gave Peyton Manning MVPs.
Dominic Rhodes.
Yeah. So what's bad that Super Bowl? Wasn't bad, but seriously, we never made excuses for Peyton.
No.
We don't make excuses for Kurt Warner. We didn't make excuses for Steve Young and Joe Montana. Let's stop making excuses for Brock Purdy.
And
he's doing what he needs to do with these weapons.
Well, we're acting like Jalen Hurts isn't throwing to Devontae and A.J. Brown.
I know. With Dallas Carter.
I mean, come on. Yeah, every guy has playmakers. Now, he might have a couple more than others, but that's how teams choose to allocate their funds. And when the time comes, one day down the line, we'll figure out the financial component with Brock, and we'll see what the roster is. I don't know if anyone picked up on this. There was a subtle Ian Rappaport tweet that went out in the morning.
Yep.
The salary cap is going to go up by at least $18 million next year.
Right. That helps.
Yeah.
That helps.
Yeah, that helps a lot. And the Niners are going to be the benefactor of that. So let's just say 2 years from now, if it goes up at the current rate, you're looking at an extra $40 million from today's day at minimum of what the salary cap's going to go up to.
Yep.
Stop worrying about trading people away. The Niners have been very frugal and very good when it comes to allocating their money over the last 2 seasons. They're going to be fine. They're going to be fine.
Are you talking about in terms of just re-signing Ayuk and re-signing Chase Young? If they want Brandon Ayuk is going to be a Niner for a very long time. We don't need to be in a hurry to trade this guy and say, oh, we need to pick and choose. I never got that conversation over the last 2 years about picking and choosing between Debo and Ayuk. We always talked. Yes. I was like, what about just keeping both? Yes. Don't you want more playmakers?
At minimum, and I know Seattle's somewhere going like, I can't wait till they pay Brock Purdy. At minimum, you can't give him anything for 3 years.
Yeah, no doubt.
It's not hitting your books.
No.
So everyone needs to take a deep breath. We're fine financially.
Fine. They're always going to be.
And by the way, B, I don't know if you're paying attention to this, but you look up, and I know he didn't have the greatest game yesterday. He did have a couple of pass deflections and a really big hit in the backfield. Nick Bosa is going to get double-digit sacks again this year, and it's been a down year.
He may get it this Sunday. He may get it this Sunday against the Arizona Cardinals in a down year. But you know what? You know what's so good about Bosa, though? You can see that he's saving his best for last.
100%.
He's got some juice now.
I thought he was in the backfield. There's one play where actually Drew Lock climbed up in the pocket and ran for it, and Drake Greenlaw came in and gave him the old woo-wap. But Bosa was in the backfield a lot.
I honestly thought it was his best game of the season.
Really?
Yeah.
Without a sack.
Bosa was in that backfield every single play. And then Greg Olsen, the broadcast version, once you do that, the broadcast version shows that Bosa at times is lining up at D tackle.
Yeah,
he's lining up in the A gap.
Yeah,
he was lined up inside. He was playing in loopy games. He was running some stunts. I thought that was Bosa's best game. 97 was in the backfield damn near every play.
And now, did you notice Kevin Givens has been solid?
Solid, very solid.
I mean, I look at these D tackles. I'm like, stop overpaying in free agency for D tackles. You can get a guy like Kevin Givens who's giving you great production.
No doubt. And you know what? Let Armstead rest. If you could buy rest for one more week
on that.
Let's do it.
Did you see Mook Dog wearing his 91 jersey to the stadium?
I did see that. Mook Dog loves Eric Armstead. That video that they posted last week when Armstead was going to get nominated for Men of the Year, the Walter Payton Men of the Year, you saw Kinlaw damn near choking up. That's his guy. He's helped Kinlaw in a lot of ways, be a mature human being, being a better guy in the community. Who knows, man? Maybe you see re-sign Kinlaw from the low. You get a hometown discount.
Seeing Charlie Warner out there yesterday, I flipped to the offensive side. I want Zach Ertz. I hope they go get Zach Ertz.
Zach Ertz might be coming.
I want him.
Why would Zach Ertz want to come here and finish his career where it all started?
We've been waiting for a second tight end. We had Jordan Reed, who was hurt week 1, and then Kittle got hurt, and then Reed came back and Kittle was out. We haven't had 2 legitimate tight end receiving options in forever.
It's been a long time.
Since Delonte Walker, Vernon Davis.
And then who's that before that? Who's our boy on 49ers Access? Jamie Williams. Jamie Williams.
Well, he had Eric Johnson in between.
Yeah.
Eric Johnson.
Jamie Williams, Brent Jones.
His biggest catch. Anybody. Eric Johnson's biggest catch was off the field. You don't know Jessica Simpson?
No, I knew.
Spadoni looked at me crazy.
You got to Google it.
He married Jessica Simpson.
Yeah. No, Jesse Wade, 199. Can we please?
Nick Lachey, I thought.
Nick Lachey at first.
At first.
He made a bounce back. He's doing something. Jesse Wade, 199. Can we bring back Howard, the Eagles guy, please? Howard, that's good. Now we're going to let them chill for a couple weeks.
I enjoyed that game so much.
Let them chill for a couple weeks.
I've never rooted for the Cowboys, navy, white, silver, whatever the hell their colors are. I was rooting for them. CeeDee Lamb drops that ball to start the third quarter. I'm going, oh, no. Oh, no. And then Dak wants to give it away on that strip sack. I'm like, what are they doing? I need them to win this game. Thankfully, they did end up winning that game.
I thought they were going to, 24-6. They were up very
You didn't have a little pause?
Nah, not yesterday. Eagles did not look
First time in NFL history, 59 or more yards twice?
I went against them in fantasy football, so I may be out of a couple playoff spots because of that kicker. Now, I ended up playing them in 3 matchups yesterday. How did I play against Aubrey in the last week of the season? So let's go to Jason in San Jose. Jason, what's happening?
Hey, guys. I just want to say thank you for taking my call. I know the Niners did great, and they've done well all year. Just a little worried about Brandon Ayuk. Want to get your guys' take on it. And are you guys worried about the Cardinals this Sunday for a trap game? Because I know they had a bye week, and I know in the past.
Why are you worried about Ayuk first? Why are you worried about Ayuk?
Because he fumbled the ball.
Well, that was just a really nice play by Julian Love, I thought. And then he bounced back and made a play after that.
Like McCaffrey's fumbled this year inside the 5-yard line. Things happen.
And Debo's fumbled at times. They've had, I thought the bigger one was the miscommunication. I don't know what happened. Purdy steps up in the pocket, the interception. He steps up, and I thought he had a window to throw to Ayuk, but he kind of hesitated. And then I don't know if he expected Ayuk to keep coming or for Ayuk was supposed to sit down. I'm not sure what happened. But that one off of Ayuk's hands, that can't happen. You can't turn the ball over in the middle of the field that way.
Is he gone?
Yeah, I guess he's gone.
Right,
the Ayuk strip, I'm not worried about all. That happens.
That happens. Let's go to...
and did you see Steve Wilkes on the sideline tell him, we'll get it back for you?
We'll get it back.
And they did.
Steve Wilkes is just chilling. That defense is... Fred Warner. Hey. By the way, Fred Warner. You see him trying to get that pick at the end?
Of course.
I mean, Fred Warner is everywhere. Sideline to sideline. I don't know if you saw him blow up that screen.
That was awesome.
Where he just hit behind the lineman and just snipes through. Yes. I mean, Fred Warner's playing it. I'm telling you, man, that was to me, that was one of the more pleasing victories of the season.
I'm with you on that.
A divisional opponent, a desperate Seattle team with Pete Carroll, and it was the Niners who read the fake. Well, I don't know if Wisnowski got the green light for that, but it was a beautiful design, even though it didn't count.
He went 20 miles per hour on that run. No, I'm not joking. Kyle Shanahan said it. Listen to this.
Oh,
my bad. I tried to set it up. My bad. I thought you were looking at me.
Here, I'll play.
That was Ayuk and Purdy miscommunicating on the pass right there.
I don't really know what happened on it. I think he just hesitated a little bit. I haven't got to talk to him personally. I don't know if he thought it was going to get blocked or if he bobbled the snap a hair or he just had a glitch, but it was a good one because when he paused and stuff and saw the edge, it was obviously a clean look and he didn't hesitate for it. And I was just told he hit over 20 miles per hour on it, so that's real cool. I know Ronnie felt bad about it, but wish we could have avoided that.
Shanahan with some jokey jokes. That's how you know he's feeling good. By the way, Brock Purdy, this last 5 games, Shasky. Now, again, he doesn't know what passer rating is, so I'm going to fall behind Brock Purdy in terms of passer rating, but it's 136. He's thrown for 1,520 yards, 13 touchdown passes, 2 interceptions in the 5 games coming off the bye week. Think about that. 1,500 yards, 1,520.
Crazy.
13 touchdown passes, 2 interceptions coming off the bye.
Yeah, he's looked phenomenal.
I mean, the completion percentage, 73%. He's completing passes out there at a 73% clip. He's averaging 11.3 yards per attempt. I mean, these are not just MVP numbers. He's playing at a Hall of Fame level, right? I'm not saying he's a Hall of Famer or whatnot, but this is the type of plays. Like, when you watch Mahomes, there's a calmness, right? You watch, well, not Josh Allen so much because he's throwing a pick every game. He can't help himself.
He's carrying that team, though.
But when you look at the top quarterbacks year in and year out, and what separates them? The calmness in the pocket, the way they extend plays, looking downfield, taking advantage of the deep shots, being accurate, throwing spiral, all this stuff. He's doing it.
Yeah.
He's doing it. Like this guy yesterday, I don't even know. You got the Tampa Bay game, you got the Arizona game, you got the Philly game. He just continues to play his best football at the right time, and he's doing it on the stages here where you want to win the MVP awards. You want individual accolades, or you get it done during its time. And he's done that since the 5 weeks, since the bye week, Shasky.
He's unflappable. Like, that's the number one thing for me. The guy, the pocket was collapsing. He had to scramble. He had to climb up in it. He got a couple of sacks early. Felt like they were on some of their short yardage stuff, like these little in routes. He almost got Kittle killed early on. And then, boom, oh, you're going to give me some over the top?
Right.
None of the stuff that I've done earlier matters. I'm just going to hit this dude in stride.
Right. In stride.
He's
in stride. Shasky.
The throw to Debo was an unbelievable throw.
It was a
Debo
drag route.
He didn't break stride at all.
I know, at all.
He didn't slow down one step.
And think about the window he'd have to throw that in. There's a free safety over the top. There's somebody underneath, and he hits Debo in stride for an easy. And it was perfect. Debo's talking about it and said, I'm not sure if I'm running full speed or not. So not only that, you frustrate DK Metcalf, you get him kicked out the game, and you got to go back and watch. Dude, you got to go back and watch it because Greg Olsen goes, DK's one of those guys where things aren't going his way and he's losing. He kind of loses it a little bit.
Did you hear what Fred Warner said to him?
No.
Oh, Fred Warner said this to DK Metcalf. Listen to Fred here.
Yeah, I don't know what happened, man. I told him he tackles really well, and then for some reason he didn't like that, and I guess what happened, and it's unfortunate, man. He got to learn to keep his composure, but happy we came out with the dub.
He tackles well.
He tackles well, and he didn't like it. Greg Olsen goes, when things aren't going this way, he throws little tantrums.
I mean, Charvarius Ward, on one of the first plays of the game, I thought he should have had a pick.
Should have.
They threw one up, and he makes a great play. Second play, they throw to DK short, and then Ward, I'm watching him. I go, uh-oh. He pointed at his groin and just, limped off the field. And I'm like, oh, boy, here we go. And I thought Drew Lock threw a gorgeous back shoulder laser to DK. That DK got his beautiful footwork in. But after that, nothing from DK.
Here's DK's thoughts on the scuffle. I heard DK earlier. Here's DK Metcalf
let's hear it.
on what happened there at the end of the game where he got ejected alongside Deommodore Lenoir.
You want to call it frustration? Yeah, it was frustration, but from my side, he hit me in the back of the head, so I just retaliated from that.
You believed he still had the ball when you tackled him the first time, right?
I'm sorry.
You thought he still had the ball when you tackled him the first time?
Yeah.
Before he allowed it? Yeah. And that's why you threw him to the ground, and then he retaliated. In your mind, he retaliated. He hit you first after you threw him down. Is that what happened?
I'm sorry. What are you asking?
I'm asking. In your mind, that wasn't an illegal hit because you thought he had the ball.
In my mind, when I see a pick, I turn into a defensive player.
Right.
I mean, defensive players don't get mad when they tackle me and suplex me like that. So, yeah, that's what I was doing. I was making the tackle for my team.
I love the Niners are known for their suplexes. I mean, is any other team in the NFL known for suplexes more? Dre Greenlaw laid a couple.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, Drew Lock, be careful around Dre Greenlaw. He got thrown so hard to the ground. Bosa almost got that sack on that play. And he comes scrambling out to the right, and here comes Dre Greenlaw, and he just puts him down. Dre Greenlaw also almost knocked himself out.
Yeah, I know. Dre Greenlaw's out of control.
I love it.
And I love I wouldn't take it away from him. You need a nasty guy like that on defense, but I just can't get over this offense. Because, again, I'm looking at the Niners in 94. And I thought this coming into the season, maybe we'll have the best offense since 98. I think this offense blows away the 98 offense. But even the 94 offense, which
they're more balanced.
They're more balanced probably, but they had one 1,000-yard receiver, and that was Jerry Rice. He had 1,500 yards receiving.
Just 1,500.
Just 1,500. Ricky Waters surprisingly didn't rush for 1,000 yards. He had 877. 877. Only averaged 3.7 yards a carry. This is the 94 team. 3.7 yards per carry. But he also had 719 yards receiving.
Just that.
So he had over 1,500 yards all-purpose yards.
So who's the second leader rusher, Amp Lee or Derek Lavelle?
That year was William Floyd.
William Floyd.
William Floyd, 305. Mark Logan, 143. Remember Mark Logan, number 43, with the kick returns.
Mark Logan, the big shoulder pads.
Yep, huge shoulder pads. Huge. So, 1,000-yard receiver.
Logan.
The second most on this team was Brent Jones with 670. John Taylor third with 531. So, when you look at this team, you may have 3 1,000-yard receivers.
That's what I'm saying.
You may have 3 of them. Not 1, but 3.
And you have the leading rusher in the NFL. How many times has that happened? I bet that's never happened in the NFL.
I bet
if you have the leading rusher in the league and multiple 1,000-yard receivers.
Right. That's insane, right? Now, Steve Young that year was just shy of 4,000 yards. He was 31 yards shy, of 31 yards.
What do you go, 36 and 8?
4,000 yards.
36 and 8 that year?
Yeah.
36 touchdowns, 8 interceptions?
Yep. So
that's the all-time
35 and 10.
Okay.
35 and 10. So 35 touchdown passes, 10 interceptions, threw for 3,969 yards.
So do you guys want to hear the 2000? So I think this is a good comp. The greatest show on turf.
Give it to me.
That season, 2000, when they ended up beating the Titans in the Super Bowl. Kurt Warner, 3,400 passing yards.
So Purdy already has more.
Marshall Faulk, 1,300 rushing yards.
Which means McCaffrey, one more game, he'll get over that.
He's got 1,177 right now.
Isaac Bruce, 1,400.
Oh, that's where Ayuk's on target for.
Torrey Holt, 1,600.
Wow, that's the difference. But see, we split those up between Kittle. We split that up with Kittle and Debo.
Well, they're tight end. Who was their tight end that year?
Roland Williams.
Yeah, Roland, the former Raider.
He had 11 catches for 102 yards.
Yeah, they didn't throw it to the tight end at all.
And how many receiving yards for Marshall Faulk?
I'm just looking at his rushing stats. I can get that in a sec.
Yeah,
and then Az Hakim.
Az Hakim.
Az Hakim was also
was it Ricky Prohl?
Ricky Prohl was in their 4-5 receiver. But you have Ayuk with 1,053. You have George Kittle with 811. You have Deebo Samuel with 739, and Deebo Samuel basically missed 3 games.
He's going to get 1,000.
You may have 3 1,000-yard receivers. Like, that's insane.
I know.
And then the 1,500-yard rusher in Christian McCaffrey. And the 4,000-yard passer.
Well, and Ayuk to do it back-to-back years on this team is very important because the last time that happened, it's only happened 5 times in Niner history, back-to-back 1,000-yard receiving. Jerry Rice did it 11 straight times. Just
11 straight
Just for
times.
a sec. 86 to 96. 11 straight 1,000-yard seasons.
We got bored with his greatness.
And by the way, it's also with a straight shortened season in 87. I don't think people realize it. 11 straight. Kittle did it. And then obviously Anquan Bolden's the last wide receiver to do it.
Yep. I mean, this is we finally have an offense that can carry the defense on a bad day. We finally have that offense, folks. You have to score at least 24 to be in a conversation to try to win a football game with the 49ers. You score 16, that's an automatic L.
It is.
Like, you have to score at least 24 to beat this football team moving forward. All right, let's go to Roger in New York City. Roger, what's happening?
What's up, Raj?
How we doing, guys? How we doing?
Good, man. Good.
I'm watching the best Niner team I can remember in a long time. That's what it feels like. They got to go out and do it, but God, it feels like the best team in them forever.
Oh, I agree. I agree definitely. I want to say you guys are the best radio show on air. You guys' energy is so infectious. It's just ridiculous.
Thank you.
But what I want to say is, like, the national media. Like, I know Super Bowl is the goal, right? But the national media and this asphyxiation they have with, like, Dak Prescott and Tyreek Hill and their stats this year. You look at Purdy's stats. He has 100 less pass attempts than Dak Prescott.
It's crazy.
And better numbers overall.
Yes.
with a bottom 10 O-line, if we're being honest, you know. And it's just it's sad. And as far as Tyreek goes, he's having a great year. But CMC's on pace for over 2,000 scrimmage yards, and he already has 17 touchdowns compared to 12 for Tyreek. I mean, he's got 1,177 rushing, 400 receiving. He's at 16 plus right now, where Tyreek's at 1481. Like, give us some credit. Like, give our guys some credit. This offense, like you guys said, is just ridiculous. Thanks for my call. I love you guys. Keep the great work.
All right, thanks, Roger. All the way out there in New York City. He said a lot of good stuff there. Well, it is insane. It's the Niners, by the way. They have the number 1 seed right now. And we'll get into that in a second because I heard a conversation about it earlier today about keeping the number 1 seed. I want the 1 seed. Worry about the rest later. But go ahead, Shasky. I know you have something
it's just
to say.
I'm looking at what Brock Purdy's done this year, and it's spectacular. And right now, you're looking at if he doesn't play another game, he's played 13. If he doesn't play another game, you're looking at a top 10 individual quarterback season in Niner history. If he doesn't play another game, like, I think that's what people need to stop and like appreciate. He's already been more efficient and better than Jimmy G's 2019, which was a great year.
Right.
Like. You guys, we can argue about how great, Jimmy was in the playoffs. The season was a great season.
But Purdy's it ain't this. It's not this.
No, Purdy's already been more efficient and more dynamic and more explosive than him. You're looking at a guy who is on pace to have the greatest individual 49er passing season ever. A 116 quarterback rating. Now, when I was young, Montana, this quarterback rating thing, that's what everyone hung to. Like, oh, look at the efficiency, the data, look at what he's doing and all that. He's going to have touchdowns, and the touchdown to interception ratio is incredible. Yards per attempt, he's going to have yards, completion percentage. Pick the metric of how you're looking. The only thing he's going to fall short of is fourth quarter comebacks and game-winning drives because he puts teams away in 3 quarters. That's the only thing that he's not going to have when it comes to the merits.
Let me ask you. How good does it feel when you're at Levi Stadium, as you were yesterday, and you're leaving that stadium, and you're going to the car, whether it's with your nephews, your wife, and just walking out the stadium knowing that, got a quarterback.
They win going away.
Right. Like, think about that.
It's the best.
It's the best, right? We talk quarterback for every single offseason since I've been here at 95.7 game. You and I have talked incessantly about the Niners quarterback situation in the offseason. And last year was no difference with the Trey situation and Brock Purdy coming back from torn ACL, but just how good does it feel? And I don't know how the season's going to end up, but it just feels good. And there's something soothing about knowing, damn it, we have a quarterback.
2011 is one of those seasons, because it came out of nowhere, that I'll never forget.
Yep.
I'll never forget it. The defense was unreal. Frank Gore was great. Harbaugh, Alex had a great year after we were ready to throw him out. Like, it was a great year. Great year. Monte, I could go to the bathroom when we were on offense, and I wouldn't miss anything.
Right.
I wouldn't miss anything. If I go to the restroom, if I go to the concession stands, I am guaranteed to miss one explosive play.
Dude.
And I'm going to look up and go, what happened? What'd I miss? And I'm running to watch one of the jumbo screens so I can find out what I missed. If you turn your head for a second, you miss a 72-yard run, a 50-yard ball.
I literally try to get through YouTube multi-view to get the Niners game up. And I'm thinking, what did I miss? And I run to the iPad to put it on the Hulu so I wouldn't see the play on the screen. And you missed a 70-plus yard run by McCaffrey on the first play of the game.
It gives me all the elements of that elite defense that we had in 2011 with the explosiveness of my favorite Niners teams from the 90s and 80s that I ever loved. Again, I don't know what it ends up. But right now, this is one of the best Niner teams I've ever seen. They got to go finish it.
They
but God,
finish.
they're awesome.
This
Enjoy it, Niner fans.
Injury report. All right, quickly, Niners had a few guys banged up in yesterday's win. Charvarius Ward, a cornerback, suffered a groin injury early in the first half, did not return. Defensive tackle Javon Hargraves was dealing with a hamstring injury. You got to get him right because he was solid when he was playing yesterday. Linebacker Oren Burks was having issues with his knee. Dre Greenlaw had a hip injury. Of those four, only Greenlaw made it back into the game, so you got to get healthy. You don't want to falter here in December with some injuries here. You got to stay healthy and keep that number one seed afloat. We'll continue to talk about that, this offense, Brock Purdy, and your phone calls. 888-957-9570. The injury report brought to you by Boxer and Gerson. Where's Hillary at now? They're losing 3-0 to the Vikings. That may have been the worst football game the NFL has ever produced in 40 years. Oh, my God. 3-0. Oh, give everybody a refund back who attended Allegiant Stadium. Pay for their flights, for crying out loud. Injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Your phone calls, 888-957-9570. Niners roll yesterday. They're now in first place in the NFC.
If you're looking to make
Oh, baby! How about them Niners? How about those 10-3 Niners? After losing through 3 straight, coming out of the bye week, we had no idea what team we were going to see in Jacksonville. But what we saw was a dominant team, 34-3. And 5 weeks later, we're talking about the most valuable player in the league, Brock Purdy. We're talking about possibly the coach of the year, Kyle Shanahan. We're talking about a team that snatched up the number 1 seed in the NFC yesterday. We watched the team go 3-0 during their bird hunting tour. We got another bird on deck next week with the Cardinals, then the Ravens on Christmas Day. And bird hunting's done. Well, maybe in the meantime. But this team is rolling right now. Rolling. 5 straight out of the bye week, folks. As we say, good morning to everybody out there. Get out their graveyard shift. Good morning to everybody out there on YouTube and Twitch, holding it down. We're seeing the numbers, man. Business is booming on YouTube. Of course, the Comcast Business Text Line, all the graveyard shift workers, overnight dancers, garbage men, cops, highway patrols, Spinoti, Lubbock. By the way, Lubbock, happy birthday, my man. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to Sam Lubbock and you, Joe Shasky. You was at the game yesterday watching Brock Purdy put on a clinic.
You know what? My big takeaway yesterday, and we could talk so much about what happened with the Eagles and how the Niners have now beaten the Seahawks twice this year and last year, meaning they've beaten them back-to-back years, and Purdy's, 4-5-0 against the Seahawks, and they also obviously beat them in the playoffs.
Imagine that, 4-0 against the Seahawks.
You know, when I was watching the 2017 Warriors, I remember it was like, wow, we got KD, we got Steph, we got Clay, we got Dre, we got Iggy. Like, it was an all-star team. That's what it felt like. And I remember watching Kent and Bonds, and it felt like with Jason Schmidt on the mound.
Right.
Wow, this is an all-star team.
Right.
That's what it felt like to me.
Yep.
You know, and so with Ellis Burks or whoever you want, like on
Reggie
that line.
Sanders.
Exactly. And like I'm watching this team yesterday, and I'm just sitting there and I'm going, Kittle, one of the top 2 or 3 tight ends in the game. Maybe the greatest Niner tight end ever. We'll see.
Yeah.
Debo. I mean, every team wishes they had Debo.
Wow.
Brandon Ayuk. Only a top 9 receiver this year in the NFL based on yardage. I think he could be higher than that when it's all said and done. I'm watching Trent Williams, maybe the greatest left tackle in 49er history, and you've got Bob St. Clair and Joe Staley and so many greats.
Wallace.
Harrison Barton.
Right.
Harris Barton, excuse me. So many greats. And then I'm looking at the other side. Bosa, Warner. I mean, are you kidding me? Dre Greenlaw.
Chase Young now.
We have talent everywhere. And
Deommodore
Lenoir like it.
Deommodore Lenoir at the nickel. This guy's legit.
And when I watch the Warriors, I go, is this the highest level of Warrior basketball I'm ever going to see? And I remember thinking that out loud in 2017.
Probably. Probably. There's not many NBA teams in the history of the game that could beat that 2016-17 Warriors team.
And quite frankly, what drove me crazy was when I would listen to people come on air every day and kind of poo-poo it. Well, the only thing that matters is can they win it all?
Right.
And I was always like, can we just soak this in?
Right.
So as a Niner fan, I'm sitting here, I'm going, I want to soak this in. I don't know, I know, Super Bowl or bust. You got to win.
We know that. That's the goal. We already know that.
It's obvious.
We know
to
that.
be one of the great teams of all time, or to be a great team, you got to go out and win the bust. But for right now, I feel like I'm watching the best team in the NFL. And I don't know if this is the best Niner team ever, but it sure feels like one of the best Niner teams I've ever seen. And I would love for them to go out and do it. But while we're along the journey, just appreciate what we're watching.
I mean, appreciate the fact that we may have 3 1,000-yard wide receivers. George Kittle, all of a sudden, you look up, he's at 8'11". Brandon Ayuk just secured his second consecutive 1,000-yard season as a wide receiver in a run-first offense. Yesterday, Brandon Ayuk averaged 21 yards per catch.
Come on.
21 yards per catch yesterday. On the season, Brandon Ayuk is averaging 18.8 yards per catch, Shasky. 18.8 yards per catch. Chunk plays.
That's like Deshaun Jackson numbers, right?
We're playing Madden right now.
I mean, come on.
Did you get the Debo Samuel?
That's Lynn Swan territory.
And I remember a couple weeks ago, we had some callers and we had some YouTubers saying, oh, Debo, he's so great. He only has this, and that. Well, you look up, and Debo Samuel has 739 yards receiving, and he's averaging 16.5 yards per catch. 16.5. So your 2 wide receivers are averaging over 16 yards per catch. I mean, how? I got to look at data to see what duo has ever produced something like that when it comes to yards per catch.
But here's the thing. Your eyes aren't lying to you.
No, they're not.
You're watching one of the great teams the Niners have ever assembled. And like on a day where they didn't even play their best game. They played like a B minus game. They blew the doors off of Seattle and should have won by 20.
So they covered the original spread, which was 10.5. So they covered the original spread. If you got it at 14, sucks for you. Sorry. Got to get it early, baby. Had to get it in early. But listen, so you get Christian McCaffrey.
And they turned it over twice.
They turned it over twice. It wasn't pretty, but division games usually are pretty.
No, I agree.
But you just beat Seattle for the 5th straight time.
And
Fifth straight time.
And Seattle had the 3 extra days of rest, which matters to me.
And they were desperate. Absolutely. They needed this game more than the Niners needed it. Well, the Niners could have lost this game and been good.
I hate to look ahead, but boy, that Seahawk-Eagle matchup.
On Monday Night Football?
I wouldn't sleep on Seattle in that one.
It's going to be massive. Philly's reeling right now. They're reeling with injuries. They don't have any linebackers. Their DBs are suspect.
And Cunningham comes back. He still looks weak.
No, their linebackers stink. They have no linebackers. They can't stop the run. They can't get after the passer. They can't get after the passer like they did last year. They had over 70 sacks last season. I don't even know if they're at 40 this year.
They should have put up 40, Dallas.
Took the gas off the pedal.
One down the sideline it should have walked into the end zone.
So Philly's really... And,
you reap what you sow, brother.
And on the way in, Shaska, I heard you talk about the number 1 seed. I'm with you 100%.
I want the number 1
seed. Go get the number 1 seed because everybody's worried about, well, Philly and Dallas, you may have to play them in the second round. Here's how I'm looking at everything. Detroit's really too. The Lions may not win a playoff game this year. They may get their home playoff game and have to play Green Bay and get the doors blown off them at Ford Field because they're not playing good football.
Totally
so
agree.
You may play a Green Bay, an LA Ram team, a Tampa Bay Buccaneer team, an Atlanta Falcon team in the second round, and Philly and Dallas may end up having to play each other in the second round anyway. Give me the week off. Give me the bye week. Give me 2 home games at Levi Stadium, and then you now don't have to travel out to West Coast time zone.
And I'll listen to the argument about matchups, but to me, when you're a physical run team, when you're a physical defense, that week off matters more to you than maybe any other team.
I think how fresh the Niners will be off that bye week, just like they were against Jacksonville.
I mean, look at how hard they hit.
Think about
this team needs a week off.
They need a week off. And think about having an extra week off with Kyle Shanahan sitting back for a week, watching whoever he's about to play.
Absolutely.
Oh, I could go do this, and that. Shanahan's game plan, his play calling has been now, the end of the first half, I know we're not going to discuss it much. It was a little strange with the 3 timeouts.
I'm glad you brought this up. Like, let's nitpick a little because it was a great win for the Niners, but it wasn't perfect by any means.
I didn't like the clock management, Shasky.
So, okay, it's 1 minute to go, right? And the Niners get stifled. It was like a Debo Samuel slant where he gets chipped, and I couldn't tell if the timing was off. Purdy throws it behind and low. I don't know what happened on the play, but they end up punting, okay? They end up punting, and there's 1:06 on the clock. First play of the game, they're at the 8-yard line. First play of that drive, Drew Lock scrambles out right, throws to Smith and Jigba, and there's a penalty, and they accept the penalty, plus there's like a 10-second runoff. Now, you had 3 timeouts, and I was thinking, well, they're at the 8. Call the timeout.
Yeah, that's what Greg Olsen on the broadcast was saying. I think every Niner fan at home saying,
okay, you thought the same thing.
It was like, call the timeout. You get 55 seconds left, and you burn a timeout, so you're good.
But then, you didn't burn it, fine, whatever. They run a play. Well, you stuff them on 2nd and 13, and there's 23 seconds left, so now it's a 3rd and 13.
Yep.
And you have 3 timeout, and all I was thinking was, force them to punt here and get the ball back and take a shot.
Right, and you would have had good field position because remember, Seattle's inside the 10-yard line.
Absolutely.
They may punt. You may get the ball at the 45-yard line, a couple timeouts to play.
They might
timeout. You might muff it. You may block it. You may get a safety. You never know what may happen. But at the very least, you get good field position and maybe take a shot to get in the field goal range and get extra 3 points. Now, here's what Shanahan said about the situation.
Because he's been brilliant on these when it comes to late.
The double up.
Yeah, the double up. At the end of the second quarter, at the beginning of the third quarter.
And then I ended up. No, we went back and forth on it, and then I ended up not liking my decision. It's kind of right in between there. I had enough timeouts. We said no, then we said yes. And then I was confused because when they did take the 10 seconds off and it was after an incomplete completion, I couldn't figure out why they were running it again. None of us knew, so it was just an unusual rule. So I just talked to the ref, and he said it is a weird rule, but that's how they do it. Even if it's a dead ball, if you take a 10-second runoff, they can still start the clock. And once that started happening, and we were surprised by it, then we just let it go in at half.
All right, this is a Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Shanahan was confused there. He said the coaching staff was confused there. At the very least, just take the time out to stop the clock. So at least run on the field, say, hey, why is the clock running? Why is the clock running? If they tell you, hey, you have to call a timeout, just burn it right there. So I didn't love the clock communication there, the clock management at the end of the half, especially because Seattle got the ball coming out of the second half.
And especially considering on a couple possessions prior, you hit a 54-yard bomb to Debo.
Right.
And to me, it felt like they were vulnerable, and I wanted to see them attack, knowing they were going to get the ball to start the third quarter. Not the end of the world. He's been really good at it all year, and I actually appreciate the perspective of him admitting, like, yeah, I didn't like my decision.
Transparency.
Immediately. Like, instead of getting testy with the reporter, I just think Shanahan's in such a better spot as a coach right now than he was even 2 or 3 years ago. And we've talked about this. He's in his early 40s. He is still already one of the more seasoned coaches in the league. Look at his age.
Yep.
Like, the guy has been through the wars and understands it. So there's nobody I would rather go to war with heading into this playoff than Kyle Shanahan.
So especially in the NFC,
yes,
where you're going to have Mike McCarthy.
How does Sirianni's offense look without Shane Steichen?
Nick Sirianni, they're struggling a little bit. They're struggling. Some of those play calls are playing scared. They're playing scared of Philadelphia. Dan Campbell, we all talked about it. Do you really want to take Dan Campbell in the game? And I think highly of Dan Campbell. I'm taking Shanahan all day long and twice on Sunday in the game over Dan Campbell.
They've never, like, the closest thing to a playoff game they've played is that final game of the year last year against, but they had nothing to lose.
Yep.
You know, I mean, like, and I'm not trying to hate on them, but
they're pressing a little bit in Detroit.
Detroit's a year away. I don't think there's any, like, shame. Like, they've exceeded everyone's expectations, and we all were high on them.
They may be a quarterback away.
Maybe, like, you know, we'll see.
That's Detroit's problem, though.
But like, going back to the Niners and like where they stack up right now, like, name me a coach-quarterback combo outside of McCarthy and Dak playing better complementary football than Purdy and Shanahan.
Nobody. And you know what? I'll throw Stafford and McVay in that conversation. They got some things clicking out there in LA, but that was a tough loss for them. We'll see how they bounce back, but they are playing a lot better. They should have won that football game, to be honest with you, against the Baltimore Ravens, but they're playing well. I can't wait to see Love and LaFleur tonight against the New York Giants in trap game, an ascending player, but nobody's taking anybody in the NFC over Brock and Shanahan right now.
No.
Nobody.
No.
You'd be a fool to. Nobody's taking a quarterback right now over Brock Purdy. He's 1-2 in damn near every stat. Passing yards, he's behind C.J. Stroud. Yards per attempt, he's number 1. Passer rating, he's number 1. QBR is number 1. I mean, this guy is playing at an elite level. That's my biggest takeaway, Shasky. This offense is as dynamic, if not more dynamic, than the 94 Niners. Well, I can't believe it.
I mean, I know the explosive passing plays are going to take all of the, you know, the highlight packages. CMC, take out the 72-yard run. He still ran for 75 on 15 carries.
I know.
Come on.
The guy's
Tough yards.
The guy's a stud.
I mean, CMC is ridiculous.
And then there's CMC is becoming a Stephen Curry, where we just get bored with his greatness. Won't even mention, CMC 75, 145 yards rushing. Oh,
Do you know that on 56 targets this year as a passer, he's caught 52 of them? Did you know that? That is insane. He's 56 of 52. How?
Yeah, I don't know. It's because of the quarterback. It's because of the play caller. It's because of him. They have an embarrassment of riches. If they don't make the Super Bowl, they're going to have about 8 Pro Bowlers.
I'll be really disappointed if they don't make the Super Bowl. But here's the thing on CMC. There has never been a player, even more so than Debo, there has never been a player more suited to run any play in Kyle Shanahan's offense more than Christian McCaffrey. He is the ultimate Kyle Shanahan player. Like, there's name me a guy the history of the game. If I gave you all, maybe Marshall Faulk, and even then, I don't know if Marshall's vision's as good as CMC's. And I'm not hating on Marshall as an old timer.
Yeah, it's right there.
The way he stutter step patiently and then shoots back up, the one cut step, the guy is unbelievable.
No, he is Marshall Faulk. He's everything we thought Reggie Bush would be at this level. When Reggie Bush was coming out of USC, I thought Reggie Bush could be this version. Run between the tackles, catching passes out of the backfield. It never came to fruition. Now, he was down there with Sean Payton in New Orleans, and they had, Deuce McAllister and Pierre Thomas, and they had all these different backs. So when Reggie Bush became a bell cow in Miami, he actually had one of his better years in a career. But I thought Reggie Bush would be what Christian McCaffrey is today. That's what I thought of Reggie Bush. Christian McCaffrey is so much better in terms of route running, the motions that you could do, running between the tackles, the speed, the break. Even when he's breaking on that first one, it feels like he never got the top speed. And he's still on his way to the end zone. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just want to see him with straight line speed. Who's faster, him or Debo?
How many spin moves out of, where 3 guys are about to wrap him up, he either stutters, shuffles, or spins out of trouble and then gets 5 or 6 yards where he has no business. There were 2 plays Greg Olsen goes, I don't even know how he got 2 yards on that play.
Olsen's in awe. Olsen was in awe of Christian McCaffrey.
I think we say this a lot, like generational talent.
We just throw it out there?
We do it in all sports. Like you heard a lot with Ohtani. Generational talent. Christian McCaffrey is the definition of generational talent. Yes. He has no hole in his game.
But you know what, though? They have 7 guys who are generational talents. Trent Williams, generational talent.
There was a block Trent had where he just stopped after CMC went by him.
Right.
And he's just sort of nodding his head in slow-mo.
So think about it. We'll go out to the lines in a second. The lines are lit up. We'll get to everybody. So generational talents on this football team alone. Trent Williams, Christian McCaffrey.
Unbelievable.
Tebow Samuel's becoming that guy. George Kittle's becoming that guy at tight end. Nick Bosa. Fred Warner. We'll see about Deommodore Lenoir. We'll see, but I like what I see from number 2. I do. Dre Greenlaw. Who else are we missing here? Brandon Ayuk? You got the best fullback in the game in Kyle Juszczyk. Bosa. I mean,
we just flippantly forget about Bosa every time.
This is unbelievable.
Well, and I thought Hargrave had a really good game before he got hurt.
So I mean, Dre Greenlaw's right there with some of the best linebackers in football.
And the other thing that we haven't talked about, their acquisition of Randy Gregory and Cleveland Farrell has paid off. Those guys have been good rotational pieces for this team. And then keeping Kinlaw on the roster, I didn't agree with. You know what? He's been really good.
Look,
he's been really good.
Gregory and Cleveland Farrell haven't been as consistent, but you know what? In this rotation, now with Chase Young, it's perfect.
It's what I'm saying.
Early downs for Cleveland Farrell. He's setting the edge. Nobody's breaking containment.
No.
Cool.
Randy Gregory.
Randy Gregory, the last couple of weeks is starting to show up here, starting to flash on tape here. So I like where the 49ers are at after beating Seattle.
I'm getting Charles Omenihu like backup production from the combination
Jordan
of
Willis, little Jordan Willis, little Kerry Hyder for a couple years ago.
Now, I'll be honest, special teams, it's still kind of, it makes me pause. When I look at Dallas's kicker hitting 60-yard bombs easily, I go, I don't know if we have that in the bag, even though Moody's been really good. Ronnie Bell kind of scares me. That's the only thing I'm a little he kind of scares me as a returner. Love Debo as a kick returner.
Yeah. Well, Ray, get back. I can ill afford a Debo injury on a kick return.
I hear you.
You know what I'm saying? I think about Jalen Waddle at Alabama coming out against Tennessee, breaks his foot or ankle, comes back for the national championship. I don't want my good players on return teams. I appreciate what you're doing, Debo. I get what you're doing. You're setting the tone, but I need you on offense.
And this week is Arizona Super Bowl.
Yes, Glendale. But there will be a lot of Niner fans.
Oh, no doubt.
Down there in the Valley of the Sun.
But this is Kyler's Super Bowl.
Coming off a bye week.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're going to bring they're going to empty out everything.
I thought they were tougher the first match that we gave them credit for.
No, they did. Josh Allen's playing well in that game. And you know what? They have speed at the wide receiver position. So without Charvarius Ward, you can ill afford to let Hollywood Brown, Marco Wilson at the other spot. I can't let these guys get behind you because they will complete some deep shots. And they're coming off a good win against Pittsburgh.
Huge win.
They dominated the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Well, your boy Kenny Pickett.
Or Mitch Trubisky.
Yeah.
Let's go to the lines.
How is Mitch Trubisky? I honestly, how is Mitch Trubisky still in the league?
How is he the number 2 overall pick?
That's just unreal.
How? He got his job taken at North Carolina. And we just did not even bring that up during this draft evaluation. He got his job taken at North Carolina.
And I love, you're going to hear someone say, well, Trubisky could do what Purdy's doing. Like, some idiot will say that somewhere.
Who's the guy from the Ringer? Ever heard? Was it Steven Ruiz? That was his name? I was thinking about him a lot yesterday watching Brock Purdy. I'm not going to lie. Because he's the guy who said, if Brock Purdy leads the Niners to a Super Bowl, I will quit my job and I will forever leave the sports world. I think he should just do it now.
If I just said to you that Purdy was a 3rd-round pick, forget a 7th, 3rd-round pick, wouldn't all the rhetoric be different?
I think so. But he's not.
Like at what point did we give in on Jokic? Jokic was a 2nd-round pick. At what point did we finally all right, Jokic is awesome?
Yeah, last season when he won a ring.
It's the same way I feel about Purdy. He passes all the eye tests.
But think about it, though. He was the last pick of the NFL draft.
It's
if
remarkable.
He wins a Super Bowl and an MVP award in the same season, I think it's one of the greatest stories in North American sport history.
It's Kurt Warner, it's Tom Brady, and then it's Purdy, or it's some combination.
One of those. Let's squeeze in a call.
Yeah.
Gabe in Orange County. Gabe, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, Bonte? What's up, Joe?
What's up, Gabe?
Hey, first of all, Joe, I've been listening all morning. Great job holding it down with Bonte was out, man.
Thanks, bro.
I'm so proud of you. So young and precocious, full of wonderment. Anyway, I wanted to say there's another record that Brock Purdy also beat yesterday, and it's the completion percentage games in a row. So before that, the record was 6 games in a row with 70% plus completion.
Yep.
Done by Rodgers, Breeze twice, Manning, and Montana.
Oh, that's a good
Purdy had 7 in a row.
Yep.
Now, I don't care what you think about QBR. It's like a weird stat, all that stuff. But completion percentage is how much you're getting the ball in your receiver's hand.
Yep.
He's done it 7 games in a row at 70% plus. I mean, that's a literally verifiable metric. You can see it with your own eyes. He's an absolute monster. It's crazy what's going on. I mean, are we? It's just I hate that hate he gets across the league in the media. It's insane.
Well, that hate is starting to dissipate. There's not much to hate on anymore with this guy. And why would you want to hate a guy like this? That's the thing. As a sports fan, when I saw him lighten up the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and the Bucs last year, and Brady's on the other side, and you listen to Levi Stadium, you were there that day when they're chanting Purdy, Purdy. Why would you hate a guy like this? How can you hate a guy like this who literally was sitting during the draft, not getting any phone calls, and then finally the phone rings? And it's John Lynch and Jed York and it's Kyle Shanahan saying, hey, we're going to make you the last pick of the NFL draft. You cool with that? Cool. It's the last pick of the draft.
Monte, it still doesn't even feel real. It hasn't even sunk in. A little bit. They hit a grand slam.
They hit a grand slam.
A grand slam.
He's a third-string quarterback going into the season last year.
And they deserve a ton of credit for sticking to their convictions and rolling with him. When everyone, and even myself included, was skeptical.
Right. Garoppolo gets hurt. We're like, boy, we got to go to Purdy now.
We all were. And all he's done is shut us up and turned us into believers.
Right. So
I don't care when you believed. Just you have to at some point.
You have to believe.
It's 22 games.
This guy's playing at an unbelievable. Yesterday he played like a statue guy. He played like a guy when it's all said and done that could be on the Mount Rushmore of Bay Area sports athletes. That's how well this guy's playing. All right, we're going to break here. We'll take your calls on the other side. That's what's coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
This is the Lunch Rush at your local.
Hey, Dub Nation, it's GP2 here. The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasty is live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Time for you to like and subscribe.
You know, B, I was down bad this weekend.
Could have used GP2 against SGA.
All right, let's
38 points.
I was down bad this weekend. Let me walk you through my weekend very quickly. Friday night, Nice dinner with the family. It was great, but watching the Warrior game was very frustrating. Very frustrating.
Imagine working it and seeing Draper in the other room saying, hey, the Keys came back against the Suns. It won a game.
I didn't want to hear from Draper. Draper, I'm behind enemy lines wearing no Eagle gear at a Niner game. I didn't want to hear
was
from
he
that guy.
Was he at the game yesterday?
Yeah, he put a video out there.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, exactly.
See, I know he wanted to check out the best team in the NFC. He knows.
That's fine. And so, Friday night, Warriors lose. And it was very hard to swallow. Saturday.
It's telling me.
Yeah, Saturday. I'm down a player. I don't know if it made much of a difference. St. Phillips destroyed us by like 25, 30 points. Could have beat us by 60.
I got a little birdie told me about you and your assistant coach. He said your assistant coach makes Bobby Knight look like a saint.
Who said that?
Oh, streets talk.
Justin LeBar?
No. The streets talk, though.
Bobby Knight look like a saint. Who's that? Guido?
Yeah. Was that your assistant coach?
Yeah, Guido's on my bench.
Oh, I heard he's intense.
He's intense.
Is that the one? Yeah.
I'm not that intense.
No, I heard your coaching staff.
Was this at the game?
No. I heard through the grapevine.
You got to understand, I've been coaching for almost 20 years. This boys team, and I love all these kids, they don't listen. More than any boys team I've ever had. Girls listen. These boys.
No, girls listen. Baby Chaz on line one.
No. I'm saying like in a team element.
Okay,
girls listen better than boys, right? And they execute game plans. I could run 15 plays with my girls teams. My guys team, we can't even master one inbound play. Anyway, point being, I lose big on Saturday, and then I find out Ohtani goes to the Dodgers, and I'm like, you got to be kidding me. I needed like the new hope. I needed Obi-Wan to come save me, as in my 49ers. I needed a 49er win. Bad. I needed it bad.
Needed
and
it
the
to look
Niners
like it
delivered.
did. No, the Niners have been delivering for multiple weeks, because last week it was the Warriors blowing a 22-point lead against the LA Clippers on a Saturday afternoon, right? And you're thinking of yourself, and then I'm a Florida State fan, so I'm knowing that Florida State was going to get jobbed going into that Sunday. It's like, boy, back-to-back weekends. Warriors lose to the Thunder and commit 29 turnovers and give up 35 points off those turnovers. All right, they foul multiple times. SGA does what he does. Chet gets fouled on three-point attempt by Draymond Green. You go to overtime.
I mean, why is Draymond going for the steal?
I don't know why he gambled, but we don't have to talk.
Highest IQ player of all time, if you just ask him. And he constantly makes really weird decisions late in games.
The Ohtani stuff.
Absolutely incredible.
The Ohtani stuff happens in the morning. He's got the Dodger blue logo up, the L.A. Thinking, we're not surprised he really went to L.A., but just the reality of
the worst spot for him to go.
The reality of we have to play the Dodgers 18 times a game, and we have to see Mookie Betts, Freddie Freeman, Shohei Ohtani, Will Smith, and some other prospects
and
they're going to bring up.
Coming back.
And Walker Buehler
and James
coming back.
Outman, who was also awesome.
Yes. So you get all that happening Saturday. So I'm thinking, boy, I'm going to go to the Haiti fight, get my mind off the Giants. Because right now the Giants are a mid-tier organization. I'm not mad at the fact that they didn't get Ohtani, because I never believed they were going to get Ohtani.
No, but I'm disappointed Ohtani went to that team.
But the Giants weren't even in the top 3.
I know. But
and it took $70 million a year to get him, which we were talking about. People called us crazy, Shasky. It's like we threw out the numbers. Hey, I'll offer him $65, $70 a year.
But this is
that's the cost of doing business with the big boys.
Today's not the day.
And we're not a big boy organization. That's the reality of it with the Giants.
Today's not the day
for the deal for them financially.
Oh yeah, because he's going to defer a lot of money.
I don't even want.
But you know what? That's why we have the 49ers.
Yeah, but thank God
the 49ers get it.
That's what I'm saying.
They're bringing in premium players.
Thank God.
They have a premium player playing quarterback in Brock Purdy. They have premium wide receivers, premium tight end. And yeah, it wasn't pretty at times yesterday, but my thing, division games just are different.
They need, and I'm enjoying this journey. I need them to win the Super Bowl this year so bad.
But you know what?
This is the year.
The first step.
This is the year.
The first step is winning the division.
Yeah, I agree.
They're close to winning the division title.
I thought for some reason that they could clinch yesterday.
They needed the Rams to lose last week to Cleveland.
Was that what it was?
Yeah,
okay, because I knew that they clinched a playoff spot, which is locked in. But I wanted them to get the division yesterday. I was hoping they could get it.
So they'll get the division next week.
Yeah, they got to just keep winning.
Beat Arizona. Just keep winning, because now you control your destiny.
Absolutely.
You went out, 49er fans, and you will be chilling at home for the NFC playoffs. That's right. The Niners took over the number 1 seed in the NFC yesterday with the Cowboys beating the Eagles. So all around, a great Sunday. A great Sunday for 49er fans. One, your quarterback's playing like the MVP of the league. 2, your wide receivers are humming right now. George Kittle's in the offense. Christian McCaffrey's going to win the Offensive Player of the Year award because he looks like Marshall Faulk all over again.
He's up 250, 300 yards on the next closest running back in the league.
He's going to run away with the rushing title. Run away with it.
I know.
First time since Frank Gore had the 1695? Or did somebody else have more?
1695, I believe, is the rushing record. That was with Norvell Turner as the offensive coordinator and Larry Allen as your left guard. Yes.
So you got that cooking. I mean, we have an embarrassment of riches, so let's focus on the positive, which are the 49ers. We'll go to the line, Joe Shasky. Waterman and Corder Madera. Waterman, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Morning, fellas. Happy Victory Monday. The sun is shining. The air is crisp. The Eagles have been exposed, and the Niners are the number 1 seed. It feels good.
Oh, it
Gentlemen,
feels great.
High praise for the team. It wasn't our best game by any means. I think they left at least 2 touchdowns on the field. But, the ball doesn't bounce our way sometimes, but a good team still overcomes that. Offensive line, I thought, did solid, gave Brock some time on those long throws. I want to give them some praise. They get trashed a lot. They did good on those long throws, thankfully, gave them the time. Defense, absolutely solid. And I don't want to hear any more about Brock not being able to throw the long ball on time, right in the breadbasket. Watching that was so fun to see him. I mean, it was reminded me of Joe and Steve back in the day, throwing to Jerry and John and Brent Jones. And so just solid win. And I just want to, thank you guys for taking my call. And it's really good to be a Niner fan right now.
It surely is. Shasky, he brought up Montana and Steve Young. And I remember the first time we saw Brock Purdy against Miami. And I'll never forget that caller called. Literally the first segment said, this guy reminds me of Joe Montana, and I ran him off the air. So come on, man, let's not do this after one game. But after a full season, after what I've seen yesterday, I said to myself, I'm watching the statue guy. This just feels different with this quarterback.
You know what Rocco keeps texting me over the last 2 months? He's the next Steph in terms of the way everyone adores him and the way everyone sleeps on him nationally and how we internally here in the Bay Area view him as he's a superstar.
He is. It's hard to disagree with
Why are we afraid to say that?
No, it is. There's no more. I don't think anybody's going to laugh at us when we say he looks like a young Brady.
If he was drafted third, like Trey Lance was overall, would we have any issue saying he's a superstar?
But that's what makes the story better.
I know.
Is that he wasn't.
But he is a superstar.
Is that he was found in the 7th round, literally with the last pick. I never want that to go away. I know, like, I'm over the draft positioning.
When
the guy's
did it
just
go
a baller.
over? When did we stop talking about being a 6th-round pick with Brady? 3 Super Bowls?
3 Super Bowls in.
I mean,
and even then, you go back and you say Brady was a 6th-round pick.
But it's like a footnote. Like, now you looking back on his career,
it is a footnote. But
it's not the lead dog.
But I never want that to go away.
No, I hear you.
I never want those footnotes to go away. It's like, yeah, Brady was a 6th-round pick. And that's why we compare a young Brock to a young Brady, because the similarities in draft positioning. Brady was a 6th-round pick and afterthought.
But the thing I think of when you talk about Montana was known for balancing the football out to all the playmakers and getting it to the right guy, playing point guard and distributing the ball. He was always scrappier than he looked. He was always tougher than he looked, quicker than he looked, better pocket presence than he gave credit for. His arm was always better than people gave it credit for. His touch was as good as anyone ever, and his ball placement accuracy was next level. Those are all the things that Brock Purdy does.
Yeah, I was just going to say, you're talking about Brock, right?
Real quick on McCaffrey, because I know you brought him up about how great he's been and what's the greatest running season of all time. In 13 games, he's got the 10th most yards ever for a running back in 49ers single-season history.
That's incredible.
Right now, he's number 10 in terms of all-time numbers. And one good game, and he's going to be in the top 5.
Wow.
You're looking at basically Wendell Tyler, Charlie Garner, Frank Gore, Garrison Hurst, and Delvin Williams from Kansas. All are in that 1,200-yard range. He's at 1,177. So if he has one of his normal games, which is about 90 yards a game, if he has one normal rushing game, he will be the 4th best 49er rushing season of all time.
What's the number one? Is it
on a team with 3,000 yards?
Is it Frank Gore's 1695?
Frank Gore, 1695. Number 2 is Garrison Hurst in 98. That 98 offense
season
that we referenced, 1,500 yards.
Wow.
And then Roger Craig, 1988, 1,500 yards.
I want McCaffrey to get that 1,500.
I do too, but if he doesn't, it'll be because they don't need him to.
Right. No. So look at this. Most games with the rushing touchdown and receiving touchdown in the same game in franchise history. Well, Christian McCaffrey's tied with Roger Craig for 5 of those games. He's tied with Roger Craig and Jerry Rice for 5 of those games.
Insane.
But up in the rear, 2 games behind him, Deebo Samuel. He's had 3 games in which he's had a rushing and receiving touchdown in the same game. Christian McCaffrey, most games with 100 or more rushing yards. active running backs, well, Christian McCaffrey has 20 of those games. Derrick Henry's number 1 with 37. Nobody's going to catch him. Nick Chubb, 30. Zeke with 30. Dalvin Cook with 21. And Christian McCaffrey now with 20. And really, he could have a lot more 100-yard games if they gave him the ball more. Like, think about those guys. Those guys are getting 25 carries a game with those teams early on in their careers. Christian McCaffrey gets 15, and he has 95 yards.
It's just, they're so explosive and efficient. It's unbelievable.
So how about
I'm surprised, like, honest to God, I'm legitimately surprised that guys aren't frustrated they aren't getting the ball. Like, I know that they've won so many games and winning
you know why?
teams sit down. Because they balance it out. Everyone gets their shots.
You know why? Why this has become one of the more fun teams and more lovable teams in Niner history.
Nobody cares about that.
Nobody cares about that. There's one goal. It's to hoist the Lombardi.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, as they get there, as they go through this journey, they're having fun watching everybody else eat. Think about Ayuk celebrating in the end zone when Debo scores a touchdown in Philadelphia. You know what I mean? Christian McCaffrey has a 72-yard run to start the game, and he's pointing at Brandon Ayuk saying, hey, that's the way you block. That's the way you block.
His blocking
you know what I mean?
downfield is unbelievable.
Debo Samuel giving the ball to a lineman.
Yeah.
Hey, you spike this football.
Yeah.
They're having fun as a team. And that's what's special. How about this? Debo Samuel, most rushing touchdowns by a wide receiver since 1960. Since 1960. Most rushing touchdowns by a wide receiver. Number 3, Eric Metcalf. He had 12 games.
How are we going to describe him?
Hold on. Look at this list. Eric Metcalf, 12 touchdowns, number 3 all time. Or number 3 since 1960. Most rushing touchdowns by a wide receiver. Bobby Mitchell, number 2.
Wow.
All right. Bobby Mitchell, number 2 with 18 touchdowns. Debo Samuel, number 1 since 1960 with the most rushing touchdowns by a wide receiver. Most rushing touchdowns by a wide receiver since 1960. It's Debo Samuel, 19.
We throw
That's
the word
incredible.
Football player around a lot. Is there any other guy that it more embodies than Debo Samuel? Like, I think when we talk,
football player,
10 years from now, we talk about who he is. Like, I'm not going to say wide receiver Debo Samuel.
You say playmaker.
That's what I'm saying.
The guy was a playmaker, game changer.
And how many coaches could maximize Debo?
Not many. Not many.
Maybe Andy Reid and McVay.
And think about this. Shanahan, Lynch, Adam Peters went out and drafted this guy, molded him into the perfect player for their system.
Yeah.
Maybe it looks different in another system, but he's perfect for I always compare Debo and Draymond Green together because I believe they're both enforcer types. But Debo does play offense, but the tone he likes to set physically, it resonates throughout that sideline. It resonates throughout the game. It resonates with his fan base. He's just a tone setter. So 10 years from now, when we say Debo Samuel, and he's getting honored by the 49ers, we're talking about a ring of honor type of dude with the way he's stacking seasons like this.
19's never going to be worn by anyone else. I was explaining to the boys when I took them to the game, with the numbers up on top of the press box, like what they signify. And they're like, well, how many guys do you think on this team are going to be up there?
Wow.
And I was like, well, I think 71.
Yeah.
I think 23.
What about 85?
I think 85, but also Vernon deserves his credit too. Like, I think
doubt.
85 should be a duality number, right? Like, just my opinion. I think 19. I think 97, which is already up there for Bryant Young.
Right.
But I think Bosa, and I think 54.
Wow.
I mean, that's like, think about that.
I know. So, speaking of Kittle.
Think about that. They've built a juggernaut.
They have.
John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan built this from scratch. And I think that's the part, as they've added Trent and added CMC, building it from scratch, I just think it hits more. It hits harder for Niner fans.
How about this? All time. Fewest amount of games by an NFL tight end to reach 6,000 career receiving yards since 1970.
Give it to me.
George Kittle has the 4th fewest games to reach that mark, 95.
On a run-first team.
Where
he's known as a run blocker.
Yep.
Before a pass catcher.
Kellen Winslow, 94 games.
Wow.
It took him. Travis Kelce took him 91 games. Took Gronk 86 games.
I mean, Gronk.
So George Kittle's on this short list. I mean, they're just rewriting the record books. Let's go to the lines. OG in San Jose. OG, what's happening?
Unbelievable.
Hey, what's going on, guys? This is super exciting. I just wanted to add that I totally agree. Brock Purdy is really the next generation of babyface assassins for the 49ers. I mean, we have had a Super Bowl drought now for about 30 years. And I feel like he's here to break that curse for us. Just like Buster Posey did for the Giants, Steph Curry did for the Warriors. I think Brock is going to do it for us. I just get an amazing feeling from him. The throw he made to Debo was immaculate. And it was just super Montana-esque. He hit him in stride. They burned Jamal Adams. It was just absolutely fantastic to watch. You know, this team gives me 1989 vibe.
Oh.
more than 94.
Why is that?
Very, very similar. You know, they're stacked on defense and on offense. When they went up against Denver in '89, Denver had the number one defense in the league, and they put up 55 points against them. You know, this mentality, as well as the way Purdy's playing, he just reminds me of Montana. He might be the second coming.
Right.
I don't see much difference in terms of how Montana played that season and how Purdy's playing now. You just look at the tape.
Go ahead, finish up, OG.
No, I was just gonna say that we just got to stay healthy and get that number one seed and make it through the bye, and then we'll see what happens.
It does feel like they're on a mission. Like it feels like they're on a redemption tour. When they won in '88, the Niners, they all talked about how they had to validate it by winning again.
But they wanted to win without Bill Walsh. That built-in motivation, not having Bill Walsh, because at a time they thought Bill Walsh held the offense back a little bit, and that next year, Mike Holmgren was like, "Yo, we're going deeper. Yes. We're gonna stretch the game vertically."
It was a coronation also of Montana and Rice and everything that they had, and they were gonna get a three-peat. I know no one wants to.
So you bring up three-peat, and this is where I'm at now. If they can just get this one,
they gotta get one.
Because as I'm watching the game, and I knew you looked at me crazy. I thought I was watching a statue guy in Brock Purdy yesterday. When I mean a statue guy, I mean a guy one day we're gonna be rubbing his statue saying, once upon a time, Brock Purdy played quarterback here, and he turned out to be one of the greatest quarterbacks in 49ers history. He's putting on the best season as a 49er quarterback since at least 1994, and he may be playing better than Steve Young did in that 94 season.
He's a Pro Bowler.
He's at least a Pro Bowler.
Legitimate Pro Bowler, not this fake, two guys bowed out and you became. He's a Pro Bowler.
Forget Pro Bowler. This guy's playing like a first-team All-Pro.
Agreed.
First-team All-Pro quarterback.
Agreed.
And I'm thinking to myself, boy, if you could just get the one. If you get the one with these playmakers all coming back, because they're all locked up. We're going to lock up Brandon Ayuk. Debo's locked up. Kittle's locked up. Trent will probably come back for another year. You're going to be in a position to go back-to-back.
With the cap expanding.
So this could be the beginnings, the rumblings, as the great Tim Roy said back in 2014-15. Hey, Bonte, I think we're upon the golden era of Warriors basketball. And 4 championships later, you're like, boy, Tim was right. Well, this could be it for the 49ers if we could just get that one. And you got the quarterback in place. You got the receivers in place. You got the running back in place. You got a young offensive line. Aaron Banks is going to get better and better.
Yes.
Brindle's playing better and better.
Yeah.
Burford's had a solid season. McKivitz, we don't talk about him enough.
He's actually been good this year.
We don't talk about the line no more.
I know.
And Trent, if he wins one, he's going to come back and ride it out for these guys for another year.
Everybody's locked up on team-friendly deals. The only one is Ayuk and Chase.
Yeah, and
they'll figure it out. I know. I totally.
So this could be the beginning of a dynastic run, but you got to get the one.
Absolutely, you got to get the one. It's pretty special what we're watching right now. Right. And it does feel like they found the flaw in the algorithm of the salary cap. Like when Steph signed that suppression deal for $11 million a year because of the ankles, it enabled them to be able to afford Clay and Dre and bring in Kevin Durant as the
television cap. Yeah, the television.
It feels like the algorithm now that they've broken the computer is, Brock making $900,000.
Wow.
I heard, what was the stat? He's making $900,000. He'd have to play 800 years for Ohtani's contract to match up with Brock Purdy's.
Something like that. You get a bowl, right? Because here's why I'm thinking. This is why I'm bringing up the Super Bowl real quick, Shasky. Because we are watching Philadelphia last night. And boy, it feels like that window's shrinking. Boy, they look tired. And boy, by them not winning that one last year. The pressure for them this playoff run, after coming so close last season, they may never get back to that point again.
Well, think
about how tough it's been for the Niners to get back to that point.
But I think the difference between the Niners and the Eagles is the Niners are better at defensive personnel.
Yeah.
They have loaded their D-line. But outside of D-line, they acquired a safety who at the middle way through the year. I don't think they can afford another injury in that back half, whether it's the linebackers, the safeties, cornerback play. Well, it's tapered off. The Niners have weathered the storm of losing Hufanga and have been pretty good. Now, at some point, it might expose them. But you look at their linebacker depth, you look at their safety depth, you look at their cornerback depth, all of their young players. Diablo Lenore is still on a rookie deal.
Yeah.
Aubrey Thomas is still on a rookie deal. Charvarius Ward is locked up. I don't know, man.
Gibson's on a cheap deal, and Gibson's been really good for this team over the last 2 seasons.
We hype up Howie Roseman. He's done a great job.
Right.
A great job. John Lynch has been better.
And Adam Peters?
Been better.
At least this year, they've been better.
They've loaded
They've been better.
Team.
They've been better this year.
Guess what the best part about this year is? You get your first-round pick back next year.
Yep, no doubt.
They've done this without a
first-round pick. So just thinking about how Philly couldn't come close to that. And we know it out here, Super Bowl 54, we haven't got back to the Super Bowl yet.
Here's the other element. And I know Sirianni has input on the offense. He wasn't calling plays. He got that taken away. Shane Steichen was a big part of the offense. If something's wrong with the Niner offense, Kyle Shanahan ain't going nowhere. We're not losing a coordinator. We lost Mike McDaniels, and the offense has never been better.
So just get this one.
And you lost your defensive coordinator twice.
Right.
Steve Wilkes has them humming.
He has them humming. They're number one defense again.
I don't know.
Number one defense again. And whether or not it was changed from the press box to the sideline, I will always think that was a little overblown because this defense was still humming. They're still playing better. They're playing as well, I think. Even before they were 5-0, they were humming.
Do you know how
this
many
defense was humming?
You know how many NFC West title? And I know we don't hang those banners, but the Niners have 21. They're about to get their 22nd NFC West.
No doubt.
22. And they've all
straight.
come basically in the last 40 years. It's kind of crazy.
It is kind of wild. But Philadelphia not taking advantage of that. And now look at them. They are reeling. So if you could get this, with everything set in place with Brock, because I know everybody's talking about, where Brock Purdy has to get paid. Look how Dick Van keeps coming out saying, and that's a real thing. But you got 2 years for that. In the meantime, you still have Debo playing at his prime. You still have Ayuk entering his prime. You have George Kittle in his prime. You have McCaffrey in his prime. The window is now to take advantage of because you may never have an explosive offense like this ever again. This offense is that good. I'm telling you, man. I'm actually disappointed they only scored 28 yesterday. Well, that's how good they are.
They should have scored 35 or more. I mean, that's what I personally believed, but that's okay. They can win a game ugly. And the fourth quarter execution and closing the game out, what they've done this year is drop that last hammer on you. And they didn't do that yesterday, but they got some great interceptions.
They do. Fred Warner, by the way, before we go out to the line.
And a great stop.
Fred Warner, listen to this one. So he had his fourth interception yesterday.
Yeah.
It's just a litany of records getting broken here by this team. Fred Warner registered 8 tackles and 1 interception yesterday. All right. It was the 4th interception this season, 8th of his career. His 4 interceptions this season are tied for most by non-DB in franchise history.
Wow.
Tied Jen Farmhorse, tied Keita Turner, tied Frank Dudley, and 7 other players have 3. But Fred Warner's at the top of that list. It also marked the 6th straight season in which he's amassed 100 or more tackles. So he had 107 tackles on the season now.
So
6 straight years over 100 tackles.
No other non-DB has had this many. Keith Farnhorse, wow, that's
Jim Farnhorse, Keena Turner, and Frank Dudley. He's tied with them now for 4 interceptions.
Is an all-time legend that no one talks about.
Non-quarterback interceptions. Non-DB interceptions. It's got 4. It's got 4. Let's go out to the Lions.
I would have thought Julian Peterson would have done that.
Yeah, I would have thought that too.
Wow. And Willis never did that. That's
Fred Warner. Fred Warner, man. Unbelievable.
He could have had another one.
For Dave in Fresno. Dave, what's happening?
What's up, Dave?
Thanks for getting me in there on the Victory Monday.
Absolutely.
I kind of just want to speak to that point. You guys been talking about, like, when will Brock Purdy get the recognition? And, I honestly, I feel like that's irrelevant. You guys already kind of touched on it. The goal is to win the Super Bowl. We're in a very unique situation. Our situation is like no other. We have a quarterback who's playing very well, who's getting paid, minimum money. So that helps a lot. I think the questions honestly won't be answered for Brock Purdy's sake. Maybe not for a couple of years because the NFL, it's constant moving pieces, salary cap, and people coming in and out. I think the answers for him won't happen until, he gets that contract and he has to play, with the Mahomes contract, the Burrow contract, the Lamar contracts where you're making a lot of money and you have to sacrifice some pieces. So if he can withstand that and still have like the same kind of production or same kind of play, that's when I think the answer will be, the questions will stop.
So we got a couple years for that. We have a couple years for that narrative to shift. And you know what? That's okay. They can have their narratives. Well, as long as it's coming with 2 Super Bowl championships, I'm good.
Well, and here's what Brock, maybe we don't know. Brock could probably make a ton of money years from now. There was some Peyton Manning and Tom Brady when they were both in the middle of their career. Brady always took less than what he should have taken because he knew he needed players around him.
Yep.
And Peyton consistently took the most. And that was a general theme throughout their careers. John Elway, when he got to Denver, had to beg Peyton Manning to take less, to add more. And he waited till the end of his career. Mm-hmm. And if you look at it now, Peyton is sickly rich. I mean, there's no question about it. You think it sits well with him that him and Eli have the same amount of Super Bowls?
No. Heck no. Heck no.
I just look at Brock Purdy, and we'll see. You know, all these guys
looks
want
like
to make
a guy.
the most.
It looks like a guy who will take less, though.
That's what I'm saying.
It looks like it's because he'll look back at the 3 games that they lost and say, I didn't have Debo, I didn't have Trent. And it's not all on Brock Purdy that they lost those football games. But he turned the ball over 5 times in 5 quarters. And it wasn't the same without Debo and Trent Williams. I think he understands, first and foremost, I need talent around me. Hell, he played at Iowa State when you're going against Texas and Oklahoma every season, and you see all their players and all their athletes. You're thinking, boy, it'd be nice to have some of those dudes on my team.
Well, and here's the other thing. Here's the other thing that Brock has that a lot of guys don't get. Have you seen how many commercials this guy's been in?
Well, he's starting to rack them up.
Clearly, the team is helping, get certain sponsors that are aligned with the team to have him as one of their main spokesmen. He is Middle America sell-worthy right away.
Right away.
Middle America loves Brock Purdy.
No doubt. That's a good point. Good point.
Toyota commercials up the wazoo.
Yeah, so I believe Brock Purdy would understand, I need dudes around me. In order for me to be at my best, I need dudes around me. And that's not a knock on anybody. All the great quarterbacks have talent around them. Like this misnomer that people knock people. Oh, man, you need to do it without said player. Why? Look at the NBA. How many times do you need a superstar or 2 to win an NBA championship?
We saw Brady lose to the Titans at home with a pick 6 because he had no weapons.
Yeah, couldn't brought Hopkins. Thought he was washed.
The very next year, he went Mike Evans, Godwin, Antonio Brown, and Gronkowski, and they won the Super Bowl.
I know.
The very next year.
Right.
The very next year. And we thought he was done. Yeah, newsflash, weapons matter.
Weapons matter.
They matter a lot.
By the way, this last little nugget out of Fred Warner before we go back out to the lines. Warner's 6 straight seasons with 100 or more tackles surpassed former linebacker Derek Smith for the most by 49ers in playoff franchise history.
Wow.
So he has more 100 or more tackle seasons than any linebacker in Niners history. Patrick Willis had 4, Navarro Bowman had 4, Derek Smith had 5. Fred Warner's at the top of that chain with 6.
Look,
Bosa yesterday, a sack and a half in that football game. He's now 3rd all-time in sacks by a 49er with 52 and a half sacks all-time.
There's a Gale Sayers, Barry Sanders element to the Patrick Willis mystique because he only played so many years.
8 years.
But I think when it's all said and done, I'm telling you, man.
Warner will be the guy.
I think and that's not a knock on Pat. What I'm saying is longevity when we talk about the greats does matter. Calvin will never be better than Jerry Rice. Calvin Johnson. He didn't play long enough. It just is what it is. And Calvin may have been more prolific in his short period of time, but when you look at longevity, that's what separates the greats of the greats. And Patrick's body with the turf toe and all that. But I think when it's all said and done, if Fred can,
if he gets a ring and he stays healthy,
that's what I'm saying.
He will be the guy. Not 52, but 54. And that's not a disrespect towards Patrick Willis.
I'm elevating
Look at these numbers.
Exactly.
Look at the numbers. He got 4 interceptions this year. Willis never did that. Willis never did that in the season. 4 interceptions this year.
Fred is
100 or more tackles in 6 straight seasons. That's numero uno as a 49er linebacker.
The way that he communicates pre-snap and the way that he's moving and all the different subtle things that he does to get this defense lined up. I'm telling you, there's not a better leader in football on the defensive side than Fred Warner. There's not a better leader in football.
It's not. It really isn't. We're going to go back out to the lines here. 888-957-9570. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app, your favorite. 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Do not forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. It is a Monster Monday, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Shout out YouTube. Shout out Twitch. Shout out to the Comcast Business Text line. Shasky, let's go back out to the lines, man. Let's go back out to the lines of 49ers Stew in Nevada. 49ers Stew, what's happening? You're on a roast.
Bang, 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 not a game, baby. Woo, what a win.
What a win.
That stadium was rocking yesterday. That stadium was rocking. And what tripped me out every time, me and my girls in section 417, every home game, and what tripped me out, third quarter, you look around and the opposing team fans are gone. But hey, what about that quarterback? I thought that was Steve Austin, the $6 million man. Who knew Purdy had an arm like that, man? My God, the way he dropped it into Purdy. I got 2 concerns, though. what is it going to take for Shanahan to pull McCaffrey out? Fourth quarter, 4 minutes left, and McCaffrey got folded like a suitcase, man. We're up two scores, man. Take McCaffrey out. He's gonna get hurt. Please take him out. One last thing. I still don't understand why that fake punt got called back. And me and my girl flying out Saturday to the down to Arizona, and we representing the Bay. I'm wearing my favorite to the Bay outfit, and we're gonna represent, baby. Let's go Niners.
Safe travels to Arizona. What's your favorite throw yesterday by Brock Purdy?
It's the Ayuk scramble play. Because he's rolling out left, flips the hips, and he's waiting for Ayuk to clear the safety.
Right.
And the safety is right there with him, but the throw, he threw it to a spot where the safety couldn't make a play on. I don't think people realize how difficult of a throw that is. The guy's moving across the formation. You got the sideline to your left. You got the player underneath. It is a dime. Absolute dime. I thought the Kittle throw was also incredible.
I mean,
the Kittle throw was sick.
I'm going to go Debo because it's hard to disagree with the Ayuk. The Kittle throw was special, but the throw to Debo on the touchdown. I mean, it hit him in stride like that. Debo's running a drag route. I don't think Debo was a primary wide receiver on the route. And it was a perfect throw that led Debo straight into the end zone. That was my favorite by far.
Debo didn't slow down one step. It was perfect.
I'm saying, like that, in stride on that route, I would love to know when we have to talk to Baldy tomorrow at 7:30. Was Debo Samuel the primary wide receiver on that route? Hell, I don't know if Ayuk was a primary on that route. But that play, which capped off a 5-play, 83-yard drive, and that's the beauty about this offense. They're scoring in like less than 3 minutes. Remember, we used to always brag like, oh, my God. Now they just went up 21-play, 80-yard drive. They ate up 10 minutes off the clock.
For a field goal.
These guys are scoring in 3 minutes or less. So that's why the defense is on the field a little bit more. The time of possession is not in the Niners' favor over these last few weeks because they're scoring too damn quick.
He brought up the opposing fans. I didn't see any Seahawk fans yesterday.
No, they checked out on this team. They know what time it is.
I didn't see any. Like, no joke. I'm not even trying to be hyperbolic. No. I'm dead serious. When we used to play Seattle, there would be a huge Seattle contingent. I didn't see any.
No, they're cooked. I mean, they know they're cooked. They have a mediocre team. It's the last years of Pete Carroll. They're going to have a tough time reinventing themselves.
You know what I did see? I saw Joe Montana jersey on the Grinch. Did you see that guy walking around?
I didn't see that.
Did the TV find him?
That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, it looked like a nasty outfit to wear because I'm sure that individual was either frozen or sweating through that suit.
Yeah. Was it hot down there?
It was cold. It was cold. I saw a guy wearing Niner house shoes, shorts, and a T-shirt, and I looked at the guy and I was like, bro, I know you're cold. He's like, yeah, I'm going to drink through this one, though.
Yeah. Hopefully you had a ride home.
My guy was, I actually have a picture of him. I might have to pull it up.
Speaking of the Grinch, young Benjamin, very scared of the Grinch for some reason. Does not like him at all. His whole persona freaks him out. But neither here nor there. Pete Carroll, whether that was in the late second or early third, they were at midfield, and he refused to go with
it.
They were fourth and two.
Fourth and two.
You're on a losing streak.
Right.
You're on a backup quarterback. You're on the road.
Yep.
The game is... Why?
I don't know.
That wasn't Pete Carroll.
I don't know what that felt like. He was giving up on the season almost.
Greg Olsen kept mentioning, he was like, boy, it's a little strange here. You're on the road. He said basically the same thing you said, Spinotti. And I know Spinotti texted that to the thread yesterday. I was with him. I was like, why don't you go for it? Why?
Did you hear what Steiny thought of that?
No.
He thought it was gutless. Wasn't that one of the drops?
He sees both sides.
Brennan in Newark. What's happening?
I thought it was gutless was his drop.
Brennan in Newark. They both work.
What's up, guys? I'm happy to talk to you every Monday now. First of all, the thing that I have loved in the past few weeks is consistency. Like, I feel like we are more consistent. We're going down. We're getting touchdowns. We're not getting field goals, which for the longest time was my biggest issue with the Niners. We drive down the field, we get a field goal, and we would just have to be in the game longer. This season, we're kicking the other team out a lot earlier than we normally have been in the past few years. Secondly, Brock said in his after-the-game presser that throw to Debo, Juwan was his first read, but then he saw Jalen coming down looking flat-footed, and he's like, well, maybe I might get Debo out in the flat. He's able to get him out there for a huge touchdown. But I'm loving what I'm seeing. I'm loving everything about this team right now. We win out. We control our destiny. Let's go get that ship.
No doubt, Brandon. Good call. Deebo Samuel on that deep ball, the 54-yarder from Brock Purdy. Here's what Deebo said about the play.
You know, it's crazy as we worked that play at practice, that was like the last option to be thrown. And so, Brock just being the quarterback he is, and just whenever he sees something, he's just going to let it go. As you can see, like, I really wasn't running like 100 miles per hour. But once I looked back and seen Brock getting ready to cock and throw it, I had to speed up. But that's just something that we work on every year in camp, and we slowly progressing to get better at it.
He was the last option on the play, Shasky, and it resulted into a 54-yard touchdown. This is why Brock Purdy is playing the quarterback position as well as any 49er since Steve Young in 1994, and I think he may be playing better than Steve. Fifth option results into a 54-yard touchdown, and it was a dime.
I mean, think about the Ayuk play up in Seattle to kind of end that game, right? Same thing. It was like third, fourth, fifth option, and bang. And it's not even a consideration with other quarterbacks, and that's what he's doing. I said it with Evan Giddings, and he's the one who brought it up, so I want to give Evan the credit. 4 weeks ago, he said to me, Purdy is elevating Shanahan's system. It's not Shanahan elevating Purdy. Purdy is elevating Shanahan's system. It's taking it to spots that even Shanahan didn't think it would go to. That's what the great combinations in sports do. Whether it's Mahomes and Andy Reid, Steph and Steve Kerr, like pick who you want. That's what happens. The two of them are elevating each other. And then one last thing. JT Sullivan has said time and time again when he does these breakdowns, 19, a.k.a. Deebo Samuel, he calls him 19, he gives up on a lot of routes when the ball's not going to him. And he kind of jogs. And it really bugs JT Sullivan. And you heard Deebo bring it up like, kind of eased up a little. And then I started to speed up again. He's not alone in that. A lot of guys do that. But Deebo's so damn good, he can get away with kind of easing up on routes when he knows it's not him. It's just from a detail perspective, someone like JT Sullivan, who's a quarterback and very detail-oriented, hates when guys do that.
All quarterbacks do it because they expect you to be at that spot. They expect you to be at the spot. They're like, dang it, and Mahomes, you see him going through it against the Buffalo Bills at times. MVS, Valdez-Scantling can't get in the right spot for whatever reason. Cardavius
Tony can't even line up.
You can't line up straight. You blow a touchdown there at the end of the game. So that is the quarterbacks cannot stand that. They cannot stand that. But Deebo, right place, right time as a fifth option, third option. He wasn't the first option on that play, but that just shows where Purdy's playing at right now. And to Evan's point, he is elevating to this offense. He has elevated this offense. When we think back to Shanahan's better offenses in Atlanta when they advanced to the Super Bowl with Matt Ryan, what they averaged, 35 points a game? And that offense, I believe this offense, even though they're only averaging 29 points per game, 6 less off that pace, I would take this offense over that Atlanta offense. It feels like they have more explosion. Now, they had 2 running backs at the time. I know, don't laugh at me, but Tevin Coble was actually good that year alongside Devontae Freeman. Julio Jones was the guy. That was Mohamed Sanu's better season. Austin Hooper was playing some tight end, probably the best season of his career. I would still take this offense over that Shanahan offense. This one just seems more explosive. Seems like you have more options. And the quarterback play, Matt Ryan was spectacular that season. Brock Purdy's not far off from that year that Matt Ryan had in Atlanta.
I've been thinking a lot about, like, if I give you the raw data and the team record and I put Josh Allen as the name instead of Brock Purdy, if I put Mahomes or pick Herbert, anyone, it would be the 1 or 2 MVP. And that's what he should be right now. It should be him and Dak. To me, it's him and Dak right now at the top of the MVP chase. You want to throw Lamar in there? I will listen to that. I think he should be in there.
He had a spectacular game yesterday.
No, he was amazing. But to me, right now, it goes Dak, then Brock, then Lamar.
I got mine flip-flop.
Okay.
I got Brock, then Dak.
Okay.
Actually, I have Brock, Lamar, and then Dak.
Okay.
I have to give Baltimore credit because nobody thinks that they don't think of Lamar as a pass-first guy and he's a runner or whatnot. He threw for over 300 yesterday, had over 50 yards rushing. I mean, dude had a spectacular
with
game.
No Andrews.
With no Mark Andrews. He had Isaiah Likely balling. And you got Odell Beckham Jr. or whatever version of Beckham that you have. And Zay Flowers, a rookie who was dropping passes yesterday. So we'll see Baltimore in a couple weeks on Christmas night. I can't wait for that game. But right now I have Brock Purdy. I don't think there's any player in the world playing better football than Brock Purdy at any position. Tyreek Hill, I mean, name a tight end.
If I said to you in August he was going to be an MVP top 3 guy,
I said you'd be
come
crazy.
week 13.
There's no way.
Actually, heading into week 14.
When does that crack come into play?
I would have been like, I'm insulted. You know what they'd say? See, 95-7 the game. It's all hot takes.
Right.
Hot takes.
Right. Well, yeah, all the time. But even then, we're Spinoni and I, you were out that day. Spinoni brought it up Friday. He was like, we were having a Herbert conversation. And you were saying I would take Brock Purdy, and maybe I was being a little bit of a homer by taking Brock Purdy over Justin Herbert. But seriously, this is where Brock's at right now.
I know.
I don't want another quarterback.
No.
I don't have to think about Jalen Hurts. I don't have to think about Josh Allen. I got Brock.
There's so many teams that would die to have Brock Purdy as their quarterback right now. Look at the Zach Wilson experience. The ups and then all the downs.
Huge win for Zach yesterday.
I know, it was awesome, but he's been terrible.
Brock, by the way, plus 200. He's number 2, this via DraftKings, in the MVP odds v Vegas. Dak Prescott, the favorite, at plus 160.
This is a Cowboy.
Then Lamar at plus 550.
They're going to elevate Dak because he's a Cowboy.
I think it's a combination of things. Look, they're 1 and 2. We're splitting hairs here. I'm not outraged. Those are the right
Picking
guys.
up on the other side.
Yeah,
Picking up on the other side. That's what's coming up. Sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking plus your phone calls. Austin, Phil, Mike, Dan, Bobby. We're going to get to you all here on the other side on the Morning Roast.
This is the Lunch Rush at your local deli.
And you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steve, we'll see you tomorrow night against the Phoenix Suns. Boy, Warriors need to win. They've just blown 3 straight double-digit leads on the road. They're up 24 against Sacramento, 22 against the Clippers, 14 against the Thunder. They lose all 3. So, anyway, we'll see the Warriors tomorrow, but we're talking Niners right now. Got lines lit up. YouTube's humming. Thanks for liking us, loving us on YouTube. We saw some great numbers here. Last week, we were up to over 1,700, damn near 1,800. This week, we're up to 1,400. So, good business here on a Victory Monday with the Niners as they outlast the Seahawks 28-16. We're just talking about our favorite throw. The favorite throw for Brock Purdy.
How about the play where he stepped up when Jamal Adams had a free release, and they just put a little drop off? I don't know if it was to Dwelly or whoever it was. Maybe it was Warner. He just never lets that first guy get him.
We didn't think it was possible for a quarterback to lead the league in passing under Kyle Shanahan. We thought, he's going to run the ball. He's going to be conservative. No, all he did was a quarterback who had the presence, the pocket presence like a Brock Purdy, 19-27. The guy threw for 368 yards on 19 completions. He averaged 13.6 yards of completion, Jasky. He's averaging a first down per completion yesterday. It's absurd. It's like literally absurd looking at these numbers and what he's doing in this offense.
But are you surprised?
No, I'm not surprised anymore.
It's been 22 games.
But you wake up and even after the game yesterday, I go straight to the 94 team on my iPad and I'm looking at the numbers from 94. I look at a couple clips. I'm saying, I'm comparing this offense to our last Super Bowl offense. Now, I thought they could do some special things this season. I didn't think it looked like this. I didn't think Ayuk could be averaging 19 yards a catch. I didn't think Debo would average 16 yards a catch. I didn't think George Kittle would be on his way to another 1,000-yard season. And I didn't think McCaffrey, as special as he is, he's running for $145 on 16 carries.
Look, their personnel, this is not a hot take. I think their offensive personnel is better than it was in 94.
I do too.
So
I do too. It's deeper.
But you got to give the quarterback credit. He is distributing the ball,
no doubt,
at an efficient rate, and everyone's getting deep bombs. 12 explosive plays in a game.
Explosives.
I mean, if we got 2 or 3 during the Alex Smith or Jimmy Garoppolo era, we were thrilled. 12 in one game? That's a month.
This looks like a Madden game. It looks like a game you just played on Madden yesterday. Debo 7 catches, 149 yards, and then you're playing Madden. You're like, oh, well, you know what? Debo's got his. Let me get Ayuk going. Well, he's got 6 catches for 126. Then it's like, well, my tight end's a bit quiet today. Let me spread the love to my tight ends. Oh, George Kittle, 3 catches, 76 yards, and a touchdown, a longer 44. Oh, you know what? I want to run the ball some more. Let me give it to McCaffrey again. And he walks out of the state. McCaffrey's driving home from Levi Stadium yesterday. He's going home with his fiance. He's probably talking to his pops, Ed, to his brothers. And they're like, hey, McCaffrey, how'd you play today? And C-Mac goes, well, I averaged 9 yards a carry.
Here's my
favorite. In an NFL game.
Here's the best part, though. They didn't do anything exotic. Did you see one exotic play?
Well, I mean, I don't.
No. They've given none of their plays.
Right. Yeah.
I'm a big believer in, hold some stuff for when you need it. Seattle, for example, was dying to use that double tight end screen we've used against them.
So you don't want no trick plays in a game like that.
The Niners didn't show anything.
No, they didn't.
They didn't have to.
They didn't have to yesterday. They didn't have to. What a win for them.
I don't know. I just feel like the Niners are the best team in the NFL.
Yeah, they are. Right now, they are.
Yes.
And we know out here in San Francisco, it means nothing to be the best team right now. But this is where you want to start peaking. This is where you want to start running a new form and playing your best football. It wasn't their best football? No, it wasn't their best football yesterday. They turned the ball over twice. It's all, they'll clean it up. But you know what? You got 2 picks yesterday off of Drew Lock. So you were able to get 2 interceptions and offset those turnovers.
But the 94 team that you keep referencing, did they have a punter reach 20 miles per hour running? Did they?
I don't really know what happened on it. I think he just hesitated a little bit. I haven't got to talk to him personally. I don't know if he thought it was going to get blocked or if he bobbled the snap a hair or he just had a glitch, but it was a good one because when he paused and stuff and saw the edge, it was obviously a clean look and he didn't hesitate for it. And I was just told he hit over 20 miles per hour on it, so that's real cool. Ronnie felt bad about it, but wish we could have avoided that.
I hate that the play didn't count because I was ready to fire off the tweet. Said, you guys still worry about that third round draft pick that we wasted on Wisnowski? Nobody talks about the punter anymore. This guy's been a great punter. He's pinning guys inside the 10-yard line, pinning guys inside the 5-yard line. Mitch Wisnowski may be on an all-pro team.
Let's see how
Is
much.
Is he a generational talent?
Let's see how much Bonte's in his bag. Can you name the punter and kicker for the 94 team?
Well, Doug O'Brien was
Doug Bryan.
Doug Bryan. I always
You don't
say
have to
Doug
add an O
O'Brien.
to every Irish name.
All right. I thought it was Doug O'Brien. Doug Bryan from De La Salle High School, of course, out there in the East Bay. The punter.
Once I say his name, you're going to laugh.
It wasn't Barry Helton, was it? Who was the punter? It wasn't Reggie Roby.
Nope.
He came after.
That was later.
Yeah, he came after. Who was the punter? Oh, I don't remember the punter. They didn't punt much.
Klaus Wilmsmeyer.
It was Wilmsmeyer. Klaus Wilmsmeyer. How many times did he punt that year?
I don't even know.
Klaus Wilmsmeyer.
There's so many of them. I can't even remember.
Wilmsmeyer.
You got to Google it.
Now I'm looking at it. Okay. All right. Punts. 94. 54 punts.
Damn, he punted 54 times?
A lot.
That is a lot. How many does Wisnowski have
I don't know. I'm
going to
look it up right now.
Oh, man. Wilmsmeyer. I remember Brian. Brian was a rookie. Wilmsmeyer. Wisnowski. Wisnowski has
43 this year.
43 punts. So he's on pace to.
Yeah, he's about in the area.
3 punts a game. 15
Once
more.
you heard Klaus, you knew exactly who it was.
Wilmsmeyer. Yeah, I remember him. Wilmsmeyer. Wow. Wilmsmeyer.
He's no Andy Lee.
No, he's no Andy Lee whatsoever. He's no Wisnowski. Wisnowski may be a generational talent.
Who was the other guy that went to the Cleveland Browns after the Niners? Whose son was sick?
Bradley Pinion?
Bradley Pinion. Yeah, who missed the field goal in overtime or the game winner against Seattle, Monday Night Football. It went to the tunnel after he nailed one. So Robbie Gold knew his job was safe.
Well, Chase McLaughlin also resurfaced somewhere.
Chase McLaughlin knew who that was. Bradley Pinion. Wow.
Yeah. Pinion was the punter.
That's a bad punter.
Yeah.
The kickers. Try not to remember those guys.
Jake Moody. Sneaky.
No,
Good.
the guy that I'm impressed with is that former MLS number 1 draft pick.
Aubrey.
Oh, my God. What a leg that guy has.
I went against him in all 3 fantasy leagues I was fighting for a playoff spot for. I may not make all 3 playoffs. I may lose every single one.
I was unaware of your game, my friend, and you are a very good kicker.
I happened to be going against him. I was like, boy, these matchups were close before Sunday Night Football. I scroll down. This guy had like 22 points yesterday.
It's pretty unbelievable. He went from Maher to this guy, too, because Maher was like the worst field goal kicker you could have in the league heading into the playoffs, the yips and all that. And now,
let's see how he does outdoors in Levi Stadium in January. He won't be in the friendly confines in Jerry's world. He'll be on grass, and the wind will be kicking in January. May not be a great thing.
It was cold yesterday.
But yeah, it was freezing.
It might have said 55, 59 degrees, somewhere in that range. I'm telling you now, it felt 40s. It was really cold yesterday.
Levi's can get cold.
It does.
It can get cold.
There's a good breeze that goes through there.
Let's go to Bobby in Los Altos. My man Bobby, long time no talk, if I'm not mistaken. If this is the Bobby that I know, Bobby, what's happening?
Hey, fellas. Thank you so much for taking my call.
Where have you been? No, you've been cheating. I've been listening to you. You call us Stardy and Guru. You don't call us no more, Bobby.
No, listen, my life, unfortunately, my schedule's changed. Bonte, I got so many personal things I want to say to you, but obviously I'll keep this call to football. Bonte, the professional, you've just been blowing up. I mean, I'm just so proud of you, honestly.
You must not have been listening to 7:30 last week.
Dude, from when I first heard you to now you taking over the whole Bay Area and every sport. I mean, honestly, it gives me such great joy. But let me talk about football.
Yeah, or Shasky. Talk about Shasky. Better say something about Shasky.
Let's call it the secret sauce.
No, I got something. I got something for Shasky in a little bit. Don't worry. So I appreciate the love, man. Seriously, it makes me feel good. Look, so just a quick thought on Philly, some thoughts on Purdy, and then I have a suggestion for the rest of the season that I'd like to get your thoughts on.
I'd love it.
I'll be honest with you. This week I was much more interested in the Philly-Dallas game than our game because I wanted to see what Philly looked like the week after, and it was just confirmed. We ruined Philly. They are broken. So Philly, you are welcome. All right. My favorite play definitely was the Devo, not the touchdown, but when he did that little juke left, he looked like, and I think he got taken down at the half-yard line or something. But honestly, he looked like Manu Ginobili doing a Euro step with that football. That was just amazing how quick he cut back. So I love that play. Now, Butch, you said something I think is very prescient about Purdy and Shanny. I think the narrative has always been, hey, Purdy's a good game manager, but that's not the case. It's a symbiotic relationship, as you just said. I think Purdy does, in fact, enhance Shanny's play calling, and he's not getting enough credit for that. So I think that was a great observation. I really like what you said because I've not heard that at all. Now, I'm starting to use the term with my friends. This guy is a poor man's Brock Purdy. That's how much he's elevated. So, for example, that guy, Jake Browning, he's a poor man's Brock Purdy. Wow. I think that's how much he's come up in my mind, and I'm just glad he's getting the recognition.
Good stuff, Bob.
So look, for the rest of the season, I guess this is not going to be popular, and I don't even know if it's pragmatic. But I don't care if they win another game, honestly, because they've shown when they're healthy, they can beat every team in the NFL, at home, obviously, or on the road. They can probably beat every team in the NFL. I just don't know how they match up against certain AFC teams.
Good call,
that
Bobby.
being said.
Good call, Bobby.
I agree with him on the Niners. I want to look at Philly for just a second. I know we're reacting to the Niner game. And we can argue till we're blue in the face on this, but I do want to make this point, and then I'll allow you the opportunity to get in here. DeAndre Swift's not that guy. He's not on the level of Christian McCaffrey. Now, I just want you I'm going to read you.
Did anybody believe he was?
Well, he was a big part early on of their year of how good they were. And I look at them and I say, part of why I don't view them the way we are at, and even Dallas, I don't think they can run the ball. Let me just read the overall rushing yards from DeAndre Swift since he had basically 175 and 130 yards in week 2 and week 3. Since then, 56 yards, 70, 18, 62, 57, 43, 76, 80, and the last 2 weeks, 13 and 39. He has gone over 75 yards twice since going for 130 in week 3. There's something about not being able to physically run the ball either on the edges or in between the tackles that has limited them. And I am not viewing them the way. Now, their deep passing game, there's no doubt, but they will be imbalanced the rest of the year because I don't fear their running game the way I did last year and the way I did earlier in this year. I don't think he's that dude.
So, number one, I don't think anybody ever thought Swift was a McCaffrey. I don't think we're comparing him to that, but he was a good compliment and is a good compliment to that Eagles team. Now, if you look at the yardage here, all right, the Jets. Do the Jets have a good defense?
Yeah.
They've got a great defense. Nobody's running the ball against them. All right, so he averages 4 yards a carry against Miami. Not the greatest, not the worst. You play Washington. You're under 3.5 yards a carry at the time when Washington did have Chase Young, Montez Sweat, and division game as well. So it's an outlier. Division game against Dallas. We know Dallas has a damn good front seven. It's hard. McCaffrey had trouble running the ball against Dallas this year. So then you look at the last 4. Kansas City. We got a lot of carries in that second half. I thought he played well against Kansas City. 12 carries, 76 yards, averaging over 6.5 yards a carry. Buffalo, 80 yards, 5.5 yards per carry. Once they started giving him the ball, their offense changed. All of a sudden, A.J. Brown got involved. He got rolling. Devontae Smith got rolling. So you had to balance there in the second half and got them back in the football game. Now, again, I'm not saying Swift is even close to McCaffrey. I don't think I've ever said that in my life. I don't think that's ever going to be the case with Swift being on the level of McCaffrey. But the last 2 weeks, they played 2 front sevens that are snuffing them. Last week, they get smoked in the run game. And then this week against Dallas, they fall behind 10-0 all of a sudden. We know what happens with Philadelphia. They fall behind 10-0. They get pass happy. It's too late to run the ball. And even when they did, they had nothing there. So Philly does have a problem with the imbalance of their offense. And I don't think that's on Swift. I think that's on them maybe getting too pass happy with Jalen Hurts.
Well, I go back to
the Dallas Goedert loss. You can't the Dallas Goedert loss is underrated for them because of what he does in the run game.
Yeah.
He's like George Kittle for them in the run game. He's a damn good run blocker. So getting him back, I'm eager to see where their run game goes from here on out because they cannot win at a high level by being so pass happy the way they are.
He's at a career high in touches. He's gotten hit hard the last couple of weeks. I just look at them and I say to myself, the way I viewed them early in the year was, wow, they can win in a variety of ways, and they can win on the road, at home. And now I'm looking at them, I'm like, no, they're a pass first team. They get relegated to being one dimensional. They're a deep bomb team that can touch you up. but they're not a team that's going to, like, gash you with the intermediate stuff. And that's where I think they're very flawed.
You know what, though? I think with them falling behind in all these football games, they've fallen behind.
They've become
Kansas City.
more one-dimensional.
They've fallen behind Buffalo. They fallen behind the Niners. They fell behind the Cowboys. They fell behind the Cowboys before Lincoln Financial Field. They fell behind the Commanders twice this year when they had Chase Young and Sweat. They're falling behind, which kind of, like, if the Niners fall behind, for example, we're not going to see McCaffrey touch the ball like that. In the run game, that is.
Yeah.
They may give it to him in the pass game, but it's going to change the way you call plays. All of a sudden, you got to become more pass happy and one-dimensional, and that's a recipe for disaster. So I'm eager to see where the Eagles go from here. Will they get back to the run against the Seattle team that gives up a lot of running?
This is the differentiator between CMC and all the other running backs in the league. If they become one-dimensional and have to pass, he's also one of the greatest wide receivers in the game.
No doubt. But the point about Philadelphia and the way they're playing is not only do you fall behind, it takes away your run game, and it doesn't help when you don't have a defense like the 49ers.
Well, they don't.
That is the biggest difference. They can't stop anybody. So they're falling behind, and it's turning them into a pass-happy team.
Yeah.
They're not going to win. The great thing about Philly last year was they were physical.
Well, and
they were running the ball down your throat, but they had a defense that would get you the ball back right away. Whether it was sacks, whether it was third longs, whether it was punts or turnovers, Philadelphia's defense was all-time good last season.
I'd be very interested to hear all those people that were ripping Bosa, saying that we put the blueprint out there. Because I'm telling you, man, I just think that the personnel for the Cowboys and the Niners is straight up right now better than what Philly has.
It is better right now. Their defense, think about their defense last year. Philadelphia's defense last year.
They had, like, 4 guys with 10 or more sacks?
So overall, they had 4 guys. They had 3 guys with at least 11 sacks, and you had Reddick they had 70 sacks last year.
It's crazy.
It's 70 sacks. Think about the interceptions they had last year. C.J. Gardner-Johnson
had 6
interceptions.
Yeah.
6 interceptions last year. Slay had 3. Bradbury had 3. Blankenship had a couple. They had 17 picks as a defense last year.
What are they at this year?
Forced fumbles last year. They forced 15 fumbles last year and recovered 10 of them. So their defense was completely different because when you look at their defense this year, how many sacks do they have, Shasky? You want to take a guess?
Yeah, not on pace for 77.
They have 37 sacks right now.
That's lower.
That's 43 off what they amassed last year.
That's lower than
my God.
Right?
No, but I think that goes to show you they've been in different kinds of games, and they're a different team. Like they were front running in a good way. Like they were blowing teams out, so you're enabled to pass rush, and that plays to their strength.
Behind because their defense can't get a stop.
Yeah.
So only 37 sacks this year. Last year they had 17 interceptions. Care to guess how many they have this year?
5.
6.
Wow.
6 interceptions. And then when you get to forced fumbles, they actually are on pace to force as many as – actually, they already have forced a lot more. They forced 16 fumbles this year. They recovered 9. So they're still on pace there.
They've had some wet games.
But they've had some wet games with the rain or whatnot. So their defense, to me, their defense is dictated the way they play offense. Well, I don't think it's a knock on Swift or whatnot because I don't see anything about him slowing down. I just think it's the games that they're in. They're falling behind, and all of a sudden they're saying, hey, Jalen, save us, save us, save us. Jalen's not that guy to save them. Just like Purdy, we're not asking him to save us. Just do what you do. Play assignment football. And he's elevating this offense by doing that. But Jalen running around, and then you take away Goddard for a big stretch. They're different, man. So I'm eager to see where Philly falls or finishes this year because I don't think they're done yet. They're at their lowest point right now. Well, but next Monday is very big. I'm very curious to see how Philadelphia gets back to being Philadelphia.
I'm not sticking a fork in them. Yeah. I'm just saying that I overrated their personnel, and I don't view them the same after the last couple of weeks. Not that they're done. They're not done. No one is saying they're done. But I don't think Jalen's had a great year by his standards. I think he's a better player. I think he's compromised physically. Something's up with him. But I also think they're a hair off all year in terms of their passing. I don't think they've run the ball as well across the board. I don't know, man. I don't view them the way I did a couple of weeks ago. And I think Detroit, same thing. Like
Detroit's fallen off.
I viewed Detroit a month ago totally different than how I view them now.
I don't know if Detroit's going to.
They're a year away.
I don't know if Detroit's going to win a playoff game, which is why you go get that number 1 seed because you may be playing a 6 or 7 seed or a 5 seed or a 6 or 7 seed in that second round game.
Would you be shocked? Let's just say hypothetically, Detroit plays Tampa, right? Tampa wins the South. Would you be that surprised if Tampa found a way to win a crazy game, 31-30?
I wouldn't be shocked.
Not that I think that Tampa's good, but come on.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if say Green Bay went to Detroit and blew them out like they did on Thanksgiving night.
That's a better one. They're more balanced team.
I mean, I wouldn't be shocked that the Rams played Detroit in the first round, ended up beating the Detroit Lions at Ford Field. Would shock me. Matt Stafford going back home.
I was just thinking of that.
Matt Stafford
that would
going
be a
back
hell
to Detroit.
of a matchup.
Goff playing against his former team.
That would be.
That would be juicy.
So I just hear, and look, things could change. Like Hargrave could be out an extended period of time. Travis Ward could be out an extended period of time. And things look a lot different a month from now for the Niners. Today, we're the best team in the NFL.
Yeah, no doubt.
We're the best team in the NFL. Then it's the Cowboys.
No doubt. But again, being the best team in the NFL today doesn't mean nothing for a lot of us. But it does feel good to be the number one seed in the NFC.
I'm enjoying it.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm not going to lie.
Being the number one
soaking
seed
it in.
and getting the bye week was huge for this football team. All right, let's take some calls here. Right at Tat. We got about 15 minutes left of the show. Dan on Highway 4, then we'll get the film on Mike and the rest of everybody out there. Dan, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's up, boss? Hey, what's up, Shasky?
What's up, Dan?
So this week, these next couple of weeks, we have Kyler Murray and Lamar Jackson. And in the past, we haven't really did too well against the mobile quarterbacks. So I wanted you guys to take on the mobile quarterbacks versus our defense. And how much credit do you guys give Trey Lance for running the practice squad and us going against a mobile quarterback every day?
Mobile quarterbacks cause problems for everyone. That's why everyone wants mobility from their quarterback.
Well,
you watch all the great players that are tearing it up.
Trevor Lawrence mobile.
Yeah, somewhat.
Niners did well against him.
I agree.
Jalen Hurts mobile?
Yes.
42-19 tells me they did okay against them.
They did a great job.
Dak Prescott can be mobile?
I think Dak's been more mobile this year than last year, and that's part of why he's playing really well.
Right.
Did you hear I don't know if you heard the broadcast last night.
They say he is running a little more.
But they're practicing these broken plays, so they're running normal plays in practice, and only Dak knows that he's going to turn it into a broken play, so they could work on him ad-libbing more. It was very interesting.
I watched the sit-down with Jason Garrett for Sunday Night Football. And
How was that? I missed that.
It was good. He was basically expounding on that point there, saying, hey, I'm being told to use my legs a little more. I'm going to use my legs a little more. Didn't use his legs as much against the Niners, but the point was they went against a mobile quarterback and 42-10 later. Now, P.J. Walker was a bit of a struggle, no doubt about that. Joe Burrow was a bit of a struggle.
Joe
Burrow game is looking like, boy, where the Niners just get gashed.
I think it was a combination of things. Yeah. They looked the healthiest. The Cincinnati and the Niners didn't play a great game defensively.
Geno at times can be mobile.
I thought Drew Lock was pretty mobile yesterday. Was I tripping? I thought was Drew Lock's game better than you guys thought?
The Niners did fine against them.
I know, but I'm saying he looked pretty solid.
He was okay. Yeah. He was all right. Should have thrown about 5 picks, but it's all good.
That's true.
Let's go to Film on Mike.
First play of the game, I thought he was
let's go to Film off Mike. Then we'll get to everybody here on the board. Film, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Oh, man. Hey, man, y'all feeling yourselves this morning. I'm just so happy. First of all, the rejoiner music is crazy. I think that's why y'all kind of took over. That rejoiner music that y'all come on with be slapping every time. You got Nicotina, Andre 3000, Dre Dog. It be lit. Mac Dre, all of it. Shasky, you hella happy right now. I'm hella happy that you happy. I don't hear no worry in your voice. I love it. None at all. Can I just talk about Greg Olsen? He's awesome. Chris Collinsworth, my 2 favorite analysts. But Trent Williams is a boy. It's scary when you talk about they're going to run to the left. And we know they run it to the left, and we still run to the left, and we still get 19 yards of carry. That's crazy. So Trent Williams, he's like the second most important Niner, in my opinion.
Agreed.
But I do want to say this. Debo, I don't know, you said somebody, JT O'Sullivan, he got to start running harder. I love Debo, but Debo, we need you to run hard every play because you never know when you're going to get the ball, and then it sets it up for the route running, why people say you're not a good route runner because it don't look the same every time. Good route runners, it look the same every time. You don't know if it's running or passing. Last thing I want to say, and you guys are the perfect ones to talk to this with, we're loaded, man.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Loaded.
It's an embarrassment of riches. The 94 team, it's almost scary to think about. We got more weapons than the 94 team. Devontae, you caught it. You was like, bro, we got weapons. Greg Olsen said we got five players.
I know.
I'm not, and it's every level. Offensive line, running back, fullback, receivers, safeties, Zaire Brown. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Bye-bye, Gibson. I'm just saying, but we got to win it, man. We so loaded.
So loaded.
Washington team that you won. You won, Bonte. What year was that, 98, 99?
Yeah. 98, 99. 50-14. We were loaded that year. But I'm not going to compare this Niner team to a high school team. I'm not going to be that guy. But No, this team, Greg Olsen was on it. He was like, what do? You got Ayuk, you got Debo, you got Kittle, McCaffrey. Jawan Jennings is a factor now. What about if when Ronnie Bell gets going? Ronnie Bell will have some plays for him. I guarantee you Shanahan's thinking about when to dust off a Ronnie Bell trick play.
But, Bonte, that's the beauty of we're fantasizing various matchups. Gilmore and Bland have done a great job in that secondary. They lost Diggs. I'm talking about Dallas Cowboys here. They have some personnel that can match up with the Niners defensively. And that's why I look at them different than, say, Detroit or the Eagles. Honest to God, outside of turnovers and injuries, give me what the blueprint is for Philadelphia to slow down the Niners.
No, I don't see it. Not with that defense. Not with that defense.
Completely off Brock game? It can happen. Quarterbacks have bad games.
But does it feel like it's going to happen?
That's what I'm saying.
It feels like we had the Brock off games. Where'd he had those? Cincinnati? Minnesota in the quarter? We've had those off. Cleveland? That's it. No.
We're talking about drives.
I did watch the Browns yesterday with Flacco.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie, Flacco can still throw a deep ball.
Well, he's one of the best deep throwers of all time.
Baldy joined us earlier in the year. He goes, all Cleveland does, they take about 8 shots down the field. Yeah. They don't even care. They'll just throw the ball deep. Cleveland is scary good. That defense is scary good. Can they
win a couple playoff games?
Yeah, I don't know about that. I'll worry about Cleveland
in the Super Bowl
if we play Cleveland in
the
February.
1949 AAFL Championship was the Niners versus the Browns. Look it up. My guy, Frankie Albert, was the MVP of the league. Look it up. Look it up right now. We played each other back in the day.
Just look up Flacco in the playoffs. Just look it up. Just get him there.
You say that again, I swear to God, I'm going to run through the glass and tackle you. I'm not joking. I hate Flacco for that
But
run.
also, to your point about the Cowboys secondary, they did just get cooked by Seattle. They got cooked.
But I'm just going like personnel. They have a good personnel.
They are, but they got cooked by the Cowboys.
Their front seven's fast.
Shanahan on how Debo has looked this year.
I thought Debo came into this season very ready to go. I thought he was looking really good those first couple weeks. Didn't have all the stats to show it, but that was just the way the ball went. But he was really ready to go, and then he had a huge setback with his injuries, which took him a while to get back from. And when he did, it still took some time to get back in football shape. But I'm starting a few weeks ago. You could see it, and I think he's at the top of his game right now.
And Purdy was asked about Debo Samuel, what he saw from him this season.
I feel like he's just more intent, with the little things. And then obviously like his effort and stuff when he's not getting the ball, carrying out fakes and stuff to open up, Christian or play action pass. He's doing it right. Last year was my first year with him, so I didn't really know a whole lot. I always thought he balled last year. He get the ball in his hands and he still killed it, but he came back this year in great shape, looking good, and then has given everything to this team. Very proud of him, and obviously when you do get him the ball, he's the same old Debo, makes plays.
And then here's Purdy being part of a special group of talented wideouts, specialists, running backs, you name it.
I'm a part of a special group. Any one of our guys, any one of our eligibles, man, you get the ball in their hands and then they can go do the rest. Break tackles, obviously have pull away, breakaway speed. We see it every game. So to throw like a 5-yard pass or even a deep ball, it doesn't matter. We got playmakers.
So much for the dink and dunk. So this guy's doing everything, Brock Purdy.
Great group of guys.
Dude, this is a lovable team to watch. I'm having fun, a lot of fun watching them line up on Sundays. How are they going to score 28 this time around? How are they going to try to get to 30 this time around?
Just raw talent. Raw talent. Best Niner team since when? Forget. I know this team won the Super Bowl, but just the talent they've assembled. Anyone in the league, if we were to do a league-wide draft, the Niners would have 7 of the top, 150?
Yeah.
8
players?
Yeah.
Most loaded rosters in today's NFL?
Just in general.
Just history.
The Niners, this team, if you just did a fantasy draft and any team could have any player off the Niners, more guys would go off this team since what team?
2011 Niners, Harbaugh's first year.
How many offensive personnel players on that team?
You have a lot more defensive players.
Yeah. Justice Smith, Willis,
Vernon Davis.
Yeah.
Maybe Crabtree. I don't know about that version of Frank Gore. I don't know. 94 Niners, 98 Niners. There's a short list. In terms of Niner rosters, and you could pluck Niner rosters, players off different Niner rosters for today's NFL. So with Kansas City this year,
yes,
they had to pluck players off the Niners, and they're looking at a Niner roster. They're probably plucking more players off this roster and the 94 roster. And hell, maybe even the 89-90 roster.
Yeah.
But not many teams. This offense is, I was looking at it last night. I was doing a deep dive thinking, I can't believe I'm doing this right now. But the Niners are sitting at 10-3. They're down to number 1 seed in the NFC. If the season stopped today, and it doesn't, they still got some big games coming up. The Ravens, the Cardinals, the Commanders. I don't want to sleep on them. And then the Rams in the last game of the season, which could be a playoff game for the Rams.
Yeah.
And how do the Niners approach that? Do they play their guys? Do they bench their guys? Mm-hmm. That's what we're talking about here.
If we went all quarterbacks first, right, because that's usually how it goes, right, in a fantasy draft.
Well, you're taking Brock over Alex. You're taking Brock over Kaepernick.
I'm just saying, like, the next drafted guy will be either CMC or Trent Williams in the whole league.
Yeah.
Who else were you going to take?
Debo, Ayuk.
No, but I'm saying, like, if you're another team and you want to start your team to win this year, CMC and Trent are going to be two of the top non-quarterback position players.
Wouldn't Debo?
Debo would be high, but I think Trent would be higher.
Would Ayuk?
Ayuk would be high.
So, like
that's what
Jimbo,
I'm saying.
Like Jimbo saying on YouTube. Like Jimbo saying on YouTube. Jimbo saying on YouTube.
It's loaded.
It's a short list, and his team is on it.
Yeah.
It's a short list. Again, I'm looking at the 94 team saying, I may rather have this offense than the 94 Niners. I think Brock Purdy's playing as well as Steve Young did that season. Has a chance to put together a better resume for this season as Steve Young did that season in 94-95. Like, seriously, go. Jerry Rice is all time. You're not taking anybody above Jerry Rice.
Of course.
But damn it, Ayuk and Debo as a tandem is better than that version of Jerry Rice and that version of John Taylor.
And I know you love Ricky, but I'm taking CMC.
Oh, you're taking CMC all day. You're taking CMC all day.
I mean,
over Ricky Waters. Ricky Waters didn't rush for 1,000 yards, and Ricky Waters was special that year. Ricky Waters had over 1,500 scrimmage yards. McCaffrey may have that just on the ground. On the ground alone.
He's been unbelievable. He's caught 52 of 56 targets as a pass receiver. Isn't that insane?
And then you look at the defense. Now, the secondary in 94 blows away the secondary. I mean, Deion, Eric Davis, Tim McDonald, Martin Hanks. What are we doing here? That's probably the biggest difference. Because our linebackers that year were really good with Ken Norton and Gary Plummer compared to Fred Warner. So the defense, it's what offense are you taking? And as a team, this team may go down being better than the 94 Niners. Let's squeeze in some calls
keep
here.
Getting in there. By the way, I was right. Niners Radio on YouTube. 1949 AAFC All-American Football Conference championship game was Niners versus the Cleveland Browns at Cleveland's Municipal Stadium in Cleveland. I believe there was a co-MVP that year, and it was my guy, Frankie Albert.
With who? Paul Brown?
No.
Sonny Jurgensen?
Sonny Jurgensen?
No. It was the
Otto Graham?
Otto Graham. I think
00.
Yeah.
Let's go to Rat-a-tat-tat, folks. Rat-a-tat-tat. We'll start off with Austin in Redwood City. Austin, what's happening?
Hey, Austin.
Hey, how you doing? Hey, I just want to say that since Shanahan made a comment to the defensive coordinator on questionable calls on that 3-game losing streak, I don't know what team it was, but we only had allowed us to 300-yard receiving yards. After that, I think we only 63 yards, and we shutting down all the number one DBs. And Philadelphia keep force feeding A.J. Brown. You guys remember when A.J. Brown was on the sideline chewing out Jalen Hurts? When they was running the ball and Smith was getting the ball. You guys remember that?
Yeah, we do.
Ever since then, that's when Philadelphia stopped being dominant.
Nah, that's incorrect. A.J. Brown went out like a 4-week heater after that. He went on a 4-week heater. I get you a nice try, but he was on a heater after that. Michael in Phoenix. Michael, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on, Bonte Shasky? How you guys doing?
Good.
Hey, just a quick thing, man. I just wanted to throw a shout-out to that man, Ken Law. I mean, this guy's story, he was getting killed early on a few years ago. I mean, he can't help that his knees gave out on him like they did. You know, local content creators were giving him hell and shit, but...
Oh, man.
I love how people just are so comfortable. So comfortable here.
We are so close.
Reggie in Oakland.
Sam, that's the first I've heard from you. Yesterday was your birthday.
Yeah,
and
it's your birthday, Sam.
You took a photo with Frank Gore.
I did.
What?
Let's get to Reggie.
Care to expand?
We could expand in his final thoughts. Reggie, what's happening?
What's up, Reggie?
Hey, what's up, y'all? Hey, you know what? I gotta give a shout out to y'all, but you know, I'm a 49ers fan. I've been a 49ers fan for years, and I can't get the Frank Gore. Way better than CMC. Ricky Waters was too. They played against some really good teams. The Legion of Boom, Kaepernick was more exciting. He beat the Patriots. Jim Harbaugh was a better coach. He took Alex Smith, head-butted him, took a shoulder pass, made him a man. It almost came back against the Ravens in the Super Bowl and pulled off a great performance. And this team right here ain't beat nobody. The NFL is watered down now. I haven't seen the 49ers face a real challenge. The Eagles is overrated. They still tripping.
Reggie, are you a Raider fan?
I'm a Niners fan, but
I call cap on that.
Josh in Vacaville, in the show, please.
Hey guys, how you doing?
That's a weird in, man. Go ahead, Josh.
I love how he combined the 2011 and 2012 seasons. Keep going. My bad.
We're talking about the end of the season coming around, and one of my concerns is I'm concerned about Colton McKivitz, right? This kid, he's done a great job. He's stepped up, but at the same point in time, he's still the weak link on that offense. You know, we talk about how he run to the left side. We know that Trent Williams is great, but when you look at Colton McKivitz, you go back to T.J. Watt in that game against Pittsburgh, and you look at Reddick, the very first play from scrimmage that we throw the ball, he's nearly right on top of Brock's arm again, and I think that McKivitz is actually somebody that we can look at as a possible, this might be a problem going into the playoffs.
Well, there's no doubt offensive line is always going to be a target, and when you get into the playoffs, you're usually facing, elite defenses. Like, you're not playing the Cardinals.
It's not going to be perfect.
Now, there was a play yesterday. You know what? Fast five me, and I'll explain it. There was one play yesterday where I held my breath, and it was when Brock went to go throw, and a guy came near his right arm, and he kind of tucked as he was throwing. I couldn't tell if it got batted, if the guy hit his arm. Other than that, it was a great performance.
My final thoughts is this team could go down being better than the 94 team. All they have to do is win a Super Bowl, and I say that so flippantly, right? All you have to do is win a Super Bowl. Well, everything's lining up, and if they do get that Super Bowl this year, I'm willing to say this team is better overall than the 94 Niners.
That's insane.
I'm watching a statue guy in Brock Purdy. This guy looks like a future Hall of Famer. He looks like young Brady. He looks like all the young greats. He's throwing deep. He's throwing short. Doesn't matter. Brock Purdy is him. That's my final thoughts.
Niners are on a tier above everyone else in the NFL, much like the Los Angeles Lakers are a tier above everyone else in the NBA, undefeated in in-season tournament play.
Cut his mic. You notice he didn't pick. He didn't talk about the Raiders the day after the Raiders game.
That was a necessary loss. It's fine. Scheduled
3-0. The Lakers 3-0.
They needed to lose that. They're not getting. They need a top pick. Bonte, Jaden Daniels. Let's go.
The Lakers.
So all these names we've been mentioning today, one we didn't mention today was Clelin Ferrell. Had a pretty good day. The stats will always say he got 4 tackles and a couple TFLs, 1 sack, but my God, he was creating all sorts of havoc in the backfield yesterday. So shout out to you, Clelin Ferrell.
There it is. Fast five. What a fast show, man. 3 hours. Oh, wait, 4 hours show. Whatever. Feel fresh.
Hey, man, go bye-bye.
I could go another hour. Fast five brought to you
by S&G days?
Brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now with Stardy and Guru. Have a good day, everybody. Baldy tomorrow. Baldy at 7.
What's up, stranger? How you doing, man?
Oh, man, I'm back.
I am too. Yeah. I am too.
How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm real good.
Shout out to you, Evan Spadoni, for having my back, man.
Well, I mean, in fairness, and you know me, I like to bring attention to myself if it's positive, but I actually didn't have your back.
What do you mean?
I wasn't here.
Oh, man. That's what really hurt when I couldn't get here, is I had Evan waiting on me. But anyway, man, I missed you.
Yeah, I got a text message from Goo 3,000 miles away, and it was obvious he was having trouble getting in with some car situations, and I'm glad it all worked out. Spadoni getting that extra time, double time, turning into triple time.
Look at him.
Spadoni's already on my bad side.
You're in a good mood.
30 seconds,
I feel it.
30 seconds into the office, Spadoni wants to talk about the in-season tournament.
Well, you should have brought up Raiders. That would have been like right on them.
What do you mean? They hung in.
They didn't score.
They hung in, though.
Okay. They actually, it was a push, so they covered.
Okay,
so it's fine.
Right. Find the positive, because Steiny's dude's in the mood.
I like it. I was thinking the last show that I did, were you here that day?
Yeah, it was you and I. You
remember how I started off the
day
show?
after our argument? Yep.
Remember how I started? No.
Yeah.
Our argument was Tuesday. And
then Wednesday was our last show, because I was out Thursday with family stuff, and then Friday.
I did Thursday with you? Oh, that's right. It was a hell of a show.
No, Evan, he remembers. Yeah.
But no, wait. Where was I going here with this?
How you started the show?
Oh, when did the Warriors play? Last Wednesday? Yes. So we came in
Friday.
Thursday.
Before then, though.
It was the game before Oklahoma City. Okay. Right.
Portland.
So Portland, I came out, and I said, let me start out with something positive. And I talked about Jonathan Kuminga and how what he did.
Oh, yeah, that was Evan. That wasn't me.
And I figured, good start, positive start. Okay, you know what? I'm going to do it again. I'm going to talk a little Niners for about just give me a minute.
Take your time.
Just give me a minute. I win 28-16 against Seattle yesterday. Here's the thing that, I want to focus on the game itself, but the game itself lends itself to this. So I was thinking about the Niners. And last year they acquired Christian McCaffrey about halfway through the season. And Christian McCaffrey is a guy who, from the day he got here till yesterday, is going to touch the ball 25 times a game. So a year ago, they bring a guy in. They have good players. They have Kittle. They have Debo. They have Ayuk. But they bring in McCaffrey. And McCaffrey becomes their bell cow. said a word. This guy's come onto the team in 1 year. He takes most of the touches. He's a great running back. He can catch the ball. What I'm getting at is they still have 3 or 4 playmakers, and there's no complaints. They have no diva problem.
Wow.
I mean, you ever watch the NFL on a Monday and see how many
DK Metcalf yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. How many wide receivers
whine and bitch.
How many wide receivers don't get the ball enough and this, that, and the, so, and it's kind of come together because Bosa was talking a week or two ago about how unselfish they were rushing Jalen Hurts. And I was just starting to think about that with the offense. And so who gets credit for this? The 49ers have maybe the most dynamic offense in football, but they have a lot of weapons. But none of the weapons has any gripe that they might not get the ball enough.
Oh, man.
And they got a guy like Brandon Ayuk who's having a good year, and he's blocking 50 yards down the field for Christian McCaffrey. So anyway, I just kept thinking about the chemistry of this team and the fact that and I don't know who the comparison, the names argue. I'm kind of rambling here, but you get Christian McCaffrey, and it's kind of like the Warriors getting Durant.
No doubt about it.
Right. But it only works if Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green say, well, this is great. We just got Kevin Durant. He's going to score 30. That's going to take some away from us. But you know what? Who cares? And that's the way the 49ers to me are.
I agree totally, wholeheartedly with you, but I think you left somebody out. Because the guys you said, Draymond, Steph, and Klay, they have a superior. They got to report to somebody.
So is it Kyle Shanahan?
No doubt about it.
Okay, so Kyle Shanahan is the reason it's working.
Whatever he's preaching, I don't even know his zodiac sign. Whatever he's doing or trying to implement, it's been implemented, and they see it. It's about winning, Steiny. And again, everybody's eating now too, and that's why I call Brock Purdy Magic Johnson. And yesterday, Seattle came to play. 72-yard opening run by McCaffrey. I'm like, oh, this is part 2 of the Thanksgiving debacle. Here we go. I got to tip my cap to Seattle because I know how damn good this Niner team is, and I don't want to ruin I got something for you, Steiny, a prediction. I don't want to ruin it, but I told Evan this before the show. The San Francisco 49ers offense has surpassed their defense, and that doesn't mean the defense is not great. But what you talk about is being unselfish. That is the head coach first. What he's preaching, they're buying. And right now, Steiny, it's just amazing. George Kittle with the finger roll. Debo deep down the field. Ayuk when he doesn't fumble it on the 31-yarder, 35-yarder. And then you got McCaffrey, man. This team is the best team in football. They're playing like it. And for you to come out with the Kevin Durant example, I just got to tell you, when I buckle down and watch this team play, Steiny, I don't know if there's a team out there that can stop them. And I know today is not, how far it's about the Seattle game, but that's how good this team is on both sides of the ball.
I think, believe it or not, I'm watching that game yesterday, and I can see how they could get beat, the 49ers. But you also see how if they just control what they can control, they're probably not going to get beat. I was telling Evan.
Yeah.
Just because last week it came out, how are you going to beat him? How are you going to beat him? And here's how you can beat him.
Yeah, turnovers.
When the Seattle Seahawks got it to 21-16 in the second half.
Yeah.
They go for 2, they don't get it, whatever. But at 21-16, yes, if the 49ers make a big mistake there,
no doubt,
then you never know. Now, I'm not saying they make a mistake there, they lose the game, but that's the way you get beat. You turn it over there, and then Seattle gets a cheapie, and now all of a sudden you're playing from behind.
Yeah.
But what happened? They score on 3 plays into their drive. Deebo Samuel scores. Boom, 28-16, it's over. So, on the one hand, the only thing that's going to get this team beat, you feel like at times,
is themselves.
Is an untimely turnover. Yeah. A turnover at the wrong time. But
Purdy threw one yesterday, bounced off Ayuk's hand, miscommunication, but it is what it is.
It's early. That's early. it's early in the game. I do think there's a difference between late turnovers and early turnovers.
But one more takeaway from me, Stoney. So they had 6 explosive plays of 30 yards or more. Yesterday, the Niners had 6. I know they won by 12, but Brock is slinging that thing. It's like his eyes and antennas just go up because he's looking down the field. But, I mean, that's why if they get behind, I feel like fully healthy, Stoney, you're going to have to go 15 rounds to take this, I'm going to call him this champ out, because he's looking downfield and he's got the guys. 6 plays, 30 yards or more yesterday. That's just incredible.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's talk about that game yesterday. I thought it was a real interesting game. I thought the 49ers were solid. What would you give them? A B? Good solid B. The game was never in doubt. They could have won by 3 touchdowns, but who cares, right?
I'll give them a B+.
So I just wonder how 49er fans view that, and what a difference a couple weeks has made. The 49ers now number 1 seed right now in the NFC.
Man.
And
NFC championship game.
Yeah, it would be here right now.
And they would get a bye.
The other thing I was thinking now, and here's where I would be a little more cautious.
In what regard?
Well, I mean,
it's football.
The season's only 3/4 over. Yeah. So what if, the way I look at it is this. All right, best team in football. Who's the best? You know what? A month into the season, a lot of people were saying the Cowboys. All right. Then 5 games into the season, we were saying the Niners.
Yeah. After the
Niners lose 3 in a row, and we're saying the Eagles. They were the best team for 5 weeks. Okay, now we're 10-3, 13 weeks into the season, or 14, and the Niners seem like they're the best team in football. They still got to be the best team in football a month from now.
No doubt.
But it kind of doesn't matter than for the seed.
Yeah, it doesn't.
But they still can lose the number 1 seed.
Right, but if you're a Niner fan today, how proud, like your coffee's better, your trip to work, the traffic's better, because, Stoney, you think about the future. And right now, what they're doing and what they have at their disposal is sickening. It's an embarrassment of riches.
They got banged up. They got banged up a little yesterday.
No, they did, and we saw Drew Lock. You move the ball and have some success early on. DK Metcalf. See, the Niners don't have pissy guys like that. Oh, I ain't getting the ball. And I know he's a gamer, Stoney, but he was mad he wasn't getting the rock. But to come out and get a 50, 30-yard bomb, a wop, and I'm thinking, okay, Seattle came to play. The Niners, as you touched on, they don't have that. But yesterday and every game until we get to that juncture you speak of, Stoney, fans just want to imagine, dream, and just take in the moment of right now there's not a team playing, maybe Dallas, but you beat Dallas. Better football than what we are. And the cherry on top is, I don't know what Brock Purdy has to do to anybody out there, but right now your boy's slinging it. He's winning. And Stein, he's got 2 playoff wins under his belt already. I don't know when it stops, when people just want to say, you know what, the dude's playing, he's a baller right now. I don't know what he's going to be in a year or 2 years. Or
I
when this is going to
I want to know what he's going to be next week, the week after that, the first playoff game, the NFC Championship, and the Super Bowl.
They are just, rolling.
That's really all there is for Purdy is can he be the quarterback of this team if it goes to the Super Bowl? I don't see any reason why not.
And now Ward went out. You mentioned the injuries, but before Mooney Ward went out, but Steiny, he's playing his ass off. Like, damn, okay, I thought the secondary could be had. And again, Seattle, Lockett, they did some things. We saw Tampa Bay come in here with Baker Mayfield and do some things in the air. But at the end of the day, when all the chips are on the table and we're talking about full health, Steiny, San Francisco 49ers are a problem. And they have the number 1 seed. Now, do they hold on to it? We'll see. But right now, if you ask me and a lot of football faithful who the best team in the NFL is today, what's the date?
And
December 11th is the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah, and that's where the Steiny is still going to be Steiny. Because you know what? Who cares? Doesn't matter.
Right.
The Eagles were the best team 3 weeks ago. Now they're 3rd in the NFC. So they got to keep winning.
Yep.
They got to keep winning. The 49ers I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Here's the other thing. One of the guys in our sphere who's smarts I respect is Joe Spadoni. He sends a text yesterday that made me want to throw a brick through the phone.
Which one?
Pressure has bothered Brock Purdy today. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. You do realize that every quarterback is susceptible to pressure.
I would ask Spadoni was it cool to go public with that. That's just me. But
I would tell Spadoni there is no privacy in this. In this
Steiny Russell, yeah.
Steiny, was I right or was I wrong?
But isn't that what we know is going to get the 40?
Was I wrong?
You were affirming what we all know.
Oh, okay. So I was right.
That most quarterbacks, no, I'm going to say all quarterbacks struggle with pressure.
And there were some miscommunications, too. Seattle was good.
Yeah.
Some are better than others.
Yeah.
Right.
But he was improvising yesterday,
but
too.
But that's what's going to get the Niners beat.
Right.
If during a big game, Purdy is under pressure, he makes a mistake or two at the wrong time.
Yeah.
But that's every quarterback.
No doubt.
That's every quarterback, Joe.
Spadoni.
Every one of them. Even Jim, the great Derek Carr, even Jimmy G. Spadone. You've seen a litany of great quarterbacks in the silver and black. They're just different when they're under duress.
Kenny Stabler never felt pressure.
That's because he would just throw the ball in front of him and wait for somebody to fall on it.
Y'all wild this morning.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. 49ers go to 10-3. They've won 5 in a row. They take over the number 1 seed in the NFC. That means they're in control of their own destiny. They have an opportunity to get that first round bye. Couple things, main things that I have written down from yesterday's game and love to hear from Niner fans is the one thing that has stuck out with me.
Give it to me.
With the 49ers is they just, so I'm going down my guy Metcalf. Yeah, a little bit of a head case.
He's a bad
a little bit of a head case. Who else? Chase, what's my guy for the Bengals? I'm 7-11. I'm always open.
Jamar Chase.
Thank you, Chase. My guy T. Higgins. A crybaby when he doesn't get the ball. I like him. He's on my team. I need him to win. All I'm saying is, a guy for the Raiders, crybaby.
Oh, Devontae?
Yeah, he's a crybaby. Anyway,
all receivers are divas.
No, they're not. Yeah. That's my point.
I got you.
Brent, the one thing that, what could happen this year? Well, you know what? There was one guy who has a little bit of a situation who could get paid at the end of the year. Brandon Ayuk. Boy, he doesn't look like he's not feeling that Klay Thompson pressure.
No, he's helping himself, too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And not once has there been a hint or a sniff of, we got to get Ayuk the ball. You got to get paid.
But it just happens naturally, man.
Yeah, well,
this offense happens. And Brock's a big part of that. His decision-making, man. And the play calling from the maestro, Kyle Shanahan. I mean, Steiny, it's just on display. And that's why you're right. Any given Sunday, Jamie Foxx, Al Pacino, it can pop off. And that's why I'm tipping my cap. Nobody wants to hear this, to the Seahawks, because Spadoni's text was right. They sacked Brock Purdy. They got intercepted. They were Jamal Adams, old-ass Jamal Adams. I don't know what he was doing on the – can we just talk about the throw to Debo? Steiny, but that was a beautiful throw.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, it was.
All right.
Lovely throw.
It was.
Steiny, are you ever wrong?
Oh, my gosh. Yes.
I don't think so.
Keep listening.
Oh, my God. Who wrote that? Who texted that?
I don't know. What did I say that's wrong? All I've done is praise. It's been a tough half hour for me.
Look at you. Well, your Eagles are down. It's hard. Yeah. Warriors.
It's the hardest thing for me. Eagles lost that? Yeah, it's a shame.
Let's put the rat on the table.
That's too bad.
The Niners are saving the Bay Area fan base. Warriors are going in 30 turnovers, 29. Otani goes to the Dodger blue.
Oh.
All you got is the Niners right now. Shout out to the Niners.
What are you talking about? Steve Kerr said we are still a championship team. Do you not listen to our head coach?
I watched the game on the court. I don't want to hear words.
Oh, so you know more than Steve Kerr.
I don't want to hear words. I'm over words.
Okay.
Show me.
Okay,
like the Niners.
Okay, so
Show me.
Steve Kerr says we're a championship team, but Guru doesn't believe it.
Hey,
I'm going with Guru.
Yeah, sticks and stones can break my bones, but names never.
I would caution anybody to give up on the Warriors like you all did when the Niners lost 3 in a row to go to 5-3.
Injuries.
You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying?
Trent was out. Debo was out.
Well, there's your excuse.
We need Acho. Like, Acho, who's your boy? Who's your MVP now, Acho?
Oh, my God. It's Dak Prescott. What's your point?
Family.
Family. Yeah.
Dave's in Pleasanton. What's up, Dave? How you doing?
I'm doing great, but Steiny, you're wrong, buddy. You can be wrong, and where you're wrong.
Yeah.
The only way the Niners are losing is by injury, and the only reason Seattle looked decent was because Ward was out, Hargrave was out, and Armstead was out. They would have scored 7 points at the most, and we are going all the way.
Okay.
And I'm not worried at all because it's not Jimmy Garoppolo. We're going to the playoffs with. That's all I got.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dave, you know what? That's a bad call to start.
But he feels good about
it's a bad call
That's what
to
we're
start.
here for, the fans.
Okay, so I say, you know,
you got to win it.
You lose in the playoffs. I think what'll get the 49ers beat is a couple untimely turnovers. There's a controversial statement.
Right.
But thank you very much to Dave in Pleasanton who says, I'm wrong. I'm wrong.
No,
That
Dave was wrong for
no-
taking away from Seattle.
Nobody can beat the Niners. Like,
well, nobody's saying that.
Well, that's what he said. He said that will not get the 49ers. If the 49ers are the only thing that can beat the 49ers are injuries.
Yeah.
Well, that will not help. But
it's the same for
assuming
every team
they're
across the
healthy,
board.
the best team's still got to play 3 good games.
No, you're right.
Even if they are the best team.
Yep.
So all I'm saying is I've been constant with this all year. When the Cowboys were good early, when the Eagles were dominating 4 weeks ago, and now here we are, week 13 or 14. There's 4 weeks left. The Niners are in control. They look like the best team in football. I want to see how they get out of yesterday's game, though. They were a little nicked up, but we'll see.
Arizona on the road next week.
We can also talk about the ejections late in the game. Not that they really mattered. A little questionable clock management.
Yeah, you were adamant about that.
He
let me read. Can I read it?
He butchered it.
Yeah.
What did I say?
He butchered questionable clock management.
Yeah, it was. I said questionable?
No.
I should have said bad. I think I said awful.
Yeah.
I mean, no, he didn't handle that well.
No.
But you know what? He acknowledged that he didn't handle it well. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers go to 10-3.
Man.
They're the number 1 seed in the NFC, and it was
rolling
a solid
right now,
win.
man.
Solid win. Very solid win. Steiny, please tell these callers the Niners beat Drew Lock yesterday. Drew Lock. Yeah. They only beat who's in front of you.
He threw a beautiful touchdown pass. Beat Amory Thomas. Metcalf did.
888-957-9570 is the number. How you feel about your Niners? You're 10-3. Who we got next week?
Arizona.
More
Chalk
birds.
it up.
A lot of birds on the schedule.
I know, and then they got the Ravens. And they even somebody
Christmas
else.
Day. That's going to be a good game.
Buckshot.
Rams had the Ravens. Let them off the hook.
Rams. I thought they were your team last week.
See, I didn't say that.
No, you said don't sleep on the Rams.
What's
McVay
beautiful
and
about you is I didn't say I was done with them.
Nakua, baby.
Luka. But I didn't say I was done with them. Just the way you lit up.
Thank you. 415. Oh, my God. Welcome to the show.
What'd they say?
You're just playing devil's advocate. You're not saying they will get beat. You're saying if they get beat, it's how it could happen. It sounds reasonable.
Gotta go,
Thank you. Yeah. Now, I'd like to talk more about how reasonable I am. 888-957-9570 is the number. Niners, 28. Seattle, 16. Now we got Seattle. Now go root for the Seattle Seahawks to beat the Eagles, although you know what? I don't think it matters. The only thing that matters now is that the 49ers, assuming they win next week, they take care of the Ravens, and we should be sitting pretty. Here's what's going on. It is a Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Steiny and Guru with you. 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment also brought to you by AC Transit.
Get in where you fit in. AC. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, Steiny and Guru with you on a Monday in the Bay. Yeah.
You got a haircut?
No.
It looks fluffy. You look ready.
It's too much.
Nah, you need to. Don't you watch the NBA? More hair is in. The hair on top, I'm letting mine grow. More hair is in. When you get you want to just, I got it. It ain't about how it's started. I got it.
But this is goo. This, as tight as we are, this is what sometimes fuels some of our struggles. You're the same guy who will not grow an afro for me.
Well, it's coming now if you can.
No, but I want you to take, I'll tell you what.
Yeah, it's coming.
What do you say you and I get haircuts together, and then we don't get another haircut till I decide?
We could do that.
After that.
But I've already kind of started.
You get haircuts every, 3 weeks?
Oh, yeah. Shout out Marky D. But I'm letting it grow. Evan got the curls on top. I'm coming.
For a little while.
Bonte grew his out. What you mean a little while?
I got to get a haircut.
Who's this guy?
Who?
Andrew Dice Clay.
What are you talking about? I'm saying.
Dude, I saw some of his stand-up.
We got good hair in this office.
Yeah, we do.
This is probably... You throw Lubman into the studio, that's the best 5-man hair unit
he's in the
going.
morning. Yeah, they got good stuff, too.
I mean, listen, when it comes to hair, you and I, Evan, Spadoni, all doing
Dibbs,
well.
Willard,
Lubman doing terrific.
Yeah.
If we were to enter a contest, we'd win. We just have to make sure Lubman took a shower before the contest. Get those hairs nice and those locks nice and shiny, soft. Rub your fingers through his hair.
Niners going to Vegas?
Niners going to Vegas.
I just feel
too
like
early
it's destiny, man.
Yeah, well, it's too early.
But it's not too early to identify who right now, we'll go college, who the feel. They just got that look, Prince.
There's no
Niners just got that
tournament.
look.
What are you talking about?
Oh, boy. Did they really have hats?
And she had everything. And a trophy and an MVP. Right.
Anthony Davis should have got MVP, by the way. But anyway.
925, he did.
What happened?
Just another example of goo. You know, he said something without thinking about it.
Tell me.
He said, why did you say dibs?
Because I didn't want him to be left out. He once had hair. When I first started, I got a picture with dibs with stuff with the what do you call it? The lettuce. Oh, no.
We've got, let's go to, let me see. AJ in Redwood City wants to talk about. Well, he says there's a troubling pattern for the Niners.
Boy.
We're going to put him on hold for a minute.
Oh, wow.
We'll go to George is in the jungle. He wants to talk about the Niners with a Z at the end.
Okay.
Yeah. What's up, George? Turn that radio down. Thank you.
Radio's not on.
There you go. Okay.
I'll be the
What you got, George?
Hey, George, how you doing?
Okay. So we got Josh Allen, we got Patrick Mahomes, we got Dak Prescott, we got Jalen Hurts, we got, dude up in Seattle, whoever it may be. And we're talking about all of them as being such great quarterbacks, and we're still coming on Purdy like it's the system.
Who's doing
My question to you is, how long before we start talking about Purdy and Shanahan like we talked about Montana and Walsh? Do you think that's coming over the next couple of years?
Well, if they win a Super Bowl.
They don't even need to win a Super Bowl.
Well, hold on.
Okay, Carl, you go first. I'll go after you.
Well, I mean, look, everything's going great, but I mean, how long before we talk about Shanahan and Purdy like we did Walsh? Till they win a Super Bowl. I don't think I'm going out. Steiny, you're a hater.
No.
Yeah, you got to win a Super Bowl. That's what we're in San Francisco.
Right, but as far as from a number standpoint, it's kind of natural. It's happening every week because Brock, 365, 368 yesterday, Steiny, a career high.
Okay, say it.
No, what I'm saying is...
Then you think we're ready right now. Right now, he said, when are we going to start talking about Shanahan and Purdy like Walsh and Montana? And I said, all right. When they win a Super Bowl. If you want to do it right now.
No. See, and that's the difference between you and I. My thing was, hold on. If this keeps up, it's on its way. And it's on its way right now. Kyle has nothing to prove. Well, he wants to ring, but we know it's genius. We see it. We see that offense weekly. And we see what he did with Garoppolo. My thing is, depending on what sports book you look at right now, Brock Purdy is the leader in the MVP if you're into that. So that's going to be an award. That's going to be a personal award that he earned. And real quick, I take what Brock Purdy is doing like a good day NASCAR driver. You got the car with the speed, but it takes a good driver to drive it. And that's what he's doing. Right. So in 4 weeks, that caller might call back and he may have nothing on the menu because it's already happened.
No, but the point is because we're in San Francisco, you don't get talked about in the same breath as Montana and Walsh until and unless you win a Super Bowl.
That I agree with.
In fact, it's so brutal for the Niners and their history and what it does to current players that the 49ers have 4 games left. If they win their next 4 games, 40-10, each of the next 4, they go in as the number 1 seed.
I hear you.
They win 40-10. They win 40-10 again.
I know where you're going.
And then in the Super Bowl, they lose. We can't talk about them like Walsh and Montana. It's pretty...
And especially
simple.
Kyle.
Come on, it's simple stuff.
Yeah, he's been there too.
It's simple stuff.
Kyle's been there. I
must acknowledge, though, the one thing I have noticed that sometimes you do this, not always.
Just don't say kiss ass.
And sometimes it bothers me more than others.
All right.
But,
I keep it real.
When it comes to the Niners, you always use Shanahan getting to the Super Bowl as a positive. When you talk about anybody else who gets to the Super Bowl who loses, it's a negative. That's the only.
And I love how you look today. I love your outfit. But, Steiny, you're dead wrong.
No.
Because you've come down my road. If we could play Goo and Steiny's greatest hits, you've come down my road because I ripped him for blowing the 19 Super Bowl.
Well, then you can't say he got there. That's not good enough for anybody else. Is it good enough for Sirianni?
No, but when you look at the resume and portfolio, in the moment, I'm always going to come with the heat rocks. But when you take a step back and stuff has subsided, you can look and say, okay, you got there.
How come you didn't give Andy Reid credit when he was getting beat in Super Bowls?
That's one of our biggest fights we had.
Well,
now what am I doing for Andy? He's a bad.
Right, but he won it.
Yeah. But after that,
But you're praising Shanahan before he wins.
No, I told you there's a trend developing with Kyle that he's gotten close with these NFC Championship games and the Super Bowl. I'll never just dismiss that, but I'd be a fool to sit up here and say he's not orchestrating the best offense in the NFL right now. Steiny, they are loaded.
They are right now.
They are. No, just forget the result.
Remember, they started 8-0 a few years back.
Yeah,
they were the best team in football.
They were working hard, and they got it done. It was more stressful. Brock Purdy. People forget Jimmy Garoppolo quarterbacked this Niner team 6 games with McCaffrey. It still didn't look like this.
Maybe McCaffrey just getting used to the offense.
My whole point in that is Brock he's quick decision maker, Steiny. He can improvise. He can move out the pocket. He looks downfield. All I'm telling you is it's going to be more hell for Kyle if this team doesn't win it.
Well, no kidding.
Okay, so,
they're the best team in football.
No doubt, like that. That's that different pressure.
But
and we're all there now, Steiny. We're here. We know it don't start till January. But Steiny, that's some other pressure. Now he's not throwing passes. He's not catching the ball or making tackles, but he's calling play. Seattle played a damn good game yesterday, man.
Okay, and I'll meet you halfway on that.
On Seattle or just
on Seattle? Come on.
They had a lead, and I'm just telling you, talked about it. I was like, oh boy, just like it wasn't 50-7. It feels like that.
Team?
Drew Lock.
Okay.
Oh,
just like
he looked pretty good. He looked okay. I was like, oh, Drew Lock, it's over. 72-yard run. Go cut the lawn.
Let's go to Jay. No, let's go. I'll go to AJ in Redwood City. What's up, AJ? How you doing, man?
Doing well. How you guys doing?
Hey.
Doing well.
Yeah. I want to preface this by saying, this is the most optimistic and hopeful I've been about the Niners in my life, right? It's just it's the best team I've ever got to watch. I was born after all the Montana and Young era Niners. But, when you're talking about, hey, how does this team maybe, end up losing while intact with all the injuries? There's a couple things. These last couple of games, we've come out in the first quarter and been down, and this team, we know historically from Kyle Shanahan, doesn't come back in the fourth quarter. We've figured it out in the middle there. Hopefully that continues, but, I'd love to see the defense come out and just, go 3 and out and, fucking pitch your shutout. The next bit, we're so physical, we're going to be in these chippy games. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Can we not escalate and get those 15-yard penalties at the wrong moment? That worries me, right? We're going to be in those situations. But it happened again last night. It happened, the week previous. It's going to continue to happen because we're going to get under their skin. Can we be the bigger team and not pick up those 15-yarders? And then the last bit, we love the yak. The yak, gets us going. Yeah. But, the untimely fumbles can hurt your team. We saw with Brandon Ayuk. In that 3-game losing streak, we had a couple in there, too. That concerns me, too. But, man, this Niners team is so great. I'm looking forward to the rest of the season. I'm really hopeful, but those are the ingredients that I'm seeing that could be the downfall in the end.
Appreciate the call.
Yep.
Appreciate the call.
I'm just looking here at these explosive plays. And again, not to be redundant, Stoney, they had 6 of them, but you hit me in the cardiac muscle talking about how selfless they are. But you talk about Debo, 54-yarder, Ayuk, 45, Kittle, 44, and then 72 on the ground for McCaffrey. And I know those are just individual plays, but it just speaks to, like you said, the Niners were a B yesterday. It wasn't their best game.
Think the Niners are going to run the table? I do, Steiny.
No, honestly.
The 49ers going to lose another game this year.
There's 2 teams, Baltimore Christmas and the Rams, who I think will be playing for their lives, and the Niners could be playing for the number 1 seed. So I'm not telling you they're invincible. They're not going to lose. I'm telling you they're the Kevin Durant war. I have that feeling.
Well, then they better win it.
All right, let's put it right on the table. Okay. It's been a little while. I didn't know if Evan and Spadoni did this, but you guys did.
Let me guess. Job. We don't know what the pests of the month are.
I told you last time we were here.
That was 3 months ago. And you know what?
I said rats and mice.
I'm sick of it being rats and mice. It's always rats and mice.
We live on the West Coast.
What about a gopher?
They're a pain. Billy.
By the way, you know what else? Squirrels are pests.
Yeah, but not in the
home. What is this? Squirrel's a rodent, right?
Dude, I hate
squirrel's
that
an absolute.
They look like one. They're intelligent, though. Don't mess with squirrels.
What are you talking about?
Somebody said that about. Somebody
if
said
you
that
throw
about
a rock at a squirrel, they cannot move fast enough to get out of the way.
But you won't be able to hit it.
Listen to this.
They're agile.
You can knock a squirrel off a telephone wire easy with a rock.
They're kind of like Christian McCaffrey. They got brains.
You're that guy?
I am that guy.
I need to call the SPCA.
Go ahead.
What would you know about a squirrel and a rock?
Doesn't the P in SPCA mean pets?
Or pests?
Pests? I don't know.
Yeah.
But a squirrel ain't a pet.
Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals.
Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to I guess it would be an animal.
Not rodents.
They can survive the fall, though. Just a little gymnastics. Just a little forced gymnastics for the squirrel. Off the high wire. Little Nadia Comaneci. Little Great Wallenda.
I'm pregnant with this next take I want to get off.
Let me guess. It's going to be about how the 49ers are the greatest team that's ever put on a uniform.
I'm at the hospital tending to the son Friday. I get a call. Who's the intelligent guy on the radio? And it was Evan. So I said to the guy that said intelligent, what's my style?
Who are you talking about?
Evan was on Friday with Spadoni.
Right.
So my buddy checking to make sure everything was okay.
Oh, I got you.
And he said, who's the intelligent voice? And I said to myself,
did you say, I don't know. Steiny's not working either.
I think it was Spadoni.
Yeah, it could have been.
I don't know. I think I'm enemy number 1 after Friday.
What did I miss?
What'd you do?
I had the gall to say Stephen Curry needs to be more selfish.
Oh, I like that.
Of course you do.
Hey, I didn't like his turnovers. But anyway, we got to come up with a word that describes my style. Like if you turn on the dial. Yeah.
It would be.
But intelligent bothered me, Evan. I go, that's a good word for my man.
What is that code for? Well, we call
intelligent.
Intelligent?
Intelligent.
Passionless.
He's not athletic.
No, he said it. It was a compliment, Evan.
Oh, thank you.
Damn it.
Appreciate it.
Anyway.
What would gurus would be?
Well, be careful here, guys. Yeah.
We'll go to 888-957.
Yours is negative. You turned it. Who's that guy?
No, mine is reason.
But you do it with an angry delivery.
It doesn't matter.
Like, get off my lawn.
Yeah, but I'm not. I'm not angry.
You're in a good mood today.
I'm always in a good mood.
Yeah. Okay.
Stick that right in your face.
Sounds about right.
Why should I not be in a good mood? It's Monday in the Bay Area.
You. Maybe you did miss me.
Why?
Because you're being different.
Maybe it's just
our
it's
job.
nice to get a break from you.
Maybe
you're getting bad reviews. Oh, I mean, look, it's mine's easy. Hater. Okay.
What?
You know what? Let me tell you something. Call me a hater. You know what that tells me? You're not very intelligent because you're not really thinking it through.
Passionate. I'll take that.
Well,
You are
blowhard.
Yeah, I think that's you, Steiny.
Hey, well, you might be right.
Real quick, before you go to calls, I'm being honest as I can.
They're going to win it all, and I think they're never going to be challenged again.
Not even going to ask you that.
Oh, okay.
Where are you at on Brock Purdy?
He's good. I've been saying he's good for.
No, I'm not saying. You got nothing to prove to me. I'm just, where are you at?
He's good. He's a good quarterback.
Did the meter go up more yesterday when he hit Debo?
No. No, it didn't go up more. I feel like we've seen the same quarterback play all year long. I really have.
But people were whispering, oh, he's a dink and dunk. He's Derek Carr. He is this dude, better or worse, he's a gun. He looks for the big play.
Oh, he throws a better bomb than Joe Montana ever threw. Right?
I can't do anything.
Oh, I know. But you want to go right up to the line, right?
What line? That was Montana. I'm out.
No, I just think,
dude's off to one of the greatest starts ever, Kurt Warner, and he's come out of nowhere, man.
Well, again, there probably have been quarterbacks that have won a Super Bowl sooner than Brock Purdy, right? But didn't Roethlisberger win one?
But coming from this obscure spot, Mr. Irrelevance never happened.
You know what? I got to tell you.
And he still got to do it.
Who cares about Mr. Irrelevant anymore? Like, that's not going to take the sting away from a bad performance. Brock Purdy is one of 32 quarterbacks in the NFL. Like, it doesn't matter where he's drafted.
But they missed on him, yeah. But normally, Steiny, when you're that, you play pickup. If you're at the gym and you're the last pick, what does that signal?
What does it matter 2 years later? I guess is what I'm saying. He's 20-3 as a starter, whatever.
No, what it matters is it's inspiring. No matter what walk of life you're in or what you do for a living, the fact that when you get picked where he was slotted at,
right? But that's
people
over.
There's no expectations.
Well, what about Draymond Green? Like, who cares that he was a second-round pick?
No doubt.
10 years into his career.
But he can name everybody that went. He has a chip on, went before him. He has a chip on his shoulder. But
I don't think Brock
more
has a
than
chip
a whole
on his
bag
shoulder.
of chips because he's shocking the world is all.
And nobody's taking that away from him.
That's what
but who cares that he was the last pick in the draft? If Dak Prescott goes to the postseason and outplays Brock Purdy, who cares that Purdy was the 7th-round pick? Like, it's still going to be a great story, but you don't get like a consolation prize because of it.
And I'm not trying to hand. I feel you. I'm not trying to hand that out.
Like, to me, the story. I see the story and how interesting it is.
I can't ask for that.
But I just look at it as he's the 49er quarterback.
Yeah.
Jalen Hurts is the Eagles quarterback.
Right. Went to
Dak
Alabama.
Prescott.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Oklahoma. So you kind of you're not wowed.
But it was easier for those guys than Brock Purdy.
Tom Cruise said it best. Against all odds. The great movie.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. I think we're watching it.
The other thing is, I guarantee you what Brock Purdy did in college, how he had to play on that team, which was just a pretty good team.
Yeah.
I'll bet you that got him more prepared for the NFL than Justin Fields dominating everybody at Ohio State.
Yeah, I'm not even here to argue that.
Okay, well that's why I don't like. Okay, he was a 7th-round pick, but it doesn't matter anymore. He's Jalen Hurts. Like he's that guy.
Yeah.
So I don't.
He's him.
Because really what you're saying is, and let's be honest, really what you're saying is, if you want to hang on to this 7th-round pick, but he's a 7th, you really just want to set up an excuse for him down the line.
Oh,
like if Brock Purdy gets outplayed,
you could be
okay.
Oh my gosh! Then you don't even know who I am now. My name must be Eric.
No, but what I'm saying is, if he.
No, there's going to be a movie made, Steiny, because of all the ingredients of where he was drafted at.
I'll tell you what, there ain't going to be a movie made if he never wins a Super Bowl. Why would there be a movie made if he never wins a Super Bowl when
Billy
Kurt
Dean had a movie made about him and they never won?
What about Vince Papale?
Yeah. That's great, and I love that movie. But come on, Steiny.
Vince Papale never even played football.
Yeah, but
he never played football.
We get that.
Brock Purdy played 4 years at a Division I school.
Right.
It's not his fault that the powers that be who think they know football don't know as much as they think they. Like I would say about Brock Purdy rather than, oh, he's a 7th-round pick. He's a 7th-round pick. I'd be like, yeah, it shows guys don't know what they're talking about. Even the guys who work for NFL teams, Of course, they're experts, but everybody misses. So now Purdy's in the NFL. He's played 20 games. He's been really, really, really good. Like, this is who he is. Yeah. And now he's the quarterback of a team with the best record in football. I don't care that he was a 7th-round pick anymore. Yeah. And that, I don't factor that into what he's doing right now at all. And maybe that's my way of saying I've seen him play 20 games. He's good. He's
right. And I love it, but I'm not saying he's not good. And I'm not trying to get him a scholarship if somehow he loses down the road. It seems like you want to forget something that's part of the origin, which just makes it a great story.
Well,
like he could go speak. He could go somewhere and speak on how, even if you don't care, I defied the odds.
So the bottom line is,
I'm a baller,
if Trey Lance would have the 49ers right here somehow.
Yeah.
And they go on to lose in the playoffs. Brock Purdy has the 49ers here, and they go on to lose in the playoffs. It sure feels to me like,
tell me,
well, Purdy will get more of a pass because he was the 7th-round pick, and Trey Lance was the 3rd pick overall.
It don't work like that, Steiny.
Well, it does if you're saying that
nobody
because
mentioned passes. And why would you need? Once you get your Captain James T. Kirk of the Starship, well, then we judge you accordingly.
Right, then quit bringing up the 7th round. Who cares?
I don't have to because it's part of his story. Just like I started and I won a contest.
But how does
F you if you tell me I don't want to hear about the contest.
Well, I don't.
Okay,
you're a pro now.
It don't matter.
You're a pro.
It don't matter.
Compared
it's part of my journey.
Well, yeah, but it means
you don't
nothing.
care about it. That's almost evil that you're telling somebody about the origin of their story. That's all.
Wait,
not about
real
quick.
You're missing
it. Real quick. Because it makes it sound like I'm saying, if he were to lose the NFC Championship game, he was Mr. Irrelevant. It don't count. No, people are coming for his head, and this is what happens when you become the man. My point is, movies are made, and people speak at engagements because they want inspiration, and there's no better inspiration than when people shock the world. And Brock's story right now, I believe, is incredible.
But if you got fired tomorrow,
okay,
it has nothing to do with you winning a contest 5 years ago.
And who would say that?
You won a contest. You proved you belong.
Totally.
You belong with all the professionals that you're competing if we finish in second, I'm not going to be, he won a contest 5 years ago.
See, and I'm not doing that. You're right there, but I'm not. Oh my God, Steiny.
You're a pro, bro.
But you feel like, so if you think I'm judging Brock like he has a pass to lose because of me thinking there's a movie in the works. Hell no. If they lose an NFC Championship game and he's bad, I'm coming for his neck like I would do Jalen Hurts or Dak. Like I could compartmentalize the beauty of his evolution and also come for his head. You don't get passes because you were Mr. Irrelevant, shot the world. No, you're prom king now. I'm coming for you, just like I would come for the number 1 pick. I just can't forget the story. That's where he started. That's life, art. That's beautiful. It's incredible.
Right, but you're right. I'm not taking away from the fact that he was a 7th-round pick and he's Mr. Irrelevant.
I'm not saying
what I don't care about is when he steps on the field against Arizona, that doesn't mean squat. He belongs now. 888-957-9570 if you want to join the conversation. 49ers and Brock Purdy are 10-3 in the NFC. They have the number 1 seed. And hey, with the holidays right around the corner, now is the best time to download the Odyssey app. You can listen to all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru, plus outstanding segments like the Morning Roast with Brian Baldinger, Willard and Dibs with Steve Kerr, and much more. Get it all on the Odyssey app. 888-957-9570. You want to jump into the conversation on 95.7 a game.
My little brother's friends.
Picked up. Purdy sets, launch, has Samuel wide open. He's got it. Touchdown.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru with you. 95.7 The Game. Which one?
I know you have. Can you tell us what went through your mind when IU caught his long one and fumbled?
That the guy on defense made a hell of a play?
No, that he did.
Wait,
but IU,
wait a minute. So, and this is the problem right here. I think you don't even have to explain yourself.
You've been hard on IU throughout the year.
So Guru thinks that IU catches a ball for 30 yards, fumbles and loses it, and I'm at Chetwood Street in Oakland going, whoo!
No, not that. Nah, because that would be a hater. But just like, Goo, there's your boy. Yeah, it was a great defense.
I see. I'm. Maybe this gets back to idolatry. I don't think these guys are superhuman. I don't expect anybody to be perfect. Guys make mistakes.
Yeah.
I bet you Brock Purdy. I bet you Brock Purdy's going to throw another interception this year.
And he might throw 2, 3, or 4.
No, not that many.
Or 5.
Not that many.
Yeah.
But you get what I'm saying.
Another great. It was a division game. 72-yard run. I'm thinking they're going to score 50. And boy, 14-10 at halftime. It was a great game, man.
Well, when does it stop mattering, or does it ever stop mattering that Brock Purdy was his last pick in the draft? And what does it mean?
You're right. I'm gonna give you the win on this. On the football field, that's over. Scotty.
Yeah,
that's done. But as far as whatever you want to do with it is up to the individual. To me, if this guy goes on to win 3 Super Bowls, I'll never forget. Just like Kurt Warner, I'll never forget he was bagging groceries. Right. And then he took advantage of an opportunity, and that's what just makes Brock Purdy different than a Russell Wilson or a Tony Romo or a Joe Montana. Like, not that they were expected for greatness. You always
certainly not Joe Montana,
but yeah, Brock Purdy is,
or Tom Brady.
I mean, Mr. Irrelevant. And
like, at
he
what
doesn't
point
say this.
At what point did Tom Brady stop being what was he, 5th rounder?
A 6th
round pick, and turn into the greatest quarterback ever?
And that's the hell of a story. No movie yet on Brady.
888-957-9570 is the number. I guess, so I'm listening to George Kittle yesterday. Do we have that sound? I'll get that sound about him saying, I thought Brock couldn't throw long. So there's I guess what I'm saying is, the 49ers are still defending Brock Purdy to a group of people that I'm not sure exists anymore.
Wow. All right.
Okay, but let's say there's still a small group that thinks Brock Purdy's not very good. Let's just say that. And that's what Kittle and the Niners are saying. Hey, keep saying that.
Yeah.
Keep saying that. Keep saying that. So, to me, he's past that. For 90% of the people who've been watching Brock Purdy now play all season and all last season, there's only one thing to acknowledge, is that he's good.
Right.
And at this point, I kind of don't care. I'm not saying the story doesn't matter.
Right.
Or the story's not a part of this. Of course it is. All I'm saying is the way I look at football, I don't care that he's the 7th rounder anymore.
Right.
I look at, the Niners with Purdy, the Cowboys with Prescott, the Eagles with Hurts. You know what? One guy was a high pick, whatever. Purdy was they all have a shot at winning a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And whoever wins it or doesn't win it, I don't care that one guy, that a 7th round pick may win it and a 1st round pick may not. I just feel like Purdy, he's arrived.
Yeah.
He is officially arrived.
And they got him wrong.
And I just look at, when did we stop, saying when did Draymond Green go from a 2nd round pick to a champion? When did Jokic go from a 2nd round pick to the best player? It all happens. And then once you become like Brock Purdy, I just don't think it matters anymore. He belongs. To me, I look at it now, it wasn't his fault he's a 7th round pick. it was 32 NFL teams' fault.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I guess what I'm saying is, even though Brock Purdy was a 7th-round pick, my expectations of Brock Purdy are higher than any of those 5 quarterbacks who were drafted the year before he came out, right? Except maybe Lawrence. Right. But Brock Purdy, to me, is judging him like Jalen Hurts, judge him like Dak Prescott. Doesn't take, I mean, I'm not trying to take away from the kid's story.
Yeah, no, I'm just being real enough. Like Kittle said it because it means something. We heard Bosa say it early on this season. They have his back. And people could say these athletes, they're not on social media, but they hear the noise. And you know what I'm saying? They feel good about Brock doing the Kyrie Irving, the double bird to the people that thought he couldn't play at this level. And maybe that's motivation. But Brock has never used it nor said it. And, Stoney, don't get it twisted. And I'm not saying you are. I'm not blinded watching the game going, oh, he threw it, that was a bad read, he's a 7th round. No, I'm not doing that. I just, like, it's a feel-good story if he keeps this up. And if he keeps this up with this team that he has around him, they're destined, even if it's not this year, to get that 6th Lombardi trophy, man.
888-957-9570 is the number. Niners go to 10-3. Let's go to... Ooh, we got some calls. Let's go to Jay from the garage. Jay's in the garage. Jay. What's up, Jay? How you doing, man?
Doing great. First of all, love you guys' show. All good.
Hey,
thanks, man. Goo, I got you. I got the tagline. Goo, I took my meds today. Rue.
Oh, okay.
That's the tagline.
No.
All right. The only thing that Brock needs to do to get into the Hall of Fame is that he just needs to be consistent throughout his career, and then he's good. The one thing I want to talk about, I got two more points. Did you notice that on that 73-yard run by CMC first play, who was the first one to pick him up?
Purdy.
Mm-hmm. All right, and that's awesome. I love that. I don't want him doing that ever again. He does not need to be down there. All right, and then my last pick. My last thing I want to say, even though Shanahan and Kyle Shanahan and Lynch will not admit this, I was the one 3 years ago saying you picked up a QB in the last pick of the draft every year. I don't care if you have Tom Brady. I don't care if you have Purdy. It's the most important position in all of sports, and you always get a pick of a QB in the last couple of rounds of the NFL draft. And then you develop them, and then they come in, they're a backup, and all of a sudden they show something, and then they're trade bait if you got a Purdy on your team. And I just want to say that, please, I don't care if Purdy wins it all, I don't care. Last 2 rounds, grab a QB. And that's all I got to say.
There it is.
Where?
Take it to the bank, front offices.
Count it.
Yeah, there's never been a Brock Purdy before, but from here on out, we're taking all.
Well, there's
7th round quarterbacks.
It's not a bad. It's not a bad strategy.
Oh, boy,
it really isn't.
Man, you wonder?
Give yourself
close
a chance.
Attention this upcoming draft. See how many quarterbacks are taken in the 7th round.
Seriously,
no, I'm for real.
Maybe 5, 6, or 7. You know what I mean? Here's the other thing that I do. Just bear with me here. Okay, this group of fans who are now hard to pinpoint who still don't think Purdy's that great.
You're hating now.
Okay, fair. But here's the problem with the 49ers, not 49ers, but the people who love Purdy. Here's the problem with them saying, "Oh, he's got so many haters." Nobody. Okay, well, there were the original haters were the true haters of Brock Purdy. And the original haters of Brock Purdy
Trey Lance
were the front offices of 31 other teams that looked at Brock Purdy and said, he can't play in the NFL. I didn't do it first. It was every team that looked at draft Purdy or looked at Brock Purdy and said, we don't want him.
Yeah.
So 31 NFL teams who know a lot more than Joe fans had written off Brock Purdy, So to me, in a way, it's kind of natural that any fan would be like, well, why did every team pass on him for 7 rounds if he's so good? So it's kind of natural why people might be more skeptical.
Yeah, well, I like that. All I know is he's the maestro. He's the Magic Johnson of this offense. I don't know where you want to. I heard Bonte this morning talk about the 94 offense with Steve Young or whatnot. I mean, if you talk about every skill position and the Trent Williams, man, that 72-yard run, he was out leading the block on the McCaffrey run. Steiny, whatever you want, this team has. Like, there is no clock striking 12 element in any of this in regard to how productive and lethal the Niners offense
there is. There is, apparently. It's called injury.
Oh, I give you that. Health as well. But that's across the board to everybody.
No, apparently it's not. Apparently it's not, because the Niners can say we never lose when we're healthy.
But we lose when we're not, because they lost 3 games.
Right.
So that ain't good.
Why are they the only team that says that? Sure, the Eagles haven't won. Like, they're not healthy right now. Like, I bet there are teams that have been healthy and have been, like, when the Eagles were really healthy, they were really good, right? Now they're getting banged up. Yeah,
Eagles got Goddard back last night.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jalen's still banged. He's playing hurt, man.
Who?
Jalen Hurts. But he don't play
doesn't
defense.
Matter. Yeah. Doesn't matter. Was he on the field?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Jalen Hurts.
No offensive touchdowns.
Remember when Brock Purdy, we can't give Jalen Hurts the benefit of the doubt, nor will I, because we ripped Brock Purdy, who quarterback through a concussion.
Look at you
allegedly.
Smiling. Yeah.
I believe it.
Was he in the game?
I absolutely believe he had a concussion.
Was he in the game?
Yeah.
I'm going Steiny. Was he in the game?
He absolutely was.
All right. Shame on the eyes in the sky.
Yeah, well.
Put him off the field.
But it's easy. It's like, I love it. Brock Purdy, Brock Purdy lost a couple games. Which games? Well, one, a field goal kicker missed a 40-yarder. And, he struggled. How come? We had a concussion. Yeah. Do we hold him accountable? Absolutely. But it's good to know that he was terrible when he had a concussion.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, we're not.
You know what? Next time Brock Purdy has a concussion, I'm not going to play him.
Look at you.
He's not going to hurt us next time.
It's quiet on the set in regard to where's Bosa. I mean, 1.5 sacks, 96 tackles. Yesterday. No doubt. Remember before yesterday's game, ever since I believe Chase Young was brought on board, Bosa's woken up. But yesterday he was great. 6 tackles, sack and a half. I hate the half sack, but I get it. 1.5 sacks, 2 quarterback hits. I mean, Steiny, they got guys everywhere. Jair Brown all of a sudden has a pulse. Like, I'm telling you, man, Ward is a big deal. I hope he can play next week. I know it's Arizona, but he was just carving out his niche. You look at that bomb they threw, and that play, he could have picked it off. The bomb going to DK Metcalf down the right side, Steiny. I mean, you would have thought Locke was throwing it to Ward. I don't know if that's the one he got hurt on, but I'm just telling you, they're balling.
Rudy's in Riverside. Hey, Rudy, what's going on?
Rudy.
What's up, Steiny and Guru?
Hey.
How you guys doing?
Dynamite.
I called you guys before. Hopefully, you guys let me talk. Great show. I was turned on to you guys, and even though you guys are a Niner channel, I'm the Ram fan from Riverside I talked to you guys about. Let me ask you guys this. The Niners are going to win games. Remember, they got to the championship game and the Super Bowl without Brock Purdy. So what he's doing with the stats is wonderful, but that's what they do. I mean, you can almost plug in a quarterback with that team. Not taking away from what he's playing, because that's a fact. They got to the championship game and Super Bowl without Brock Purdy. Now, can he take him over the edge? Now, in this year, the Bengals Burrow got hurt, so they don't have to face him, which we know what happened with the last time they played the Niners. Burrow was lighting them up, so he's not going to be there. Josh Allen returned to his regressing ways, so he's not really. Then Kansas City's struggling. The Eagles are beat up. Hurts is jacked up. We can't trust Dak. Could this finally be the year the Niners win? The other thing, too, is let's say the Niners don't win. Okay, maybe next year. You don't hear the media like they were on the Rams, but is it Super Bowl or bust? You know, we went all in, got Von Miller and OBJ. There's almost no pressure. The Niners are almost just happy to be there. And it's crazy that Shanahan gets that pass from the media. They were all over McVay's butt. Is it Super Bowl or bust? All that pressure, Stafford coming. Was it Stafford or was it Detroit?
won the Super Bowl his first year there, beat the Niners in the championship game. Then the Rams are coming with Puka Nacua. They gave the Ravens, the Eagles, the Niners, beat the Browns, all they wanted.
Yeah.
I can't wait. The Niners better not mess around and not win in the next year or two, because this young team with McVay has them getting now these draft picks. I want to know you guys' answer on that.
Well, I think the NFC West has trouble as long as Brock Purdy's under his contract he's under right now. And that's where I'll give 707. Here's where I will. Yeah. Brock being drafted last stops mattering when the Niners have to give Purdy that first big contract. That's fair.
And you'd hope to have a couple rings by then.
That's fair.
You hope that. And Stoney, there is immense pressure. Unlike Brock, there's immense pressure on Kyle. He's done this without McCaffrey. He's done this without Brock Purdy. And that speaks to his genius. But what he has not done is won it all. I mean, he seriously could have 2 chips right now. He doesn't. But he talks about a pass. I think Kyle, because I can pull him out the fray, there is pressure on Kyle. Like, if you don't win now, when are you going to win it? And that just grows. This team is loaded.
We got to, like, this is where
I think that's so fair.
What?
I think that's so fair.
What?
Like, when you look at a team like the Niners.
Well, let me tell you what I don't think's fair.
And go ahead.
I don't think it's fair for you to say, you know, when Brock gets paid, you hope the 49ers have a couple Super Bowl rings. Man.
Well, I wasn't even thinking down the road.
What do you mean?
Well, they've been.
Brock's going to be paid in 2 years, and you said you hope by the time they pay him, he's got a couple.
I'm the guy that doesn't even think that far down the road. Look at my life. But I'm the guy that also says and won't forget the chances that this team has already had.
Those are gone. Those are gone.
But
those are gone.
They still matter.
No, they don't. They're gone. I mean, yeah, they matter. Okay. The track record. But you can't get them back. You can't get them back. They're not going to beat Kansas City anymore from 2019 or whatever. Here's.
Give it to me. Or us.
We've played 13 games, and to me, there have been 3 teams over the course of this year that have been the best team. Let's just say NFC.
All right.
I think it was the Cowboys early, it was the Eagles in the middle, and now the Niners. After 13 games, boom, they have established themselves as the best team right now.
All right.
But the Super Bowl's not this week. They still have to play 4 games and then run the table and win the Super Bowl. And that's really hard. And we're saying, well, I hope when they pay Purdy by that time, they'll have a couple Super Bowls. It's like they're the best team now. They have to be. Let's see if they're the best team in January and February. That's all I'm saying. Like, you can look like the best team now, but we've seen stuff happen.
Yeah. Well, and we also seen Kyle coach teams in the past go to 1 Super Bowl and 3 NFC championship games, 1 from the wild card spot to where they had to play 3 games. I'm just saying this is not new to him. And Brock, again, he won 2 games last year and they got to the championships, Donnie, but he knows better than any other coach what it takes to not peak early or come from a standpoint of 3-5 record and then get your momentum. So this is not new to Kyle. I just feel like that's getting lost. Like, he's not the Brock Purdy of head coaches, and Brock has 2 playoff wins already. But again, Stoney, I came in here to talk about you. Like, I know you're going to laugh. Dallas went up and down the field on them. Seattle blew that game. They came in and are hungry. They're still in the playoff hunt. They needed that game, but they mixed up some coverages, moved some linebackers, and I'm shocked that it was only 28 points the Niners scored, and I tip my cap to Seattle. So that's why when you give a grade of a B or whatever people want to give, I understand that because that wasn't their best offensive day, even though they had 6 explosive plays.
Let's go to Big Smooth in Oakland. What's up, Big Smooth? How you doing, man?
Hey, good. How you guys doing?
Hey.
Hey, so listen, man. First of all, Goo, it's not Tom Cruise against all odds. They've been nobody corrected you, but I've heard you do that a couple of times. It's not Tom Cruise.
That was the movie Against All Odds.
Oh, no.
No.
No, don't correct me now, Steiny.
Well, I didn't.
What? Against All Odds is what?
Allie McGraw.
Hey, Google it, baby.
I'm doing it now. Go ahead. I'm listening.
But anyway, listen, man. Shout out to my Raiders, man. Held the
come on.
Oh, my gosh.
Come on.
Cut him off.
What are you doing?
They didn't even score.
No, don't have it. Let him go.
I know. Boy.
Hey, I'm giving the Niners flowers, man. They doing their thing. And listen, when they write Brock that check, it's not going to be for what he does then. It's going to be what he's doing now. I'm one of the ones who called it a Cinderella story. He's done his thing, man. Give him his credit.
Oh, yeah, he's talking about Brock. Give him his credit. He got it here.
Nobody's not. Stop it. Nobody's not giving Brock Purdy credit. The people who aren't giving Brock Purdy credit are the ones who are saying, well, he's still a 7th-round pick. So if he doesn't get it done, we won't be very critical.
Well, the MVP voters are giving him his credit. Because on some, he's on the leader. Those are what?
They're just odds. Right now.
I'm going to lay out.
I mean, like.
Because Dak jumped him or what?
Well, those odds change every week, right?
No, but the fact that like last week he was the leader. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't care. Brock Purdy.
Well,
they don't care about what I'm saying about. I'm talking about movie stuff. They don't. They're care about.
It's not a straw poll. It's they look at everything and figure out how many. Let's say there's 100 MVP voters. I don't think they survey the voters every week.
Well, according to the odds makers, Dak Prescott is the leader in the clubhouse currently for MVP.
You hate that, don't you?
No. You're beautiful.
Well,
I'm still mad against all odds.
What are they, 10-3, the Cowboys?
Jeff Bridges, Rachel
10-3. Yeah.
Alex Karras was in that movie.
I mean, really what we're finding out is everything's fine. Don't get up. He was great.
I do think there's more of a chance Dak loses it and then Brock Purdy by default wins it because their schedule coming up is pretty brutal for the Cowboys.
And Brock has a national game against, to me, Christmas Day against a good Raven team. If he were to ball out in that one,
I guess this is just where I'm different. And if you hate me for it,
that's too strong a word.
No, I get it, but who cares who wins the MVP? It's like, wake me at the end of week 17, show me the records, show me the stats, and we'll figure it out.
Well, the beautiful part about
Purdy's
sports,
obviously an MVP candidate.
If you go through history outs, this is me. This is how I'm different than everybody. You tell me the league MVP in any sport, I'll tell you whatever team that is, they're winning. How about that? They're winning. LeBron.
Winning how much?
Well, it could be champs, but they're you take civic pride as a fan. If any player on your team is MVP, it's winning behind that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you give me the whole list of the last MVPs in any sport, it's winning behind that. What's that? I smell winning. Yeah.
An MVP, like,
we gotta go.
It's 100th as important as winning a championship. That's just why I don't give a rat's behind about an MVP. Like, Steph Curry won titles in years he didn't win the MVP. It's like, oh boy, he didn't get the MVP. Who cares? They won a title. It's about team. What about a Monster Monday? I know it's a Monster Monday. You know it's a Monster Monday. Do you know who it's brought to you by, though? First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com.
For today's show and tell, I present my phone. It's made with glass and various metals I can't pronounce.
to the left?
I think it's probably where I'd start.
They're going to run to the left with Samuel. He's in. Touchdown, San Francisco.
I am ready to go.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru, 95.7 The Game.
You see me this morning?
No. I mean, yeah. When?
Went on with Sal. KTV.
Castaneda?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
He hit me up last night. I said, you must have not been available.
They must have been deep down in the well. What?
Keep going.
What?
Deep down in the well.
So,
yeah.
Usually you can, I'm not doing this anymore. Yeah, what? So this guy is such a D. For the sake of entertainment, I'm going to, off the top of my head, come up with the 5 people who they asked before you who couldn't do it. Well, I would love the
list.
There is no list.
Give me 2.
That's the point.
Oh,
it would be a bit.
All right.
You were asked to do KTVU.
But I think of you. I was like, make sure it's okay with old Steiner.
What?
I
Who
do
am
that. That's your boy. I met him through you.
He's actually not my boy anymore. We're having trouble.
That's why I went on then. I knew something was up planned.
Is that why he didn't come on for Steiny's birthday? He was
Evan.
But let me tell you this.
Evan snitching.
Let me tell you this.
it was like 3 months ago.
Oh, Evan, why you tell him?
Let me tell you this, Goo. They didn't ask you to go on KTVU this morning because you won a contest 8 years ago.
Right.
You earned getting on there this morning with your knowledge, with your expertise, your professionalism, and the fact that you are one of the best media members in the Bay Area. Now, Sal didn't get you on today and say, well, you know what? If he stinks, he won a contest 8 years ago, so... no,
I was not saying
at
that
some
with Brock.
point you arrive, and Brock Purdy and Darryl the Guru Johnson have arisen.
You. Tell me something. So I'm all happy and unicorns and Skittles about yesterday's game. There is something I wrote down that concerned me. See if you could guess it.
Kyle Shanahan's clock management at the end of the first half.
See, you haven't seen my growth. No, he's been great.
Well, he wasn't great there.
You went in. I kind of was like
terrible. Well,
set it up and tell us about it before I get to mine.
Hey, Kyle, what happened at the end of the first half? Did you butcher?
No, we went back and forth on it, and then I ended up not liking my decision. It's kind of right in between there. I had enough timeouts. We said no, then we said yes, and then I was confused because when they did take the 10 seconds off and it was after an incomplete completion, I couldn't figure out why they were running it again. None of us knew, so it was just an unusual rule. So I just talked to the ref, and he said it is a weird rule, but that's how they do it. Even if it's a dead ball, if you take a 10-second runoff, they can still start the clock. And once that started happening, and we were surprised by it, then we just let it go in at half.
Mr. Accountability.
But who is we, Steiny? That's your decision.
No, it's staff. We do everything as a staff. Great organizations do everything as a staff.
Not coach.
Oh, yeah.
That was a coaching's decision.
No, he went to his staff, and they couldn't figure it out.
I don't like it.
What don't you like?
They should have went for the jugular. That was his baby.
Well, they wanted to, but then they got caught in between.
Yeah.
With the staff. It's just an honest mistake.
So all you got to do to outsmart Kyle Shanahan is just zig when he's expecting to zag.
Man.
Just do things unorthodox.
Yeah, you weren't the only ones. Twitter was going crazy. X was going crazy.
All you can ask is a guy acknowledge a situation, and if he didn't handle it, great. Give him the benefit of the doubt. Oh, you want to run him out of town now again? Let me guess.
That's the easiest thing to do in life.
I know.
Just admit when you mess up, even if you don't really feel that way.
I thought...
you know what I mean?
I thought the easiest thing you could do in life is like call for a guy's firing or something.
Well, the last 2 years we've fired Shanahan and Steve Wilkes, so they're down to pretty much this right.
I never fire anybody.
We got to check
especially any coach.
Well, I did that after Trey broke his ankle. I'm on record.
Yeah.
But it wasn't, the nitty gritty.
Hey, what are the dynamics? There's two things on my list here, not game related, but dynamics related. The dynamic between you and I, and I realize that,
the best ones.
You can snooker me in a big way, and here's how he does it. This is why
my ears are as big as Bambi's.
This is why sometimes people are like, hey, Steiny, take it easy on. He's playing chess. Don't you get it, people? With me, I'm playing checkers. Guru's playing chess, and I'll tell you how he did it today. I came out and I had a theme about this team.
Yeah.
And I asked Guru to give me a minute to explain it, and he did. And it's a simple question. Who gets the credit for the fact that the San Francisco 49ers, have no chemistry issues, no locker room issues, and they've got more playmakers than any other team in the NFL, but nobody's complaining that they're not getting theirs? Who gets the credit for that? And to my way of thinking, Shanahan gets a good chunk of it. But I started the show today saying, that's one thing I've noticed, man. This team, Christian McCaffrey was acquired a year ago and became the centerpiece of this offense. And you know what? Ayuk was good with it. Debo was good with it. Purdy's good with it. Kittle's good with it. Jawan Jennings is good with it. And that's as a guy who's a huge chemistry guy. That's why, to me, they are ahead of the pack. Because they don't, right now, things could change, have any agendas.
And you're right.
Right.
That's perfect.
Right. But here's the problem. So I go there, and then you start saying, oh, yeah, you hope 3 years from now they got 2 Super Bowls under their belt, 2 Super Bowl rings, and Purdy's got 2 rings and an MVP. And that's when I'm forced to say, well, hold on. Like I said, they're really good. It's week 13. They're right now probably the front runners, but a lot can happen. And you say, oh, Steiny, don't rob them of winning 3 straight Super Bowls. And I'm like, well, I'm not going to rob them of winning 3 straight Super Bowls, but I'm also not going to give them one when they haven't won one. And so even though I came out super duper positive today about the Niners, you trumped me because you said they're winning the next 3 Super Bowls. And then, not really, something like that. But then I then am in a position to say, well, maybe not. No, and then people say I'm a hater because I'm not saying that the Niners are going to. I think they could win 5 in a row. No, but you know what I'm saying.
No, that was
so I just
there was no chest involved over here on that. That you let me down with that. But I was about to take some Equifax, some real credit in what you're about to say. Though. All I was saying is it starts from the top, and all I keep saying is if you think I'm a Kyle Shanahan hater, I can see the forest for the trees. This dude has done this without Brock Purdy and McCaffrey, so. That's not lost on me, even though I criticize them. They have been to 3 of the last 4 NFC championship games. This is just the Avengers now. This is the one where right now, as currently constructed, there is no reason in hell it looks like the Niners can't get that Super Bowl ring. That's being real. Week 13. Right. But Steiner, you got to also we got to look at each other and be real and say how Kyle is calling plays. Defensively, what Wilkes is doing, the addition of Chase Young. I mean, when was John Lynch? We don't even talk about him on a weekly basis. The fact that he went and got Randy Gregory, who was available, and now he's giving you some production. So to me, like pancakes, Steiny, the Niners are stacked, and what they'll do in the postseason, we'll find out. But good God, if I'm a Niner fan, I don't know, since Steve Young and Dallas and the Niners rivalry, well, even then, I ain't going to put that up there because you had Dallas. It was Ali Frazier, and you didn't know if Dallas, if they beat you, you could see it. I just don't see a team in the NFC right now, today. Now, Dallas is playing better, but you own them. You ended their season the last 2 seasons. For what that's worth, I'm just giving kudos to Kyle for building a machine.
Well, he's built
actually has been close and to a Super Bowl before the emergence of Brock and McCaffrey.
But he hasn't won anything before Brock and McCaffrey. And if it were another coach, you would point that out.
Well, I'm not just doing that. He won the NFC in 2019 to go to the Super Bowl. You know what I mean? They put on the hats. And they dominated.
All I'm saying is just.
Well, yeah, he's ringless.
Right. Yeah. That's okay. Let's just. And I guess that's the other thing. Kyle Shanahan hasn't gotten over the hump yet. So that's why I hope to get a couple. How about one?
All right.
How about win next week?
And that's really all it's about.
Like, the other thing is you can't. What if somebody gets hurt?
No, that's
what if somebody gets hurt?
Yeah, I got you on that.
Well.
But the point is, what if Mahomes goes down? Kansas City's done.
But my point is, if you're assuming you're going to win it right now and you've got Super Bowl,
no, it's just
anything can happen.
No doubt. But it's the feeling, man. It's the feeling. Well, injuries are real. Health is
right.
It can I got you.
And I'd caution people to remember the feeling when you were 8-0 a few years back. That was a good feeling.
Yeah, and you went to the Super Bowl that year.
And how about the feeling when you were going into Philly last year after you dismantled the Cowboys? 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to E in San Jose. What's up, E? How you doing?
How you guys doing today?
Doing well, man.
Hey, just to get back to Against All Odds, I got to give my guy Phil Collins props. Don't forget he did the theme song.
You're right.
Look, it's all about Ally McGraw.
She was awesome.
It's all about Ally McGraw.
Hey, that's a great song from that movie. That's,
no, it is.
Take a Look at Me Now.
Yeah. As a Brock Purdy
all right,
said.
You guys take care. Wanted to put my 2 cents in about Against All Odds.
Oh,
nice.
All right.
That's it.
James Wood, hell of an actor. He was in that flick.
Yeah, he's shady.
Oh, Chicago Bear, Alex Karras.
He's
remember?
shady.
Webster's dad.
James Woods is a shady dude.
Now, why would you?
Because he is.
He's great at his heart. He's a great actor.
Right.
And that dude can get it.
Yeah, so if you want to be, then you do anything, break the law.
Okay, so I ain't going. So you're going off the court. Off the
that doesn't matter.
Off the set. No, it. Oh, okay. Well, obviously it doesn't. Your boy played yesterday.
Who?
For Von Miller for Buffalo. I'll just leave that there. I don't know how he played. I ain't a hater.
Hey, by the way, let me get to the bottom of this because you scraped out something this morning. Here's what I worry about. Who's the MVP favorite right now?
Dak Prescott.
I thought you've been saying he stinks. Right. You hate him. You say he can't win the big one. You say he's a joke artist. You said you were done with him.
Right.
You said he will never sign. He stinks. But
then I put the memes on the vine with him in the Batman
It's
outfit.
like Scrooge. Stink, stank, stunk.
No, show me. I've told you guys he's playing better.
Let me guess.
McCarthy's
this still isn't
motion.
enough. No, he's got to win a Super Bowl.
Oh, no, right.
Or he'll stink.
Scott, come on.
Goo?
No, the stink part, he got the Glade now. The air freshener.
Oh.
Yeah, so we'll leave that there. But what are you going to do in the playoffs? And that's, come on, man. I'm not going to let, hey,
he got you there.
He's improving.
No, he bit you.
No, he ain't bit me until he go in and get to.
He bit you. He bit you. He's the MVP front runner.
What if I told you this?
I don't care. He's a front runner. He's a front runner.
I got something else.
He's the best quarterback in the NFC, even though you hate him.
That's fine.
Even though they can't win with him.
I'm not a hater. I'm truly not a hater. Listen, I've lowered the standards for Dak.
Oh.
If you get just to an NFC championship game, that will be your Super Bowl for me.
Oh.
If you can just get to the game.
But Purdy's got to win one as a 7th round pick.
Nobody said that, dude. I'm just telling you the movie's made. But the whole point of that premise is I've given him his credit. He's playing.
Well, you haven't. You haven't. See, I don't believe in giving a guy credit, then saying, actually, he stinks, and then saying, well, now he's okay.
The divorce rate in the U.S. is over 50%. People change their mind.
But they don't get remarried. Once you get divorced, it's night-night.
Well, you can I appreciate it with a 4. Hey, you can, but Steiny,
just admit you're not. Just admit that when it comes to talking Cowboys, it does get a little tricky for you.
No, not at all. You want to know something real? I'm gonna take heat for this. I ordered the jersey.
Greg's in Santa Clara.
Which jersey?
The ones they had on last night.
Purdy jersey?
No, 4. Dak.
Oh.
That's how excited I am about.
Well, and that's where
I'm being honest.
Yeah, I know. It's like no, it's fine.
It's like
hey, you do.
Yeah, okay.
Greg's in Santa Clara.
Yeah, good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hey.
Thank you for your sports commentary. You are very excited and you make things fun.
Oh, thanks.
I'm a long-time admirer of the San Francisco 49ers, not a fan, but I can go all the way back when they had Brody and Gene Washington, when I got my little electric football game.
Yes.
Yeah, with the cotton ball.
One of the teams were the 49ers. What I would like to say is that Purdy does not need to win a Super Bowl to have an inspiring movie done about him. If Purdy gets a movie and it's done correctly, he will replace my favorite football movie, which is Rudy.
Wow.
Purdy came out of nowhere. He came out of nowhere. He's living a dream that we only can think about. And I wish him all the luck in the world to succeed at his profession because he makes the sports look real good. The 49ers, they're dangerous on both sides of the ball.
Man.
And I don't think that my Chiefs can beat them in the Super Bowl.
Thanks for the call.
Would be a rematch. He said an admirer. I like that.
Of what?
Of the Niners.
Yeah. By the way.
Tell me the one are we going to get to the one bad thing I had about the Niner game yesterday?
I thought it was clock management.
No, you said that and I said no, but you forgot. It's okay.
Well, I know it's okay. I mean, look, you're Darryl the Guru Johnson. You can just interject anytime you want.
I'm taking an issue with that, too, because I don't.
No, but you can.
Right.
So what do you want to talk?
But nothing is better than when you set it up.
I don't know what I'm setting up. Hey, hold on.
Now,
Simon Darryl the Guru Johnson. Hey, before
now it's forced.
This is
It's all good.
Yeah, one of the things, Guru, that I always have trouble with is people think I'm negative. I came out and was sky high about this win, but okay, you want to be negative now, so go ahead.
No, just one thing that stood out because we talk about. I come in here with pom-poms about how good they look, and they do, and they got studs on both sides of the ball. But Stoney, I don't know if you know, Seattle had 10 plays of plus 20 yards yesterday. That can get you beat. I saw Baker Mayfield throw for $1 something in one quarter. I think it was the third quarter a couple weeks ago. Now, Ward is out for any amount of time. Let's be honest and put it right on the table, brought to you by Atco. Drew Lock his jersey was clean in the first half, Stoney. He was not getting touched. Now, kudos to Seattle, but as you said, you can't have that. And maybe we hadn't talked about the emotional letdown from the Philly game. I'm not going to rob Seattle of being hungry, but I do know what my eyes watch. I watch Seattle get some big chunk plays, Stoney, and you kind of want to limit that. So just something that stood out to me because the D, I do hold them to a high standard, but Seattle had some good plays. They were moving the ball a little bit.
Well, that would indicate that maybe the Niners aren't as dominant as we all think.
Yeah, and another measuring stick. I know it's Arizona week, but the Christmas game, I honestly believe the best two teams in the league could be playing. I don't know where you're at with Baltimore, but, I mean, they're strong. So I look forward to that on Christmas. Not overlooking the Cardinals and Kyler Murray. He'll be playing their Super Bowl.
It's not their Super Bowl.
You don't think they want to?
You can't have a Super Bowl when you're 3-2.
Hey, all right. But you know what I mean. 4th and 8, we're going for it.
What it sounds like you mean is if the Niners were to somehow get beat against Arizona, well, it's Arizona's Super Bowl. Hey, Jason Hayward.
That's so weak.
So, Jason Hayward. So, they're the dominant team. What's up, Jake?
Hey, what's going on, guys? All right, I'm going to jump right into it, and I'm going to name some of the greatest trios in NFL history, and I'm going Steelers. I want you to pick it. So the first one's going to be Joe, Jerry, Roger Craig. Then we got Steve Young, Ricky Waters, and Jerry.
You forgot John Taylor.
Marshall Faulk, Kurt Warner, and Isaac Bruce. Okay. Now, is Brock Purdy, CMC, and Debo, are they on that level yet? And if they are, will they follow the same course and bring home that Super Bowl this year?
Well, I would say they're not on the same level until they do that. Right?
But, yeah. And all I would say is they're talented enough to do that, but you're right. We got to wait.
888-957-9570 is the number. Hey, I got to tell you something.
Niner fans got to be feeling good. I'm jealous, man. Call in. How you feeling? Seriously, man, this team is dominant, right? Sonny, they could be.
Right now. Yes, right. The best team in football right now.
Like when, go ahead. I was going to bring up the Warriors. I'll say that.
I was done.
No, I was saying you can still be dominant and lose a prize fight. Shout out Devin Haney. He won Saturday at the Chase Center.
And that'll be okay if that happens.
Oh, no, I'm not. It would be Heartbreak Hotel. I think the better you are, the more you expect.
That's why the idea of assuming Super Bowls.
You don't like?
I can't stand it. It's hard.
That I hope you know I know
one thing one thing goes wrong outside of their control, like an injury, and
things we saw it during the 3-game losing streak. But that thing flipped like a light switch. But again, okay, two of your best players were out. But I mean, man, you had me thinking.
I'm saying is, like, the Jets have no chance because of Rodgers. The Bengals don't have much of a chance. It's like we got to make sure they don't have one of those in the next 4 weeks.
Because, but that's out of their control then, right.
But my point is if it happens, like, it's not going to matter. The only thing that's going to matter is they're going to have to win if they get hurt and overcome injuries, but we know that's hard. And so, like, I don't look at injuries as an issue for when they lost it in 2019.
Not at all.
So
that was game calling, play calling to me.
888-957-9570 is the number.
And we can't leave here without talking about Ohtani, Stoney. If in 2 minutes we got
There's really nothing to talk about. I'll let you talk.
The feeling of death around the Bay?
I wasn't here. I didn't feel it. I was in Atlanta.
Were you in Atlanta?
Yeah, I went to Atlanta this weekend.
Dude,
let me tell you something about Atlanta. You know.
Did you get to the,
Did I get to
Did you have wings?
You know.
Did you have some wings?
What does wings mean?
Lou Williams.
Like get loose?
Yeah.
No.
The naked booty spot.
No.
Okay.
I haven't been to a place like that in decades. I would say 30 years.
Oh, Magic City.
Those places are the worst. Dude, they're the worst.
Are they?
Yes, they're the worst.
I see them in movies.
Well, they're the worst.
You kind of like, whoa.
Who goes there?
A lot of people.
I know.
Lou Williams. Hey,
Anyway.
Zion goes there, but what do you had a good time at ATL.
I tell you what,
He's fat.
I tell you what, Atlanta, it could end up there when it's all said and done. Let me
Did
tell
you
you
reach
what.
out to our friend we used to work with? No name. Snitches get stitches. Starts with a T. Our folks.
Oh, no. Stephen A?
No, last name Armstead.
Oh, Tosh.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I didn't see her.
What happened? You didn't reach out?
I was only there for a day.
All right.
2 days.
Baller.
So you did hear about Ohtani?
Yeah. Was it late Friday?
Saturday.
Oh, yeah, I know. That was a double whammy. I watched the Warriors get beat on Friday, and then we get the Ohtani news. A downer.
I can tell you're down.
Unbelievable. Can we get a break? 888-957-9570 is the number. Ohtani is not going to be a San Francisco Giant. It is a Monster Monday, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. Niners go to 10-3, 28-16 win over the Seattle Seahawks, and they have the number 1 seed as of right now in the NFC. We'll talk more about it on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Consumer Cellular offers.
And we start to Christian McCaffrey on the outside, makes a nice catch, and a lot of room. McCaffrey might go. Being chased, cuts back inside the 10, and he's down inside the 5.
Steiny, you're wrong, buddy.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru.
Christian McCaffrey.
95.7 The
I tell you what, that was courtesy of Olsen, Burkhardt, and Fox.
Yeah, they're great.
Yeah, they are. I like Olsen, actually. He's
I do,
good.
too. Did you see him blocking with Kittle before the game?
Yeah, Kittle broke a button on his jacket. You know? I mean, Christian McCaffrey almost pulled off the incredible. Running 50 yards, and then he had to put a piano on his back for the last 20, and he just couldn't make it.
You got to take it home. Give me a house call, McCaffrey. You're becoming close.
He looked a little tired.
Yeah.
He's pretty good, though, McCaffrey.
No, he's a bad boy. But
how many times does this happen a game? Handoff left to McCaffrey. You're watching on TV. You're like, not a lot there. 14. Pick up a 14 for McCaffrey over the left side. There was no hole.
Man. And the dude's trying to lay on him and smash him and hurt his insides. Watch how he gets tackled.
Well, he doesn't get tackled any harder than any other running back.
Dude,
let's not do that. See, this is the kind of thing.
I'm telling you, the defenders, they're dirty, boy. They got the wrestling. I'm like, boy.
We're doing that. So he's like Steph Curry now. He doesn't get any calls. Let's acknowledge
7.5 yards a carry.
Acknowledge the greatness of these guys without denigrating the other team.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Let's see how long you can do it.
Let's go to Santino in San Bruno. That has a nice ring to it. And something tells me he's going to say something, or she, that I'm going to agree with. Hey, Santino, what's going on, buddy?
What's up, guys? Hey, just in regards to Steiny, with you talking about the week-to-week thing, about how every game is different, I have to agree with you on that, especially in football, more so than any other sport. These guys are going hard for 4 quarters, and to assume that a team is just going to be a shoo-in for a Super Bowl this many weeks away from that is just ridiculous. Even in the playoffs, even more so, especially with high playmaking players like the Eagles have, like the Cowboys have, and the Niners have. Obviously, the more playmakers you have, the better chance you have, the better position you get to win. But to just assume that you're going to win, it's ridiculous, and honestly, it's quite dumb.
You okay?
I think he's right on the money. I think he's right on the money. There's a fine line here that some people are crossing.
I think that was a dumb call.
No, it wasn't Santino.
No, the whole point, Santino.
Way to be, Santino.
The point is to look at a team and be able to judge them. Nobody's saying put them in the Super Bowl. They got to earn that. Of course, you're going to state the obvious. Oh, Guru, health. No, duh, Sherlock. That's for everybody.
No.
We're assuming health, and we're talking about talent.
I'm not assuming health. Why would you assume health?
Oh, because I use that across the board.
When you say I assume health, what you're saying is, well, if they don't stay healthy, they're not going to win it.
Or they the game.
Well, well, that's why you don't say.
Well, call us back and tell us how good you think the Niners are playing.
They're the best team in football now.
No, I'm talking again. That's what I would say to that.
Here's what he thinks is dumb.
Yeah. Oh, but I said put him in the Super Bowl. We know they got to earn it.
Well, you didn't say just put him in a Super Bowl. You said hopefully when Purdy's contract is up, you hope to have a couple of rings.
I don't go there. You brought up the contract is up, and I said by then you hope. I enjoy the moment.
You said by then you hope they've got a couple.
But that's I was reacting to you bringing up 2 years.
Would it be disappointing if in 2 years the Niners don't have two Super Bowl rings?
Yes, and that has nothing to, not two, one. And I'm doing that from a Kyle Shanahan standpoint. Like, Brock, you can sit this one out. You're a part of him winning it. But this has started in 2019, and the man should have a ring.
Who should have a ring?
Kyle.
Stop it. Like, that's what you don't do for any other coach. Say somebody should have had something that they didn't. You only do that for Kyle.
No. How many times have these words come out of my mouth? You blew a 10-point lead twice in the NFC Championship game. You should have been back to get that ring that I talk about. I got standards.
I don't think they should have won any game. I think they could have. There's one other thing. What's it about?
People want to hear us. We'll get to Ohtani. Relax.
Go ahead. I don't really have much to say about Ohtani.
You never thought he was
coming? I'm not the kind of guy who's going to rub it in. Well, they couldn't get him. They've struggled to get free agents.
Wow. Yeah.
They're not a free agent destination.
No, I guess, and you know what?
Especially for a hitter. They're like
but he went to the Dodgers, Stein.
That's
my
part.
Hurt.
Like, this Giants are just boring. They've been boring, but now it feels like that's just going to continue.
Okay, well,
and we're spoiled.
We can lament.
We got the Niners. They're loaded. We had the Warrior dynasty. We still got Steph. And then you watch it. And then
I almost let that one slide.
No, seriously. And then the Giants are just. I'm not saying they can't. You know what? They're boring, and we know it. And I fell for Stanton last year. I fell for that. Linden, Willard and Dibbs. Shout out Willard and Dibbs. And I knew, Snotty, like, when are they going to get Barry Bonds or something that can draw or gravitate people to the game? And that's why half of that $700 million he got from the Dodgers, and he ain't even pitching next year, half of that was just the gate, not that they needed it. I guess I just wanted Bay to have another baseball star.
You got to pay. You got to earn it. You got to earn getting a star.
So negotiations.
Why would anybody go to San Francisco to play for the Giants?
Wow.
I mean, like, that's. I don't
like that.
Like, I don't want to do 20 minutes of. Can you believe they thought? Can you believe some fit? Like, that doesn't. That's not fun.
Well, they're starless now.
They've never had a star since what? Bonds?
Buster Posey. In his prime. 3 championships, okay. Don't forget. But yeah, I know. Damn, Steiny, he said, wow. I'm speechless. I just hate that when they come, here they are, the Beatles added another member to their band. And oh, by the name, his name is Elvis Presley. It's like, when is enough? I would have wanted him to go to Toronto. But now they're just going to rub it in the Giants' face. Oh, we'll compete.
See, here's where I look at it and say, Stein, it was the Dodgers. Doesn't that hurt? Or, okay, I guess it does. Well, let me tell you, if he goes to Toronto, then you have no excuse.
Oh.
Then it's like,
I give you a 3. Like, yeah, you didn't just lose to, I get you.
Do I really want to hear this guy gloat right now?
Oh, boy.
Grandpa Daddy. He's in Hayward. He's feeling good. What's up, Grandpa?
Hey, love you guys, man.
What's up, man?
I'm telling you make my day, man. I love you guys. Guru, you bring the passion. Tiny, you're 99% correct all the time. I love your analytics, bro. I just want to say that. Okay, really. I love the combination. You two are freaking great. But I just want to say, look, no more questioning the expertise of Purdy. He's not a system player. He's Mr. Relevant, and he's the mailman because he has all those mailboxes that he has to fill, the weapons that he got, and he delivers the mail, baby. His stats are some of the highest ratings. So all those haters and skeptics, please sit back, keep your mouth shut, and just watch the show, baby. Bang, bang, Niner Day!
Yeah, I'm about to put the rat on the table.
Go ahead, Rustati. Wow. He's in a good mood.
These Purdy haters don't exist. They're a myth created.
Yeah. Well, how about they
to
did?
Fuel competitiveness.
How about they did, and now it's just, you can't deny it.
Otis Bird III,
our guy,
on the YouTube chat says, I'm bummed out that that Ohtani won't be a Giant, but Ohtani to the Dodgers makes the most sense. He can stay in SoCal, and he will be on a Dodger team that contends every year.
But a Dodger team that has 4 more stars, man. Like 3 other, like.
It sounds like you're crying a little bit here, dude.
No,
just a little.
Listen, I'm telling you, I watch every pitch of Giant baseball.
Boo-hoo, I feel sorry
and
for the
I've done
Giants.
it my whole life. I'm telling you, I want to watch something that's.
Okay.
It
Watch
ain't
the
with
Dodgers. You can get it on MLB TV.
Dude, what are they going to do now?
Who?
Like, Giant fans truly can be upset.
Why?
Are you not getting Ohtani because of the presentation? Or seriously, the courtship.
You're not getting Ohtani because you're not a winning organization right now.
Evan said something Friday that went viral about the 70 AAV, and he said the Giants should come in at 80 because he got 70. Like, do we even know if they did that, Evan? Why not 100 AAV? Like, I get it, it's Niner Day, but that hurt the way that the news broke, like Kevin Durant during Saturday. But Evan, I wonder did they try to overpay? Because then I would, as a fan, I would feel better if you heard that.
What if? Really?
Or it also could feel worse because you did overpay and you still didn't watch it.
Exactly. Oh yeah, I heard, Guru, that the Giants offered $1 billion, and he said, "Pound sand." Does that make you feel better?
Well, it is funny, Steiny, since we were talking last week about, publicizing negotiations and Ohtani's right to hold it against the team that did that. Well, the team that did that was the Dodgers.
Dude, I forgot that part. 700 M's, and he ain't even pitching this year. But it's about the gate. Not that the Dodgers needed help at the gate.
That's about winning. It's about winning. It's about putting together the best team you possibly can, and the Dodgers can go get guys.
Who do you guys think has better offense, the Dodgers or the 49ers?
I'm being real.
49ers.
Yeah. No, he asked you.
It sounds like you were going to say 49ers. Of course you were.
Sometimes I can wrestle you. What's your answer?
Whatever you say.
Dude, no.
Are you going to throw something at me?
No, it's the Niners. It's the Niners.
Of course it is.
Because we got Mookie.
It's a great...
Go ahead.
Ooh.
Grandpa Daddy's happy. And he lied.
About what?
You 99. Whatever percent.
He knows. Grandpa Daddy.
You a bone.
He gets it.
Yeah.
He gets it. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers 28, Seattle 16. 4 games left in the regular season, and the Niners are 10-3.
Man.
They have the best record in all of football. But here's to my point.
And the number one.
Here's to my point about, like, I just don't like now we're good, now we stink, now we're going to win it, now we're not. We were like 3 weeks ago, all I kept hearing was, I tell you, Josh Allen and the Bills, they stink. And what happened to Josh Allen and the Bills? Anybody think they're not a factor? The Buffalo Bills. I believe they're a factor.
Right.
You do not, Spadoni. Okay? We differ.
But Steiny, I'm with Spadoni. They're disappointing, but still
they're 7-6.
Yeah, no, but their talent is way better than that. I want them to make the playoffs because they got enough talent.
What if their best football's in front of them?
Right. Okay. I won't rob you of that. But right now, look, they're like in the welfare line to get in the playoffs, and nobody had that. They were like number 1 seed.
I'll bet the Bills are going to make the playoffs.
And I would bet that too.
Okay. So all I'm saying is, can we acknowledge?
7 seed,
do you think the Bills can make a run? I do.
And
I'm not assuming they're going to be a 7. I'm going to assume they're going to finish. What are they now? 7-6.
Yeah, but isn't part of that though the rest of the conference?
Yes.
Like if they played in the NFC, would you think the Bills are in the same league as the Niners, the Eagles, and the Cowboys?
Not right now, no. No, but they'd be lurking. You know what I mean? Like they'd kind of be. And I know Detroit's got a better record, but they would kind of be like a Detroit. But in the back of their head, they have had some success. That's why I don't think the Bills are dead yet.
And they host Dallas this weekend.
Ooh.
And they need
NFL MVP can put some separation between him and Brock Purdy.
But that's
all that matters.
Then he's got Miami when Brock has Lamar Jackson and Harbaugh on Christmas Day. That to me could be, if he were to have that game he had yesterday, he could sew it up.
Dak, 28 TDs. Purdy, 25 TDs. Purdy is a 1,000-yard rusher with 12 touchdowns. Dak is the MVP with the same record. Head-to-head. C-Los in San Francisco. This is what I mean. It's you know who's going to win the MVP?
You don't care, and I get that.
No, I mean you pretty much don't care, but you know who's going to win it?
Oh,
whatever quarterback has the best last 4 games. There you go. Take it to the bank.
I will say this about that.
Bank.
Dak plays Miami, Tua, Josh Allen on the come, and who does really Brock have outside of Baltimore? Like, I think that, if Arizona, if he lights them
remember, you liked the Rams a week ago, but they lost, and now they stink.
No, they don't stink. They should have won that game.
Well, they're going to play the Niners. That's a gimme.
You're right. No.
For the Niners.
I don't know. It could be Niners needed for the number 1 seed to close that out if Philly does their thing. And then also the Rams may need it to get in, which I'm hoping.
But it's the Niners.
What does that
Nobody
mean?
can beat the Niners right now.
Dude, you're ready for Cobbs. Nobody's saying that,
hey,
man. They're just good.
You're not saying it, but you're doing everything but saying it.
Because I mean it.
Well, and
like, who scares you right now in the NFC? 4 weeks left.
Right now?
Honestly.
I don't know.
I want to say Dallas, but I don't believe it.
Well,
but then they could play again, and my thought had nothing to do with the outcome. That's just how well-rounded this team is, man.
Where's Santino?
Right.
I need Santino.
I'm mad at him, too.
He's absolutely right. My man. See what you started? I hope you're happy.
What happened?
Let's go to Rich in Fremont.
Atco.
This ought to be a doozy. Richie.
Hey, what's up, fellas? How y'all doing?
Talk to us.
So, first of all, it's a victory Monday for the Niners, so I'm just savoring and smelling that in. But listen, I wanted to go ahead and put the rat on the table, and no one else should be able to put the rat on the table with me because I'm Atco. Y'all know that.
Wow.
But I don't think. Thank you. I don't think that the Giants ever had a shot at Ohtani. And the reason why I say this is you look at the Giants, history when it comes to signing big free agents. The last big free agent they signed was Barry Bonds. Tell me one free agent they signed after Barry. Not one. And I tell you this much: when Farhan came to the helm, they sealed the deal. They won't be signing any big free agents. And one of the reasons why is because Farhan's whole resume, when it comes to putting together a team, is getting subpar players together and hoping that team will play solid baseball.
Wow.
Now, when they had the situation took place, when they had Gabe Kaplan, they did the 100 win, everybody thought, okay, Farhan's a genius. But what happened in the season? Reality kicked in. All of a sudden, you got subpar players, you got subpar baseball. I just looked at an article just the other day, and they said that the Giants were never a finalist for Ohtani. So,
hey, Rich.
Stop saying that thing about.
Well, Rich, the one thing I am seeing on the YouTube chat, Otis Bird saying Barry Zito, free agent signing.
But that's the point. That's been a minute.
Never a big name. He wasn't a big name free agent.
Yes,
he was a good free agent.
No, he was a bust, but he.
Yeah. So he was.
No, he was.
But we're talking big, everyday player,
So Barry Zito is not a big name signing for the Giants?
Come
not
on.
saying
He's a pitcher.
So
once
what?
every 5 days. I'm talking about an everyday player like Ohtani that's in the lineup more often than not. Every day. That's different to me than a pitcher. But I'm not saying anything against Barry.
Barry Zito was a huge free agent signing.
I mean, it felt like a big free agent signing because he got crushed constantly.
Exactly.
So you only do that if you're a big free agent signing. It didn't pan out, but he was still a big name.
8889. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, get the largest contract in Major League Baseball history at the time.
More than any hitter at that time.
Yes.
I mean, wow. Like that's.
I still stand on what I said.
which is, I'm not disagreeing with anything you said.
No, and I'm not disagreeing with what Evans said.
I'm telling Rich, that's a big signing.
Bigger acquisition, Barry Zito or Christian McCaffrey?
McCaffrey.
Oh, my gosh.
Although Zito's had a bigger, more important game than McCaffrey. Barry Zito went out there and won a playoff game by himself.
Oh, my.
McCaffrey needs Trent Williams paving the way.
You know what happens when they run to the left, Steiny?
I do.
Watch out.
He is incredible, man. At this juncture of his career, Trent Williams.
888. Most media reports had Ohtani on a plane to Toronto.
Yeah,
I didn't follow it that closely. I was in Atlanta.
Yeah.
I was in Atlanta.
ATL.
Let me ask you a question. Oh, I know what I want to ask you. It's just say, so you find yourself in Atlanta on a Saturday afternoon. You got the whole day to kill. It's a little rainy. Does anybody go to State Farm Arena to watch a college doubleheader? Like Indiana was in town and they played like Vanderbilt. And then the first game was like Tulane.
Did you go?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Basketball heads.
Susan goes, I bet you want to probably go to those games. I'm like, no.
What'd you end up doing?
Went to Iron Hill Brewery.
Look at my guy.
I'll tell you what, I'm at this for an upset. I watched 90% of a college basketball game. And let me tell you who stinks.
St. Mary's, Colorado State?
No. Colorado State's for real. They were 9-0 coming into that game.
They were, and they got upset by the Gales.
That's not an upset. It was an upset.
That's not an upset.
I watched that game.
How's that not an upset?
It's not an upset.
Record-wise, it was an upset.
They were underdogs. Colorado State was number 13 in the country.
Please.
St. Mary's had the size.
Randy Bennett's milking it right now. He's got you all snookered.
Your boy.
I thought he was on the hot seat on Thursday.
He was. In fact, I have this. I have this written down here too, in case we really run out of stuff to talk about. We got a problem with the LSU women's program. Kim Mulkey losing it. You see that one of the women got kicked off, and now Angel Reese,
who's dating Jabba now.
Sounds to me like somebody's losing control of that program down in the bayou.
But you're smiling.
That's right. I'm not a Kim Mulkey fan.
Oh. I got to ask why. The people want to know. What did she do?
Do you really want to know?
I'm not crazy.
There's something there.
What do you mean?
Question. Like, you're not crazy. We want to know why. Like, what ticked Steiny off?
Yeah, she's got a touch of Mark Jackson in her. I don't like that.
Possibly.
She's not a fan of Kim Mulkey. That's all.
Wow. Well, let's get her on the show.
No, because she'll be brutal. She would come on here and just rip us.
You know what? I'm not a fan, Kim.
Well, also,
real radio.
I'm down on coaches and trying to draw attention to themselves. She dresses to bring attention to herself.
Italian Philly coach.
Is that her?
Speaking of
I was talking about Sirianni.
Yeah, these NBA coaches need to go back to the suits, man. I'm not digging the flannel.
And here's the other. And by the way, one little quick note to Patrick Mahomes: your guy was offsides.
What was that?
He was offsides.
He looked like a brat, and then Andy had to back him. It's a rule.
I agree.
He really was cussing out his team, his receivers for the whole season.
I saw him,
and he took it out on the ref.
I saw him complaining first, and I was like, "Oh boy, I can't wait to see this mistake."
I thought he was going at Tony. I said, "Oh, he's mad at his."
So then they show the play, and before the play ever starts, I'm like, yeah, that guy's offside.
Offensive offside. That was a hell of a play. It would have been. To throw
Did he do that on his own?
Yes.
Like Wisnowski.
They say he was a high school quarterback, your boy.
He can do it all.
Travis Swift. That was wrong. That's what Jim Rome did to Jim Everett. They got into it.
Man.
For slightly different reasons, I think.
Exactly. Jim Rome. Hey, what's up, Spadonia? Bail us out. Bail us out. I'm begging you.
Oh, those Lakers, am I right?
I just noticed that shirt. What does it say? Merry Swishmas?
Dude. I'm an in-game season. They hooked me.
Of course they did.
And the Lakers are the first one to do it.
You're the kind of person they banked on. That thing is a joke.
Not to me.
That thing is a joke.
People were watching it.
Not according to Ethan Sherwood Strauss.
Oh, no.
888-957-9570. 49ers, 10-3. They beat the Seattle Seahawks 28-16. And another solid win. Solid win. I do want to get a little bit into the clock management at the end of the first half, and then maybe the ejections that happen at the end of the game. It is a Monster Monday, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to firstcalifornia.com. It's also brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
'Twas a holiday evening, and all through the house, everyone was
He flips it up there, and now there's a penalty flag at the end of the play. It's Greenlaw who has it. Greenlaw still on his feet. Hat flies from an official.
The sideline in San Francisco is going bananas, telling them to get down.
I mean...
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Goo. Victory Monday, Niners, 10-3. I bet you they don't lose 3 in a row this time after they've won 5 in a row.
Do you think? Well, we got to do your premise, if barring injury.
Right, but if you notice, I said 3 losses in a row. That does seem far-fetched.
I bet everything on the... I had, not much on that one. Niners turning into bad boys, Steiny, getting into it.
Bad boy.
Bad boys, yeah.
Gotcha.
Getting in. Thug life.
Who was the caller earlier that brought that up? And I actually agreed with it a little bit because I was talking to Evan before the show. Were you there? No, you weren't.
I was on KTVU.
That's right. That's right.
KTVU goo.
You and nonsense. And no, you were great.
You didn't be quiet. Go ahead.
No, I watched the tape after it was all said and done. You're good.
You good.
You broke
so Norm missed it.
He brought out all the hits. It was great. Yeah, it was like
Deals will let us know.
It was like it was like the Beatles playing all their hits.
Oh, Lucas, I love you. Go ahead. I missed you. But go ahead. The caller was saying they're turning into the Rough Riders.
I do feel like the 49ers feel like they're the most physical team in football, or they can be. And anybody who tries to be as physical as them, they almost take it personally.
Man.
And because they almost take it personally, they do play on the edge. I do agree with that. Like, I don't think we've seen our last 49er ejection this year.
Look at Fred Warner. Just watch how he plays. And he hits the dude. And what's this new thing now, Steiny, where they do the shoulders like they're flexing? I mean, and Baltimore, again, I know it's Arizona week, Cardinal week, but Steiny, they play with the physicality under Harbaugh as well. So we'll see if they can come in here and match it. But you're right. And it starts with that boombox, just like, that energy. And they take it out on the players. Now, again, I need to know what's going on with Mooney Ward. That's a big deal. I know it's early in the week, Monday, but Steiny, if he's not there and you got better teams coming in that can throw the ball, he will be missed because he's playing his ass off.
But they have so much wiggle room because they're so great that one guy should not be the reason.
Well, we talked about the 10, 20-plus yard plays that Seattle had. Well, he went out the 4th play of the game, Ward. I'm just telling you, they need him. That could be big. What about Hargrave? He exited the game. And we're talking about injuries, but yes, Donnie, they got room to play with. But what if Philly gets their groove back this week against this Monday Night Football at Seattle, and that puts the pressure on the Niners to keep winning, to keep that seed, so Dallas doesn't get – well, Dallas, they lose the tiebreaker with the Niners.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you on 95.7 The Game. And 21-16. Seattle goes for 2. They don't get it. Niners get the ball. And at that point, I'm saying this is the only chance the Seahawks have. They got to make something happen right now.
No doubt.
And boom. 49ers score, ball game. You wanted to bring up the Warriors real quick.
No, you don't? I'm just turned off.
Why?
Because I'm hearing stuff I've never heard during the run. Steve's never had to explain to us verbally that they're a championship team. Steph never had to say we're basically, I'm paraphrasing, running out of time. I mean, I don't care how that game ended Friday with the score. The fact that you're telling me you got Draymond, Steph, Clay, you got 29 turns. Steiny, I don't know what is up with that. And don't tell me age. Maybe it's a part. 29. That's the most by any team this season.
They've always had a turnover issue. And now they are getting older, which means they're losing a little. What? What were you laughing at? I'm just looking over there and like Lucas is laughing at me. I said they've always had a turnover issue.
It's not a crime to laugh.
But that's not funny.
It shouldn't set you off like Latifah.
Okay, so I say, the Warriors have always had an issue with turnovers, and he's laughing at me. So what's he laughing at?
Can I tell you what Street Goo would really say to Street Steiny?
What if I said no?
Yeah,
I don't
I'm
even care.
Tell you, why are you even looking over there being nosy?
Because
focus on me.
You want to know what I'm laughing at?
Oh, here we go. Look, he's
laughing at the fact you're talking about the Warriors after a massive Niners win, and they're the number 1 seed in the NFC. Best team in football, Steiny.
I got you. So in other words, we've done 2.5 hours on the 49ers.
I love you, Lucas.
Guru and I do a show together, and we talked before the show about, let's bring up Ohtani and maybe talk a little Warriors, like literally 5 or 10 minutes.
Why are you getting defensive? I'm not.
Because you laughed.
You know what? Okay, I'm fine with it.
This is
basically Lucas is telling. He's saying, "Hey,
I know what he's saying. Yeah.
Stop talking about the Warriors."
I didn't say that. I thought it was.
No,
funny.
we're done.
You laughed.
Yeah, no, we're done.
I didn't see you laugh.
No, we're
that
done.
hurt me.
We're done.
Because Evan will let us know. That's our guy.
No, we're done. No Ohtani talk. Can't do that. So I guess it's really out of the question that I talk about Purdue, Alabama.
Right. Which
Go on.
I saw the whole game on Saturday.
Arizona?
No, Alabama, Purdue.
College hoop.
And that kid for Purdue stinks. A 7'8" guy.
Best player in the country.
He
Zach
stinks. He stinks.
Oh my.
He stinks.
Did you watch? You watched?
Watch the whole game.
Oh boy.
I feel bad for the kid.
Why?
Because he's just.
You know who's big and more athletic than Zach Edey?
Don't say Wiseman.
Trent Williams.
Yeah.
Dude's amazing, man. And you know what? The best thing that
He's
happened.
also turning into a team spokesman.
Let's hear.
A real leader.
With the beard, Rick Ross beard.
Hey, let's talk a little bit about Brock Purdy with Trent Williams. Here we go. Take a listen. Now, this is kind of interesting. Evan has told me to play this because it's Trent Williams making a case for Brock Purdy while not making a case for Brock Purdy. Take a listen.
You go back game after game, that's what he's been doing. Last time we was at home, he had a long throw against Tampa with B.A. down the sideline. Obviously, he hit Kittle for a long play. I don't get why people say he's a system quarterback or got to show you more, because no system quarterback makes tight window throws before they're there, throwing people open, putting the ball into a window and trusting this receiver to get there. Layering balls over linebackers who are in good position and still getting the ball over their head, getting it to the playmakers. Just so accurate. You watch a lot of his throws, the accuracy gives them guys a chance to run after the catch.
Trent Williams talking about Brock Purdy being able to layer the ball. What else can he do? Trent Williams held court yesterday talking a lot about Brock Purdy. Here's number 2, and then we'll talk about it.
I think he gets enough credit for that. I know, obviously, with him being Mr. Irrelevant, everybody is slow to give him his flowers, because then that says what they say about a lot of scouting departments.
Thank you.
A guy like this slipped to Mr. Irrelevant pick. So I think a lot of people are slow to give him his props just because of his draft status and where he was drafted. If he was Zach Wilson, I think we'd probably be, unanimous MVP, the next coming of Aaron Rodgers or somebody like that. But since he's a Mr. Irrelevant pick, and this is, almost 2 years of him putting just unbelievable quarterback play on film, and it's still taking guys, saying that, hey, I think it's Debo, I think it's Trent, I think it's, that's not realistic.
Damn. Sticking up for his guy, but the biggest compliment this year about Brock Purdy is what we heard last year during practice, Donnie, and him and Fred Warner coming off the field saying, I think that guy has it, talking about Brock Purdy. And now here we are. If he's not first, he's right behind Dak Prescott for MVP. So I would just tell Trent, yeah, you're watching TV, because those are the only guys, like our guy Acho family, that's saying, what was Purdy win the 3 games without his best players? They lost, so that rules him out. I don't think people are thinking like that, but Brock's getting his just due, because you can't watch games like yesterday, 368 yards, all the WAP plays for the people in the back that are slow to thinking this dude's just a dink and dunk. I mean, he's showing you he's not that. That pass to Debo, okay, it was just one pass, Goo. Then he spreads it around, hits Kittle, hits Ayuk. And he's doing this right. And what about Ayuk? The interception, or what do we want to call it? The miscommunication. Stoney, do you know what happened the first play of the next series? He went right back to Ayuk. And that's what good combinations do. That's how good relationships continue to blossom. Like, I ain't mad at you. You know, there ain't nothing to see here. Went right back to him and trusted him. I'm like, man. And that goes on to what you just started the show with. Goo, this team is selfless, man. And I don't know how far it's going to take them, but I don't see why it wouldn't take them as far as they can go playing good, sound football.
Here's what I heard with Trent Williams. Somebody asked Trent Williams why he thinks that there might be some people who aren't giving him the credit he deserves. And he says, well, one of the reasons is because as a seventh-round pick, because you're a seventh-round pick, people are going to be more skeptical. See, like this is what I think is just such a joke. It's that, if you're skeptical of Purdy, you're a hater, but Trent Williams acknowledges that it's only logical to be skeptical, because if you're not skeptical, if you are skeptical, it's because the league created that skepticism by passing on Brock Purdy. So in the course of however many games he started, it's obvious that the guy can play quarterback in the NFL. And you could make a case that maybe it should be taking longer for a guy who was the seventh last pick in the draft for people to come around. The reason that people have been slow to come around to Brock Purdy is because clearly the NFL talent scouts and front offices blew it.
Yeah.
They blew it. And the only message we could ever receive as fans is, Brock Purdy's the last pick in the draft. How good can he be? Okay, well, now we're a year and a half later. He's pretty damn good.
With 2 playoff wins.
But he has so many haters. No, he doesn't have haters. He just has people who observe football who say, how did a guy who nobody liked end up being this good? And the reasons everybody was wrong.
Yeah. And we don't see
the fans are late.
Yep.
Like the first people who are wrong were 30 front offices. Then the next people who are wrong were all of us who said we can't, he's not this good.
Yeah. And let's be honest, let's put the right on the table, brought to you by Echo Steiny. Draft position sets expectations sometimes. Right or wrong, if you like it or not. But the only reason I thought Brock couldn't play, and this could be any sport, if he was the last pick, I mean, he was good enough to make the pros, but expectations wouldn't be there. And that's why when Jimmy laid on the ground last year, I thought the Niners season was over. I thought it was over. And now look, it looks like they got their next franchise quarterback. Sky's the limit. This dude can do it all. But people are holding on because we don't see misses like this often.
McFly13, he's one of my favorites on the YouTube chat. Yeah, but that's not what he's really saying, Steiny. He's saying they shouldn't be that skeptical about Brock. See, I didn't hear that. I heard he understands why there's skepticism of Brock, but he's also saying, but at this point, it's harder and harder and harder to be skeptical of Brock Purdy.
If you're being fair.
Only people, like the people who were first skeptical about Brock Purdy were NFL people, not hack fans like myself. I didn't know anything about Purdy.
And I was on there. Either did I. I just knew he was Mr. Irrelevant. I didn't think he was going to be this good. And so did Steiner. You mentioned front offices. I think you meant scouts included. But what about all the scouts that went and watched? Yeah, when you said, damn. You're right. The new Brock Purdy got action, or Purdy's. Like, man.
Trey's in Fairfield. What's up, Trey? How you doing, man?
I'm doing all right. How you doing today, man?
Doing well.
I got a quick question to ask when it comes to Brock. I definitely think he can play. But, let me ask you this. And, Google, you the perfect person to ask. With you being a Cowboy fan, who would you rather have as your quarterback right now at this moment? Be honest with Dak or him right now.
I would rather have Brock Purdy because Brock Purdy has not had the defeats over and over and over like I feel Dak has. And I'm being 100 with you.
Okay, but let me say something to that. I agree. To an extent, you're kind of right. But can you say this? Brock has better talent around him
there's no doubt. There's no doubt. No doubt about it.
So that does make a difference. But I'm not taking that away from Brock Purdy at all. But I think another reason why people are also skeptical of him, because Jimmy G's success was almost similar to this. Because now that we saw the real Jimmy down in Vegas, I think we all know Jimmy really can't play ball anymore.
Wow. Go ahead.
He can be in the league. No, he can be in the league, but he's not a good quality NFL starter.
And the offense was stressful when you watched it. It's not stressful now. It's not perfect. Nothing is. It's not stressful. So Brock's bringing that to the table.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. He can play. And I'm not even a Niners fan. I believe silver and black still to this day. And I don't care what anybody say. I believe silver and black to this day. But anyway, I'll take your thoughts off air. It's always good talking to you guys.
Thanks. Appreciate the call, Trey.
Yeah. And Steiny, maybe a lot of people I said it weeks ago. You can back me up if you remember. Maybe they're envious or jealous that he's in an offense that features this much talent around him. But what are you going to do if you're not a hater? All he's done is orchestrate it as well as he can. He didn't pick the team to draft him. He inherited this team. And he's done nothing but spread the ball around, keep his eyes downfield, and 70%, 7 straight games of 70% completion rate. That's only happened 3 times. Joe Montana, I got it on my list, Donnie. I forget the other, but I mean, he's in there with talent that's incredible.
Yeah, I think Drew Brees was the other.
Talk to me.
And Sam Bradford.
That was the one.
One thing that I would.
Oh, Sammy.
That I disagree with you on. And I don't know if it's an individual case or not.
Talk to me.
So Brock Purdy last year brings this powerhouse team into the postseason, the Eagles, and he wins 2 games, the 49ers, and he wins 2 games, and then they lose to the Eagles. He got hurt. Okay, we know that. Yeah. I refuse to just put a blanket over because a guy has struggled in the postseason. I'm the. Who would I rather have, Purdy or Dak Prescott? You can answer it any way you want, but I don't look in the playoffs when I see I don't think, what are we saying? You think Dak Prescott's a choker? I mean, what are we really talking about? Why wouldn't experience be the most important factor for a quarterback? Because even as a loser, that experience for down the line should help.
Because a lot of what I've seen from Dak, and it's been 8 years, Steiny, I think you could confuse him with the zone. I really believe that. But now all of a sudden, he's telling me, Goo, you might have got it wrong. So I take those playoff losses and even in the wins and the failures in the regular season to where I'm like, okay, he can be had. I don't feel that way about Brock Purdy only because it's so new, but he's off to a great start. And the one loss, I don't need to remind you, that he has on his ledger in the offs is one that he went out early. So that's why I would bet Brock is this good as opposed to Dak being what I don't think he is. And he is changing the narrative. But I believe in the playoffs, he can revert back to the guy I think a lot of Cowboy fans think he is.
Isn't that like the James Harden argument? Like he's incredible in the regular season, and then the postseason, he's got so many examples of coming up short or just not playing very well.
Like that playoff game, Evan, that was a great one. Real quick, that playoff game last year, the Niners tried to give it to Dallas, and Dak was the worst player.
And what I'm saying is sports history is filled in all sports of guys who didn't get it done until they got it done. Yeah. Okay. And I would never look at Dak Prescott and say, what is he, 2-4 in the postseason? Well, he can't get it done. Like John Elway was, I think, 6-7 in the postseason, and he finished 13-7 in a playoff record because he won his last 2 Super Bowls.
So if I was to ask you right now, would you, with this new Dak that we think we've seen and Brock, do you think Brock can come back to earth, or would you go with Dak and what you think?
I'm just saying I wouldn't look at a quarterback that's played 8 postseason games and is 3-5 against Brock Purdy, who's 2-1, and say Purdy has an advantage.
I've just seen, and it's early for Brock. Stoney, I just never seen him manipulate it to where a defense have their way with them.
But see, this is what I think.
What about the 3-game losing streak?
But this is what I think is unfair, because if Brock Purdy has a bad game and let's say the 49ers win a game, then they lose a game. And let's say in the game they lose.
Playoffs.
Yeah, one touchdown, one interception. That was just so-so. Okay, the 49ers next year come out, and guess what? They're 13-4. I'm not saying, well, you know what? He's now 3-2 in the postseason. He didn't look great in the NFC title game last year, so I'm going to assume he's not going to be good this year. Like, I give every quarterback the same chance of learning from failure that they all have had. Well, that Hurts has now had because he lost in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and I just think it's too great.
What experience is good and what experience is bad in the postseason?
I think all of it is hopefully at the end of the day good, but I think of John Elway, who, he had failures, but you never looked at him as the reason they weren't getting it done, and he got his 2 at the end. I look at Peyton Manning when they beat the Bears. It was at the end, but, when he was with Denver. But, I mean, you can tell, Stoney, when the quarterback might be the reason that they get a little lemon booty in the playoffs, and some that ball out and they just.
So you don't think that there's a chance that Purdy could, in a big game, have a bad game? No doubt. Okay, well then how will that impact you moving forward as a observer of the 49ers and where we're like?
I need 8 years worth, and Dak's been here a while, and he still may win it all. I'm just kidding. Like, Purdy's nowhere near that yet for me, Stoney. So when I come in here and I believe you always, Goose off the whack, it ain't this thing has to accumulate. He's got, like, that's how much I feel like it's not house money, because we will come rip him if he has a bad game. But when you talk about reputations, that's 4 or 5 years worth of data.
Well, and the other thing, if you really want to get inside it too, is if I look at this 49er team and I see the way they've won and how Purdy's quarterbacked, the only way they don't win is if he has a bad game. Like, literally has a really bad game. But is he going to have a really bad game? He hasn't. Even his worst game this year has been okay.
Man.
888-957-9570 is the number. Talking about Brock Purdy, talking about the Niners, talking about Purdy yesterday, having another solid game. Everybody got their numbers. 888-957-9570. Let me just throw that out there for 49er fans. When you look at the quarterback situation, let's just take the NFC guys. You got Dak Prescott, who's been around for 8 years, won a couple games, lost 4 in the postseason. You got Jalen Hurts, younger than that, has had some playoff success, has not won the big one, obviously, lost it last year. And then you got Brock Purdy, a relative newcomer. How do you view a person's or a quarterback's playoff failure, playoff success? What does it matter? Would you rather have, is Purdy going to need to fail a time or two before he leapfrogs everybody else? 888-957-9570 is the number. And you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Tease the season at the Golf Mart by Worldwide Golf for holiday specials this year.
this is how bad feelings started. Metcalf slammed Warner. Warner got him back, and then this.
I mean, this isn't the first time with DK Metcalf now. Yeah. He's a competitor. He's a heck of a player. He just has a hard time controlling his emotions when the game doesn't go his way. And here's another example. Pete Carroll's had a lot of sit-downs with him over the years about this exact thing.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru, 95.7 The Game.
Yes, yes, yes.
What'd you think of that? That play that Greg Olson and Kevin Burkhardt, Fox just described, that Metcalf went for a tackle on Fred Warner. Warner pitched it. I don't know if Metcalf saw it or not. Tackled Fred Warner. And Warner got up and...
I didn't like what Warner did. How would you describe what he did? He got up, kind of little bush league. Fred, you're my guy, Fred W. But Steiny, I thought that was kind of... It got him. Man, you could have hurt him. He was still kind of bent and... Like, damn, Fred. But hey...
So he should be...
Hey, I didn't say it.
No.
Come on.
It's Metcalf's fault. He's a Seahawk. That's the way I always look at it.
Let me go, Drake.
Who's the home team?
Oh, you mean bad blood?
Who's our home team?
Oh.
Never our fault.
Oh, Steiny, stop. I was, because, Fred does it with his between the, like, I'm going to hit your ass and knock the ball out, what have you. I think of Tony Pollard. But Steiny, I didn't. He could have hurt Metcalf. What do you think that was justified? That's why Metcalf had him by the. And if you saw when Metcalf had him by the face mask, Fred wasn't. He kind of knew he was. Dude got me right now. Strong dude. I don't know.
Didn't seem like Fred Warner liked getting tackled.
I think
considering that's all he does to players.
I wasn't crazy about what he did, but whatever. It's fun.
Metcalf or Fred's reaction.
No, I thought Fred Warner was kind of started it. I mean, I'm sure Fred Warner did not like the way he was thrown to the ground.
Okay, all right.
But did Metcalf know he got rid of the ball? I don't know.
But he damn sure wasn't thinking what was coming from behind was 54, and he came and got him. Yeah. And let's talk about it. Let's put the red on the table again, brought to you by Atco. Your boy started off with a bang, 52 quick yards. And then got nothing. He got goose-egged. I'm talking about Metcalf. So he was mad. Opened a couple times. Had a step on a DB, and the ball wasn't even delivered. So he was on frustration island. I just thought Fred could have hurt him the way he hit him from behind. It'll be curious to see what the people think on the text line and YouTube chat. But you kind of, that didn't shock you.
What?
That I thought that was kind of not super dirty, but I was shocked Fred got him like that. Metcalf.
When I saw it, I was like, Warner was kind of the guy in the middle of all that, and he didn't get ejected. I'm looking at 1 and 3.
I mean, because it's live on a turnover, Steiny. Everything is live. You know what I mean?
What can you do? Like the experience, because like this one's kind of fascinating me. Non-Super Bowl winning quarterbacks. Josh Allen, what's his postseason record? 4-4. Dak Prescott, what's his postseason record?
2-4.
2-4. Jalen Hurts, what's his postseason record?
I'm gonna say 3-2.
2-2. Lamar Jackson, what's his postseason record?
I'm gonna say 2-3.
1-3. I thought it was better than that. Yeah. 1-3. And Purdy's 2-1. Okay, so all those quarterbacks are good quarterbacks, but they haven't won it yet, right?
Mm-hmm.
So as we enter the postseason with Purdy, let's say, going to the postseason, and Hurts going to the postseason, and Lamar Jackson going to the postseason, and Prescott goes to the postseason, and Josh Allen. I'm just asking, I'm just curious, how do you categorize or who has experience that's beneficial and who has experience that you hold against them, I guess is what I'm saying. Because, I look at like Lamar Jackson. Okay, so he's 1-3 in the postseason. What does that mean? Well, he won one game and then he lost 3. Like, I get
against
that.
good teams.
But like, I don't look at Lamar Jackson and say, well, he's 1-3 in the postseason. Purdy's 2-1, but he didn't even lose the game that he gets the loss for. I think Purdy's got an advantage over Lamar Jackson going into the postseason. Like, I wouldn't say that just because Purdy's 2-1 and Jackson's or Josh.
From an experience
as for
standpoint,
Prescott, I don't think the odds are. Forget the team, I guess is what I'm saying, but I don't say Prescott is more likely to mess up than Brock Purdy in the postseason.
See, and I'm on the flip side of that because I believe he has. Brock hasn't. He's had that failure to where he's had bad games.
Couldn't that be good?
You might right now. I'm not against that thought process, but I wouldn't want any of those you mentioned because, one, Lamar Jackson, I think when you're in the playoffs, you're playing better teams, and they got a plan, and that plan has been his kryptonite. Now, he can shut me up this season, but his 1-3 is 1-3. I don't think Brock, with his weaponry and his newness to this Steiny, I don't think he has –
so you're saying newness is a positive
as what he has around him and an offense. Like I think if I were a quarterback, this is heaven to be under a guy, Kyle Shanahan, and the tutelage of him calling not just plays, but calling plays to what I have around me. So I think all those guys got a jacket on him. Josh Allen, he's so great. I think he's come down to earth now because some of his failures have been in the playoffs, and he gets a little reckless and takes chances. Dak, he's got a great chance. Does he have a Niner problem? And if he does, what if they meet again and he loses to the Niners? Are we saying you know what I mean? Like all those guys got warts, but Brock's so
does Purdy in a way. I mean, let me ask you this: like when I look at the quarterbacks in the that are going to the postseason, the question I would ask is, what quarterback would be the most likely to see something in the postseason that threw him off a little bit? What quarterback of Purdy, Hurts, Prescott, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, which of those quarterbacks do you think would have the most likely opportunity to see something that confuses them a little bit, either over the course of a series, a couple series, or a quarter or two?
I'm going to say Dak and Lamar just with their record alone.
Yeah, see, I would not.
You say that?
I would say Purdy. And it's not, again, this has nothing to do with talent. This has nothing to do with the team.
His newness.
Brock Purdy's played 2 playoff games. Let's say he's 2. He's played 2. Yeah. So, to me, even though Prescott's 2-4 and played 6,
and Lamar's 1-3, Steiny.
Yeah, so they've clearly seen some things that have
taken
made them struggle
away. Yes,
right. And the way I always look at it is Lamar Jackson. Whatever he sees in the postseason this year, it's going to be he'll be a little more equipped to deal with it now than he was 3 years ago.
But the case for Brock's newness that I think Goo's talking about is. There's no book on Brock. Like no one has shown yet that they've been able to stop him or that offense when they're at full strength. There is more of a playbook of how to limit Dak Prescott or Lamar Jackson. And for Dak specifically, like the Niners did last year, it's a different team, but there's more of a script to stopping those guys as opposed to Brock Purdy.
Here's kind of what I'm getting at. Tell me if you follow.
I like that.
And it's got nothing to do with liking one guy or one team over another team. So the Eagles came into San Francisco last week and got absolutely hammered.
Well, Niners went there and got them.
Yeah, God, thanks. Yeah. My bad. So, yes, the Niners hammer the Eagles. Okay, what happened in that game? Apparently, one of the things that happened in that game was the Niners didn't go all out to attack Jalen Hurts in terms of the rush. They played more contain. Mm-hmm. Cage, I think, is the word Baldy used or Ross Tucker used the word they wanted to cage him rather than attack him. Okay. What happens if they do that again in the postseason? I gotta believe that there'll be an adjustment made by Jalen Hurts. Maybe he can adjust. Maybe like the strategy will have worked. But I look at it as though something happened in that game where if it happens again, he might be more equipped to succeed against it. Now, I get it. That wasn't a playoff game. But to me, the more games you have, like that's the only reason. How many? Purdy's got, 20 starts in his career?
17-3.
17-3.
And the 2 playoff victories.
And I'm just saying that because he's only played in 2 playoff games, I don't necessarily think that's more of an advantage to somebody who has played multiple playoff games who maybe hasn't had the success yet of Brock Purdy or the early success, and they can do it.
My question to you would be, and not for Brock Purdy, the losers in this scenario, I'll use Dak and Purdy. Like, when do you kind of give up? Let's say both of those quarterbacks are one and done and they had another loss on their ledger in the playoffs.
What, do they get another win?
No, a loss.
So they lose their first playoff.
Yeah, first playoff game.
Dak
and Lamar.
All right.
I'm just asking the Steiny computer.
Honestly,
you got to see what it looks like.
38-35?
Okay, right.
I
was kind of answering it for you.
I
my
do
point
care
is, when
about
do you
that.
jump off the, you know what, I've seen enough.
Well, for example, here's all I'm saying is hypothetically, if the Eagles were in a playoff game with Jalen Hurts and they got down 12, okay?
Yeah.
Well, Jalen Hurts has been down 12 before. Doesn't mean you win them all. Brock Purdy has never been down that much. So I'm not saying, you can't come back if you're not down. I understand that. But what if there's a scenario in which Purdy gets down and the game gets a little wonky and he's never been in that position before?
And it may get the best of him.
Exactly.
And he may get the best of it, right?
That's why I don't know if it's an advantage that Purdy doesn't have a book out on him yet, as opposed to a guy who might have a more complete book out on them, but has had some playoff failures.
Yeah. Well, and again, I know the playoffs are a different animal, and like Evan said, Steiny, and I'm leaning that way. We're going to see people put their best foot forward. I'll never forget Seattle with that playoff lead here at Levi's last year. Brock was still new, but I'm starting to believe this thing is so strong on both sides of everything the Niners are working with. We may be starving if people are thirsty to see the Niners down or Brock down 12. I kind of feel like that we're getting I hear you. It can happen. But boy, Steiny, what we're watching, it's going to be hard. And I think we can't hold it against Brock Purdy for being the quarterback of a good-ass team to where, you know what? We ain't seeing you down 10 or 12 too many times. Like, it's going that way. And if they hold on to the number 1 seed, guess what, Sonny? They're going to be playing 2 games to get to the Super Bowl instead of 3. Now, you got to go out there and win. But you got me thinking I'm Linda Blair in The Exorcist. So coming into this season, I know the Eagles represented the NFC in the Super Bowl. They earned that. And they took Brock out. But are we so sure that this skid is not who they are? Because the Eagles this year. Because every win has been, even Washington took them to the end.
Right. So
the Dallas game.
So what are you saying?
Have they used up that jar of magic to where now, where they really as good as we thought they were?
I don't know.
Or the close games?
Well, we had a chance.
Are you paying that price?
Well,
now?
we had an answer. We had a chance to answer the question with the Niners. What did you think with the Niners? They were 5-0, then they went to 5-3. So the Niners have lost 3 in a row, which the Eagles. Right. Well, okay. Well, then it's so. My understanding is the Eagles are pretty hurt right now. Is that true?
Well, I mean, it depends on where you draw the line.
Well, what I'm saying is if you're saying that the 49ers got beat 3 times in a row because of injuries, I don't know. How hurt are the Eagles right now?
And I'll be real. It was because, I didn't know if Brock was regressing, but they were without their 2 best players. I don't think the Eagles are without their 2 best players. And when you got Hurts and your best lineman still, game on. But I'm not saying that defense is not raggedy. It looks raggedy right now, and that's not due to injury. It's some, but not all of it.
I guess what I'm saying is, if let's say Brock Purdy gets into the playoffs, wins a game, then loses a game, and he doesn't look good. My feeling is, okay, we come back next year, and he's better.
Yeah.
Like, he's
kind of earned that.
Right. So why don't we give the benefit of the doubt to all the other quarterbacks who, like, well, I just don't understand giving Purdy
we give
credit.
Them to some of them, but not all of them.
And that's my thing. I don't
like 2 and 4 for Dak. That's a nice amount for me.
I think it's also like Dak Prescott was singularly responsible for the Cowboys losing the game. Like, he threw 2 picks in the first half in which they could have been up
in the red zone.
Like, that's on him. That's not on the rest of the team.
Okay. And I think that the next playoff game he plays, he might be better because of that. Like, I don't necessarily think, like, that's what I mean. I mean, how many times do we have to write somebody off or say they can't win the big one when they're only a third of the way through the race or halfway through the race? Like, Rory McIlroy could never win the major until he won the major, and now he's got 4. And Phil Mickelson could never win the big one, and now he's got 4. And John Elway won his whole career, could never win the big one, and now he won 2. It's like,
I think of Matt Stafford when you say that.
Somebody's going to win a Super Bowl.
I think of Matt Stafford.
Other than Mahomes this year if the Chiefs don't win it. So
I think of Matt Stafford when you brought those guys up. I mean, because we thought he was done, right? The Rams didn't. We thought he was a byproduct of Detroit and failures. And look, he took the Niners out and went on to win a Super Bowl beating Joe Burrow. So when you bring those guys up, I'm like, yeah, you got a point. But Steiny, damn, man. You gotta love hard to feel like, and could you imagine if Dak were to go win it? It wouldn't just be your boy. It would be a lot of people like, oh, we got that wrong. We thought he was the notorious. He couldn't get it done.
Right.
And Lamar too.
6 playoff games. 6 playoff games. We say a guy can't get it done. And we're saying it about Lamar Jackson. And like, that's just the stuff that I can't stand. That's all. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, the reason to have more faith in Dak is because he's played like a better quarterback this year. But let's not act like 6 playoff games isn't a lot of playoff games.
Man.
I mean, it's not.
You have to be in the playoffs. You have to make the playoffs for, like, that's 4 or 5 years.
Right. How old is Dak Prescott?
29.
Okay, how many playoff games you think he'll end up playing? I'll bet more than 6.
But is that
from this point on?
Is that way more than the 6 games we're talking about against good opponents?
I give him a better chance to play. If he plays 6 more playoff games,
30.
I give him a better shot to play better in the next 6 than the past 6. What about you guys?
I hate you said it that way. I'll give you that because it's trending that way. But what if he faces the Niners in the second round?
Okay, I also believe that Lamar Jackson is more likely to play well in the postseason this year than, in other words, I think Lamar Jackson will win a playoff game or 2. Mm-hmm.
Well, I would hope. I mean, he's got a really good team.
But what I'm saying is, I know he's 1-3, but I haven't I'm not
he ain't looked like Lamar in those games.
I understand that, but he's not dead.
Yeah,
they're 10-3 this year. Like, how old is Lamar Jackson?
Well, yeah, no, but I'm not saying these guys can't win Super Bowls. But okay, Lamar Jackson is 10-3. His 3 losses. He's been directly responsible for 10-point blown leads in the fourth quarter. Like, that's the reason why some people don't believe in him. That doesn't mean that he can't all of a sudden be, like, Joe Flacco had a miraculous Super Bowl run. That doesn't mean that he's a better quarterback all time than, I don't know, insert quarterback, Drew Brees. They both got the same amount of Super Bowls.
Again, I'm not living in a world where experience is a negative if it's failure automatically. Like, I mean,
because they control the narrative.
Dak Prescott, if he runs the table, he might say, well, I'd never win a Super Bowl unless I go through my past failures.
Right.
I needed to figure out how to overcome. Like, why is that completely out of the question, it feels like?
I don't think anybody's saying it's out of the question.
Well,
Because they control the narrative, Steiny. For what you
just said, if Dak Prescott wins a Super Bowl, it'll be the most unbelievable thing. Yeah. This, that, and the other thing. Like, why?
Well, I think we started by saying you trust Brock Purdy more than Dak Prescott. I don't think that's a ridiculous statement.
I'll take the clean deal.
First of all, I didn't even make a statement. I said, what's more important? Like a guy who's had playoff failure, 2-4, like.
And you asked me who I would take, the newness of Brock or Dak's experience.
Right. I asked you think Brock Purdy has an advantage because there's no book out on him, and he's only played 2 playoff games. And I'm saying, I don't buy that. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I can't take it away from Dak Prescott that the failures that he may have gone through already will be the reason that he can overcome them this year.
What if I told you and Evan, I believe, and I got to be careful here, I believe Brock Purdy at this stage can read defenses better than Dak Prescott.
He might.
That's a lot of what would make me, I can't just put it on the playoff. Like, Steiny, I believe that to be true. And Guru, I believe, I see it. I watch it. So... you're right.
So Purdy has an advantage over all those quarterbacks heading into the postseason.
No, I think he's on a better team.
Well,
you know what I mean? If Dak goes bad, then they're done.
But that's separate though than just who's prepared to break through. But
that's a big reason why you trust someone is because of who else they play with.
You know what I mean?
Who do you trust more in the postseason, Josh Allen or Brock Purdy? Forget the team.
I'm being honest. Brock Purdy. Okay. That's how down I am on Josh.
It's 4-4.
Yeah.
By the way, 4-4 is a good playoff record.
Yeah, especially in the AFC when you got to go up against amazing quarterbacks. And
he should have had one over Mahomes. The defense gave it up, but
I'm a big believer in the more big games you play in,
you're not right.
The better off you may be, even if you don't win all the big games. Like, I mean, could Prescott be motivated by the fact that he's 2-4 in the postseason?
No doubt.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you on 95.7 The Game. I see a couple calls. We get to those on the other side. 49ers, they're 10-3.
And you got to I don't want to put you on blast.
I want you to.
No, I love
because we're early.
Oh, okay. Shout out Dave Fleming. I got caught up. No, I love your premise.
No, Goo, you think guys are losers until they're not losers. And I'm just telling you, they're not losers. They just haven't been winners. They just haven't become winners yet. Like Dak Prescott's not a loser to me.
What I want to give you credit for is forget the name, winner or loser. What I'm trying to give you credit for is you love hard. Like, I'm fascinated in this world we're in and what you say you hate, these quick judgments. How long before you give up on a quarterback or you say, you know what, I can understand why you say 2-5 quarterback in the playoffs can't get it done.
Well, how old was Elway when he won it?
Dude, in his 30s. Okay. Late, it was at the end.
Okay.
But he got it done. That's rare.
Is it?
But how many times did we say Elway was the reasons he was the only reason Denver couldn't get it done?
I'll bet they said that back in the day. Because the quarterback's always gonna get it. I'll talk about this guy. Look at Kirk Cousins, who's been relatively good, but his primetime record isn't the best.
Wow.
Could be an indication of his confidence in bigger games where more people are watching, like the playoffs. I don't necessarily disagree with that, but I don't believe in it all the way. Like, I believe if Kirk Cousins were quarterbacking for the best team,
all right,
I'll bet you he'd look a little different. 888-957-9570 is the number. It is on Monster Monday, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Also, that segment was brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Jim Gaffigan here with some more Straight Talk. Let's take a moment to appreciate our sweet children, loving grandparents, and eternal soulmates. Now let's use them to save money on wireless. Because with the Straight Talk Silver Plan, you get 4 lines for just $25 a month with unlimited data and no contracts. So add those human pawns, loved ones, and save money. Thanks, kids. They're finally worth it. Straight Talk Wireless, available at Walmart.
Get 4 lines on Silver Unlimited for $25 per line per month, plus taxes and fees. For data management practices and additional terms, visit straighttalk.com.
Do you want to be the difference in your community and have an exciting career? The City of Fremont Police Department is hiring lateral officers and new recruits. Fremont offers many opportunities such as investigations, canine, SWAT, and patrol, plus great compensation and benefits. You have the chance to make a positive change. At Fremont PD, we build trust through public service, and we are proud to serve. For more information and to apply, visit jobs.fremontpolice.gov. jobs.fremontpolice.gov.
Tune into 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip of every Warriors game throughout the season, as we get you ready for the action. Brought to you by Xfinity, the Xfinity 10G network.
Hey guys, did you know that half of men over age 50 have erectile dysfunction on some level? Whether you have mild, moderate, or severe ED, West Coast Men's Health can help. We don't prescribe pills and hope they work. Instead, we treat the root cause of the problem with acoustic wave therapy, which breaks down plaque, unclogs arteries, and restores blood flow. We have treated thousands of men across our 11 locations nationwide and have established ourselves as a leader in the industry. So whether you have ED, Peyronie's disease, or suffer from chronic pain, such as neuropathy, carpal tunnel, or Dupuytren's contracture, West Coast Men's Health can help. No pills, no shots, no surgery, just results.
With clinics in San Mateo, Pleasanton, Walnut Creek, and Elk Grove, call West Coast Men's Health at 650-585-8909. That's 650-585-8909. 650-585-8909. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Looking for the perfect place to unwind and savor amazing beers? Check out Ballast Point Brewing Company's newest location at 705 16th Street in San Francisco, with tons of great beers to choose from, along with local craft options, wine, seltzers, and hard kombucha. Join us for brunch every Saturday and Sunday. Test your wits with Trivia Wednesdays, and don't miss our weekly happy hour specials. We'll even cover 2.5 hours of parking at the garage at 1800 Owen Street. Ballast Point Brewing Company, where good times and great drinks come together.
Anyone with a license to practice law can represent you when you've been injured.
Any lawyer can call the insurance company and try to resolve your case.
But if the insurance company says, go fly a kite, not every lawyer is willing to take your case to court.
The worst thing is when the insurance company decides that it's cheaper to wear you down than it is to pay you the amount they owe you.
So they just keep throwing lawyers at you, gambling that your law firm won't be willing to cover the expense of a long, protracted fight.
At Habas Law, we believe that a personal injury lawyer should take care of every client like they were a member of their own family.
That's one of the things we do, and we do it very well.
That's why we don't back away when insurance companies dare us to match them dollar for dollar.
We believe in you. We believe in your case, and we believe we can win.
Call Habas Law at 1-800-INJURE.
When you talk with Habas Law, your day gets a whole lot better.
HABBASLaw.com.
Tis the season of giving. RNS, the West Coast's largest network of door, gate, and dock experts, invites you to our annual toy drive. Donate new toys before December 29th for the children at Shriners Children's Hospital, providing hope and healing for over 100 years. Drop off at your local RNS. Visit lookfortheredtruck.com, enter your zip, and locate a drop-off location near you. Happy holidays from RNS, making a difference in every community we serve.
Lowe's knows how to save pros time and money. Right now, save over $40 on a Werner 6-foot stepladder. Was $115, now just $69.98. And there's more. Get up to 30% off select kitchen cabinet orders. Visit us in-store or online for more deals you can't beat. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Valid 12/7 to 12/13 on item number 98148. While supplies last. Minimum purchase and exclusions apply. See associate for details.
Dear Santa, I hope you are having a good day in the North Pole. Is it cold all the time there? Is that why your cheeks are so rosy? My mom says I'm a good helper, but you didn't come last year. Was my chimney broken? I just really hope this year when I wake up, I'm gonna see that you came to my house too. Wow.
Donate and help the Marines deliver hope to a child in need.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No. We tailor our clients' portfolios to their goals and needs.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We're a fiduciary, the highest standard of care for a financial advisor. It means we're obligated to act in our client's best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, we have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Sounds like you really look out for your clients.
We do, because our priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
We got Bosa standing up over the center. We saw him rush the guard last time.
Third down, Locke trying to ruffle it. He's taken down by Bosa.
And Bosa wants to make sure that he was tackled behind, so he gets credit for a...
Oh!
You see him talking to the official on the sideline.
Maybe we're not all unselfish.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru.
Bosa wanting his numbers.
The game.
All right, here we go. You ready?
Stat padding.
You ready for this?
Look how you stay.
Follow me here. Let me fix my camera. Although it looks like it's okay. Evan.
Steiny.
Let's say hypothetically.
Yay!
Let's say hypothetically. What would you prefer? I'm going to give you two scenarios. One's a realistic one. The other is you got to work with me.
Oh, boy.
All right? Scenario one, Brock Purdy and the 49ers get to the NFC Championship game last year, and 2 plays in, Brock Purdy gets hurt.
Oh.
That's the scenario. That's our real life scenario, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me put another scenario out there. Purdy doesn't get hurt, and the 49ers and Eagles are in a dogfight, and it is a war. Yeah. And Purdy does a couple good things. He struggles a bit. We had a chance, but we lost 24-21. And Purdy was good, had some growing pains, but God, they got Purdy and the Niners.
I hate to see it.
Don't you think Purdy would be a better quarterback going into the playoffs this year had that happened?
Yeah.
Or would the possibility exist that he could have used a loss last year, or even a win, just a game played? And he used that, and there you go. Like, he's really 2-0 in the postseason, but had he gotten the chance and lost to go 2-1, God, I think he'd be all the better for it this year.
Oh, I just feel like.
Do you agree?
It's not that I.
No, I'm asking you if you agree.
Yeah, I mean, in a vacuum, you'd experience more. You'd have more plays in a high-profile game.
Thank you.
But I can
appreciate it. Yeah, appreciate that.
I'm not going to say
you're appreciate
wrong.
that, guys.
Yeah. Well,
so
Evan, that was Evan.
Well, you said it right, too.
Well,
I even went to the boss and threw that at him, and he said, yeah, I'm all for experience.
But sometimes you are the experience. Like, what word am I looking
for? But what if the rest
Steiny,
of that,
you're right.
But
no,
Steiny,
it's not that you're wrong.
Because you understand context matters. What if Brock Purdy, was terrible in the second half of that game, and then in this upcoming playoffs, he was also bad in the second half of an inevitable loss. Like,
well, then it sounds to me like you're finding out earlier that your guy's not the guy. If he's
I think we're all trying to figure out if a quarterback is the guy or not.
Turn the radio on. Hey, but your premise is that
it's money.
Your experience is your defeats are gonna make you better.
That's right.
Greater later.
Yeah.
But my point is, what if you're Jordan? I'm not comparing. What if you're one of these guys that when you get in, you're excellent. You're Tom Brady when you get in.
Okay, who's that?
I don't know, but it could be said athlete. That's what I'm saying. It's not just, look what Carmelo, I think about Carmelo Anthony. I'm not blaming him for all his playoff failures, but if you were going to use your thought process, your premise on what you're saying is he would have went and all his failures, he would have come back and climbed the mountain. Patrick,
well, not everybody's got to get to climb the mountain.
Right. But
But the more chances you have to climb the mountain,
no doubt,
the better your chances are to climb the mountain.
I'm going Tribe Called Quest now. They had a great song, Scenario. In this scenario, Brock Purdy's in a situation to where he's coming to the fight, but his gang is coming too. And let me tell you about his gang. And the head coach is part of that. They're lethal. You know what I mean? So it's set up for him. Brock Purdy, if he continues to be what we think he is, this good, like he's going to be around a lot to get a lot in a short amount of time.
Yeah.
Now, I could be totally wrong, but Stoney, look around Brock Purdy, man. That's why I don't buy the, hey, family, and I love you, Acho.
What quarterbacks in the NFL don't have a Super Bowl ring, but they absolutely positively had the best team in football that year? Like
Baltimore Ravens. 2019.
Okay, what about, has Dallas ever been the best team in the NFL during the Prescott years? Or did they ever go in as a number one seed?
Number 2 seed. I'd say a couple of the years.
When was that?
12th, early on. His first year. They lost to the Rams in a semi.
Let me guess, he choked.
No, it wasn't him. They couldn't stop Jared Goff and the Rams. That's when the Rams went to Super Bowl.
All right.
But coming into the game was played in L.A., I get you more than you think, man. I'm just telling you, Stoney, tomorrow is now promised, and just because you fail doesn't mean you're going to go get what ails you to where you could come back and get to the promised land.
Right.
That's what makes it so incredible when you win.
That's right.
You take nothing for granted.
That's right. And you don't call people losers too early.
Now, would you have thought, I'm being honest, guy, Evan, this for you too, when Jimmy lost against Kansas City, he was the quarterback. I still blame, forget the throw, I still blame Kyle. Wouldn't it have been conventional wisdom with your thinking and what you introduced us to? Jimmy will be back. But he got back, almost. 2 other times.
The way I look at it is, unless Patrick, here's the way I feel like it. Unless the Chiefs win it all this year, okay? Yeah. Let's say they don't. Somebody's going to be a clown.
It won't be Mahomes.
Because I'm saying is, because for 8 years, we will have laughed at Dak Prescott, and he's going to have a ring. Right. Or for 6 years, we will have laughed at Lamar Jackson about, he can't adjust to the playoffs, but he'll have a ring. Or Brock Purdy, he's too young. He doesn't have experience. He can't do it. He may have a ring. Jalen Hurts, I just don't like the early narratives.
Well, I don't think anybody, for example, last year was calling the Eagles clowns for losing the Super Bowl. They lost on a last-second field goal. Hurts scored 4 touchdowns.
Right.
But if Jalen Hurts had played terribly in that Super Bowl, then someone might have been calling, them, I don't know about clowns, but that they didn't play very well.
I get it.
Oftentimes the quarterbacks that lose, it's because they don't play well.
And to me, that's a big nature of the postseason, where you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. There have been great Super Bowl quarterbacks that have not played well and not won a Super Bowl certain years. And then there are quarterbacks that absolutely were terrible and cost their teams a game. But I don't know. I just feel like a guy like Dak Prescott has quarterbacked 6 playoff games. And I'm thinking,
he's been good in a few. Aaron Rodgers ripped his heart out.
And I'll bet you he quarterbacked 6 more playoff games.
Yeah, so he could, you're trying to say he could be Dirk Nowitzki.
He could be.
That's a good call.
Anybody.
Well, or he could lose to Brock Purdy. And then, I think that's another reason why there's such a sense of urgency behind this season, is because there's no other quarterback out there right now that is playing with a juggernaut type of team that also has the playoff success outside of Patrick Mahomes. And he looks like that team looks human.
And they're going to use Brock Purdy's youngness, Donnie, against Dak. He played 2 games.
Okay, do you think that's legitimate? Do you think if the Cowboys play the 49ers in the postseason, the NFC Championship, that Purdy has an advantage over Dak Prescott because Dak Prescott's had more postseason struggles.
Well, Brock was a part of that. He beat him once.
Right, but I don't like. I don't think that. I just don't think that. Now, you brought something up that's fair, and that is, well, but the 49ers are the best team. Okay, well, that is a part of the equation. But I also look at it as, if you're telling me the Niners are better than the Dallas Cowboys, well, then what you're saying also innately is Dak Prescott has to do more for the Cowboys than Purdy does for the Niners. So you're already asking him, Good's not going to be good enough for Dak Prescott. But good might be good enough for Brock Purdy. Yeah. No read? Change over on the other side. This
is the lunch rush at your local deli. Orders are flying in. Online, on the phone, and in person.
Order for Nick.
So is it possible that fast internet could help your business outrun the rush? It is with Comcast Business. Up-leveling your speed with gig speed Wi-Fi, powering all your devices, and fast downloads and uploads, powered by the next generation 10G network. With Comcast Business, next-level speed isn't just possible, it's happening. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Call or go online to learn more. Ends 12/20/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments. New 50 megabits per second internet and security edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Gig Wi-Fi requires gig internet and compatible router.
Whole Foods Market has savings and special finds for all your holiday parties. Grab delectable desserts, crisp wines, and irresistible appetizers at your local store. Now through December 12th.
Are you facing the daunting aftermath of a DUI arrest? Your life doesn't have to spiral out of control. Take action now and regain control of your future. I'm Nabil Ahmed, your trusted partner in the fight against DUI charges. I'm a dedicated DUI attorney that is ready to stand by your side, working tirelessly to protect your rights and your freedom. Don't let one mistake define your future. When the stakes are high, make the call that counts. Contact me at eastbaylawpractice.com. That's eastbaylawpractice.com.
Television sales on Black Friday set new records as millions of Americans snapped up the hot deals. But a lot of people were out of town or too busy to take advantage of the special pricing. So, how about a redo? Right now, you've got a second chance to save big on many of the top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs. Where? At Video Only, where the smart shoppers go. So, don't miss out. Check out Video Only now, or
you'll be sorry.
Hey guys, did you know that half of men over age 50 have erectile dysfunction on some level? Whether you have mild, moderate, or severe ED, West Coast Men's Health can help. We don't prescribe pills and hope they work. Instead, we treat the root cause of the problem with acoustic wave therapy, which breaks down plaque, unclogs arteries, and restores blood flow. We have treated thousands of men across our 11 locations nationwide and have established ourselves as a leader in the industry. So whether you have ED, Peyronie's disease, or suffer from chronic pain, such as neuropathy, carpal tunnel, or Dupuytren's contracture, West Coast Men's Health can help. No pills, no shots, no surgery, just results.
With clinics in San Mateo, Pleasanton, Walnut Creek, and Elk Grove, call West Coast Men's Health at 650-585-8909. That's 650-585-8909. 650-585-8909. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day and for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial-grade supplies for every industry with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, all backed by real people ready to help. So you can get the right answers and products right when you need them. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Honey, can you swing by the post office and grab some stamps?
Done.
And drop off these packages?
Sure thing, honey.
Oh, and get the tracking info.
Got it.
But you haven't moved.
I know. How great is that?
This holiday season, the Postal Service is closer than ever with convenient ship-from-home services like label printing, free package pickup, and delivery notifications. You can send more holiday joy from the comfort of home The United States Postal Service, delivering for America. Ship from home at USPS.com/holidayjoy.
Save big every day during Lowe's 25 Days of Deals. Save $100 on select master-built smokers for the grill enthusiast in your life. Plus, get up to 55% off select smart home gifts for everyone on your list. Order eligible in-stock items by 2 p.m. to get same-day delivery. Lowe's knows deals every day. Valid through 12/13 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Delivered by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
My dad has a cold, but also has high blood pressure. That's why I got him Vicks DayQuil High Blood Pressure for max strength daytime relief. Unlike some ordinary cold medicines, it's specially formulated for people like my dad. DayQuil High Blood Pressure is sugar-free, alcohol-free, and decongestant-free.
Vicks DayQuil High Blood Pressure. The daytime, non-drowsy, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, cold, and flu for people with high blood pressure.
Like my dad.
Medicine. Use as directed.
Hi, this is Scott Trout of Cordell & Cordell. There are a lot of great dads out there. Sometimes those dads get divorced. For more than 30 years, we've represented men in divorce, confronting the pitfalls that could devastate your finances or harm your family relationships. While every situation is different, our goal is to get the best outcome for you and your kids. Visit CordellCordell.com to take the first step.
3 East 3rd Avenue, Suite 200, San Mateo, California, 94401. Online at CordellCordell.com.
Paid for by Cordell & Cordell.
And we start to Christian McCaffrey on the outside, makes a nice catch, and a lot of room. McCaffrey might go. Being chased, cuts back inside the 10, and he's down inside the 5.
Yeah.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru.
What is hurt me?
95.7 The Game.
Don't you hurt me.
What happened to this guy in Atlanta?
Are we good?
I love it. What happened to him in the ATL?
I love it when he sings. It's my favorite thing on 95.7.
You are
The
weird.
Game.
Wow.
Yes, I'm weird. I love it when he sings. Ever since Phil Collins serenaded us all the way in to Game 6 between the Warriors and the Kings.
And they got blown out.
Yeah, I didn't say it. Like good things. I just said I love it when it happened.
You know what I remember? I remember about that day, Dibs, was I heard a couple of. I didn't like the vibe of the station. Didn't like the vibe of the station on Friday.
Sure. Yeah.
Didn't like the vibe. Everybody just thought they were going to win.
It was after they lost.
Everybody's going to win. Everybody just, everybody just. Man, everybody just laughing at Sacramento. Yeah, what happened?
Wasn't the boss either.
Right. And the beauty of what we do is we have no impact on anything. Like we can sing and we can talk about tonight. We can do all what we do, and it has no impact. I thought that was kind of cool last night.
Not true. I'm wearing the same underwear that I was wearing when they went to Jacksonville. I haven't taken them off since.
That's gross.
Yep.
Speaking of which. Did you have your Otani underwear? Willard, I'm hurt from Bay Area. No, seriously, stop. The Niners are great. We'll get to him.
It's too early.
It's too early for what?
Why did he have to go to the Dodgers? Like, it's the neighbor that I ain't a hater. Did to have everything and they get something else that they didn't need.
But it's pretty predictable. No, you didn't. You that didn't surprise you. You didn't get caught off guard there, did you?
The Toronto thing had me to where could he really sign with Toronto? I fell for that.
Toronto got arson judged. But
the Giants are just, and it's not, they're just still boring. And I watch every
small time, Goo. They're small time. The Dodgers found a way to give them 700, but not really. They found a way to defer it. Yeah. And meanwhile,
it's like
400 not even bean counters are down there.
It's not even a bad deal. Like you'd love to have that take today. You'd be like, wow, 700. You'll regret that. They're like, we're only paying $5 for the next 3 years.
Right.
Or whatever the hell it is.
And Farhan, I would assume, never thought about that as an approach. Like, we'll give them 800 and we will defer it to where, we'll give them 8, but, we'll defer it. And so it won't hurt us now. They didn't even think about that down there. They got, they were 4th?
Or maybe they did. No idea.
They were not top 3.
They were not one of the reports. Well, good. Yeah. So they finally didn't finish second. I'm excited about that. Now, look.
Moving down the podium.
There's no escaping two things. I think it was predictable. I think if anybody really, really, legitimately had their hopes up, you shouldn't have.
All right.
But you're also not escaping that is one hell of a frustrating sort
Saturday
of message to the Giants and their fans. It's not that they didn't get him. It's that they weren't even in position to really legitimately try.
So real quick, when would you tell Giant fans or fools like me you shouldn't have even thought? When did you get there that he was coming?
With Ohtani or the anybody?
Ohtani.
I get bugged when people go, no one's coming. As if we're like, you know what I mean? Like we're in Appleton, Wisconsin or something like that. Like it's not
the
that.
Taxes.
But I never, but no, I thought there were times last year, I remember the conversations we had, Dibs. I'm like, they have to make the playoffs this year or else they're out on Ohtani because it's like, it takes too much vision around the corner on his part to convince him that this would be the right place to go. So I didn't think it was a ridiculous effort. I didn't think it was a fool's errand, but they weren't in position to do anything. The offseason's not done, though. But now that they're in an even crappier spot than they were, and they were already in a crappy spot. They have to overpay people now. They have to get desperate, and they've got to win battles that they're not in a great position to win. So, but maybe they will.
Are they getting Yamamoto?
I don't know.
What's your gut tell you? What's your gut say, Mark?
A lot of people less confident than I was 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
I really I've thought. You know this. I've thought for 2 months that was the guy.
Yeah.
And now he's become such hot property. I mean, every single major market team, he's going to get at least 50% more than what they thought he was going to get because of this.
Yeah.
He's got like a 10-team fight. But they got to win one of these.
Right.
Just FYI, one of the fastest growing regions in Wisconsin is the Appleton.
I've been there. It's great. I love Appleton.
Right off the shores of Lake Winnebago.
I didn't mean to fire shots. I didn't mean for them to catch strays.
No, you're right. It's no Oshkosh or Fond du Lac.
It's not. It's not.
Do you realize Wisconsin's a pretty big state, actually?
I love Wisconsin.
I do too.
I've been to Madison. I've been to
Madison's
Appleton.
a great city.
Yeah.
Madison's a great city.
I've been to a Packer game. Like, it's nothing but
Nice.
fun.
The Lambeau,
It's
huh?
nothing but fun.
Milwaukee's incredible.
Oh, it's great. The people there, they're nice and they drink and they eat. Good
I've been
Lord.
just across the border to gamble at one of those casinos right across from Minnesota.
You know what's funny? Those don't even have a name. They're just called one of those casinos.
Yeah, exactly. I thought it was a Native American name, one of those, but turns out it wasn't. It was about 45 minutes from my parents' house in Forest Lake, Minnesota.
Let me throw this at you guys, 49er related, because it's kind of what I was thinking about as I started the show. And it's just the whole, I do believe, we talked about the Warriors last year. I felt like they had a lot of stuff going on, agendas. And I think that can mess the season up or sabotage it. So I look at the 49ers right now, and I do feel like they bring in McCaffrey last year, which is like bringing in a 30-point scorer, okay? But they've already got a really good team with some weapons. But here comes McCaffrey, and he's going to get his 30. But nobody cares. Even though his 30 is going to take away from Kittle's 92 yards on average, and Ayuk's 103, they got something with chemistry and unselfishness and a lack of, they don't care about the numbers. Somebody has gotten to them, or they're smart enough to get it on their own. But and I'll throw Ayuk out there, as a guy who theoretically could get an extension at the end of the year. I wonder what his it. No, nothing to see here.
It's wild, isn't it?
It's especially in the NFL where every other team's got a diva wide receiver who's a problem.
Or even if they're not,
I think they got chemistry.
Even if they're not a problem, they're it's within their realm to have a sideline tantrum. AJ Brown and Jalen Hurts have already done it. DK Metcalf has a tantrum every other week. You look around the league. I mean, there's a lot of it. I mean, the Chiefs don't have it because they don't have any good receivers, as we know. But I don't know. I don't know where that comes from. On some level, the coaching staff has to get some credit.
That's what I was thinking.
I said Kyle.
Right? They have to.
Well, and why do these great weapons? why are they selling out and blocking 50 yards down the field if, like, that doesn't happen on every team? But why is Deebo Samuel not only, or whatever, Christian McCaffrey or Kittle, why does he block harder than everybody else in the league as a tight end? Like, that's got to be Kyle Shanahan.
It's because they want to win. And I think that they see...
And they have
they see what they have, and they see that they have so much talent, and now they have this quarterback who shops at JCPenney.
It's incredible.
And makes, next to nothing. His fit is incredible.
I love him.
Dude, his fit is straight out of middle school, 1981.
Mark, he ain't lying.
No, it's
and he wears it proud.
He doesn't even care.
I love
all
it.
he wants to do is come out and throw accurate passes. And, he's a dink and dunk quarterback. And then, the one he threw to Debo was actually 55 yards in the air. And he hits Ayuk down the field. And he hits Kittle. And, how many more things do you have to watch before you get all those myths dispelled? And yet he comes out in his corduroys and his button-up shirt, his Oshkosh bagosh, and the whole deal. They're incredible, and they have a quarterback who doesn't care that he's making $700,000.
I'll never forget that video that went viral going to Philly last week, where they're like, "We ain't losing to this dork."
Dude,
right?
They're like, "Yeah, you are.
Yeah,
you are."
You're getting pummeled.
Even a little play yesterday where. Sometimes you got to be careful with this, but clearly when it happened, it shows you how tight they are. Debo gets down to the 1, and then they run the sweep for him. Yep. He wanted to get Debo in the end zone, so Debo should have gotten in the end zone the first time. Yeah. But I'm telling you,
Kyle's proven that he thinks that way when he tried to get Christian the record. They do think of that stuff.
And I think stuff that galvanizes.
Well, yes, and it's also the stuff you can only think of when you are absolutely 100% better than all the other teams.
Yeah.
You can't be thinking of that crap if you're like worried about winning the game. But they know they've got this league. They've got this league by the you-know-whats right now. They've just got to, I heard someone call your show earlier who was like, and I agreed with this, where they're like, come on, man, you're up by 2 scores and there's 3.5 minutes to go, and you're still running McCaffrey. Like, I said this to you guys a week ago. Pray for health. I think it's the only thing that can get in their way.
Kyle blows past that. He said he don't even think about the ice on the knee pad.
You can't play and coach scared in football. We can't.
But you can take out your studs.
Yeah.
But win. Up 12, that's not enough.
Not in football.
No. One calamity, you saw it last night from your guys where they were hammering Philadelphia, and then Dak does what Dak does. Dak with a little coffee, and then Philly, scoop and score, and all of a sudden it's like, okay, ball game. Not really, but it could have been.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I thought there was only one, first of all, I never thought the Niners were going to lose the game. But as I'm watching that game, you kind of do realize what was the only way they were going to lose yesterday? To me, it was if they committed a big mistake when Seattle got it to 21-16. So now let's say you make a mistake there. There's your pick 6. Then the game gets a little wonky. I still think you win the game against the Seahawks, but what do? They run 4 plays, and it's 28-16, and night-night.
I actually think the more dangerous thing for the 49ers is, for instance, if you go back to when they were down 10-7. And
I was shocked.
Right. And do you throw pick 6 there?
Man.
Does someone,
fumble?
Tyler Lockett get loose for an 80-yard touchdown? To me, the kryptonite for the 49ers is a double-digit deficit. And then, especially in the second half. But a double digit, they are so built to not even let that happen. And if it does happen, that's what puts the 49ers in a little bit of an out of their comfort zone situation as far as play calling. And, I think we've only seen it once, right? That Raiders game on New Year's Eve or whatever it was last year.
Oh, when they came back.
They fell down by 10. Yeah. They were down by 10. But outside of that, that's to me when something can go a little weird.
Dibs, they had 6 plays over 30 just for explosive and dink and dunk. This dude, set Joe Montana's record for 70-plus games with 70% completion percentage. Like, Brock he's getting it done.
Right.
They're explosive, shocker. But it's like, I think the offense is better than the defense, and that ain't no shade at the defense.
Right. And
it's just like you got everything. And a coach.
You don't even have to use Montana as a comp. You can look at his quarterback rating and look at it in terms of the top quarterback ratings in the history of the league, and he's in the top 10. So, for single season, and I think 6 of those 9 won the MVP. So you don't even have to use Montana, because when you say Montana, people think about 3 rings.
All right.
And they think about, maybe the second best quarterback of all time. You can use other quarterbacks who had single seasons like this, like Matt Ryan, under Shanahan, and Drew Brees, and the rest of them.
I mean, to me, when I'm looking at Purdy now, and I do this a lot, is compare it to basketball. And to me, he's like a really good offensive player who has now kept it so simple. He's 20 feet, he's 22 feet out. You give him 3 feet, he'll take a 3. You come up and play him too close, he'll drive and kick. You know what I mean? It's just like the decisions are already made for him by how the only danger, and I don't know that he could be susceptible to this, but Jim Barnett always says your greatest strength's your biggest weakness. So if Brock Purdy, I don't know if he can throw the long ball. Well, then you worry that he may try to throw the long ball because that's the one thing that people want him to do or say he can't do, and he's so competitive. But as long as he just keeps to the decisions, well, it's not the time for the long ball now. Don't listen to anybody say you can't throw the long ball. It's not the game for it. I'll go here, and everything works. Like he just doesn't drive when he should pass. He makes all the solid decisions, and he's got this knack for knowing when a guy's behind the defense, and he just can lay it in there.
Yeah, but I would argue, go back to Seattle Thanksgiving night. I think he does have that thing in him where, no, I'm gonna make the wrong throw here because I think I can do it.
Right.
And with Shanahan's like, why are you throwing that? Oh, that's why you're throwing that, because it's a touchdown.
Yeah.
So,
but don't do it again, almost, is what Kyle said. You got away with it, son, this time.
I think the guy's fearless. And I was listening to you guys earlier talking about, the Trent Williams sound is really good. And so if you want to, it's funny to me now where people are like, you know why they don't want to give him credit is because he was drafted in the 7th round. I'm like, we've been talking about the word draftism since the very beginning of the season. So, yes, that's it. But when you sort of say, Steiny, okay, the reason we're skeptical is because the league was skeptical. The league was skeptical on draft day. That's why he fell to the 7th round. So it's fair for us to be skeptical. And I kept thinking to myself as I was listening to you guys, yes, but ... that should be over by now.
I agree.
That's where I'm at. I'm not even right.
Yeah.
MVP
candidacy, it's over. It's over.
It's not over because there's 4 games left. But if the vote were today, he wins.
No, the fact that he's on the ballot.
Oh no, he wins.
Okay.
I don't care what DraftKings says.
That's why Acho, who I respect and love,
he wins this thing if the vote is today.
That was so wrong, saying the 3-game losing streak without Trent and Debo was his demerit to where he's not a candidate. He can't win.
He
did say that.
He didn't say he can't win. He just says he puts that into the equation.
Yeah. Well, Dak's demerit is that he got housed by Brock Purdy head-to-head. And one of them played great and the other one didn't.
That should matter.
Absolutely.
The other thing is if the 49, let's say McCaffrey gets hurt next week.
Yeah.
But they win, and then they go beat Baltimore without McCaffrey. Okay, well, then he's elevated again, Purdy.
I just think I'm stuck on what Trent sort of said, which was, this is not a thing. This doesn't exist. You don't put up numbers like this in professional sports and have people go, well, but teammates.
Yeah.
You know who I'm thinking of a ton today with the conversation is Kurt Warner. And this is what I'd love to access what's different in our world, or maybe it's just my perception. I was a much younger person. But all of us remember Kurt Warner and The Greatest Show on Turf. What's different in our world? What cynicism is here now that wasn't there then? Because
Stay off of Twitter.
I don't remember. No, for real now. Do you guys, am I misremembering? When Kurt Warner was thrown in because of injury, was not drafted at all and was a grocery store clerk, and he walked into Isaac Bruce, Torrey Holt, and Marshall Faulk.
No Twitter then, though, Mark.
And nobody said, oh, but teammates. I mean, who the hell couldn't run that system? Nobody said that. They just went, wow, this guy's amazeballs. We should put him in the Hall of Fame too.
Well, those guys weren't who they would eventually be at that time. Isaac Bruce was not yet Isaac Bruce, and Marshall Faulk was just becoming Marshall Faulk.
Was Brandon Ayuk before this year? Like he had just had one.
It's McCaffrey and Shanahan. No one looked at Dick Vermeil and thought, oh, this guy's a QB whisperer. Dick Vermeil was the guy who cried a lot. And the guy who lost in Philly.
He actually cried when
the guy who hung up on you guys.
No, he didn't. He didn't hang up on.
No, he hung up on you guys.
He was still.
I'd like you to be a little careful here about a Bay Area guy.
Evan, can we hear
First
it
of
just
all,
real quick, Evan? He was still talking, Dibs.
I talked to Dick Vermeil long before you even knew who Dick Vermeil was there.
You better be careful.
Young pup.
I go back to...
Secondly,
wow. 81. We need a porch and
when
some
you
rocket
get,
chairs.
You need to hear it.
When you get dial tone on the air, that means the person hung up on you.
Willard.
When you hang up on them, you don't get dial tone. Okay? And I've heard you guys go round and round on this. When you talk on the phone, sometimes when your phone is like activated and you press it on your cheek, you accidentally hang up. He accidentally hung up on you guys.
Give it to us, Evan. Willard, to just be the judge. Give it to us, Evan.
I'm going to watch it. Believe me. I really love this.
He wasn't done talking.
How can he hang up on himself?
He didn't hang up.
You know what? I'll tell you why.
We blame Spadoni.
I'm going to side.
I love you, Joe.
I'm going to side with my guys because the tone was too. If he hung up on himself, there'd be a delay. There'd be a click, unless they edited it out.
No,
they didn't. That's real time.
Went to tone. That doesn't make sense in either direction.
I want to say Grandy was back there that day too.
Okay,
weren't you a part of that?
To do with it.
Oh,
first of all,
that hurt me.
First of all, I believe that, and I say Dick because that's his real name.
Richard.
Mr. Vermeil, he's probably on a landline. Let's
for sure. Nobody gets a dial tone on a cell phone.
Correct. So he's on.
That's what leads him.
He's on a landline. He's probably on one of those 1990 cordless phones.
Yeah.
No, he's on a cordless with like the extended, and he pressed it too tight.
Don't let him trick you, Willard.
And he hung up.
He fell into the pool.
He was still talking and joyous. You heard it.
Hey,
I'm gonna watch.
He was engaged in that conversation.
Coach didn't hang up.
He was. It was an accidental hang up. He hung up on you guys. He didn't do it on purpose.
Now that changes.
It was an accidental hang up, but he did that. He did that. It was a senior moment. Steiny, you can appreciate that.
Hey, I don't want to blame the seniors. I dial people 4-5 times a week that I didn't mean to dial.
Dude, no doubt.
Did you make the playoffs? Steiny beat me to get in.
Okay,
I got to do it because I didn't make it.
It's not over yet. Listen to what's happening on the show. I was going to not bring it up because there's a lot of tension in the room today. There's a lot of tension in the room.
Oh, I don't like that.
There's a lot because Steiny is in.
Look at it.
I am very likely in. However,
I'm playing spoiler on E. Gidding.
I saw you.
Going to cost him
There's a horse on the outside that just put-a-doom, and his name is Mark Grandy. Now, Grandy is laying in the weeds.
He contacted me to fix my lineup.
He needs a bunch of stuff.
I love you, Mark.
He forgot to call Larry because Kruger started Isaiah Pacheco against me.
Larry.
And I'm reaping the rewards. But so here's the deal.
How do you lose?
Well, I am like, whatever the analytics for if you care about those or not, I'm like 90% to win tonight. If I win, I'm in. Or even if I just score 30, I beat Grandy on tiebreakers. I have 3 players. But Larry is 4 points behind me and has Spears and a defense.
Okay.
And I've got Dobbs and a kicker and Okonkwo or whatever. I mean, we got a bunch of just absolute.
Okonkwo plays for the Atlanta
I
Hawks.
think you're in.
Whatever. Jiggy, what's his name? The tight end.
Well, he had 7 points and 9 rebounds.
Whatever.
So I'll get you 16.
It's ridiculous. It's one of the more ridiculous things in a grown person's life. We will sit down and root for players we don't even know. Yeah, we've not even heard of these people, and they will determine the next few weeks of our lives. But
you're
yes,
87%. Not 90.
Okay, 87% that I will hold off.
Yeah,
so
what an
I'm in the hospital. I'm in the hospital dealing with Lord knows
in
what.
The weeds.
And I get a text message from Grandy changed your lineup. He didn't know though.
And I was
I'm
just
fighting for my life.
What do you care, Grandy?
I was refreshing.
Grandy trying to win,
That's
and I
not your
changed it
game.
for him.
It's tampering. Is
That's
what
not
it
your
is.
game.
I needed him to beat you, and I would have made the playoffs.
And I changed it too.
That's
Grandy.
completely on the up
That's
and up.
interesting.
I appreciate the hustle,
That's
Grandy.
completely on the up and up. But why didn't you call Kruger?
You hate to see it.
To be fair, Kruger, I figured that he was
You
going to be on
trusted
top
him.
of it.
You trusted him. Yeah.
I go, this mother I'm dealing with.
Stop
And then I'm like, he
calling
didn't
me.
know I was doing what I'm
Point
dealing
break.
with.
People trusted you and they
Yeah.
died. There it is, Kruger. I was
it.
refreshing at 123. I mean, they had the late game. I'm like, don't do it, Larry. Don't do it. And he left Pacheco in.
Don't let Steiny win this. That's all I.
Oh, his team is
did that
flawed.
come out over
His
there?
team is flawed.
Oh, is it flawed?
I got the best team in the league, and I'm not going to make the playoffs.
will
None of y'all
say
want to
this.
face me.
My team's got a shot.
Here, I want to say this.
Your team stinks.
The way the math is leading right now, if I win, it is likely that you and I will be matched up next week.
I got to get out of here, but
Yeah.
I will.
Likely.
What quarterbacks will be available to me?
Oh,
Nobody
who'd you
who's
lose?
been in the league.
Who'd
right?
you lose?
I lost Rodgers.
No, he's lost everyone.
Cousins, Deshaun
Who'd
Watson,
you play yesterday?
Daniel.
I don't want the story.
Nobody.
Who'd you play? You
Will-
didn't play a quarterback?
I've got Will Levis tonight.
Oh. So there
But
you
he
go.
still won
But I don't
already.
want
He
to
beat
go
me.
forward with
I
Will
wanted to knock
Levis.
him out. Grandy, I really wanted to knock him out.
As the
All right,
trade
Jay.
deadline passed,
All right, Jay.
Ask Farhan.
I was going to say, is Justin Herbert still available? I don't know.
I'm using my backup. I had Burrow. I got nothing out of him this year. So
Hey, hate to see
you
it.
get no sympathy from me,
You
dog.
got Derek Carr. Quit your crying.
He stinks. I'd rather have the New Orleans defense, which I have.
I bet on the Saints.
All
You
right.
sat him.
Have a good one.
You sat him.
They're longtime friends
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
and first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, I can already tell this is going to be a great day. This is going to be an interesting day. I actually want to start off by welcoming in our YouTube audience and just saying, we know. So there's a couple things going to happen. I'm actually going to use this to say you should get over to YouTube because it's highly likely that Dibs and I are going to embarrass ourselves today. So here's the deal.
During the break?
Well, Grandy, and I know what he's doing. This is his first opportunity to try to get in my head because we are rivals today. We are at each other's throats in a fantasy format tonight. I spent a whole week calling him champ to try to butter him up. It clearly didn't work. So now he went in and fiddled with the YouTube in some sort of a way. So we are going to be called,
computers.
yeah, well, whatever. We're going to be called Steiny and Goo all day. Their
Wait,
banner,
what?
we can't refresh.
Man, Grandy, I'm mad at you.
If we refresh, then all of you who are on YouTube, it goes dark. You got to reboot. And we're just not confident enough in ourselves that you're going to come back. So we're leaving it. So we're called Steiny and Goo all day.
You got to be Steiny then. You couldn't do 60 seconds of Steiny.
Let me see if I can try.
Try it.
Like the Niners are the best team, but who cares?
Steiny, I'm telling you, they're great.
But who cares?
Steiny, they're good in all three phases.
But who cares?
Steiny, let's talk about my Cowboys. They beat up on the Eagles.
Who cares?
I'm excited.
All right, anyway, here's the other thing that happens.
We wouldn't last an hour.
We didn't even last a minute. During the breaks, we can't go dark. So that means whatever you and I are doing during the breaks, normally we get up, we take our shirts off, and run laps to do exercise around the room. If we want to do that today, it's all on camera.
All on camera?
It's all there for everybody to see. So
I tend to
no breaks.
Well, I tend to dig for gold during the breaks. So
I'm gonna eat it.
You do eat.
I'm gonna eat.
I usually talk to myself and try to mine for
I'm gonna eat it
for some salty goodness. But you tell me we're gonna be on air for that?
We're gonna be on air. You may not hear, but you're gonna see it. I don't know what you're gonna hear, but you're gonna see it anyway.
Even my Golden State Lumber read coming up here in 11 minutes.
All of it.
That's a lot of pressure.
And by the way, 5 o'clock hour, the games will be on. Grandy and I, like full-blown boxing match during the breaks. If Tajay Spears breaks one for 11 yards, I'm kicking him in the shin, and it's all going to be on camera. So get over to YouTube right now, youtube.com/957 The Game. And then here's my other message today. Good Lord, this thing's over. And I'm not talking about the season.
What?
No.
Good Lord.
It's not that.
Oh, you mean the Ohtani chase. You're right. The Giants' season is over.
You could make that case if you would like.
What's more over, the Niners' quest for the 1 seed or the Giants' upcoming season?
Neither.
Neither. Which one's more
Des.
likely to be over? The Niners get the 1.
Yeah.
The Giants' season's already over.
No, stop.
They're done.
Stop it.
They shouldn't even play.
Stop it. You didn't think they were, no one thought they were getting Ohtani.
You did.
No, I didn't. I thought that it was like they were a team out of the 6 or 7. Like,
right.
Ohtani makes weird decisions. He picked the Angels one time. He's a weird dude. He's different. He finally did something that's not weird. Like when he was going to pick Toronto, I was like, dude, I like the guy. He makes weird decisions. He's like, I got an idea, Angels and Canada. I'm like, this guy's different. Turns out he's not different. Fine. He's a Dodger. I didn't really have my hopes pinned there. Here's what I am talking about. And listening to these guys all day, they did a great job sort of laying it out. But this is where this conversation needs to go with regard to the 49er quarterback. And I'm not talking anymore. We already did this 6 weeks ago. We're like, talk to us in February 2025. The 49ers have their quarterback. You don't even need to discuss this or think about it until then. But now we need to push this a step further. You've got open campaigning going on by teammates for MVP. And the MVP is not what we're all after this year, even though I firmly believe if the vote happened right now, he would absolutely win the award and should. But there's still 4 more games to go, and we're going to see what happens. But that's sort of the backdrop of the larger issue, which is whether or not Brock Purdy should sort of like be allowed in the party. And is Brock Purdy worth the numbers that he's putting up, which are historic? They're historic. So as I'm listening to that conversation, you know, even Guru starts the show off and he goes, all right, Steiny, where are you on Purdy? And I'm like, where could anybody be? So that's my question today. Why isn't everybody in the same spot with Brock Purdy? I don't understand the debate. What is it? We're past draftism and his size. Sure. Okay, but Kurt Warner, as I mentioned, is on my mind. I don't remember that. I don't remember, but he had Marshall Faulk and Isaac Bruce and Torrey Holt, and I don't remember that. So what's different in 2023 than 1990, whatever the hell that was?
A lot is different.
What is
Social media is one, and the fact that every game is on TV and everybody can watch every game and every snap and everything's shared on social media, and so you can see all of it and, you know, all of the hype and the conjecture and the prognostications and all the rest of it. That's what we all do now, and the availability of information is much higher than it was back when Kurt Warner played. You know, Kurt Warner played in an era where sports talk radio was just starting. There was no internet, there was no social media and all the rest of it. So,
sorry, there was no internet?
There was early days of internet.
Yeah.
To me, the internet started in about 2000 as a general way to...
You're probably right. I mean, I remember being in college in the mid to late 90s, and we had to walk all the way down to the library to send an email. And we would check our email maybe once every 3 weeks.
In terms of the internet, I'm talking about social media.
Sure.
For the most part. And the ability to, you know, Google anything. And, you know, you had the Ask Jeeves era. And we had search engines such as Lycos and all the rest of it. You know, Hotwire. And, you know, that was when it was kind of the Wild West of the internet. Late 90s, early 00s. But that was about when Kurt Warner was playing. And so he was not subject to all of everything that we have now, which is every play. Like, think about the Patrick Mahomes, Kadarius Toney thing from last night.
Sure.
That thing's been shared millions of times.
What's your take on that, by the way, real quick?
What part of it?
Do you agree with Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid that was a mistake on the part of the officials?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, I thought it was a weird deal for them to complain.
It's a pretty easy call.
Yeah.
And especially when you know that this year in the NFL, it is a point of emphasis, the neutral zone. And they've really tried to focus on the neutral zone as an area. And he is so far offside.
He's in front of the neutral zone. Yeah,
he's a yard offside.
Totally.
And the whole thing about the ref should have told him, like, it should have been a check with me. The check with me is normally when you're too far off the line.
Well, that's
when you look and the ref will go, move up.
It's also initiated usually by the receiver.
Correct.
The receiver has to look at the official and give him a point. Am I good? And the official will tell you, no, you're not good. You need to move up or you need to move back.
Yeah.
And
usually it's a move up situation.
There was none of this. For me, that was
joke.
It was residue from the non-PI call against the Packers the week before, which the Chiefs handled really well, but it could tell that they still were feeling frustrated.
Right.
And so that's why they were upset again. But
they got
wrong time.
They got the call right before that against the Packers on the personal foul when Mahomes was still in bounds. I thought it was just a terrible look by Mahomes.
I agreed. I thought it was the first time in his career that there's been pushback on Patrick Mahomes.
Crazy.
Like this Kermit the Frog, perfect player, Super Bowl champ. No one's ever come at Mahomes for anything.
Right.
Last night was the first night.
It's a shame.
Not a big deal.
No.
It's not like, oh my,
And then Andy Reid doubling down. I get it. You got to defend your player.
Yeah.
And that makes sense. But
anyway, back to the I mean, that's what you're saying is completely, I think, fair and accurate with regard to the social media effect of this. However, maybe that presupposes that social media actually shapes the opinion of people. And maybe that's obvious. Maybe it does. But it's like, I don't even think that opinion existed back then. Do you know what I mean? I want to know why there's a question. I don't care if he's got good teammates. Why does that matter? Why has that ever been a thing before? A lot of people have good teammates. I don't care what he would do if he were on an island by himself. Would it be the same as other players? Like, why can't we just go back to the world of reality? I'm sick of these conversations that are all what would happen, ignoring what is happening.
Right.
Just go with that. Why isn't everybody on the same page here? I don't think there are 2 pages. There's 1 page. He is the quarterback of the best team in the league, and his stats reflect that he's having an historic season. And he's flipping fantastic. If you watch the games, you're not allowed to have another opinion. You can't. How can you?
Right.
Dink and dunk? No, disproven. Everything that people say has been disproven. Now, if you do want to focus on teammates, fine. But, didn't Peyton Manning have Marvin Harrison and Reggie Wayne?
Right.
What are we doing?
Every good quarterback ever had good teammates.
Edgerrin James? I never heard that.
Dan Marino had Mark Duper and Mark Clayton.
The Marks brothers, exactly.
Right.
So why now? Why are there multiple opinions?
It's because of where he was drafted and the coach he plays for and the talent around him.
But even that, those guys, Dan Marino played for Don Shula.
Yeah, good little coach. Sure.
What is it? Joe Montana played for Bill Walsh. Why Kyle?
Now, are those opinions still out there after yesterday?
Yes, absolutely. Did DraftKings come out today with Dak is ahead of Brock in the odds for MVP? It's not close.
Yeah.
That was the first team with a winning record that the Cowboys have beaten all year. And it comes on the heels of them being exposed. As I tried to tell you 2 weeks ago, they're not as good as their record suggests they are. They're not. Their defense,
you called it.
Their defense stinks.
Great call.
Their defense stinks. So, great. Dak's having a great year. I'm not taking anything away. He's in it. Lamar's in it. It's not over. But the vote, if it were today, of course it's Brock. My gosh, the guy's going to break records if it ends this way.
Well, and you look up now, and he's quietly number 2 now in total yards.
Total yards.
So no longer can you look at, they don't throw it that much, and therefore, he can't be whatever. He's a good system guy and all the rest of it. He's number 2 in yards, number 1 in rating by a long shot, number 1 in QBR, number 1 in completion percentage. So when you look at all of the measurables, all the stats that you want to look at, he's far and away the best quarterback in football this year, and then he's on the best team. So normally, you want to look at a guy who, if you're on the best team, then you're going to get my vote. Well, he's on the best team, and he is the best quarterback, so he's the MVP.
Yeah, that's how it works. Like, we didn't make the rules.
And even if Tyreek Hill at this point goes for 2,100, 2,150,
I don't know.
I still think that this case is so strong that even Tyreek, if he did like something truly extraordinary.
What if they win out? You know what I mean? The Dolphins do have an interesting schedule the rest of the way.
So 13-3.
Well, 14-3.
My fault.
Right?
Yeah.
Right? No, but
forget.
I mean, not just that, though. You're talking about some high-profile stuff. They've got Dallas, Baltimore, Buffalo are their last 3 games.
Right.
Okay, so you're going to have primetime stuff over the holidays. You put up a couple 200-yard games, whatever. The Dolphins go 14-3. You legitimize your spot. You're the 1 seed in the AFC. I don't think it's out of the question. He's on the board.
Yeah.
He's on the board with,
for sure.
with Lamar, Dak, and Brock. That's the board.
That's pretty much it, yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Don't you think?
Agreed.
Yeah.
I mean, Jalen's case has suffered dramatically over the last 2 weeks, and I do think that Lamar has a great case, in part because that team is so fun to watch.
They're
and
good.
Again, yesterday, we've talked about this. Baltimore is an absolute thrill ride. Baltimore's Disneyland.
I can't wait for Christmas night.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Those are the teams. It's a Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. Learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress. Go to first5california.com. We're moving past what's your Brock opinion. We want to know, why are there more than one? I don't even understand that. We'll take your calls all day long. It's a tiny bit of Ohtani, but it's a victory Monday as the Niners do it by double digits yet again. 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibs.
And Dan Dibley here, and I got to tell you, Mark, it is so cold where I live. Freezing, it's icy, and as a result, the heater's on constantly, and our heating bills it's going to be high. Shout out PG&E, but you're going to be getting a big check from us, and with all the heat being on and the bills being as high as they are, you got to have the proper weatherproofing. It's essential. And if you're a professional working with a client to upgrade or build a new home, make sure you visit Golden State Lumber and Building Materials. They partner with respected brands like Owens Corning, James Hardie, and Boral Siding. Owens Corning, by the way, provides a broad range of insulation, roofing, and fiberglass composite materials. They're also known for innovation and sustainable solutions. James Hardie provides a durable, lower maintenance alternative to wood and vinyl, and Boral True Exterior siding and trim offers phenomenal performance while consisting of 70% recycled materials, which is an environmental leader. We all want to have recycled materials in this day and age. You need to talk to your client about double or triple pane windows. They offer a comfortable environment year-round while delivering lower energy bills. Golden State's respected window and door partners include Marvin, Anderson, and Milgard. We will be in the market for some new windows here as we get through this very cold winter. Start online at goldenstatelumber.com. They're building better in the Bay Area since 1954. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
My little brother's friends have been camped out at our place for 2 days straight. 3. It's because of the Xfinity 10G network. Internet that can handle a house full of screens at once, with basically no interruptions. And it's only getting faster. When I was their age, internet like this was a pipe dream.
You sound like my grandpa.
Please go home.
The next generation 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Now through December 21st, new customers can get 1.2 gigabit internet on the Xfinity 10G network for just $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and Wi-Fi equipment included when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless bill and auto-pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and Wi-Fi equipment. Actual speeds vary.
Cars for Kids reminds you that time is running out to donate your car for 2023. Hurry and call 877-CARS4KIDS today or go to cars4kids.org to schedule a free pickup of your car. Remember, that's cars with a K.
Hey guys, at Primeail Medical, their mission is to provide you with the medical care you need to improve your ED, low T, and incontinence. With years dedicated to improving the lifestyle of their patients in the Bay Area, Prime Male Medical strives to improve your love life and overall health. Listen to Dr. Robert Rowley.
We have virtually every medication known to man to help men. We specialize in acoustic wave therapy, sublingual lozenges which bypass the digestive system, making them work faster and more effectively, injectable medications, and testosterone treatment for those patients who need it. Impotence problems can be treated in just one visit.
Why wait? Don't lose hope. Call now. Get a PSA test, testosterone test, Doppler ultrasound, and a full year of free visits for just $99. Call now, 415-761-4037. That's 415-761-4037. 415-761-4037. Or go to primemalemedical.com.
It's Macy's Great Gift Sale. Take an extra 20% off gift ideas from designers they'll love with your coupon or Macy's card. That's on top of great deals on women's sweaters, coats, and PJs, 25 to 50% off. Beauty essentials from Origins, Elizabeth Arden, and more, 25 to 40% off. And the season's hottest toys, 15 to 50% off. Plus, everyone gets $10 Macy's money for every $50 spent. Now at Macy's. Savings off sale and clearance prices, exclusions apply.
This holiday season, find all kinds of deals at Target. Discover sweet deals on toys and small appliances, big deals on clothing and beauty, plus so much more. At Target, get what you need for the holidays. Find new deals each week for everyone on your list and get it all fast with free drive up. Score low prices and great deals all season long. Now at Target. Exclusions apply.
Love like this before.
Lowe's knows how to save pros time and money. Right now, save over $40 on a Werner 6-foot stepladder. Was $115, now just $69.98. And there's more. Get up to 30% off select kitchen cabinet orders. Visit us in-store or online for more deals you can't beat. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Valid 12/7 to 12/13 on item number 98148. While supplies last. Minimum purchase and exclusions apply. See associate for details.
The Gillette Intimate Trimmer gives you a gentle, easy way to trim your pubic region. Or you could try waxing. Nope. From America's #1 trusted men's grooming brand. The best a man can get, down there. Buy Gillette Intimate at a retailer near you.
Partly cloudy, low 60s on the coast and inland.
Weather brought to you by Cricket Wireless. Switch to Cricket and let your flip era unfold by getting the all-new extraordinary Motorola Razr for just $199.99. Smile, you're on Cricket.
118! Lights up! And we start to Christian McCaffrey on the outside, makes a nice catch, and a lot of room! McCaffrey might go! Being chased, cuts back, inside the 10, and he's down inside the 5!
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Kevin Burkhardt on Fox with the call, which seems to happen every week. That's how you know the 49ers are the best team in football, because
right.
Fox keeps sending their #1 group to the Niner game.
That's the A-team.
Yeah, that's the A-team. Although Greg Olson makes me mad at least once per Sunday.
Why?
Just because he says stuff. You want to know how he got me this time? So the Fred Warner, DK Metcalf thing. All right. They replay it 147 times.
Yep, loved it.
And you watch, I did too. I loved it. The Niners are so in DK's head. It's happened every single time they play.
I mean, that's a low goat fence. It
is.
To get his goat, it's pretty easy to get his goat.
Did you hear what Shanahan told the team before the game? Special gift for whoever sends DK over the edge today.
Nice.
And Fred, I think you got a little extra Christmas present coming, because you get it this time around.
And why did that get DK so mad? That he dared to lateral the ball after a game-ending pick?
No, I think that the movement was already in play. Like, he had him by the waist, and he's frustrated. The ball had gotten picked. He got that touchdown catch in the opening drive, and he pretty much never saw the ball again.
Right.
The Niners completely know how to take DK out of the game, and it frustrates the hell out of him, and he's wired hot, and that's fine. But it was funny to me. He then body slams Fred on the ground. So Fred gets up and gives him the whack in the back of the head. And then Fred adeptly is like,
genius.
What's the matter? we're fine here. Hands up. What's the problem? And so the officials can't come at him. So they replay it like 12 times. And I guess Olsen's not watching the first 11 times. They suddenly replay it and they show Fred coming from behind DK, and Greg goes, okay, now it makes sense. So that's where it started. It started right there when Fred hit him in the back.
Right.
And as usual, it's the guy who reacts who gets flagged.
I heard
I'm
that.
like, that's not where it started, you dummy. He threw him to the ground. It's exactly what Greenlaw did the week before in Philly.
Right.
They got flagged.
Well, except that player had the football.
Exactly.
And Fred Warner did not have the football.
Not anymore.
Yeah.
He did a moment before. Anyway, like, no big deal. But just like, Greg, no, that's not what started it.
And for everybody who's saying Demo should not have been thrown out, you have to watch the whole sequence because he got thrown out because he came back. It wasn't for the initial, I don't think, it was for the initial shot on DK. If you watch the whole fracas, which took about 3 minutes.
Good word.
He gets separated, and then he comes back in, and he runs and he dives back in the pile and tries to put his hat on someone else.
They love coming after DK Metcalf because it works.
Easy.
And they've got their number. What's the rec? Did you see that split screen on Pete Carroll against the Niners when Russell Wilson's not the QB? Oh, my God.
Is it winless?
Oh, like firmly winless.
Wow.
And stats that will break your back if it's your favorite team. Like, they have not even been a contest for the 49ers with no Russell Wilson. So, anyway, another great day for the 49ers. Willard and Dibbs, glad you're with us. And we're going to take your calls. We're going right to them here in just a sec. We're asking, like, why, and I don't want to make this like, oh, gosh, you're not allowed to have a different perspective. I just personally don't understand. And you can think Purdy, I do. I think he's a star. And you can think much less of that. I think that's fair. Like, oh, no, he's good. He's good. Still got some things to figure out. That's all fine. But if you're still flying over, I still see people who are like, give me a break. That guy's not, that little guy, MVP? Yes. That little dork, MVP. Yes. How can you watch a Niner game and come away with the opinion that many have? It's a freaking star. Star.
I mean, he's been amazing. I don't know how you can watch any of his games. You can look at the Philly game, the Seattle game, any game you want to look at. Yes, he's had some bad moments. He's had some picks. He had a pick yesterday, which was a bad throw.
Yeah, I thought that was on him, not Brandon.
Well, it depends on like what Brandon was supposed to do.
Sure.
But the quarterback throws it. It was a miscommunication sensation. Is what it was.
And they had a few of them yesterday.
Yeah,
they had a few of them.
And Ayuk dives, and it's a deflection. It's a pick, and it's on the quarterback essentially.
Yeah.
Until we know otherwise, but that's it. Other than that, he was spectacular. So, I mean, what do you want from him?
Why is that so uncomfortable? It feels like every time we put a new label on him, MVP, I'm going to do it right now, star. Why is that so uncomfortable for people?
Because look at him.
Right, but so
look
what?
At him.
But look
at how he dresses.
But look at a lot of our sports stars. Look at Phil Mickelson.
Well, Steph Curry, I think, is a great comp in terms of looks. I'm not saying that Brock Purdy's the Steph Curry of football, but
Tom Brady couldn't beat me down the field. I could now, but you know what I mean?
Right.
Like, star in sports does not need to be
LeBron James. I mean, that's a star.
DK Metcalf.
IST champ, LeBron James.
Indeed.
Big for him.
Big 500K.
Big if true.
Man, he needed it. Yep, needed it.
USC's not cheap.
It is for him. Diego and Marin. Hey, Diego, what's up? Thanks for calling.
Hey, Will and Dibbs. The negative opinions about Purdy come from his draft position being Mr. Irrelevant because they come with expectations, like super low expectations. And Curtin Warner wasn't drafted, meaning when he walked in the door, nobody had any expectations of him. And so he was allowed to write the book and write the narrative about how he plays. And Purdy basically has to prove he's not as bad as every Mr. Irrelevant ever every time he touches the ball.
I mean, I totally get it, except for I think that those things are very equal, and you seem to be creating a separation there. You're the last pick in the draft versus not picked at all. To me, the expectations are exactly the same. There are none.
there's no reason to think they're the same.
Well,
being undrafted means nobody had an evaluation of you. Being the last pick means you're the worst person. You're the worst kid to pick on the kickball team or whatever. You're the worst player.
Right, but actually, no, the undrafted guy is even worse than the one who was picked because someone, and I don't want to get into semantics with you, Diego, but do you understand what I'm saying? Like when you get to that level of the draft, no one's expecting anything from anybody by then. 7th round picks usually don't even make the team. And undrafted players obviously are undrafted players. Like I think the expectations, thanks Diego, for Kurt Warner and Brock Purdy are dead on exactly the same. There are none.
Right.
There were absolutely none. No one expected a damn thing from either of them.
And I'm looking at the Kurt Warner bio in terms of before that year, and the Rams left him unprotected in the expansion draft by the Browns, and the Browns did not choose him, even though the only Browns quarterback was Scott Milanovic. So the Rams basically were forced to keep him. Bono leaves in free agency. Trent Green is a starter. Banks, who was ahead of Warner the previous year, was traded to the Ravens. And so now it's Warner backing up Trent Green. Green tears his ACL, Rodney Harrison in a preseason game. And there you go. Dick Vermeil has no choice but to go to Kurt Warner.
This team will rally around Kurt Warner.
Right.
I'll never forget it.
We will rally around Kurt Warner and we'll play good football.
Yeah. So I just wonder why. I wonder why there are multiple opinions here. And I'm not saying everybody needs to see it exactly the same or agree, but this is different now. You know, draftism, sure. Sizeism, sure. Golly gee willikers.
Ism.
Sure.
Clothes-ism. J.C. Penney-ism.
But shouldn't that be done by now?
Aw shucks-ism.
Right? Oshkosh bagosh-ism. Shouldn't that be done by now? Maybe that's a better way to ask it. How many games before you're like, seen enough? Star.
I think 4 more.
Star.
4 more.
Okay.
Honestly, because Mark, you and I have seen every snap that he's ever taken. We've seen every throw. The nation has not.
Okay,
the
that's
country
fair.
has not.
That's fair.
In terms of like who is still out there saying the things that they're saying, it's the country. And I wonder about the Dak versus Brock MVP race because Dak is much more of a known commodity and he plays for the Cowboys. So from a national standpoint, there's going to be a lot more Dak than there is Brock.
Yes.
Just on, like, for people who haven't really watched both.
But let's not act like the 49ers are hiding.
No,
these are 49ers.
but they're not the Cowboys.
Yeah, but, I mean, their games are, like we just said, Kevin Burkhardt should get an apartment in Santa Clara.
Right.
I mean, the Niners are not hiding. This fan base has been traveling all over the dang country. They are in a spotlight game every single week. Thanksgiving night, Christmas night. Here you go. Niners. They're the biggest thing outside the NFC East for sure.
Right.
For sure.
Outside the NFC East.
Right.
But think about Dallas in terms of like last week, they had Seattle on Thursday night. National spotlight.
Sure.
Last night, Sunday Night Football. At Buffalo this coming Sunday in a marquee afternoon game. At Miami, same thing, Christmas Eve. And then they have Detroit on Saturday night, the third game of a Saturday night triple-header. These are all like marquee national spots.
Right, but I think the Niners could probably, right? They played the Cowboys on Sunday Night Football, the Eagles in the game of the week,
right.
Thanksgiving night, Christmas night.
The Baltimore game, I think, is everything.
That's going to be, oh my God, the rating for that thing is going to be
everything.
Absolutely dynamic.
Yeah.
Just dynamic. All right, let's keep going. How about Carol in San Mateo? Hi, Carol, what you doing?
Hey, how are you? I can't believe I'm calling this show, but I'm a fairly new listener. I love you guys.
Oh, Carol, welcome. Welcome.
Thank you. When Brock Purdy came on the scene last year, I was in shock with his ability, even at that time, being so young, to step into the role that he did. I think it's what you've both been just saying, his composure. Well, I think he was on another level. I think he is the star, and his intuition, his instincts are just incredible. He's not. He doesn't have a huge personality. His composure is kind of quiet, but I'm just so impressed at how he can just stay focused with everything around him, and his age and his knowledge is just beyond. I don't know. He's on another level, I think.
Carol, I think you're touching on some of this here, and thank you so much. Welcome to the show. We're glad to have you. Appreciate you calling. Like, I think the things that Brock Purdy does well, they're a little harder to see, and maybe that's a big part of it. You know what I mean? When people talk about him, obviously he does not jump off the screen when you look at him physically.
Sure.
And his draft status never jumped off the screen. All of those things. What jumps off the screen? You start hearing people go like, his processing.
Right.
Well, what the hell does that mean when I'm sitting there watching TV? What you
it's
know
like
what
your
I mean?
computer that has a great processor.
Right. Have you seen the decision making on this kid? Right. Like, but if you by now, that's all I'm saying. By now, isn't this over? It's over, right?
For us, yeah.
This portion of the conversation is we've reached the end.
Well, we have to go through it.
The guy's a star.
Is Brock Purdy, is he any good? Yeah, he's good. How good is he? He's really good. How really good is he? He's great. How great is he? He's amazing. How amazing is he? He's the MVP. And I think that's where, when you go through all those, like the old flow chart, how are you feeling today? If yes, go this way. If no, go that way. And I think we've gotten to the point where you've gotten all the way through. And how amazing is he? Well, he might be the best quarterback in the league this year.
Yeah.
He might be the best quarterback in the league, period. And that will have to be proven out over Super Bowls and future years. But
he's having the best season.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't even really get into the whole, this may sound funny to people with how much we talk about this. I don't care where he is on people's rankings boards. I don't care.
Steven Ruiz, 19.
Yeah, good. Behind Caleb Williams. Fun. Super. Cool content. Whatever. I don't care. That doesn't bother me. I'm not here for the grandiose, he's going to be great 7 years from now. I have no idea what the hell is going to happen 7 years from now or even next year. He's having the best year this year. And there seem to be a lot of people out there that, because of all the dynamics we're talking about, feel like he shouldn't even sort of be considered in the MVP conversation because of all this. There's too much good stuff around him.
Right. Well, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Why is Kyle Shanahan not going to be Coach of the Year?
Why is Kyle Shanahan? Because Coach of the Year, it's a good question, and I know why you're asking it.
You know exactly why I'm asking you. Because his team is really good.
But that's not it. It's not just that his team is good. It's also that they were expected to be good. Coach of the Year has become who surprised us the most.
Right, which is a joke.
I agree with you. Like,
so
for instance,
MVP is like, who's the most valuable player? Is Brock Purdy not valuable because he happens to be really good with a team that's also really good? No, is that not valuable?
You're 100% right.
And I'm just playing devil's advocate, and I'm kind of playing your side of the street because in terms of what other people think and other voters, you look at this team and go, well, I mean, think about yesterday. McCaffrey goes 72 yards on the opening snap.
Yeah.
I mean, what did Brock Purdy, did he hand the ball to him firmly, and did he make that happen?
It's actually a toss, and it was a beautiful one.
Exactly.
It's beautiful.
Whatever.
No, like, to your
point. You get the point.
I do. The Coach of the Year is going to, like, I could see people going, dude, Stefanski. Stefanski's on, like, his fourth quarterback, and they're 8-5. And so people will get, right, how about D'Amico? D'Amico will get Coach of the Year consideration because they were supposed to be absolute trash, and they're 7-6. If they end up in the playoffs, could D'Amico get votes?
It's bad loss yesterday.
I mean, no, yes.
Yeah.
It's predictable. And CJ got knocked out.
Yeah, he did.
You know what I mean? But, like, you'll see this. Like, even go to, I don't know. I mean, Minnesota. Look what they've been through. You lose your quarterback. Some might talk about Campbell in Detroit, although they're leveling off a little bit.
The fade route.
Yeah, but you vote for who you're like, whoa, you surprised us. The Niners aren't surprising anybody.
Right, but that to me is the nature of the flaw in both awards because the MVP, so Brock Purdy's having not only the best year, but he's having a borderline historic season in terms of quarterback rating and completion percentage and all the rest of it.
Yards per attempt.
But we devalue him because he has so much talent around him and he's got a great coach.
Right.
and a great team. That to me is nonsense.
Totally agree. Jonathan in the city. Hey, Jonathan, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What's up?
Hey, guys. I just want to say, you see that shot of McCaffrey and Kyle Juszczyk on the sideline? That's the best poster of, what was dubbed last week as, gangster nerds, Stanford and Harvard sitting together. Another thing, Mark, to answer your question, those people are never going to go away because you know why? There's a lot of insecure people out there, and Brock is the complete opposite of those people. Brock is a very secure person. He's not jealous about anything. He's not here to please anybody but the team and the coach and to do a good job as a 49er quarterback. And you know what he thinks in his head every time he walks away and goes to the locker room after a win? If you want to destroy my sweater, hold this thread as I walk away.
Outstanding, Jonathan. Outstanding. You brought Weezer to the party.
Wow, that was Weezer.
Yeah, that was strong. I love it when Jonathan's phone is clear.
Little Weezer. Helpful. I didn't know that one.
Yes, Weezer.
Okay.
Yes, I believe the song is called Undone.
Right, and It fits the Brock Purdy profile,
yes, it
I'm
does.
sure. I just...
You know what, though?
Is he trying to dress more nerdy now? Is he
he should.
Is he doubling down?
He should.
We need glasses with tape on it and a pocket protector.
We need to send him an ugly Christmas sweater that says Gangsta Nerds on it.
Yeah.
And just let him waltz in with bad oversized sunglasses.
It's incredible.
Christmas night would be incredible. Against the Baltimore Ravens. I don't know, man. Are we a more cynical world now than we were 25 years ago?
Yes.
I mean, but the thing is, everybody thinks that. You ask anybody who's 40, the 20-year-olds don't know what they're doing. Ask anyone who's 60, the 30-year-olds don't know what they're doing.
But
you know
that's
what I mean?
always been the case.
Everyone always thinks the world's going to hell in a handbasket. I don't really buy into that, but I'm trying to figure out, because Jonathan's like, it's because people are insecure. We've always had insecure people. What is it about this particular surprising player? Because from Warner to Brady to anyone else, George Kittle, for crying out loud. No one's ever said it about George. You're in the 5th round. Are you just good because, I don't know, Kyle's calling your routes? No, we don't do. Why this guy? Why this guy makes people so hesitant to just go, my man's a star?
We've never seen it. We've never seen a player drafted in that spot do what he's doing, especially this fast.
Isn't Warner more surprising? At least somebody used draft capital on Brock Purdy.
Right.
Somebody gave Kurt Warner.
Draft capital is a big way to describe it. But
they could have picked anybody.
But Kurt Warner had already been a pro in a number of leagues. He'd been
Arena League.
And in the World League of American Football, the WLAF.
I mean, that's probably barely better than Iowa State.
No, but Kurt Warner, by the time he became Kurt Warner in 1999, he was 28, and he had been a pro in multiple leagues. He'd been a grocer, and so it was equally unexpected. But when you look at it now, you can go, okay, he's a guy who at least had quarterbacked, and he had done the pro thing in a number of different leagues. This guy is baby-faced and out of nowhere and Mr. Irrelevant and all the rest of it. So the fact that he's 23 makes it even more remarkable.
Yeah, frightening, man. I got no issue with it. He's a star. It's an absolute star. We're streaming live on YouTube. It's a special day. If you go there, we're going to be speaking over the Steiny and Guru banner all day long because Grandy's evil. But it also means that you get to not only watch the show, you get to watch us during breaks. I'm about to finish my apple. It will be incredibly exciting. There's only one place to see it, youtube.com/957 The Game. Like and subscribe when you get there. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. David and Tom and Bob and Zion and anybody else who wants to jump in, we're going to come to you next. We're sticking with you and your calls all day long right here on Willard and Dibs.
Switch to Verizon and you'll save.
Get in the holiday spirit, San Francisco. Verizon has an extra gift for your family this season.
You can save a lot.
Get $800 in Verizon gift cards when you switch your family of 4 and get 4 new phones on us with Select Trade-In and Unlimited Ultimate.
Great deals from Verizon. Great deals from Verizon.
There's never been a better time to switch, but this offer won't last forever, so hurry in. Switch to the network America relies on. Get $800 in gift cards and get new phones for the whole family on us with Select Trade-In and Unlimited Ultimate. Visit your local Verizon store today. $999.99 device payment or full retail purchase with new smartphone line on Unlimited Ultimate plan required per phone. $200 Verizon e-gift card with port in per line. Less $1,000 trade-in/promo credit applied over 36 months. Promo credit ends if eligibility requirements are no longer met. 0% APR.
Television sales on Black Friday set new records as millions of Americans snapped up the hot deals. But a lot of people were out of town or too busy to take advantage of the special pricing. So, how about a redo? Right now, you've got a second chance to save big on many of the top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs. Where? At Video Only, where the smart shoppers go. So, don't miss out. Check out Video Only now, or
you'll be sorry.
Since first opening its doors in 1964, Fremont Bank has approached banking with a simple idea in mind. Growth comes one customer at a time. You see, while some institutions might be on the lookout for the next big thing, we like to think that's what you'll be. And when you achieve great things, it leads to success throughout the community. It also allows us to continue our tradition of giving back to the region. It's a strategy that's proven successful for nearly 60 years, and we expect to continue success for years to come. Fremont Bank, putting the community in community banking.
For today's show and tell, I present my phone. It's made with glass and various metals I can't pronounce. It's powered by Xfinity Mobile, so my family saves big. Take a handout.
Colin, what are these?
I'm quizzing the class on the material.
Switch to Xfinity Mobile and save hundreds a year with the best price for 2 lines of unlimited. Just $30 a line a month. Visit XfinityMobile.com to learn more. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Unlimited Intro Service and Xfinity Internet required. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage. Data thresholds may vary.
Hey guys, Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. If you have erectile dysfunction and you're tired of taking Viagra and nothing else has worked, then you need to try acoustic wave therapy. Our technology is highly effective at restoring function by clearing out your arteries and increasing blood flow, which is the true secret of a more permanent solution to your ED or Peyronie's disease. West Coast Men's Health also uses acoustic wave therapy to treat chronic pain, including neuropathy, plantar fasciitis, Dupuytren's contracture, and even carpal tunnel. With 11 locations nationwide and a 4.9 average rating on Google, West Coast Men's Health is leading the way in treating erectile dysfunction. So if you have ED, Peyronie's disease, or chronic pain, be proactive about your health and call us today.
With clinics in San Mateo, Pleasanton, Walnut Creek, and Elk Grove, call 650-585-8909. That's 650-585-8909. 650-585-8909. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
It's the most wonderful time of the year. Can the red and gold finally break through and win the Super Bowl? Do the Warriors have one last run in them? Nobody keeps you locked in on Bay Area sports better than 95.7 The Game. Download the free Odyssey app so you're never locked out. Every single show and every single Warriors game, all free and available at your fingertips whenever you want them on the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY. Download it right now.
If you have a dog, you might be worried about your good boy being bad for your carpet. But if you had Life-Proof with Pet-Proof Technology carpet, you wouldn't have to worry, even if you had a whole pack of dogs. Because Life-Proof with Pet-Proof Technology delivers permanent built-in stain and soil protection that never washes or wears off. Quiet, sit, good dogs. Life-Proof with Pet-Proof Technology available only at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Do you have heart failure and often hear,
"Those stomach issues ruined your birthday"?
You're too tired to play catch, Grandpa?
Sweetie, you haven't touched your tools since the carpal tunnel syndrome diagnosis.
If these seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, talk to your cardiologist. Ask about transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy, or ATTR-CM, a rare and underdiagnosed disease that gets worse over time. Learn more at connecttoyourheart.com. That's connecttoyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
'Twas almost the holidays, and all over the state, not a creature was stirring, except for, well, Nate. He was panicked, in need of a really good gift. Nate's a procrastinator, if you catch my drift. So off he dashed to the closest store, and there found holiday scratchers galore. Now Nate won't get a lump of coal, unless he burns the holiday casserole. Yes, scratchers from the California Lottery are great, especially for Mr. Procrastinate. So when it's time to get your gift shopping out of the way, try scratchers. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
Jim Gaffigan here with some more Straight Talk. Now you can get a Walmart Plus membership, plus not pay for it, because it's included with Straight Talk wireless plans. You get free delivery with Walmart Plus a Paramount Plus subscription included. Plus, you pay less for gas. That's a lot of pluses.
Only Straight Talk gives you unlimited 5G data and Walmart Plus included on select plans for free.
Straight Talk Wireless, available at Walmart.
Requires service on Gold or Platinum Unlimited. One offer per eligible account. Paramount Plus Essential Plan only. Separate registration required. Additional terms apply.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Brock is a very secure person. He's not jealous about anything. He's not here to please anybody but the team and the coach and to do a good job as a 49er quarterback. And you know what he thinks in his head every time he walks away and goes to the locker room after a win? If you want to destroy my sweater, hold this thread as I walk away.
As I walk away. Outstanding, Jonathan.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Come on, you've heard this. You've
I
heard
have
this.
now, yes.
Yeah. Weezer.
Yeah.
Undone. The sweater song.
Okay.
Yeah. Jonathan was a little quick on his pace, but he's doing it a cappella.
Exactly.
What the hell do you want from the guy?
And, when you're a caller, you got to get through your material and you make sure that you can get it all out there.
Yeah.
Even though Jonathan gets a little bit more leash than most people.
He's earned it.
But now that I've heard the song, and apologies to the YouTube audience who got to see me open my Diet Coke during the break.
I ate some ham. I did. I just got a Ziploc of honey-baked ham. Just eating it straight out of the bag.
Yeah, it's good, the honey-baked ham.
Freaking animal.
Yeah.
Absolute
really good.
animal. Yeah, it's delicious. It's a good little protein snack, 3 o'clock. We're going to get to the finish line. There's no
doubt.
question about it.
Double Monday Night Football tonight.
Oh, my gosh.
And I still haven't understood. I've never heard anyone explain why.
You know what? That question was on my mind yesterday.
Why?
I don't know, but I have a theory. Do you think, because the NFL very much super serves its fantasy audience now, they know that we're all trying to make the playoffs tonight.
Well,
they know that.
Some of us are out. But
but no, right? I'm
trying to win 5 in a row to end the year.
This is it. This is the end. These 2 games, this is the end of the fantasy football regular season. And I would argue that you double the games, you double the chances that somebody's got everything on the line tonight. And so that's my guess. I think
good guess, actually. I hadn't thought about that.
Because it's week 14.
Yeah, I think you may be right.
They probably try to put 5 games on Monday night next year. Why not?
Yeah.
You grab the audience by the you-know-whats.
Sure. And it's hard, though, because, we're here with like 4 TVs in the room, plus laptops and computers. We can watch both. But, you get in the car and you try to, put it on your phone, put one on the phone, and I don't even know.
No joke. Maybe I'll wheel the second TV into the living room tonight. No joke. My little 9-year-old who is...
He needs a win and in?
He does, but I think he's got it. But it will be determined tonight. He's got Saquon. Okay. He's got some stuff working. But last words to me as he got out of the car to go to school, he steps out and he turns around before they close the door. He goes, Dad, the 2 games at the same time tonight? Yeah, they are. Which one are we watching?
Good question.
And I'm like, buddy, we're just going to have to...
It's a great question.
Thank you. We're going to have to be quick draw McGraw, and maybe we'll go by game flow. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If one of them's a blowout, we'll stick to the other one. But he was like, all right. And he nodded and he closed the door, and I've never been prouder of him in my entire life.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, just... watched him walk away, almost like the sweater song.
The answer is Miami and Tennessee.
Well, his dad's got Tyreek, so that is a correct answer.
And I have Tyreek as well. In our league.
Yeah. I don't have him in our league. Actually, maybe I should be watching the other ones because I think I got Dobbs. That's right, Grandy. Romeo Dobbs with no Christian Watson. Take that. coming for you tonight.
I also have to win my matchup, and it's 50-50, so if I lose, it doesn't even matter.
I thought you were done.
Chris O'Connell, he had Purdy and Ayuk, and they went off. So
No. I don't think you had any more players.
He has a kicker. He needs to score 6 points.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah.
The projection is the projection is Grandy 146.62. Ocon Peace 146.52.
Oh my God,
that's a win.
So so he's got to win, but even if you win, then I've got to lose, and I've got an 89%er.
That's correct.
You got
he's in trouble.
No, but I'm not. No peacocking yet. I don't do that.
Hey, start victory lapping right now.
No, I don't play with the fantasy gods.
I think Dibbs is betting on you to win. So.
I do not play with the fantasy gods.
I'd like to say I'm playing spoiler, but even if I beat E-Dog, and I'm going to, he still gets the 2 seed because he's got a couple of game lead over the rest of y'all.
A good year.
I'm going to end the year on a 5-game win streak, though, and going to the offseason pretty proud.
You did great. I'm proud of you, too.
Thank you.
And I'm also glad, though, that you're not in because I don't need that stress because your team's good.
Lamar and Tyreek. My team can explode on you.
You've got to be the only person in America who's got Lamar and Tyreek and you're watching the playoffs.
David
How the hell did that happen?
A couple of bad beats. Grandy got me. I lost my...
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, anyway.
Let's go to David in San Mateo. We're talking Niner football, obviously. I want to point out something about the touchdown pass to Deebo Samuel in particular. We'll do that in just a second.
It was a duck. That ball went 57 yards in the air. So for all team dink and dunk out there.
I wish he had an arm. But anyway, go ahead.
He didn't even fully step and heave. That was just a roll. He stepped in, he threw it.
Yeah.
It's a good throw.
It wasn't everything he's got.
I went back, though, and I wanted to make sure I had the yardage right, and I think it was 57 yards in the air.
Okay. That sounds about right.
Dink and dunk.
Pick and pop. David in San Mateo. Hey, David, you're on with Willard and Dibbs.
Hey, guys.
Oh, no. I want to hear from David. David? Nope. Gone. That didn't go well. Shoot. Your phone, David. Sorry. How about Bob in Brisbane? Hey, Bob, what's up?
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're good, man.
So one thing I wanted to point out is Brock Purdy has thrown 4 touchdown passes, no interceptions against who could be argued the second best teams in the NFC right now. Not only that, Brock Purdy has put up some pretty good numbers against the top 6 teams in the NFC right now, with the exception of the Detroit Lions. They've beat all of those playoff teams except the Minnesota Vikings. So they're doing pretty good against playoff contending teams at the moment. Not only that, Brock Purdy's put up 4 touchdown passes against 2 of the teams that he was supposed to beat and prove his, how great he is or how good he is, at least at this point. And every time he does it, the goalposts are moved further and further back for this guy. So for me, that's what makes him great, is that he keeps doing it. He's not listening to all the crap from the outside. He's just going out and doing his thing. Thanks, guys. Great show.
Okay, Bob, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a great point. And by the way, when he says he's got 4 touchdowns, he means each. 4 against the Cowboys, 4 against the Eagles.
Right.
And for me, the easy tiebreaker right now, if you want to talk about it, and again, I am aware it does not matter yet. There are 4 games to go, and this will work itself out. But I firmly believe that if the vote were right now, Brock Purdy wins it, and it's an incredibly easy tiebreaker. Not only did he beat Dak soundly head-to-head, he has had his best games in his biggest games, whether it's on the road at Seattle, on the road at Philly, home to Dallas, on the road at Jacksonville. And don't forget that one where he went for 296, 3 touchdowns and no picks. The biggest games of the Niners, the biggest opponents, he's had his best games. And Dak largely has been the opposite. He was good against Seattle when they were 1 game over 500 a week and a half ago. And then, he was good last night. Those are the only 2 teams that have even flirted with a winning record that Dallas has beaten this year. That differential, that point differential that Dallas has is largely just the New York Giants. They're like plus 87 just against the New York Giants. Just the Giants.
Right.
That's almost half their point differential.
No, 72 against the Giants. They won by 40 and they won by 32.
Okay, my bad. 72.
No, it still works.
But yes, it works.
He did play very well against the Rams. And the Rams, Rams are going to be a playoff team.
He had a great year.
Yeah, he was 25 of 31 for 304 and 4 against the Rams, and that was at home. And other than that, you're right. I mean, he beat the Jets, lost to Arizona. He beat New England. He beat the Chargers. Oh, the Chargers.
By the way,
Brandon Staley, R.I.P.
Breaking news there. It appears that Justin Herbert will undergo surgery.
Oh, geez.
And it sounds, they're making it sound doubtful that we will see him for the rest of the year.
And why would you?
Why would you?
Right? I mean,
5-8.
5-8.
Unbelievable. You want to talk about the kings of underachieving. I mean,
again,
you know that I don't use this microphone for people's jobs. I just don't. But you, do with that what you will. The Chargers are, it is
biggest underachievers in football.
It is such an incredible waste of talent. And to watch them again, opening drive for the Chargers, go right down inside the 10, 4th and 3 from the 6, and I knew it was like we didn't even need to look.
No.
You don't even need to have the conversation.
Do they have a kicker?
His name literally rhymes with kicker.
Oh, that's right.
And they won't do it. He just won't do it. And then there you were 3 quarters later, they still hadn't scored at all. And their QB's out for the year.
Yeah.
It's just like, dude, I don't know what to do with you. Nobody knows what to do with you.
I'd say he's got to go, but that franchise is so broken anyway, I don't even think it would matter.
Man. Monster Monday, and it is brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Stay with us on YouTube as well during the breaks. We've been chatting a lot more with you because, long story, but the cameras are staying on us throughout the break. So I'm using that to just chat with y'all. So stay on YouTube all day, the phones all day. Tom Zion, we're coming to you, 888-957-9570. It's another Victory Monday for the 49ers. Willard and Dibbs.
This is the lunch rush at your local deli. Orders are flying in. Online, on the phone, and in person.
Order for Nick.
So is it possible that fast internet could help your business outrun the rush? It is with Comcast Business. Up-leveling your speed with gig speed Wi-Fi, powering all your devices, and fast downloads and uploads, powered by the next generation 10G network. With Comcast Business, next-level speed isn't just possible, it's happening. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Call or go online to learn more. Ends 12/20/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments. New 50 megabits per second internet and security edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Gig Wi-Fi requires gig internet and compatible router.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Spring is free at the College of Alameda. There's something for everyone. You can study any way you want. In-person, hybrid, and online-only classes. All available for you. Spring classes start January 22nd. Enroll now at alameda.edu and get back to your future today.
This applies to students who are California residents that apply for financial aid, taking at least 6 credits. Brought to you by Peralta College District in the East Bay.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2023.
Considering a home remodel or designing a new one? You'll want to choose new ways to help your family feel healthier and happier. Many architects and builders who team up with Golden State Window and Door Design are experienced in working with their vendors, including Marvin for energy efficiency. Take a look at the windows and doors page at goldenstatelumber.com for ideas. Then schedule an appointment with your designer. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
A holiday message from Jackson Hewitt.
'Twas the yikes before Christmas when all through the house not a creature was stirring, except Larry. See, the stockings weren't hung by the chimney with care, 'cause Larry's wallet was empty with no time to spare. So he went to Jackson Hewitt for a holiday loan, got money so fast he rejoiced and went home. Avoid the yikes before Christmas. Go to Jackson Hewitt before it's too late. Get up to $1,000 fast, minus the wait.
Early refund advance offered to eligible clients. Application required. Finance charge applies. Loans by Republic Bank. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Everybody's choosy about something. It might be your favorite snack.
2 scoops of Rocky Road, please.
Your style.
Those earrings look amazing on you.
Or the things you like to do with your best friend. You could be choosy when it comes to getting a COVID-19 vaccine, too. If you're thinking about getting an updated vaccine, there's more than one type available. You can find out more at WeDoVaccines.com. This message was brought to you by Novavax.
A holiday message from Jackson Hewitt.
'Twas the yikes before Christmas when all through the house not a creature was stirring, except Larry. See, the stockings weren't hung by the chimney with care, 'cause Larry's wallet was empty with no time to spare. So he went to Jackson Hewitt for a holiday loan, got money so fast he rejoiced and went home. Avoid the yikes before Christmas. Go to Jackson Hewitt before it's too late. Get up to $1,000 fast, minus the wait.
Early refund advance offered to eligible clients. Application required. Finance charge applies. Loans by Republic Bank. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Save big every day during Lowe's 25 days of deals. Right now, get these can't-miss deals on appliances. Get up to 30% off, plus save up to an extra $750 on select major appliances. And with Lowe's Pay, you can buy now and pay later to get instant payment options for online purchases. Shop these savings because Lowe's knows deals every day. Valid to 12/13. Appliance savings vary based on purchase amount. Exclusions apply while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details. Subject to credit approval.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, man. They are a fun watch. I was thinking about our conversation last week when I said all I can do is just sort of share like the feeling. It feels like KD Warriors in terms of expectation.
Right.
And then that furthered yesterday when I'm like, because I remember when that bus would pull up to arenas and, you know, the ESPN or whatever, TNT would be there, and then like, boom, Steph, Katie, Clay, Dre, Andre, Steve, bop, bop, bop. Everyone's walking off the bus, and you're like, it's a damn rock band. Like, this is a show, and it's on the road. Get your tickets to see the show. And I kind of have that vibe with these guys, especially with the way they started the game. Place is absolutely on its ear, anticipation through the roof. They're supposed to be coming into a trap game because they're coming off of their emotional win in Philly. They take the field, and they're like, here, Christian, gone. Place is absolutely bouncing.
Yeah.
It's a show. They're a freaking show.
What a well-blocked play, too.
Oh, my God.
You give Christian all the credit for, I don't know, being able to run through a gap that was about 3 lanes wide on your average freeway. Incredibly blocked. It's a toss, and he drifts it out, and he looks, and he's like, I see the hole. The hole is about 12 feet wide, and then it's boop, 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 couple of cuts, and you get in the secondary, and you get downfield blocking. The only thing that was missing was him scoring the touchdown.
Yep. Ran out of steam.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot. I wanted, being in the open field as a running back, and, you know, like have you ever had like somebody who played in college or whatever just kind of describe to you because we think of you run into the open field, and now you're thinking about the ball because people might be behind you, right? You got these shoulder pads on, you got a helmet, pads are over your legs. They're like just everything starts kind of, it's all bouncing off of it. The helmet is bobbling around like you're a bobblehead. You get in the open field. It's a lot to finish those things off because some of the fastest people on the planet are chasing you. So I was thinking about he broke it in the open. I'm like, he's going to go. And then he got to the 20. I'm like, oh, no, he's running.
Yeah. But then he cuts back, and you think he still might get in there. And he gets the block from Ayuk, who is now 70 yards away from the line of scrimmage, and he's still down there fighting for him, which just speaks to what you were talking about earlier as far as like not only the rock band part of this, but just how unselfish this team is and how they're all pulling for each other. And it doesn't matter if Ayuk has a big game or Kittle or Debo or any of them. They're all out there trying to just get the win.
Yeah, it is. I don't know where to put the credit for that. My only guess is that you have to give it to the coaching staff because they've set, and the leaders of the team, the Trent Williams of the world, all of them, they've set the tone. They've set the tone. And, the guys were talking in the crossover about, like, why are these receivers willing to go block downfield? And it's because a tone and a rule was set. You don't block, you don't play. You don't block, you don't play. And that's not that easy. I mean, I think about it as a parent. It's not that easy to set the rules of the house and then follow them. You know what I mean? And I think about what he did with Ayuk a couple of years ago. And you look at the player you have now. And people were upset at Kyle Shanahan for that at the time. And I want to give Kyle Shanahan a truckload of credit because he shaped the tone of Brandon Ayuk's career. And like, Brandon's going to be the one who reaps the rewards.
Right.
He's going to get an absolute payday here in the offseason. And he deserves credit for listening and reacting correctly instead of pouting. Look at George Pickens in Pittsburgh right now. That young man has talent coming out the wazoo. But crossroads, brother, do you want it? You want this or not? You want to be pouty? You want to go Antonio Brown? Or do you want to go Brandon Ayuk? And you want to get paid in 2 years?
Yeah. And part of that goes to John Lynch, too, and Parag Marante and the rest of the execs, because they have created a template where if we draft you and you go out there and you play and you are a, quote, A-lister, you're going to get paid. And it's all made easier by the fact that Brock Purdy's making $800,000 or $770 or whatever the exact number is. And now you've got a structure to where there is money to go around. And so Brandon Ayuk looks at it and says, it's not about my numbers. It's about my overall output. And the output's been incredible. The numbers have been good, but the output has been so good. And it's complementary football on the offensive side of the ball. And you've got he and Christian and George and Debo, and they're all working together, and you're winning games. And so now Ayuk, I'm sure, is looking at his offseason thinking, 17 a year, 20? Oh. Do I get 22? Am I at 24? I mean, I have to look at what the top of the market is. Well, he's not at the top of the market, but he's going to be near it.
He's going to be in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
And AJ and Debo and DK, all rep by the same person, had those conversations a year and a half ago and is all settling in kind of in the 23 to 26 area. Tyreek has 30. Justin Jefferson is due a new deal. That also got to think about the guys that were all in that first round together with Ayuk. Jefferson, CeeDee Lamb, they're all going to be up. And so where the market goes. It goes up. And they all know that the salary cap is going up. I think you're low with the numbers that you're even floating out there, 17 to 20. Brandon's going to get at least 25 a year.
Yeah, Debo is getting 23.8. DK is at 24. Diggs 24. A.J. Brown 25. Yep. Cupper Coop is making 26.7. Devontae's making 28. And Tyreek's making 30.
Yep, and Justin's going to beat all of that. So if you're Ayuk, what are you going to take? Let's say Justin goes and gets 32. I think Ayuk's going to be a $27 million player.
Yeah, wow.
I think that's where this is going. 888-957-9570. We want to continue to take your calls on all things Niners. I do want to let everyone know, though, coming up here very shortly, within the next 15 minutes or so, details are starting to come out on Shohei Ohtani's contract, and you have got to know these details, and they might upset you. I'm looking at them, and we're kind of all having the same reaction, which is, why is that allowed? Why is that even allowed? You wonder why baseball is having such a hard time financially with regard to, the
equity,
the pros and the Joes, if you will.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but let's go to Tom in Iowa. Hey, Tom, what's going on? How are you?
Not too bad. How about yourself?
Good.
My point is, why can't the national media, especially Nick Wright, give Purdy his flowers? I mean, Brock MVP Purdy, bang, bang, 49er gang, pig in a pickle.
Nice. That's a good shout out right there. Larry Krueger.
That's a subscriber.
Yeah.
Good to know. Anyway, don't get upset at Nick Wright. You want to know why Nick Wright won't give Brock Purdy his flowers? Because you'll turn him off if he does.
Exactly. He wants to keep his job.
Yeah, show's over. Show's over if Nick goes, okay. Like, Nick Wright, you want to know when he'll give him the flowers? At the parade. He did it with Wiggins. Warriors are done. Worst contract in history. And Andrew Wiggins balls out. And Nick has a mea culpa and picks a new player.
A mea culpa.
Yeah, and then he has a new player to pick on. Now it's Brock Purdy. He's never going to change. Stop worrying about Nick Wright and those who are playing the game. Zion in Minnesota. Hey, Zion, thanks for calling. What's up?
Nothing much. Just chilling. Anyways, love the show, guys. I just had a few points about just the main things against Brock's MVP argument, basically. Which is basically just his 3-game losing streak, I think, is pretty overblown. You know, you go through it game by game. The Browns game was ugly, rainy, those things happen, but your kicker misses 2 field goals that are like gimmies, it happens, whatever. The Vikings game, I was at that game, and I can tell you, first half to second half, that was a different guy. That concussion changed him. But I guess it's and then the Bengals, that was a team loss. It happens, but yeah, I think it's just overblown greatly, especially that Browns and Vikings game.
Yeah, Zion, and that'll be the interesting one when we do get to the actual MVP vote, because multiple people have brought that up. Like, I can't get out of my head that the Niners would only score 17 a game when Deebo Samuel and Trent Williams were hurt. Do you want to go deep into sort of all the things that happened in those games that led down that road? Most people don't. You know what I mean? They're not going to go in depth. But bottom line is this. If it stays on this track, if the Niners win their last 4, if he performs well against Baltimore on Christmas, it's his. No one's going to take that award from him if all that happens.
Well, and every candidate has got some quote-unquote warts. And if you look at Dak, totally. Dak did against the Niners, he was 14 of 24 for 153 and 3 interceptions. So if you want to talk about warts, yes, Brock Purdy didn't play great against Cleveland in bad conditions. He didn't play great against Minnesota, and they lost against Cincinnati, and he had a couple of picks against Minnesota. You can look at whatever you want to look at, but every candidate for the MVP has got something wrong with his resume. So it comes down to, at the end of the year, when you look at the numbers and you look at the record and you look at what the season was in totality, I think you're right, Mark. Even if they win 3 out of 4, he'd be hard-pressed to not get the MVP.
Probably.
Unless Lamar Jackson runs the table and comes here and beats the Niners in dramatic fashion.
Or the Dolphins go 3-0 in that last stretch and they get the 1 seed and Tyreek's at 2,100 yards or something. I mean, yeah, I just think something wild is going to have to happen. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your podcast. And I say that for all the shows here on 95.7 The Game. In fact, while you're there, you can check out the top moments that the other shows have been posting recently. Morning Roast, Steiny and Goo, and after another 49ers win and an Eagles loss, the reaction was profound. So you're going to want to go check that out while you're there. Speaking of the Philadelphia Eagles, can I just take a moment, and this is not to, there's no I told you so here. This is just let's keep.
Oh, you deserve flowers.
No, I don't want flowers.
I was going to bring you some today.
Let's keep it here and now. That team is not that good on defense, and I just want to firmly restate my prediction that the Niners are not going to see them again. You're not going to see that team because they don't have the finer points of what you need to succeed come playoff time. Dak Prescott said after the game, we probably should have scored 50 in that one. The 49ers didn't just score 42. They did it on 6 consecutive drives. When we got to the end of the third quarter last night, the Philadelphia Eagles had just completed, when we got to halftime of the game last night is 24-6 Cowboys. The Eagles had just completed a stretch where they had allowed 66 points in 5 quarters. 66
That's a lot.
Points in 5 quarters. Now, were they going against the top 2 finishers in the MVP race? Sure. Does that matter? No. That defense cannot stop anyone. They really haven't if you go deep all year long. Yes, their schedule gets easier now, so they may still win the division. I hope they do. Because if the Niners do see them again, go ahead and strike up the band. The Niners will be in Vegas. That team cannot hang.
No. I mean, defensively, they struggle. And the linebackers are not nearly up to par, and the secondary is not as good as it was last year. And so defensively, they're a little bit of a sieve. And if it wasn't for Dak giving you one, and he will give you one, by the way, if we want to talk about MVP candidacies, the fumble 6 from Dak is the only reason why Philadelphia was even in that game early in the third quarter.
0 offensive touchdowns, too. Like, when can we start to have a little bit of a healthy conversation about that group? Jalen is very dynamic. But Nick Bosa said last week, and it became controversial in Philly, hey, we provided a blueprint.
Totally.
Okay, right? And the Dallas, they almost followed it. It was funny. Second play of the game, they overcommit, and Jalen runs right up the middle for 15 yards. And I'm like, guys,
there's a blueprint.
Were you listening? And then they were. And Jalen Hurts right now, the last 2 weeks, looks very pedestrian.
Right.
His 2 receivers are very dynamic, but it's not enough. And so 0 offensive touchdowns in this particular game. Nothing that scared the 49ers either. Their penalties are what helped Philly move down the field. This team has barely used the end zone the last 2 weeks.
Right.
And they do not look prepared on either side of the ball.
Well, and more, you look at Jalen Hurts, and he looks like a one-read quarterback where he gets back, and if his primary read's not open or not available, then he starts to roll and try to make plays off script and off schedule, whether it's, with his legs or, breaking down coverages late into a play. He doesn't sit back there a lot and go from first to second to third read in the pocket. Is my first read open? If not, we're going to pull it down. We're going to try to make something happen.
Yeah, 888-957-9570. Want to get to the Ohtani thing here in just a sec, but first, Jay from the weed store.
Wait, what?
Yeah, Jay from the weed store, who's apparently calling from a prepaid phone. Jay, what's the story? What's going on here?
Hey, boys. How you doing?
Yeah, we're
good. I went crabbing. And, salt water is not good for your phone.
Oh, no, it's not. You didn't have dry rice ready to go?
No, salt water. Yeah, no, I did. But salt water is different, apparently.
Yeah, it is.
Oh,
hey, Jay, let me just ask you something real quick. How high are you right now?
I'm high, bro.
Okay, good honesty. Go ahead.
No. I started cleaning up. No, I'll tell you what. I cleaned out my garage all day today.
Good.
All day by myself. All day by myself. I cleaned out my garage, so I'm high. Yes, I'm high.
Out of babe.
Appreciate it.
What'd you find, Jay? Did you find any diamonds in the rough?
I found ideas.
Oh, good. Oh, I love it. I cleaned out my garage. What'd you find? Some ideas.
Some ideas to put on the shelf. Yeah, the new shelf in my clean garage.
Good for you, Jay. All right. Did you have anything else?
No, I got more.
Okay. All right. What is it?
So, just give me 20 seconds.
Yeah, you can have that.
So, all right, cool. Thank you. I appreciate it. So, 3 years ago, we had a guy, Jimmy Garoppolo, and he was playing great. He was playing great football. Maybe 3. I mean, don't check down my time. All right. I was the one that went on every radio station. All right. And I said, Kyle, Lynch, every year in the last 2 rounds, you draft the most important position in every sport, and that's QB. So we have an amazing, and I know they hurt me, but we have an amazing quarterback right now. But Kyle, Lynch, please still draft in the last 2 picks the most amazing prospect in the most important position. That's all I ask. And that's it, boys. That's all I wanted to I just want to throw it out to the ether because we got to keep on doing that. Last 2 picks. I don't care if you have Tom Brady. Last 2 picks. Grab the most important position in all of sports. Thank you, boys.
No, Jay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you.
Dude. You're not wrong.
About how high he is?
Correct.
Okay, yeah.
But you're not wrong about the other part either. It's not wrong about the other part. Like, take flyers on quarterbacks. I'm a big believer in this.
Right, but
you should I don't want to say should because it's not a hard rule, but like you should consider drafting at least 1 quarterback every year.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Most teams should.
Yes.
For sure. Also, going into this year's draft, and I know we're getting ahead of ourselves, but draft a tackle. Draft a left tackle. Draft a tackle you like as early as you can and just go ahead and tuck them away.
No
Trent
doubt.
Williams is not going to be here forever.
Right, and they're like those are the most important positions. But the quarterback thing, you never know when a guy's going to get an audition, and then you never know what happens next. Example, case in point going on right now. What do the Bengals do next year with Jake Browning? Whew, this is getting interesting.
They trade him. And you're the guy who said the Bengals are done.
Well, yeah, and they probably are.
I don't think so, Coach.
Well, I mean, come on.
I don't think so.
There's like 47.
You buried like 4 teams that all won yesterday.
Who else have I buried?
You were burying all these teams with backup quarterbacks. And
who else won with a backup quarterback that's going to matter?
Cleveland.
Okay, Cleveland.
Are you telling me that Flacco's not the real deal?
You're putting them in the Super Bowl.
Are you going to crown him? I'm just saying they're not done.
No, they're not done. They're not done.
You were throwing dirt on a lot of teams last week.
They're not contenders.
You tried to bury the Bengals. You tried to count out my Browns.
Hey, you're Browns.
Thank you.
If you've noticed, if you count out all the teams that are on their backup quarterback, you're counting out more than half the league.
A lot of backups out there.
Oh, my gosh. It's unbelievable what's going on right now.
Yeah, and the Niners still haven't used one. Pay the under.
Don't say that out loud, but you're right. Yeah. Gosh.
Whatever, Lucas. My words do not affect Brock Purdy's health.
Yes, they do.
Get over it.
Dude.
Keep saying that.
Something happens in Arizona this week. Just take the week off.
I think I am anyway.
Yeah,
I got some tea times coming up.
I said it. Anyway, yeah, man.
You tried to bury Zach Wilson?
Yes.
Zach is back.
No, Zach's not back.
Bailey Zappi?
Zach's not.
Exactly. Another
Bailey
backup
Zappi.
doing big things.
Yeah,
big dub on Thursday night.
Hey, Bailey Zappi, did you see the video of him after the game when he encountered Belichick? It is uncomfortable. Bailey Zappi is it Bill O'Brien? Was that the guy he's hugging? He's with his OC, and they come in, and it's like, oh my gosh, man, you saved us from Mac Brown. Bring it in for the big guy. And it's just hugs and high fives and smiles. And yeah, bro, I can't believe we got him. We got him on the road on Thursday night. And then Belichick walks in the room.
God.
Bum, bum, bum.
Warren, Cincinnati.
Bum, bum. And Zappi just spins and looks at him. The whole energy of the room changes. And he just walks right over to him and puts his hand out, shakes his hand, turns around, and walks away. And I'm like, dude, it's like a dad from the Leave It to Beaver era who just got home from work.
Ward.
And the kids have got their Legos out on the living room floor. And, dad gets mad when you leave your Legos out. And everybody's terrified. The whole room locked up. I'm like, no wonder nobody wants to play for you, you fuddy-duddy.
Yeah.
Chill.
Well, the bit works when you're 10-3, not when you're 3-10.
Correct.
3-10, it's like, get over yourself, dude.
Jesus.
Speaking of 3, a big win for Josh Dobbs with Minnesota this
Huge.
week. Another backup quarterback.
I was about to actually mention that.
You saw who got in.
Mullins.
You saw who got in.
Third string quarterback.
Mullins. I was not watching that game that intently. I was on the, watching the Niner game and monitoring on my phone.
Oh, my gosh.
And
it's the worst game of the year. By far.
How do you give up 3 points and lose?
What on earth is going on? That does not count as entertainment if you go to Vegas and play 3-0 football.
There was a purple out in Vegas. That thing was purple pain.
Was pathetic. Absolutely pathetic football game. Do you want to know
3-0?
You want to know what was uttered in my house? Uttered in my house.
Uh-oh.
With frustration, not by me. Put Jimmy G back in.
Get out of here.
I was like, whoa. You sit down and explain yourself. Well, he's got Devontae Adams on his team, so he's like, what are we doing? This Aiden O'Connell experiment is over. Get him out of here. Dude, that was brutal football.
I mean, awful. 3-0. And it was a late field goal.
Yes, very late, like 2 minutes to go.
When was the last game to go to overtime tied at 0-0?
Ooh, I don't know the answer to that. I just know that everyone kept repeating that was the lowest scoring game in the NFL in like almost 20 years. Almost 20 years.
It would have to